The cold system voice echoed in everyone's mind. All members of Dormitory 701 have completed the transmigration. Welcome to the wooden bed survival world. After the sound faded, Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was not the familiar studio or classroom, but a dark, dilapidated, abandoned dormitory, with patches of wall plaster peeling off. The air even carried a musty smell. 36 old-fashioned wooden beds crammed the space, making it feel even narrower. On some planks, mushrooms and mold had grown. Hao Chen muttered, "Bro. I was just playing a game at home. How did I end up here?" I was about to clear the game. I almost got the hidden ending. Hao Chen turned his head and froze. His pupils abruptly contracted. On each bed lay female classmates, now dressed in white uniform-like garments. They were Tang Kiki, the class committee member, Zhang Yaya, the sports representative, English teacher Qin Mingyao, and the proud school beauty Yi Bingbing. They were all now dressed in plain white clothes, their original garments nowhere to be seen. In the dim dormitory, the silhouettes of the girls rose and fell softly as they breathed. Then the nearest Yi Bingbing slowly opened her eyes. Those beautiful eyes were first blank, then focused on Hao Chen before her. Their gazes met in the moment. Hao Chen took a quick glance at the proud school beauty, Yi Bingbing's graceful figure, noticing her well-proportioned aunt. Yi Bingbing's scream almost lifted the roof. She quickly covered her chest with both hands and shrank back. "Pervert. Hao Chen, why are you standing in front of me? And why are you wearing such odd clothes? Are you planning?" Yi Bingbing's scream acted like a switch. On surrounding beds, other female classmates began to stir and wake up. Someone asked, "Where is this? Hey, why am I wearing this uniform? Is this bed secondhand? How many hands has it passed through?" Sports representative Zhang Yaya jumped out of bed first, instinctively assuming a boxing stance learned in military training. Who kidnapped us here?" When Zhang Yaya looked down at herself, her face flushed red. She was also dressed in the same simple white uniform, which fit modestly. She quickly covered her chest with her arms. She instinctively covered her private area with her hand, then couldn't help stealing a glance at Hao Chen. So is this a mass transmigration? In a corner, a short-haired girl sat up casually. This was Jiang Nan, Hao Chen's good buddy. She scratched her head, scanned the room, then her gaze fell on Hao Chen. She froze, rubbed her eyes, and tried to confirm this wasn't a hallucination. "Bro, you." Jiang Nan opened her mouth and even blushed. She rarely averted her eyes. "Hao Chen, you're pretty impressive." Hearing her compliment, Hao Chen puffed out his chest. He thumbed his chest and said, "Of course, who do you think?" But as soon as he spoke, he felt something was wrong. He had thought it was a weird dream, but now that so many had woken up, this clearly wasn't a dream. Hao Chen instinctively looked for something to cover himself with, but found only bare wooden planks on his bed. At that moment, a serious voice rang out. "Everyone stop arguing. Quiet." English teacher Qin Mingyao sat up, her purple hair falling on her shoulders. She forced herself not to look at the only male student, Hao Chen, and took a deep breath. "Calm down, let's figure this out." Despite her words, the tips of her ears were red. Yi Bingbing, shrinking at the head of her bed, covered herself with her hands, glaring at Hao Chen. He must be behind this. Why else would he be the only boy? Pervert. Sex maniac. Hao Chen started, but then suddenly a translucent screen appeared before it. All members of Dormitory 701 fully awake. Welcome to the wooden bed survival world. Please listen to the rules carefully. 1. Daytime 06-1830 free activity can search for supplies. Twilight 183-0 silence is approaching. Please return to your beds during this period or you will be attacked by rule monsters. Night 21-0600 must stay on bed. Leaving the bed will lose protection value. Monsters can attack freely. 2. Your wooden bed is your safe house. It can be upgraded with materials to improve protection value and defensibility. 3. Randomly select a survivor as dormitory leader who will receive a talent priority. 4. Newbie protection period is 3 days. Please collect materials and upgrade your wooden bed during this time. The system voice faded and the dormitory fell into temporary silence. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Selecting dormitory leader. The garbled code on the screen jumped rapidly, finally settling on 2 large characters. Dormitory leader selected Hao Chen. A smile appeared on Hao Chen's lips, but before he could celebrate, a voice rang out beside him. "What?" Yi Bingbing jumped up, ignoring modesty. "Why should he be the leader? He just looked at my body." Teacher Qin Mingyao frowned and started to speak, but hesitated. In her impression, Hao Chen was indeed not a good student. He never turned in homework, never listened in class. But he never cut class to go to internet cafes. It felt a bit unsteady to let such a student be the dormitory leader. But the system had chosen him, so there was no refuting it. "I knew it." Jiang Nan grinned and winked at Hao Chen. The man sitting by the rear window is indeed not an ordinary person. Hao Chen took a deep breath as he looked at his name on the screen. So they had been transported into a survival world, and he scanned the dormitory. 36 pairs of eyes were all looking at him. There was panic, shame, caution, and curiosity, all directed at him. "I didn't expect to be the only guy in this hellish place." We'll just have to accept it for now. Hao Chen cleared his throat, twice his voice calmer than expected. Everyone saw the rules, this is no time to argue. He looked coldly at Yi Bingbing. You said I caused this. Look at this environment and this system. Could a normal person like me have pulled this off? Yi Bingbing opened her mouth, but then swallowed her words, realizing he had a point. It seems the situation is that we've transmigrated into a survival game. We have 3 days of newbie protection. Time to gather resources and prepare. Hao Chen pointed at the broken wooden bed. We must upgrade these beds to survive, or well die for sure. He then turned his gaze to English teacher Qin Mingyao. Teacher, you are the oldest in our class, and the most mature. Do you agree with what I said? Qin Mingyao took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner agitation. After all, standing before her was a male student, and his upright posture was somewhat intense. But as a 26-year-old adult, she had to stabilize the situation. Hao Chen is right. She stood up, maintaining composure. For now, the priority is survival. We'll talk later. As she finished, Hao Chen's system panel popped up again. Dormitory leader, Hao Chen identity confirmed. Dormitory leader Hao Chen, your talent has been drawn. Hao Chen didn't rush to check. Instead, he raised his head to meet those 36 gazes. From now on, I'm leading the team. Any objections? The dormitory was silent. Yi Bingbing bit her lip, turned her head away, but didn't say a word. Seeing this, then let me see what talent I've got. It will determine how far we can go and how long we can survive. Hao Chen clicked the system panel and checked his talent. When Hao Chen saw the 2 talents, a hint of excitement flickered across his face. Dorm leader Hao Chen. Talent skill blessings of many offspring strength daily affix strength. Blessings of many offspring introduction. The more offspring you have, the greater the all attribute boost, and the faster the wooden bed upgrades. Daily affix refreshes random affixes daily. You can obtain 3 random affixes per day, but can only permanently retain 1 affix each day. The other 2 can be used on that day. After reading the talent skill introduction, Hao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Jiang Nin walked over at that moment, slinging an arm around Hao Chen's shoulder. Naturally, she saw his talent skills. Jiang Nin was momentarily startled, then looked a bit shy as she glanced at the side of his face. Just then the other girls also came out one after another. The most eye-catching figure was the voluptuous English teacher Qin Mingyao. She held her hands tightly clasped in front of her, looking down a stray lock of hair, covering part of her flushed cheek. She moved forward with a slight hesitant shuffle. Under such a concealment, her figure still showed gentle curves, yet the scene remained modest and natural. The other girls, as if waking from a dream, followed suit. For a moment the dormitory was filled with shy rustling. As the oldest person in the dorm, Qin Mingyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the panic in her heart. Hao Chen. She bit her lower lip, lightly looked up at Hao Chen, her voice carrying a slight tremble, yet she tried to maintain a teacher's calm and poise. System. What talent did it give you? Tell us, since we just arrived in this strange place. We need to understand your ability, so we can survive better. As she spoke, her hands tightened a bit more from nervousness, yet her posture remained dignified. Hao Chen's gaze swept over the group of girls who were covering themselves with shyness, finally resting on Qin Mingyao. He scratched his head, showing a harmless smile, deciding to be honest. I have 2 talents. One is blessings of many offspring. Simply put, the more children, the stronger the all attribute boost for both parties, and even the wooden bed upgrade speed increases. So, he paused, seeing the girls' eyes widen and faces flush, then forced himself to continue. So, if we can, have children together, then we should be able to walk all over this place. The words hung in the air, and silence reigned for 3 seconds. What blessings of many offspring? Suddenly, a sharp, angry shout erupted. Yi Bingbing lifted her head abruptly, her face originally flushed with shyness, now red with anger, as she pointed a finger at Hao Chen's nose. Hao Chen, you must be using this as a pretext, wanting to do those kinds of things to us at night. You pervert. You creep. Remember this, Yi Bingbing will get revenge sooner or later. She was so angry her chest heaved violently, yet she remained fully dressed, showing only the outline of her figure under her clothes. Her arm dropped for a moment before she gathered herself. Su Wanqing, who was nearby, quickly grabbed her. Yi Bingbing let out a yelp and covered herself, her face red as a ripe apple. Angry and embarrassed, she glared at Hao Chen, looking like an angry kitten, furious, yet somehow a bit. We are all like this now. He has seen everything. Yi Bingbing bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Kick him out first. Let's discuss our plan after. That's right, get out first. Several other girls joined in, chiming in noisily. Hao Chen wasn't annoyed. He simply raised his hands in a stop gesture, smiled, and said, alright, I'll go by myself, no need for a shove. He turned and left, his back view relaxed, and without hesitation. After all, he didn't want to be labeled a peeper before even starting to build favor, even if he had indeed accidentally seen a bit too much. Bang! The wooden door slammed shut heavily. Inside, the girls looked at each other. After a moment of silence, someone sighed, and the atmosphere eased slightly. They sat in small groups on the abandoned bunks. Qin Mingyao spoke first, trying to make her voice sound calm, as in a classroom. Alright everyone, let's calm down first. The system told us during the day we can gather resources, but at night, we must stay in bed, no moving, or lose protection points and be attacked by monsters. She paused, her gaze sweeping over each girl's face, expression stern. So we must make a rule at night: no one acts alone, no temper tantrums. Everything is for safety. I as the teacher will do my best to protect everyone. Teacher. In the corner a girl with a ponytail interrupted her voice carrying a hint of panic and doubt. But right now only Hao Chen has a talent. What do we do? And his talent is just two. Too absurd. What blessings of many offspring. That means we would have to do that. Is any girl here willing? Raise your hand if you are. This is too ridiculous. Once these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The girls looked at each other, the air thick with awkwardness and subtle tension. Some murmured inwardly, some bowed their heads, pretending to adjust their coverings, others sneaked glances at each other's reactions. In that stillness, a small, delicate hand slowly rose up. When they saw someone raise their hand, all eyes focused there. The one who raised her hand was none other than Jiang Nan, the very same girl who had earlier hung around Hao Chen's shoulder like a buddy. She kept her head down, her face reddened to the tips of her ears, even her neck tinged with pink. Her legs pressed together nervously, her fingers laced and tangled, as if she were about to burn up. Zhang Yaya, the sports monitor, was nearest. Witnessing this, her eyes went wide, mouth formed an O, and then I've discovered a huge secret grin spread across her face. Jiang Nan, you're so sly. Zhang Yaya poked Jiang Nan in the side with her elbow, grinning mischievously. You're always buddy-buddy with him, teasing and fooling around, but when it comes down to it, you're the first to raise your hand. Admit it, have you been eyeing Hao Chen's nice build, craving his body? Yo, you're talking nonsense. Jiang Nan was so ashamed, she wished she could sink into the ground. She reached out to hit Zhang Yaya. In truth, only she knew that the reason she raised her hand had nothing to do with nice build. It was because Hao Chen always genuinely treated her as a girl. The kind who would instinctively shield her from the boys' jokes, who remembered that she didn't drink cold water, who gave her a pack of brown sugar during her period. The kind of treat her as a girl. Though she had short hair and looked like a tomboy, she had all the feelings a girl would have. Just now, seeing no one raise the hand, she felt anxious, and out of impulse her hand went up. Yi Bingbing crossed her arms, watching coldly with a scornful smirk. Beside her, Su Wanqing leaned in and whispered with a smile, Miss Yi, why didn't you raise your hand? Yi Bingbing flared up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Me? Raise my hand for what? That Hao Chen with his meager talent struts around like he's hot stuff. I'm not falling for that. Wummy Yi Bingbing. I'll wait 2,000 years. She gave a cold snort, lifted her chin, and looked down her nose. I Yi Bingbing swear here, and now, even if I have to jump from this building and die outside, I will never give myself to Hao Chen. That's final. Su Wanqing watched her, the smile on her lips deepening, a glint of meaningful light in her eyes. Outside the dorm door, Hao Chen leaned against the wall, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. It was an abandoned dormitory building. The walls were peeling, the corridor dim. There were 7 floors total. They were trapped on the top floor. Looking out the window, he could see a sizable campus area, a playground, teaching buildings, a cafeteria, were faintly visible. At least resource gathering shouldn't be too hard, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a translucent blue panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Daily affix refresh, today's random affixes drawing. Seeing this, Hao Chen's eyes lit up with interest. First day. Let me see, what surprise can you give me? The daily talent has been successfully drawn. Great attribute, hardness. Effect allows the host's body to become as hard as steel. Copper head and iron arm. It's a pretty good defensive skill attribute. Great attribute stacking. Effect, simply being on the same bed with a girl who has a mental connection will increase both parties' attributes by 10 points. Looking at the attribute before him, Hao Chen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. He stroked his chin, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, these first 2 attributes don't feel significant. The copper head and iron arm doesn't need worry, I just need to focus on upgrading the wooden bed. As for that micro healing spell, its attribute level is too low, so it should be prioritized for exclusion. Thus in the end, Hao Chen looked at the third one, which aligned perfectly with his talent for having many children and blessings. Though it requires a girl with a mental connection to activate the effect, by then, with his personal charm, he would surely win over all the girls in the class. By that time, if all 36 girls each gained 10 points, wouldn't he be like a 360-degree security guard? Just thinking about it is crazy. Hao Chen did not hesitate for a moment, and decisively chose the grade attribute stacking. After handling these matters, he clicked on his system panel. After all, as the dorm leader, he needed to study his rights properly. At this moment, Hao Chen thought of one more thing. What if the other girls had no talents, and only he did? What would he do later? He couldn't just work himself to death like a beast, doing all the labor for them, could he? As he thought of this, Hao Chen waved his hand vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He glanced at the system panel, and noticed the class members list. Above was each member's information, and below their names was a line of gray text. Talent awaiting awakening. Awaiting awakening. It seemed there was a chance for awakening, but he didn't understand in what manner. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Hao Chen slowly raised his head to look at the sky outside. Currently the sun was nearing the horizon about to set. Meanwhile, the wooden door of the dormitory slowly opened behind him. He heard the calm and solemn voice of the English teacher Qin Mingyao. Hao Chen, you can come in now. We have finished discussing. As soon as Qin Mingyao finished speaking, she noticed the sun was already setting. It seems evening is approaching. I need to hurry. Hao Chen then walked into the dormitory and glanced at the surrounding girls. He saw some female classmates bowing their heads, covering their private areas with their hands, while others were too shy to lift their heads. Only Yi Bingbing looked at Hao Chen like he was an enemy, covering her private area just like the others, but because she was more voluptuous it seemed even more perfect when she did so. Hao Chen appeared calm on the surface, but was already exploding inside. Naturally, he could not resist that physiological reaction. He straightened his chest, feeling invincible. Teacher Qin Mingyao walked over, trying to appear calm, her gaze shifting away from the little thoughts she had, saying, "We have already discussed your talent. Many children and blessings." She paused, seemingly considering her words. "We know this talent could have significant implications for the future development of the class." She looked directly into Hao Chen's eyes, however. "We cannot compromise." Qin Mingyao's tone became firm. "Everyone present are your classmates, not marriage partners, and definitely not breeding machines. Right?" Yi Bingbing immediately interjected, "We are dignified people, not tools for your harem. You'd better keep your ridiculous ideas to yourself." As she said this, she took a step forward, as if to overpower Hao Chen with her presence. The other girls were encouraged, and also began to speak. "Exactly. Don't think just because you are the dorm leader you can do as you please. If you dare to mess around, we will. We will cut you off, turning you into a sister. It's better to break the net than to let the fish die, right? Better to break the net than to let the fish die." Several girls waved their little fists, pretending to be fierce. But their voices were soft, and rather than a threat it felt more like a spoiled protest. Hao Chen took half a step back, raised his hands, and with an innocent face said, "Don't worry, I absolutely won't mess around. I'm not that kind of scumbag, nor am I someone who would abandon others after getting what I want. You all believe me, right?" Hao Chen's tone was sincere, and his eyes clear, looking harmless. The girls exchanged glances, and their tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Qin Mingyao nodded gently, her gaze softening a bit. "That's good. So, we have come up with a plan." She took a deep breath as if to encourage herself. "Based on the principle of voluntariness, only those who are willing will participate in your talent." She paused, and added, "We asked around just now, and one person raised their hand." Hao Chen's eyes lit up. "Here it comes. Sure enough, someone likes me. I knew it. Although Hao Chen may not be a top-tier handsome guy, I have decent features and a friendly personality. Surely there are girls who would like me." He cleared his throat, trying hard to appear composed. "So, who is it?" Just as he finished speaking, a warm body suddenly pressed against his back. Soft, fragrant. Two arms wrapped around his waist from behind a chin, resting on his shoulder, breath gently brushing his ear. "It's me." This was a familiar voice. Hao Chen froze at that moment. He mechanically turned his head and faced a face that was just inches away. Short hair, sharp eyebrows, a mischievous smile at the corners of her mouth. "What the hell?" Hao Chen blurted out, "Jiang Nan. Is it you?" Jiang Nan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, releasing her grip and moving to stand in front of him, poking his nose with her fingers, surprised. "No. You." Hao Chen's tongue got tangled. "You are indeed a girl, but aren't we brothers?" "What's wrong with that?" Jiang Nan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Can't a brother become a wife?" As she said this, she placed her hand on Hao Chen's shoulder, her movement exactly like when they casually joked around, "Anyway, no one likes you, so I'm just reluctantly sticking close, okay? Is that not agreeable?" Hao Chen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Jiang Nan leaned closer to him, lowering her voice to a volume only they could hear. "I'm doing this willingly. They can't control me." Hao Chen looked into her eyes, suddenly realizing that Jiang Nan's eyes were actually quite beautiful. How come he hadn't noticed before? Her eyelashes were long and curled, her pupils a light brown, and when she smiled they curved into two crescent moons. Her features were actually quite delicate. She just usually dressed like a tomboy, carefree, which made it easy to overlook her gender. But at this moment she was so close that he could see the fine soft hairs on her face. She had a faint scent of shower gel mixed with the unique fragrance of a girl. Her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of pearly white teeth, and her full lips were a light pink. Hao Chen's throat tightened. After all, she had everything that any girl should have. But what surprised Hao Chen the most was that the brother he usually played with had at this moment turned into his wife. What kind of ridiculous international joke is this? This is outrageous. However, there is a benefit to this. It just happens to test whether the attribute he obtained today can indeed increase both parties' total attributes by 10 points. And the next task was to allocate the beds. Each girl can choose a bed. Although currently everyone has no clothes to wear or blankets to cover with, finding a place to lie down comfortably is already quite nice. Since Hao Chen was the dorm leader, his bed was a double bed unlike the single beds of the other girls, and his double bed could accommodate up to 3 people. Just then the tall and curvy English teacher Qin Mingyao slowly approached. Her face had lost the usual coldness from the classroom, and at this moment there was a hint of blush and shyness. Qin Mingyao shyly bit her lip, then looked down at the floor using her hands to cover her voluptuous figure. Hao Chen. She paused, and then spoke again. Can I squeeze onto your bed tonight? Hao Chen quickly scanned teacher Qin Mingyau's voluptuous figure. To be honest, whenever he attended teacher Qin's class, he was always fully awake as he had been consistently skipping class. Now faced with teacher Qin's request, there was naturally no reason for Hao Chen to refuse. Of course, no problem, teacher. I am always willing to help. Don't let my poor grades fool you like a living lay phone. Jiang Nan, move over, and let teacher Qin Mingyao sleep beside you. Jiang Nan then moved to the middle of the bed, making space for teacher Qin. At this moment the sun had completely set and darkness gradually descended. The girls in the class had already found their wooden beds and were lying on them. Hao Chen gently asked, Teacher, is there something wrong with your bed? In response to Hao Chen's question, teacher Qin Mingyao nodded slightly and said, My bed is covered in mushrooms, and there are also dark spots on the wooden board. This is quite embarrassing for me, really. With that, teacher Qin stopped elaborating. Hao Chen naturally understood. Fortunately, his double bed could accommodate 3 people, and if squeezed a bit it could barely fit 4. Just then, the system panel for each person popped up. The top displayed the protection value of their personal basic wooden bed. Basic wooden bed protection value 100. Note, the higher the protection value, the stronger the safety. Hao Chen looked at the information displayed at the top of the system panel and furrowed his brow. The basic wooden bed had a protection value of 100, but it was still unclear what these rule-based monsters truly were. Moreover, how much protection value they could deduct with their attack power was still a mystery. If there were many of them, and their attack power was strong, they might not even survive the first day. However, since it was the novice protection period, the attacks of the rule-based monsters shouldn't be too strong. After pondering these thoughts, Hao Chen began to check other things. Let's take a look at the personal panel first. Hao Chen opened his personal panel, which displayed his attributes. Hao Chen attack power 10-20, defense power 10-20, mental power 10-20, attribute bonus. Being on the same bed with a girl, you have a spiritual connection with increases all attributes by 10 points. Physical condition, the host is currently symptom-free and safe. Upon seeing this, Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seems the attribute bonus has started to take effect. All base attributes are 10, and now I am a cut above the rest, which is good news. Just as Hao Chen was contemplating this, Jiang Nan placed her delicate hand on his chest. Jiang Nan's somewhat tingling voice circled in his ear. Hao Chen, what are your plans for tonight? Are you going to devour me now or wait for a while? If you want to wait, I'm fine with that. After all, there are girls from the class here, and the teacher is beside us. It's a bit inconvenient. Teacher Qin Mingyao, who was on the same bed, naturally heard their whispering. Teacher Qin Mingyao placed her finger on her lips, shyly turning her head aside, trying to grant them some privacy. Students doing such things. As a teacher, I should stop this. However, under the current circumstances, I can't decide. Moreover, I'm not wearing anything right now. Letting my students see me like this. Alas, what is going on? I'm just giving others an advantage. Speaking of which, teacher Qin Mingyao looked at the moonlight outside, and the blush on her face deepened. She secretly stole a glance at Hao Chen's profile under the moonlight, quickly averting her gaze as if scalded. With Hao Chen's talent for abundance, he surely won't have thoughts about me, right? What if he holds a grudge against me for making him stand in the corner and contacting his parents back then? Wouldn't that lead to? Images that were hard to describe flashed in her mind, and teacher Qin Mingyao suddenly covered her burning cheeks with both hands. No, this is too violent. And he looks like a European and American model. My small frame can't handle that. Before teacher Qin Mingyao could finish her inner thoughts, the door to their dormitory was suddenly pushed open. The wooden door creaked loudly. Then in the darkness, dozens of indistinct shadows floated in. They had no physical form, no limbs, just groups of writhing darkness with only pale faces showing hollow facial features. "Ah!" Jiang Nan exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Hao Chen's neck and shrinking into his embrace. Teacher Qin Mingyao was also startled, her slender fingers tightly gripping Hao Chen's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. What is this? Teacher Qin Mingyau's voice trembled. It looks like a soul. She frowned, panting heavily, her eyes filled with panic at the unknown before her. She had heard of ghosts, but to see them in this state right before her was still too terrifying. At that moment, everyone's system panels popped up and displayed the monsters appearing this time. Low-level monster wanderer. Behavior: wandering aimlessly, colliding with wooden beds, will continuously deduct protection value countermeasure. As long as the bed is sturdy enough, they cannot break in. Upon seeing this countermeasure, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although their wooden beds had only a protection value of 100, they were still relatively sturdy. As long as they reinforced the wooden beds to make them solid as a rock, they could temporarily ignore the attacks of the wanderers. Dozens of wanderers floated in from outside, seemingly searching for something. They hovered inside the dormitory, scanning the people lying on each wooden bed. During this time, one wanderer bumped into Yi Bingbing's wooden bed, causing her bed's protection value to drop from 100 to 98. Protection value 2. At this moment, Yi Bingbing's face turned pale and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Out of fear, her legs trembled incessantly. "You, get away from me. Get lost." Yi Bingbing curled up on her bed, looking panicked at the wanderer in front of her. When the wanderer in front realized that the wooden bed was quite sturdy and the protection value was high, it chose to leave and search for its next target. When Yi Bingbing saw the wanderer leave, her tense shoulders did not immediately relax, but remained in a state of extreme panic. However, the luck of sports committee member Zhang Yaya was not so good, as 2 wanderers consecutively crashed into her bed. Protection value 2, protection value 5. How could this happen? Zhang Yaya stared at the plummeting numbers on the panel, her voice tinged with tears. The first time it deducts 2 points, the second time 5 points. If a few more come, wouldn't that mean? Like the other girls, Zhang Yaya curled up on her bed with no blankets on them, and no soft mattress underneath, just the hard wooden board. After more than a dozen wanderers left the dormitory, the girls in the class finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Yi Bingbing's tensed shoulders relaxed at this moment. However, they still could not get out of bed, as they had to stay on their own beds at night. If they rashly left their wooden beds, those rule-based monsters would immediately attack. After more than an hour, even breathing sounds filled the dormitory. After the wanderers left, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Hao Chen had his arms around Jiang Nan and teacher Qin Mingyao. The 2 girls had fallen asleep peacefully, allowing the cool night breeze and moonlight to wash over them. During this time, Hao Chen glanced at teacher Qin Mingyao and Jiang Nan beside him, and when the breeze blew, he could still smell the unique body fragrance of the girls from the class. There were hints of mint, vanilla, and strawberry. "I didn't expect to still catch a whiff of the little fragrance. It's quite direct." Tan Mingyao buried her face deep in Hao Chen's shoulder, her hands unconsciously gripping his arm. Her normally straight back relaxed completely at this moment, and her curled-up body exuded a rare softness. The morning light fell upon her profile. Now Tan Mingyao was devoid of the cold indifference that kept others at bay in class. At this moment, she was as quiet as a child who had done wrong, but finally found a place to lean on. On the other side, Jiang Nan was sleeping in a disheveled manner, one leg nearly draped over Hao Chen. Her short hair was tousled, and she mumbled something in her sleep, completely absent of her usual bravado, where she would pound the table and shout, "Bro, let's go." Hao Chen found himself wedged in the middle, unable to move. The warmth radiating from the 2 girls reached him through their skin, mingling with their distinct scents. Tan Mingyao radiated a faint, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of mint tea, while Jiang Nan exuded the clean and warm scent of sun-dried cotton. He opened his eyes to such a scene. Tan Mingyio's long hair sprawled across his chest, gently rising and falling with each breath. Jiang Nan's face was extremely close to him, her eyelashes casting small shadows below her eyes, and the corner of her mouth held a trace of drool. Hao Chen tried to pull his arm out, only to realize that both hands were pinned beneath the 2 girls, making it impossible to extract them. He turned his head, and his vision was filled with delicate skin and undulating curves. Oh my! Hao Chen felt his face ignite with heat. This scene is the dream of countless young men. The English teacher, who usually stood at the lectern dressed in neat formal attire with a distant expression that kept people at bay, now resembled a dependent little cat unguardedly curled up in his embrace. Her eyes, usually filled with scrutiny, were closed, her lips slightly parted, sleeping so deeply and peacefully. The tomboyish Jiang Nan, who would often throw her arm around him, laugh heartily, and demand Hao Chen stop right there, had now shed all her fangs and claws, silent to an unbelievable degree. Her hand rested on his abdominal muscles, her well-defined fingers appearing unexpectedly delicate at this moment. Even more daunting was the fact that the 3 of them. Hao Chen swallowed hard, and then glanced at the other female classmates in the room. Just as he was savoring the moment, his daily word entries were completed. Today's entries did not include any shrank, but all were practical brank entries. Brank entry: blade of light. Brank entry: turning waste into treasure. Brank entry: pickpocket. The first entry is literal. It allows the use of the blade of light 3 times, and has decent damage belonging to the attack type. The second entry leans more towards resource gathering. For instance, if one finds a piece of tattered cloth, they can use this ability to restore it into a complete piece, though this too has limitations, usable only once a day. As for the third one, Hao Chen found its description somewhat interesting. Surprisingly, it allows one to steal from monsters, although not 100 successful. What if it could yield something good? However, Hao Chen thought about it, and realized that for now resources were of utmost importance. Thus he decisively chose turning waste into treasure instead of pickpocket or blade of light. After all, resources are the true path. 9 a.m. At this moment, all the female classmates in the class had woken up. However, some leaned against the walls dozing off, while others yawned, their hair looking as messy as a frizzled kitten. Hao Chen then informed the girls about his thorough research on the system panel yesterday. He gently lifted his head, then looked at the female classmates before him completely unobstructed. Ahem, we successfully completed the first day yesterday, and it went relatively smoothly. Everyone has replenished a lot of physical strength and spirit, so today our task is to find more materials and edible food to lay the groundwork for future survival. By the way, everyone can open their system panels to see their backpacks and synthesis table. Currently, the system allows a backpack capacity of only 10 slots, a book occupies 1 slot, and a piece of wood occupies 2 slots. To upgrade the backpack, we need to consume 5 pieces of fabric and 3 ropes. So during this period, if you see these resources, feel free to collect them, the more the better. Hao Chen paused, and then looked at the female classmates who were studying the system panel. Yi Bingbing, Su Wanqing, and Qin Yufei were all looking at their system panels. Since they had arrived in the afternoon yesterday, and then held a collective meeting along with the Monster Patrol rules at night, they hadn't had much time to study the content in the system panel. Su Wanqing was suddenly enlightened after seeing her system backpack and synthesis table. So that's how it can be used. That makes things a lot easier. When it's time to upgrade the system backpack, I can store more items. Hao Chen halted upon hearing her words. He shook his head and replied softly, how much can be stored depends on the weight limit set by the system. You can see a button in the upper left corner of your backpack. The girls can bear a maximum of 30 pounds, beyond that they won't be able to move, while the boys can bear a maximum of 50 pounds. So we should prioritize choosing the more valuable items. The girls in the class nodded in agreement upon hearing Hao Chen's reminder. Tan Mingyao, who was seated behind Hao Chen, felt a slight sense of approval rise within her at his calm demeanor. After all, those who can keep a broader perspective and analyze calmly at such moments often go further. Helping the girls who are unfamiliar with the system rules gives them more survival opportunities. After Hao Chen saw that everyone understood the rules of the system, he stood up. His commanding and grand demeanor caused many girls to blush. After all, this was a rare sight for them. Meanwhile, one girl shyly gazed at Hao Chen. The bed next to Yi Bingbing belonged to the artistic committee member Lin Nuanyuan. She had a doll-like face and big eyes. Although she was only 158 centimeters tall, her voice had a babyish tone, and her gentle and considerate nature made her the class pet. When Lin Nuanyuan saw Hao Chen like this once again, she shyly covered her eyes with her hands, hesitating for a moment before gently parting her fingers to peek at everything happening before her. Alright, since everyone understands the rules, let's first explore this dormitory building. We are currently on the 7th floor, so let's search from top to bottom. Any materials we find, we can come back in the afternoon and synthesize them together. Hao Chen paused again, looking at the girls in the class, and the two behind him, Jiang Nan and Tan Mingyao. Also, food comes first. We must prioritize finding food. Without something to eat, we won't be able to go far. Alright, let's set off. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he opened the dormitory door, and then looked towards the end of the corridor. There was a deserted dormitory similar to theirs where they might find some materials. Hao Chen walked at the front of the group, while the girls behind followed in clusters. A row of people appeared in bright white, as the sunlight shone down their snowy shoulders, reflected a faint glow. Tan Mingyio's expression was even more varied. Her persona had always been one of extreme aloofness. In her first year as a teacher, her gentle nature led to the class's English scores being the lowest. In her second year, she chose to adopt the cold demeanor, and this time she had indeed made the right choice. It proved effective. She was often referred to as the Ice Queen by students at school. But now, here she was walking in the dormitory hallway, fully exposed, looking exceptionally voluptuous. Where should she hide her face? How embarrassing. To present myself in this manner before my own students, oh, I truly am an incompetent teacher. Simultaneously, Lin Nuanyuan felt shy. She had developed far more than her other classmates, sporting a doll-like face and a shy height akin to a cow. In the girls' dormitory, there were always some who liked to give her a pinch. Currently, they had arrived at the entrance of another abandoned dormitory. Coincidentally, the door was not locked, and the wooden door looked quite new, appearing decent. Hao Chen gently pushed open the door to this dormitory under the watchful eyes of the girls. At the same time, a cloud of dust rushed out, accompanied by a breath of death. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Chen waved his hand to disperse the dust that rushed toward him, then slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the girl behind him instinctively took a step back. Some bit their lips tightly, others covered their mouths in fear of making a sound, and some trembled all over their ponytails, swaying gently with their body shivers. Jiang Nan gently placed her hand on Hao Chen's shoulder, her fingertips slightly cold. She took a deep breath, striving to keep her voice steady, yet it still trembled slightly. Hao Chen, look inside. She raised her other hand, pointing toward the dark floating object deep inside the abandoned dormitory, her voice dropping even lower, it seems to be that wanderer from last night. Hao Chen followed her gaze. In the center of the dormitory, a blurry humanoid silhouette was suspended in midair, surrounded by a faint black mist. It hung its head low as if lost in slumber, yet even in stillness it emitted a suffocating sense of oppression. Somehow a girl behind them let out a terrified scream. She crouched down in fear, terrified that the monster inside would swallow her whole. Oh, there's that monster. Let's hurry back to our wooden beds. Prompted by this girl's warning, many girls began to retreat to their dormitories and wooden beds. They were no longer covering their private parts, but sprinting freely, their high and double ponytails swaying as they ran. Returning to the dormitory, Yi Bingbing glanced back at the stunned Hao Chen, a smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. As expected, just a waste pretending to be calm. In such a moment, aren't you just scared stiff? As expected, not that kind of. Before Yi Bingbing could finish her sentence, she noticed Hao Chen waving several light blades from his hand. The light blades were swift and intense, seemingly capable of dispelling evil energy. Huh, what is this? A hint of shock appeared on Yi Bingbing's face, and her retreating steps gradually slowed down. At this moment, Hao Chen activated the level skill light blade he had acquired today. It is worth mentioning that among the 3 skill slots he gained each day, only one could be permanently saved while the other 2 could be used on that day. Facing the wanderer in the abandoned dormitory, Hao Chen's expression was remarkably calm. After all, against such a low-level monster, the light blade could easily finish it off. The wanderer's body was completely severed by the light blades, ultimately dissolving into a cloud of black smoke in the air. When Jiang Nan saw the wanderer eliminated by Hao Chen, a flicker of excitement and admiration appeared on her face. She tightly embraced Hao Chen, then looked up at his profile. I didn't expect to rely on you at such a crucial moment, my husband. As she uttered the last 2 words, she placed her finger near her lips, her gaze exuding a hint of allure. Teacher Qin Mingyao, who was beside Hao Chen, also felt satisfied with his performance. She instinctively leaned half a step closer to Hao Chen, then seemed to realize something, and quietly retreated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Hao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, oblivious to the subtle expressions of the 2 girls beside him. Fortunately, I could use the refreshed skill today. He surveyed the surroundings. It seems there's only one wanderer in this abandoned dormitory. Hao Chen turned to the girls who had run far away, raising his voice. It's all clear now. Everyone can come back to continue searching. Hearing the good news from Hao Chen, Zhang Yaya and Lin Nuanyuan peeked their heads out from the dormitory entrance. That monster has been cleared. Is that true? Zhang Yaya patted her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief, her eyes filled with admiration. I didn't expect Hao Chen to be quite impressive. At this moment, Yi Bingbing covered her chest and private parts with both hands, slowly walking over to teacher Qin Mingyao. When she saw that the monster inside had disappeared, there was no appreciation for Hao Chen on her face, only a hint of pride. Just a low-level monster. If this young lady had talent, I could easily take care of it too. Teacher Qin Mingyao waved her hand, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. Everyone can come back and search for supplies, no need to panic. The monster inside has been completely cleared by Hao Chen. After hearing Teacher Qin Mingyao's reminder, the girls in the class returned to Hao Chen's side. Next came the search segment. They first entered the abandoned dormitory and began looking for usable supplies. Hao Chen was the first to arrive at the dormitory window, gently tugging at the old curtain. According to the synthesis table in the system, old curtains and torn clothes belong to rags. After breaking them down, they could be made into bandages or used to block the windows. This is not bad. By using the skill to turn waste into treasure, I can turn it into a whole piece of cloth, which means I can make more bandages later. Hao Chen nodded slightly, then began to deal with the rag. Meanwhile, the sports committee member Zhang Yaya, along with Lin Nuanyuan, Jiang Nan, and Su Wanqing, conducted a detailed exploration. Zhang Yaya discovered 5 discarded tables and chairs in this abandoned dormitory. Moreover, when they set out to explore, Hao Chen had already shared the synthesis table with them. Obtaining ordinary wooden boards wasn't too difficult, but there were conditions. It took 10 discarded tables and chairs to dismantle 1 good wooden board. Really troublesome. 10 discarded tables and chairs to get 1 good wooden board, and if we start dismantling empty-handed, it would definitely consume a lot of stamina. We don't have tools for now, but we can temporarily move these things back to the dormitory, and when we have tools later we can start processing them, Zhang Yaya said, looking at Lin Nuanyuan, and the others then added, I'll move these back. You all continue searching. Lin Nuanyuan, Jiang Nan, and Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Nuanyuan arrived at the corner. She was quite meticulous and often liked to check things that others tended to overlook. In the corner of this abandoned dormitory, there were 2 boxes of cardboard covered in dust. The words on top had long been obscured by dust. Lin Nuanyuan gently wiped it with her small hand, and then she saw the words mineral water. Mineral water. We have something to drink. Lin Nuanyuan excitedly opened the cardboard box, but when she saw the items inside, her face showed disappointment and grievance. The mineral water bottles were neatly arranged, but every single one was empty, dried up, not a drop of water. Lin Nuanyuan lowered her head, her shoulders drooping slightly, her voice carrying a sense of grievance and disappointment. So they are just empty bottles. I thought I could find water for everyone to drink. At that moment, a hand gently landed on her shoulder. Lin Nuanyuan looked up stunned. The newcomer was Hao Chen, standing right in front of her looking down at her. Lin Nuanyuan's heart skipped a beat, her gaze uncontrollably drifting down a little, then quickly averting. Her face flushed red as if burned by fire, turning from her cheeks all the way to her ears. How? Lin Nuanyuan hurriedly covered her burning face with both hands, revealing a pair of watery eyes through the gaps between her fingers. Why? You came. At this moment, Lin Nuanyuan's speech became stammered. Hao Chen smiled. All the areas have girls searching, so I came to check this corner, just happened to see you squatting here looking dejected. What's wrong? Lin Nuanyuan still covered her face, her voice muffled. I found 2 boxes of mineral water, but the water inside has dried up, only empty bottles left. Hearing her words, Hao Chen's gaze fell upon the cardboard boxes. Mineral water. Hao Chen pondered. Right now what we lack the most are food and water. It seems the skill to turn waste into treasure needs to be applied in a more suitable place. He looked at Lin Nuanyuan again, gently patting her shoulder. Well done as expected of our class, darling, so meticulous. Don't be sad, I have a way. Lin Nuanyuan slowly lowered her hands, lifted her face, and found herself meeting Hao Chen's gaze. Only then did she realize she was wearing nothing, instinctively covering her chest again, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Hao Chen, don't stare at me. I am shy. Hao Chen was taken aback, quickly averting his gaze, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Ahem. It's a natural reaction, a natural reaction. He coughed twice, then said seriously, Alright, let me try the skill I gained today to see if it will work. Lin Nuanyuan looked at him curiously. Hao Chen extended his hand palm, facing the box of mineral water, and gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, the skill activation of transform waste into treasure triggered, and the dried-up mineral water bottle in front of him miraculously gushed forth clean water. Lin Nuanyuan's eyes widened in an instant, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. So magical. Hao Chen, I didn't expect your daily skill to be so useful. It can restore the dried-up mineral water bottle to its original state. This ability is incredibly useful. Lin Nuanyuan cast a gaze filled with admiration and respect towards Hao Chen. In Hao Chen's eyes, he noticed the affection value floating above Lin Nuanyuan's head. After all, his first talent was blessing of many children. With this talent, he could see the affection levels of the girls towards him. Lin Nuanyuan 75. I didn't expect the affection value to increase so much. However, upon reflection, I did often play with Lin Nuanyuan at school. Although my grades were poor, I had quite a few talents, and Lin Nuanyuan was the arts committee member. I shouldn't be seen as too bad in her eyes. A 75 affection value is still understandable. Hao Chen cleared his throat softly, and then said, Could you please distribute a bottle of water to them, arts committee member? There are exactly 36 bottles, enough to give one to each person. Lin Nuanyuan accepted the mineral water that Hao Chen handed over, and he even helped open the cap. Looking at the water inside, Lin Nuanyuan licked her dry lips. After all, she hadn't had anything to eat or drink since arriving here yesterday. Lin Nuanyuan gently nodded after receiving the water bottle. Her doll-like face combined with her big watery eyes made her exceptionally cute. The soothing water made Lin Nuanyuan's lips no longer dry. She drank hurriedly, a drop of water trickling down to her neck, and then seeping into her chest. Seeing this, a blush quietly appeared on Hao Chen's face. They say Lin Nuanyuan is the class pet. That's certainly not wrong. With a height of just over 1.5 meters, and this Lala-style twin tails. Moreover, she has developed quite well. Lin Nuanyuan drank half of the water, and a look of bliss appeared on her face. Ah, that feels so good. I haven't had anything to drink since yesterday, and I didn't expect to be able to drink delicious mineral water today. It's truly refreshing. Lin Nuanyuan looked at Hao Chen, who was also looking at her. She shyly lowered her head, and then took a few bottles of mineral water from the box. Her face was flushed as she stammered, while Hao Chen, I'll go deliver water to the other classmates first. Hao Chen nodded gently in response, watching her slowly stand up while covering her modesty. That petite and adorable face combined with her curvaceous figure made Hao Chen lick his dry lips. In the face of such a good scene, Hao Chen wouldn't let it go. As everyone knows, a man who does not act lewdly is not developing normally. At this moment, Lin Nuanyuan was distributing the water bottles to each female classmate. Zhang Yiya took a water bottle, and without hesitation opened the cap, and took a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, instantly refreshing her entire being, as if the fatigue from moving those broken desks and chairs had washed away half. Thank you, Nuanyuan babe, for the water. I was dying of thirst. She patted her chest heartily. Lin Nuanyuan smiled, and shook her head. Don't thank me, thank Hao Chen. These bottles were originally empty, and it was he who transformed them into something useful. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even have a sip of water. As her voice fell, the girls who had been resting raised their heads in unison, their gazes directed towards the boy in the something in their eyes was quietly changing. What had they been afraid of before? They feared that Hao Chen would abandon them, leaving this group of defenseless girls to fend for themselves. But now, Not only did he take the lead in confronting the monster, but he also used his ability to solve the most pressing issue of water supply, which was a substantial contribution. Zhang Yiya was the first to speak, her voice as cheerful as ever. Well done, Hao Chen. Not only are you fighting monsters, but also finding water. I'll gladly accept this water, thanks bro. That's right. A girl with a ponytail echoed softly. If Hao Chen hadn't dealt with that monster, would we have dared to go out to find supplies, let alone drink water? Exactly. Another girl nodded repeatedly. Looking back now, I really should have raised my hand back then. Zhang Nan's vision is so keen she got on the bandwagon early on. Zhang Nan raised her chin slightly, arms crossed, of course. My brother is also my husband, how could my taste, however? She changed her tone, glancing at the girls who had fled earlier. Some people sure ran away quickly, leaving Hao Chen all alone. The girls in the class looked down, their expressions awkward. You can only see a person's true nature when faced with a... Zhang Nan continued. But you should also be grateful for our dorm leader, who has a magnanimous heart. Zhang Nan. Hao Chen interjected with a gentle yet firm tone. That's enough. Zhang Nan opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. Hao Chen stood up, scanning each person present. Fear is normal, we are all girls in this class, and have never seen such a thing. Without talents or weapons, it's a natural instinct to react. However, he paused, his voice resolute. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. The girls all raised their heads, and something began to quietly take root in their gazes. Hao Chen saw the affection value jump a few more points. After all, he didn't want Zhang Nan's few words to ruin his future prospects of blessing of many children. At this moment, Yi Bingbing stared at the mineral water bottle in her hand, her lips dry and white, yet she stubbornly lifted her chin, looking disgusted. Humph, water, given by Hao Chen. I wouldn't drink it even if I jumped off here and died of thirst. While saying this, Yi Bingbing tightly clenched the bottle in her hand. Now her throat felt like it was about to catch fire. Since yesterday, she hadn't had a drop of water, and her stomach was ungratefully growling. She glanced around, pretending to be nonchalant as she stood up. I need to go to the restroom. Her delicate feet stepped on the rough cement floor, and she took slow, careful steps towards the restroom. After a few steps, she looked back to ensure no one was watching before quickening her pace. When she reached the corner of the restroom, she cautiously looked around to confirm that no one was there, then swiftly opened the bottle cap. The moment the cool water finally touched her tongue, Yi Bingbing felt fully revived. Phew, not bad. Yi Bingbing gently wiped the water stains from the corner of her mouth, a faint blush appearing on her face, one she didn't even notice herself. Well, in any case, Yi Bingbing murmured softly to the empty wall corner, whatever comes to my hands is mine. I love to drink, so I will drink. What does it have to do with Hao Chen? After saying this, Yi Bingbing comfortably took another big gulp. This scene was witnessed by Hao Chen, who was hiding at the entrance of the abandoned dormitory. After all, as the dorm leader, he had to always protect the safety of the girls in the class. He noticed Yi Bingbing stop in the distance and drink the mineral water, and a smile appeared on his face. After half an hour of searching, they had finished collecting from the abandoned dormitory next door. They found a total of 4 old curtains, 2 boxes of mineral water, 5 discarded desks and chairs, and 10 blankets. As for the wooden planks on the wooden beds, they currently had no tools and would need a hammer to dismantle them. They had water, but no food, and many girls were already feeling hungry, having not eaten a single bite since yesterday. Moreover, they didn't have a single piece of clothing. The most important thing right now was to find clothes and food. In this dormitory building, each floor only had 2 dormitories, and they were unsure if there were any regular monsters inside, so they decided not to split up, but to go together. After transporting all the supplies back to the dormitory, Hao Chen led everyone to the next floor. Fortunately, their luck was quite good this time. The first abandoned dormitory on the 6th floor did not contain any regular monsters, but there were not many supplies available. There was only an empty dormitory space and the silent wooden beds. It seems this first room is a bust. The supplies in this dormitory building are still too scarce. The only basic resources are the old curtains and wooden beds. If we want to find more resources, we need to head to the teaching building. But Hao Chen thought to himself, if there are regular monsters in the abandoned dormitory, wouldn't there be even more terrifying regular monsters in places like the teaching building, principal's office, and cafeteria? If we act recklessly, we definitely won't make it back, but there's no other choice. If we want to survive, we can only take the plunge. Moreover, I can use the skill Blade of Light, which can be used 3 times a day. I already used it once earlier, so I have 2 chances left. Plus, this is still the first day of the newbie benefits period. The only regular monster we've encountered so far is the Wanderer. Well, fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. At this moment, Hao Chen stopped and turned to the girls behind him. There aren't many supplies in this dormitory, I'm sure you've all noticed that. There are only broken windows and those wooden beds, and the food and drink we can find are truly scarce. So while we still have time, let's explore other places. After all, everyone is in a state of undress, and we haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Finding clothes and food is our top priority. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, voices of doubt arose from the crowd. Hao Chen, what about those monsters? What if there are monsters in the area we want to explore? Some girls who usually don't exercise found it difficult to run. Yes, what if we encounter those monsters? Well, currently you are the only one with talent. We are still defenseless little weaklings. What if we can't outrun them? Wouldn't that be the end for us? Especially Lichinka, who digs for minerals every day and is already in a frail state. How could she possibly outrun them? Huh. Songjia, if you keep talking bad about me, I'll definitely get you back when we return. See, you're getting anxious. I told you digging for minerals every day and still not admitting it. Lichinka is the golden miner. Just then, Lin Wanwan stepped out from the crowd, her expression somewhat serious, leaving everyone uncertain whether it was good. She said softly, her voice trembling slightly, but this time, not due to fear, I think. I just awakened my talent. Oh. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Then they erupted in excitement. What? Wanwan, is it true? Let us see quickly. How did you awaken? Hurry and tell us. Lin Wanwan was surrounded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She bit her lip, opened her system panel, and displayed it in front of everyone. Name Lin Wanwan Talent Life Perception Grade A effect can sense living beings within a radius of 100 meters, including humans and regular monsters. I don't know what happened. My head felt a bit dizzy all of a sudden, and then the system just popped up. Hao Chen's gaze sharpened. He opened the class member information panel, found Lin Wanwan's name, and looked at it. Awakening method: emotional stimulation, fear, tension, excitement, frustration, and other extreme emotions. I see. Hao Chen recalled the screams from last night, and the sight of those girls trembling in fear. He also remembered Lin Wanwan's dodging gaze and flushed ears when everyone was huddled together in the corridor completely naked. Although this was a bit absurd, it seemed not completely unreasonable. Lin Wanwan didn't lie. Hao Chen raised his head and looked at the girls surrounding Lin Wanwan. Awakening does indeed have a probability of occurring requiring emotional stimulation. It could be from the fright yesterday or the embarrassment brought on by everyone being naked. Hao Chen paused and did not continue. In any case, we can only say that Lin Wanwan is quite lucky. Wow. The girls immediately cheered, pushing to get closer. Some pinched Lin Wanwan's cheeks while others ruffled her hair. As expected of our class darling. So cute and lucky. Wanwan, you're amazing. The second person in our class to awaken talent. Lin Wanwan was squeezed around, but still tried to stand firm, her little face showing a hint of shy happiness. She scratched her cheek with her fingertip, her voice soft-eye. I will use my talent well, and I will definitely protect. Hao Chen looked up at the sky. The sun was directly overhead. It was 10:30. Although they had wasted a bit of time, they had gained a talent, and this talent was exactly what they needed now. Moreover, Lin Wanwan's talent for life perception could help in detecting. If they needed to search a certain area, they could let Lin Wanwan help detect, first confirming there was no danger before proceeding to search inside. This way it would not only protect the girls, but also gather supplies. It was a win-win situation, wasn't it? Alright everyone, Hao Chen gently clapped his hands. Let's set off. With Wanwan's perception, our exploration will be much safer, and we can quickly resolve today's issue of food and clothing. Go, go, go. A girl raised her fist, finally showing the first genuine smile of the day. With Wanwan's skill, we finally don't have to be so anxious. It's like finding a needle in a haystack effortlessly. Teaching building no. 1. This campus was large. They walked for 10 minutes before reaching teaching building no. 1. Moreover, looking ahead, it seemed they would need to walk for another half an hour to reach the cafeteria. Hao Chen looked at the surrounding dead trees and fallen leaves, and then at the eerily quiet teaching building before turning to Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan, you should use your ability first to see if there is any danger in teaching building now. 1. If there's none, we can search for supplies. Lin Wanwan nodded gently, and then began to use her grade A talent life perception. Focusing on Lin Wanwan, she closed her eyes and released waves of perceptive ripples. At this moment, she sensed several red dots within teaching building now. 1. And these red dots were regular monsters. However, the color of the red dots was not very intense, but rather faint, indicating that the regular monsters inside were only low-level wanderers. The next moment, Lin Wanwan slowly opened her eyes. There are some inside, but not many. They are all low-level wanderers. We can defeat them with our current abilities. Hearing Lin Wanwan's report, Hao Chen nodded. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Qin Mingyao were leaning beside Hao Chen, listening to his orders. The danger level is low, so everyone can search with peace of mind. If there are monsters, I will eliminate them at the first opportunity. Everything is under my control, so everyone stay calm. Just remember, don't leave my side until the monsters are cleared. This teaching building is divided into classrooms, teachers' offices, small meeting rooms, laboratories, equipment rooms, and even a library. There are many places to search, but how many useful resources can be found depends on their luck. The first floor has 4 classrooms and 1 teacher's office. Fortunately, there are no signs of regular monsters on this floor. Everyone can search with peace of mind. At this moment, Su Wanqing led half of the girls into the first classroom to search. Su Wanqing's personal charm and charisma are evident, and she is one of the school beauties along with Yi Bingbing and Qin Yufei. Not only is she the daughter of a school board member, but she also has fair skin, long black hair, and a height of 172 centimeters, making her quite popular among the girls. There are many abandoned desks and chairs in this classroom. If they have tools or demolition-type skills, these desks and chairs can be transformed into more materials. After all, materials are everywhere, but it is indeed a headache that there is currently nothing to dismantle or decompose. Sujia, come quickly and take a look. A girl with a ponytail ran over holding something, her eyes sparkling. 5 school uniforms. All in our size, not a hint of mold, just like new. Oh wait, there's something in the pocket. She carefully pulled out an energy bar from the pocket of the school uniform, as if holding a rare treasure. Not expired. Really not expired. Su Wanqing took the energy bar and glanced at it, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of her mouth. She patted the girl's shoulder. Well done. Let's continue searching, bring back anything useful. Remember, the system backpack has a limit of 30 pounds, so prioritize high-value items like medicine, food, and tools. Understood. After the girls dispersed, the sound of rummaging came from the lockers. Before long, someone stood up holding a few sportswear items, but frowned and tugged at the collar. This fabric is so rough. It's itchy against the skin. I wish I had something to wear underneath. A girl trying on a school uniform next to her rolled her eyes. Having something to wear is better than nothing. You're being picky. Oh, isn't it better than being naked? Ugh. You didn't see how Hao Chen is every day, full of energy like nothing else. I saw, another girl leaned in with a mischievous smile. He's much better than my ex-boyfriend from the new energy company. Hey sisters, do you think I should go to his bed tonight to apologize? Before she could finish, someone poked her forehead. Stop it. Did you forget how Jiangnan scolded us today? She ditched us, and now has the nerve to approach. That's true. The girl rubbed her forehead, retracting her neck awkwardly. Forget it, let's find supplies, time is tight. The casual conversation ended here as they swiftly returned to the search. On the second floor, through Lin Wanwan's detection skill, it was discovered that there is a wraith on this floor, but its location is currently unknown. Hao Chen walked ahead, gathering a blade of light in his hand, carefully moving while occasionally glancing back at the girls behind him. Everyone stay quiet. There's no need to worry with me around. Teacher Qin Mengyao nodded, gently, closely following Hao Chen. As they reached the corner and passed by a teacher's office, they saw the wraith floating in midair through the window. At this moment, the wraith was not in a dormant state. It was floating around carefreely. When it noticed the humans outside the window, it charged forward. A dark aura drifted behind it, and it wore an expressionless face, appearing pale. Many girls hugged Hao Chen tightly when they saw it rushing over, as if clinging to a lifeline. And in the next second, Hao Chen calmly swung the blade of light, and as it pierced through the wraith's chest, the wraith transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. This process was resolved in less than 5 seconds. When teacher Qin Mingyao opened her eyes, she realized the wraith that had just tried to charge was already gone. She heard Hao Chen's steady and reassuring voice. Everyone, don't worry, it's dealt with. The great light blade can easily defeat it. After seeing this, the tension in the girl's shoulders slowly relaxed. At this moment, Hao Chen found himself surrounded by beautiful girls unable to move. Soft, fragrant, tender. The air was filled with the unique scent of young girls. What just poked me? As soon as he said this, the girls quickly turned their gazes toward him. And at that moment, Hao Chen glanced at the ceiling, pretending to be nonchalant. The girls in the class saw Hao Chen's demeanor, and their shyness became apparent. Even the usually cold and aloof Qin Mengyao had a blush on her face. They were so close that they momentarily forgot that Hao Chen was a boy. Sorry, this can't be blamed on me. Hao Chen paused, then coughed twice. Alright, instead of discussing this, we should hurry to find supplies. The second floor has been cleared, and we can explore for a bit. Upon hearing Hao Chen's command, the girls reluctantly let go and prepared to leave. At this moment, Jiangnan chuckled. Solved in a second, just as I expected from my good brother and husband. Let's go search for some items. Jiangnan smiled, resting her hand on Hao Chen's shoulder, linking arms as they walked. Teacher Qin Mengyao was the first to enter the office and began searching. After all, she had been a teacher before and naturally knew where to find supplies. The desk in this office was covered in dust, and there was an iron storage cabinet beside it with some books on each teacher's desk. She pulled open the door of the iron storage cabinet and the drawers. Inside was a relatively intact jacket and a t-shirt. Although they were rather thin, at least they could be worn, and in the drawer there was a bodycon skirt along with a pack of unopened purple stockings. This. Can't there be some decent clothes? What if it gets cold later? Wearing a bodycon skirt and stockings won't keep me warm. A pair of jeans would be fine. There's nothing underneath. Wearing this bodycon skirt and stockings is no different from not wearing anything at all. Qin Mingyao looked at the bodycon skirt and the stockings in her hands, her face full of shyness. Forget it. The urgent matter is to accept this for now. Although there are no bras or underwear, having clothes is better than nothing. She shyly opened the unopened stockings and slowly put them on. Her healthy and pink toes looked even more alluring through the stockings. After putting on the bodycon skirt, her full hips were now accentuated. Although there was no undergarment from the outside, it looked no different from usual. However, if she crouched down, that scene would be revealed. Meanwhile, Hao Chen, Jiang Nan, and the other girls were searching the classroom. This classroom, like the first floor, had several school uniforms, and they also found some shorts. The contact of shorts and jackets gave them a bit of a sense of security. At least they wouldn't have to walk around the school and dormitory corridors naked. Although they hadn't found much clothing, yet they had at least shed their primitive status. Hao Chen, searching in the corner, had a grin stretching from ear to ear. What a beautiful view. I call this scene an A-grade scenic spot. After Lin Wanwan put on her shorts, her full hips were also accentuated, and her fair legs looked exceptionally tempting. However, when she tried to zip up the jacket, it got stuck. Ugh, developed too well. This jacket is a bit tight. I can't zip it up. Lin Wanwan tried again with all her might, but to no avail. If she forced it, it would probably burst open in no time. Fortunately, another girl swapped jackets with her, and this time Lin Wanwan was finally able to zip it up. Just as Hao Chen was enjoying the view, a scream came from the location between the second floor stairs and the restroom. Off. Help. The girl in question was Li Chinka, who had been teased for mining every day. She originally wanted to use the restroom, but discovered a wraith floating inside. Help! Help! Who? Who can come help me? Li Chinka, frightened, fell to the ground, looking despairingly at the wraith floating toward her. At this moment, the wraith extended its hands, slowly approaching Li Chinka. The anxious Li Chinka, having slipped and fallen to the ground, could only look at the wraith in despair. Without any means of defense, she was like a weak chick. Moreover, now that she was far from the wooden bed, and without any protection, and Hao Chen was not by her side, she could only wait for death. I don't want to die. Who? Who can come to save me? Tears welled up in Li Kink's eyes as her face turned pale with panic. Just then, two sharp blades of light swiftly cut through the air. As the wraith was about to touch Li Chinka, the two blades of light pierced through its body, as if executing heavenly punishment, reducing it to nothingness. The wraith's face gradually twisted, and then transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Seeing the wraith vanish before her, the fear on Li Kink's face began to fade, yet her heart continued to race rapidly. At this moment, Hao Chen's footsteps approached from behind her, and Li Chinka gently raised her head to look back. Hao Chen squatted slightly, and reached out his hand, asking, "Are you hurt? If anything feels uncomfortable, you can tell me. That monster has been dealt with, so no need to worry." Li Chinka nodded gently, a faint blush appearing on her face as she placed her palm in Hao Chen's hand. Hao Chen's hand was warm and caring. After helping Li Chinka up, she dusted off her clothes. Meanwhile, several girls who heard the commotion came running over. Song Jia, seeing Li Kink's appearance, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Li Chinka, you're not thinking of hiding in the bathroom to mine again, are you?" Hao Chen said not to wander so far. "Why don't you listen? If it weren't for Hao Chen, you might not be here now." Hearing Song Jia's teasing, Li Kink's face showed signs of anger as she waved her hand gently in warning. "Song Jia, at such a time you're still joking about me. Just wait, you'll have a hard time tonight." Upon hearing the threat, Song Jia stuck out her tongue and turned to search in the nearby classroom. When the girls in the class saw that Li Chinka was unharmed, they returned to the classroom with peace of mind, continuing to search for supplies. At this moment, only Hao Chen and Li Chinka remained at the stairwell. Hao Chen could see the favorability points floating above her head. 656870. The favorability points were continuously rising. I didn't expect that saving her would result in such a spike in favorability points. At this time, Li Chinka shyly raised her head, looking at Hao Chen. He noticed her hands were behind her back, her toes nervously fidgeting on the ground. Thank you, Hao Chen. If there's anything I can help in the future, just call me. I will do my best to assist you. After all, you saved my life." Li Chinka said this with a flushed face, and then shyly ran away. She covered her hot face with her hands as she entered the classroom, trying to quickly blend into the search team. As she left, Hao Chen could still see her favorability points continuously rising. Just a few words boosted it to 80. While the favorability points from the hero saving the beauty scenario increased this much. In fact, Li Chinka was not bad either. She was well developed, and her looks rivaled those of Yi Bingbing and others, yet she was often teased as the mining girl. "So you don't have to worry with me around, you won't need to mine anymore." Hao Chen puffed out his chest, relishing this moment of glory. The rest of the time, Hao Chen did not head to the third floor, primarily because he had already exhausted the uses of his light blade. If he encountered another wraith without any tools to eliminate it, that would be a suicidal act. On the other hand, the items everyone had gathered were nearly filling their backpacks. The materials they were wearing and had collected were stored in the system backpack. Although this trip was a bit dangerous, it was fortunate that they had gained a lot. Not only did they collect supplies, but Lin Wanwan in the class also awakened her innate skills. With these they had enough, and the remaining time was to return to the dormitory to synthesize materials and enrich their current lives. On the first floor, Su Wanqing led half of the girls in the class to search for classrooms. They collected a total of 60 uniforms and 30 pairs of shorts along with 30 chocolate energy bars, temporarily solving the food issue. Though it was little, it was better than nothing. The chocolate energy bars were high in calories and provided decent nutrition, but the only downside was their quantity was too small to be enough. As for clothing, while they didn't find any inner layers, they did find jackets and shorts which everyone could wear to sleep at night to fend off the cold wind. The remaining items were some miscellaneous materials. For example, some empty bottles could be used to store water, and some textbooks could be used as fuel. In cold weather, they could use these to start a fire and warm themselves. Additionally, those old curtains in the classrooms could be dismantled into bandages or used to block the dormitory windows to avoid some unknown dangers. Half an hour later, everyone had gathered on the first floor of Building 1. Each of them was wearing uniforms and shorts, with the most eye-catching being teacher Qin Mingyao. Her long, beautiful legs paired with stockings were simply perfect. Moreover, with the addition of the body-hugging pants, her figure appeared even more voluptuous. Since there were no inner layers, Qin Mingyao always felt a breeze passing by. It was quite chilly. Seeing everyone dressed up and smiling, Hao Chen said, "Let's head back first. We need to organize the materials and synthesize them as soon as possible to get our rhythm back on track." The girls all nodded in agreement, their expressions showing recognition. Their gazes toward Hao Chen had changed from when they first arrived. Especially Lin Wanwan and Li Chinka. These two had received Hao Chen's attention. His gentle care made Lin Wanwan's frustration disappear, and his heroic act saved Li Qing's life. Currently, both of their favorability points had reached 80. It wouldn't be long before Hao Chen's bed would be unable to accommodate everyone. Dormitory 701, everyone took out all the materials and placed them against the wall of the dormitory. Lin Wanwan acted as the reporter. Looking at the supplies on the floor, she carefully said, "This time we set out, we collected 6 old curtains, 2 boxes of mineral water, 30 energy bars, some paper waste, 6 discarded tables, and chairs, 10 blankets, 60 uniforms, and 30 pairs of shorts. We also picked up 60 branches and 40 stones on the way. That's all we have, Hao Chen. Can you see if there's anything else?" After listening to Lin Wanwan's report, Hao Chen nodded gently. "The haul this time is quite good. We found clothing and some food. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we managed to develop this much by the next day. Moreover, Lin Wanwan awakened her innate talent, making it a good start, at least allowing us to go further. Therefore, we need to use the remaining time to synthesize materials and decompose them." Hao Chen turned to face everyone, then picked up an old window. "Next, I will decompose and synthesize materials. Everyone can watch my operation." Hao Chen placed the old curtains into his personal system backpack, and then moved them to the system's decomposition table. Decomposing large items takes a long time, but for items like old curtains, it only took about 10 seconds to complete the decomposition. When the old curtains were decomposed into 5 pieces of cloth and 2 ropes, Hao Chen picked up the stones and sticks they had collected on the way. 1 stone combined with 1 stick and 2 ropes could synthesize a simple hammer. With a simple hammer, they could start breaking things. However, as it was a simple tool, its durability was only 15 uses. For the discarded tables and chairs they had found today, it could only break 15 of them. But for their current progress, that was already enough. After half a minute, the simple hammer appeared in Hao Chen's hand. "Now with this thing we can knock on the discarded tables and chairs. Zhang Yaya, do you want to try the new tool?" Zhang Yaya took the simple hammer. Hao Chen handed her, a hint of excitement appearing on her face. She rolled up her sleeves, and under the gaze of the girls approached the discarded tables and chairs. "Alright, let's see how effective this so-called simple hammer is." Zhang Yaya was vigorously striking the abandoned tables and chairs in front of her with a simple hammer. The discarded furniture gradually crumbled under the blows of the hammer, but it was not a task that could be accomplished in one strike. It required multiple hits. After approximately 15 strikes, the first abandoned table and chair completely disintegrated. The materials revealed were an ordinary wooden board and 2 rusty nails. Seeing the materials on the ground, Zhang Yaya couldn't help but curl her lip. 2 rusty nails and a piece of ordinary wood from a discarded table and chair. That's just too little, isn't it? To upgrade to a level 2 wooden bed, 5 wooden boards and 10 nails are needed. With 36 people in the class, how long will this take? However, Zhang Yaya did not feel discouraged by this. Instead, she continued to strike the next abandoned table. After all, she knew that the materials in the early stages were quite precious. A wooden bed was akin to a sanctuary. Without sufficient materials, it could not be upgraded. Thus, to survive, their urgent task was to gather more materials to upgrade the wooden bed to withstand the nightly attacks of those rule-based monsters. As Zhang Yaya was striking the abandoned furniture, several girls who usually played and joked with her joined her side. Song Jia, Li Chinka, and Jiang Nen all wielded simple hammers to help Zhang Yaya speed up the decomposition of these materials. Meanwhile, Hao Chen distributed the materials he had collected today among the girls, allowing them to synthesize on their own. Mastering the synthesis of materials and familiarizing themselves with the system rules was essential for better survival. The girls in the class began to synthesize the most basic weapon, the stone blade. It only required a stone and a wooden stick to create. It could not only cut rope, but also carve wood. Although its durability was only 5 uses, it provided some basic attack power. Currently they did not have metal sheets, and could not synthesize the iron blade, so they had to make do with it. When the stone blades were made, the girls in the class let out a sigh of relief. Finally we have a proper knife. Oh, at least we're not empty-handed anymore. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao, the only teacher in the class, began assigning roles. She divided the girls into 3 groups with 6 girls in each unit. The first group would decompose materials to provide the necessary components for subsequent tool synthesis. The second group would use the materials collected today to synthesize weapons such as stone blades and stone axes, while the third group would craft more simple hammers and strike abandoned tables and chairs to obtain wooden boards and rusty nails. After an hour, they had completely struck down the wooden beds from the neighboring dormitory. They had gathered a total of 20 wooden boards and 36 rusty nails. Moreover, now, every girl in the class had a stone blade, which provided them with some combat power. Next was their system backpack. Due to the large number of school uniforms and shorts collected, they could decompose some of them, and combined with old curtains they acquired a small amount of fabric and rope. Starting from Hao Chen, the storage capacity of Jiang, Nan Qin Mingyao, Su Wanqing Zhang Yaya, and other system backpacks increased by 5 slots. They upgraded their simple system backpacks to level 2. Although the storage space was not much, it was still quite good for the early stages. After completing these tasks, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Each girl sat on her own bed, sipping the remaining mineral water. Every 2 girls shared an energy bar. Although it was little, at least there was something to eat. Hao Chen's double bed was now covered with a blanket, so they wouldn't have to lie on the hard wooden boards at night. Hao Chen was drinking the remaining half of the mineral water, and then turned his gaze to the girls in the class. Now everyone had already put on their clothes, and there was no more beautiful scenery to admire. Seeing this scene, Hao Chen felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Sigh indeed, after achieving some things one still regrets, especially when one can no longer see that A-level scenery. Hao Chen lamented inwardly while gazing at the affection values floating above everyone's heads. Lin Wanwan currently had an affection value of 82. She was probably already restless. Moreover, when Hao Chen looked at her, Lin Wanwan's eyes kept dodging. He could clearly see a faint blush on her adorable little face. Her petite height of about 1.5 meters combined with her twin tails made her appear even more plump and cute. Hao Chen suddenly recalled the scene when she couldn't zip up her coat. No wonder she has such a generous figure. Next was Li Chinka. Because Hao Chen saved her, her affection value currently stood at 81. It wouldn't be long before she would obediently come to her bed seeking comfort. At this moment, Hao Chen noticed an unexpected person. It was the proud school beauty Yi Bingbing, whose affection value fluctuated dramatically. It fluctuated between 78 and 64, then after 2 or 3 seconds it rose to 84, and then dropped to 42. What the heck? What is this proud school beauty Yi Bingbing thinking? Her affection value rises and falls abruptly. Sigh, the heart of a woman is truly unfathomable, especially for this kind of character. Even when given water, she is reluctant and has to sneakily drink outside. Hao Chen shook his head, slowly expressing his helplessness. Hao Chen, open your mouth. At this moment a voice echoed in his ear. Hao Chen turned his head and found it was Jiang. Jiang Nan had a chocolate bar in her mouth, and she shot him a seductive glance. Shall we see who can finish it? Are you brave enough? Looking at Jiang Nan's blushing expression, Hao Chen licked his dry lips. Hao Chen gently bit the other end of the chocolate bar and began to chew it closer. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was also diligently eating her chocolate bar, moving closer to Hao Chen. The distance between them grew closer, and their eyes locked in a dazed gaze. The girls in the class were naturally watching their actions. Many of them flushed upon seeing this scene, and some teased, saying, "In broad daylight, spreading dog food, you too. Knowing we aren't full yet, you're still feeding us dog food, aren't you?" At this moment, Qin Mingyao was also sitting on Hao Chen's bed, looking shyly at her 2 students engaging in such intimate actions. Getting closer and blushing, Qin Mingyao touched her flushed cheeks, and then gently shifted her gaze. Kissing. I haven't even tried that myself. What does that feeling even feel like? Every day is either teaching or on the way to teach. When would I have time to find a boyfriend or seek excitement? Qin Mingyio's gaze shifted back to Hao Chen and Jiang Nan. The chocolate bar was now down to only 5 centimeters, and their distance was extremely close. They were almost about to kiss mouth to mouth. As the chocolate bar reached its last segment, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth. She gently leaned forward, devouring the remaining chocolate bar, and actively meeting Hao Chen's kiss. As their warm lips touched, the girls in the class let out a few surprised gasps. Behind them, the English teacher Qin Mingyao gazed at the scene of the 2 kissing with a dazed expression. Both of their faces displayed an intoxicated look, and one could see Jiang Nan's shy face and her action of pushing her short hair behind her ears. Jiang Nan pushed Hao Chen against the bed in a domineering posture, kissing him and savoring this moment of ecstasy. Just as they were about to take the next step, the system's voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Tonight's special attention has been drawn to the bed space that has been locked. Survivors on this wooden bed should be cautious as they are highly likely to be repeatedly attacked by wandering entities. Once this message faded, a faint light illuminated the dormitory. The one who was locked was the class literary committee member Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan noticed a soft glow surrounding her wooden bed. The blushing expression she had just from seeing Hao Chen and Jiangnan kiss was now frozen. Locking? What does that mean? There's a high probability of being attacked by the wandering ones. Panic and tears appeared on Lin Wanwan's face. She didn't know what to do now. If she stayed in her bed, she would be attacked tonight, as the system had warned. At that moment, her protection value would completely collapse, leaving her vulnerable to the attacks of rule-based monsters. Moreover, her talent ability was not offensive, it was merely a scouting skill. Faced with a dozen wandering ones, she not only had no way to fight back, but even her classmates around her were unable to repel them. Panic and grievance erupted within Lin Wanwan. She curled up on the bed, hugging her knees while gazing in Hao Chen's direction. Hao Chen would naturally not give up on any female classmate. As the dormitory leader, he naturally had to take responsibility for the situation. Currently, there were 3 people in his bed: Qin Ming, Yao, and Jiang Nan. Qin Ming Yao's wooden bed was infested with mold and mushrooms, making it impossible to sleep, and Jiang Nan already had her own bed, but she chose to sleep on his bed due to her talent for having many children. Hao Chen looked at Jiang Nan, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Jiang Nan, I'll let you suffer tonight and sleep in your own bed. We can start the process of having children in a few days, but for now we need to protect our classmates first. Jiang Nan nodded at Hao Chen's words. Then you must keep your word. In a few days we can start that. Once we have children we can. Better survive here. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, she threw him a flirtatious glance and returned to her wooden bed under his gaze. Meanwhile, Hao Chen waved towards Lin Wanwan. Right now the beds in the class can only accommodate 1 person. Only my bed can fit 2 to 3 people. Your wooden bed is locked tonight, so you can't stay there. If you don't mind, you can sleep with me for a night. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, Lin Wanwan's toes touched the ground. She took small steps to Hao Chen's bedside. From Hao Chen's perspective, a girl with plump fair thighs stood before him shyly, placing her hands behind her back with a flushed face. Then, I'll trouble you tonight, Hao Chen. After Lin Wanwan finished speaking, she gently placed her hands on Hao Chen's bed and climbed up. Her double ponytails cascaded down like a waterfall, and under the sunset Lin Wanwan's face appeared rosy and beautiful. At this moment Lin Wanwan lay beside Hao Chen, her heart racing. She never expected that one day she would sleep next to Hao Chen. Moreover, he was the first to help her when she faced difficulties. It's hard not to let a naive girl fall for him. Hao Chen turned to look at Lin Wanwan lying beside him. Her face was flushed, displaying a nervous expression. Her nervous thighs rubbed against each other, the fair skin reflecting a faint glow under the sunset. What's wrong? Is something uncomfortable? If you're thirsty, I still have half a bottle of water here. Facing Hao Chen's concern, Lin Wanwan shook her head. She stammered, this is still my first time sleeping on the same bed with a boy, and it's you, Hao Chen. After speaking, Lin Wanwan covered her burning cheeks with her small hands, not daring to meet Hao Chen's gaze. Hao Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this, and then lay down as well. After a long day of exhaustion, it felt wonderful to lie comfortably, especially with a shy girl and a voluptuous teacher beside him. I understand the first time sleeping with a boy, but what does the latter part mean? Lin Wanwan did not dare to speak loudly. Instead, she leaned close to Hao Chen's ear and said in a voice that was audible, because I also like you. After finishing, she bit her soft pink lips, unsure if her directness was right or wrong. But being able to express her feelings, the stone in Lin Wanwan's heart finally fell at that moment. Her fondness for Hao Chen was not solely due to his physical development, rather it stemmed from her admiration for him during their time at school and his performance today. Usually whenever there was a performance, Hao Chen was the first to sign up, preventing her from experiencing the embarrassment of no one volunteering. Furthermore, his understanding nature meant that he would comfort her during her moments of frustration and despair. All these factors made Lin Wanwan very interested in and fond of the boy before her. Hao Chen was taken aback by her confession, then smiled slightly. Thank you for your affections. So, what are your plans? I won't force you, but depends on your personal wishes. Lin Wanwan shyly and slowly replied, my answer is, I am willing to engage in that kind of activity with you. This is not only related to the entire class, but also to our future development. Regarding having children, I certainly cannot do it alone. So, if possible, you can also cherish me. Her response was clear, as she was willing to offer and submit to Hao Chen. When Hao Chen looked at Lin Wanwan again, her favorability level had skyrocketed to 91. It was just in the 80s not long ago, and now it had jumped directly to 90. This girl indeed had a crush on me before, but she was too shy to express it. Now, thanks to this incident, she has laid her cards on the table and made her intentions clear. Hao Chen replied with feigned calmness. Okay, I understand. I will not let you down. The night slowly descended at this moment. Everyone lay on their beds, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere at night was extremely terrifying, almost in a state where one could not see their hand before their face. Only the protective value supported by the wooden bed could be seen. Lin Wanwan was tightly pressed against Hao Chen, her gaze fixed on her wooden bed, not far away. Hao Chen could sense Lin Wanwan's anxiety, and he gently stroked her head. Don't worry, everything is under control with me. Hearing Hao Chen's reassurance, Lin Wanwan finally relaxed, resting her head snugly on Hao Chen's shoulder. Soft and warm, this made Hao Chen feel like he had reached the pinnacle of life. Also, teacher Qin Meng Yao was leaning beside him. Although not as closely connected as Lin Wanwan, she still exhibited a demeanor of seeking comfort. Unfortunately, teacher Qin Meng Yao's favorability level towards him was only 60 at the moment. If he wanted to pursue her, he would need to perform better. He must achieve many children to attain the desired effect. After all, talent cannot be wasted. Only through adept application can one gradually become stronger. Bang! At that moment, the wooden door of their dormitory was violently kicked open. At the door appeared more than 20 wandering ones, a number even greater than the first day. As the wraiths entered their dormitory, everyone turned to look at the floating apparitions. All covered their mouths, trying to suppress any sounds, their eyes filled with terror. When the wraiths approached Lin Wanwan's wooden bed, they began their relentless assault. Dozens of wraiths attacked in turn, causing the bed's protection value to plummet from 100 to 35, and then down to 0. As the protection barrier shattered, the wraiths swiftly dismantled Lin Wanwan's bed. Their sole purpose was to dismantle the wooden bed, leaving more survivors without a place to sleep at night, thus becoming their nourishment. Lin Wanwan, lying on Hao Chen's bed, felt wronged as she watched her bed being destroyed. My bed. Just like that, it's gone. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Hao Chen, moved by Lin Wanwan's pitiful gaze, felt a surge of sympathy. He gently patted her head and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, you can sleep here as long as you want, I won't mind. Once I gather more materials, I can help you make a new bed." Hearing Hao Chen's reassurance, Lin Wanwan looked at him. She nodded, resembling a comforted little kitten. Meanwhile, the other girls curled up on their beds, fixated on the floating wraiths. During this time, some wraiths collided with the beds of a few girls. Fortunately, the protection value dropped only slightly, not reaching a dangerous level. After half an hour, over 20 wraiths left the dormitory in unison. Although the girls' bed protection values did not decrease significantly, one bed was lost. However, it was unavoidable. Lin Wanwan's bed was marked. It seemed that for now she had to sleep with him, but judging by the situation, Lin Wanwan seemed to have no objections. She lay obediently in his arms, breathing evenly and peacefully asleep. The sweet fragrance surrounding her, reminiscent of milk, gradually wafted into Hao Chen's nose. It was now confirmed that Jiang Nan and Lin Wanwan were both willing to undergo the process of bearing children with him. As long as they conceived, the speed of upgrading the bed would accelerate, and the overall attributes would strengthen. It seemed that the primary task was not just to gather resources for upgrading the bed, but also to engage in a significant life event with the vibrant female classmates. The night passed quickly, with everyone peacefully asleep. The wraiths only patrolled for 30 minutes, causing minimal damage. On the morning of the third day, Hao Chen woke from his dreams and found something vibrant before him as soon as he opened his eyes. The lively form was constantly expanding and contracting, changing with each breath. At that moment, Lin Wanwan looked adorable as she lightly rested one foot on Hao Chen's thigh, her arms clinging to his waist. She was very close, almost inseparable, and on the other side, teacher Qin Meng Yao was likewise. Both of them mirrored the same actions, tightly surrounding Hao Chen in the center. I mean, don't girls always like to hug something while they sleep? Why is it that every time I wake up in the morning, I'm treated like a giant toy for them to embrace? As Hao Chen tried to pull his arms free, he found himself firmly locked in place once again. Sigh. Hao Chen sighed, helplessly staring at the ceiling. After all, waking them now might provoke their anger, especially since the girls had exerted considerable effort yesterday. It would be best to let them rest a bit longer. After a while, the two girls slowly released their grip, allowing Hao Chen some space to move. Sunlight enveloped Lin Wanwan, and the warmth felt comfortable. Coupled with the blanket under Hao Chen's bed, it was simply delightful. At that moment, Hao Chen had reached the corridor, and it was now 7 a.m. The girls in the class were still resting. Hao Chen looked towards the distant cafeteria and various buildings, unable to help but furrow his brow. Currently, food and water are still insufficient. The mineral water can temporarily be solved by turning waste into treasure, but it's still not enough. Next is the materials. Right now they are all basic, and I must quickly gather more materials. Just then the daily entries refreshed. A level entry: reinforcement specialist effect 50 reduction in materials required to upgrade the wooden bed. A level entry: battle frenzy effect restores 10 protection value for each monster killed. Effective for the entire area. Level entry monster whisper effect can understand what monsters are saying as sometimes provides special or attack information. Hao Chen stared at the 3 refreshed entries momentarily taken aback. The entries today were quite interesting, especially the last one, monster whisper. He could actually hear what the monsters were. If I can hear the information exchange between monsters, it could be a decent source of intelligence, perhaps leading to more resources. Hao Chen nodded in agreement, and then looked at the other 2 entries. Reinforcement specialist. This is pretty good too, reducing materials needed for bed upgrades by 50. As long as I have enough materials, and with this entry upgrading all the girls' beds will be a breeze. The other level entry was Battle Frenzy. Each monster killed would restore 10 of the protection value, and it was effective for everyone. Wow, all 3 are quite good. But how should I choose? Hao Chen pondered, considering that the entries refreshed daily lay the groundwork for future success. In such a situation, one cannot afford to be careless. While Battle Frenzy is good, we currently lack suitable weapons to eliminate monsters. As for Monster Whisper, even though it allows us to hear what monsters are saying, yielding more intel, it's crucial to focus on upgrading the bed and gathering supplies right now. That direction must not change, nor will it. This is about the safety of all the girls in the class. With this in mind, Hao Chen decisively chose reinforcement. Upgrading the wooden bed and collecting resources is the way forward. And also breeding. Just then a girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out from the dormitory entrance. She looked slightly flushed and dreamy from just waking up. Hao Chen, why are you up so early? I thought you had disappeared. The speaker was Lin Wan, her voice sweet and milky. She took small steps to Hao Chen's back and wrapped her arms around him. Soft and sweet sensations rushed into Hao Chen's back. Hao Chen, I also want. Experience the feeling of a kiss. Although I can't immediately start that with you, if possible, I would like to offer you my first kiss. Right here, can we do a morning kiss? Faced with Lin Wan's morning invitation, Hao Chen hesitated. He watched Lin Wan close her eyes, standing on tiptoe, and licked his dry lips. Lin Wan was indeed very cute, not only speaking in a sweet voice, but also appearing perfect in every way. At that moment, she stood on tiptoe, looking up as if waiting for a response. The 2 people standing in the corridor were unaware that the classmates inside the dormitory had already woken up. Zhou Xiao gently poked her head out, choosing not to reveal too much of herself, instead eavesdropping against the wall. Zhou Xiao was well known in the class as the gossip queen. She was the first to know all the class news. Not only was she talkative, but she also enjoyed shipping couples. When it's time for gossip, she was quicker than a puppy's nose. At that moment, an ambiguous atmosphere was developing between Hao Chen and Lin Wan in the corridor. Noticing Zhou Xiao's demeanor, many female classmates knew there was gossip to be had. They tiptoed over to her side and whispered, "What's going on? Is there a big scoop, eh?" Zhou Xiao warily placed her finger in front of her lips. "Shh, quiet. Our dorm leader Hao Chen and the arts representative Wan are outside in the corridor. It seems like they're about to kiss." Upon hearing the word kiss, the faces of many girls lit up with excitement. Moreover, when they learned that the girl was Lin Wan, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of their mouths. Before they even crossed into this world, they could see that Lin Wan had a crush on Hao Chen. Every time there was an event, Hao Chen was always keen to participate, never leaving Lin Wan in a difficult position. It was hard not to feel that these 2 were secretly in love with each other. The current scene only reinforced their thought. Sure enough, there's a chance. Lin Wan likes Hao Chen, and she seeks a kiss for comfort early in the morning. Oh my gosh, it's a big scoop. A big scoop indeed. Seeing that Hao Chen didn't respond, Lin Wan extended her arms, seeking an embrace. Actually, I don't mind. If you don't want to now, that's fine. In any case, your talent for offspring will be something I participate in, and I will do my best to help you with it, so your answer is. Just as Lin Wan finished speaking, she felt a wave of warmth at her lips. It was Hao Chen. His hands had tightly embraced her, their lips meeting in contact, the warm and moist sensation instantly stimulating Lin Wan's nerves. She was momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss, but during their mutual kissing, she felt an intoxicating sensation. It was very warm and comfortable. As the 2 embraced and kissed, Zhou Xiao gently poked her head out. Seeing the 2 passionately kissing, she covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. This scene was simply, and they're really into it. Just now I also heard Lin Wan mention participating in Hao Chen's offspring talent. From the looks of it, they seem to, and they're really into it. Just now I also heard Lin Wan mention participating in Hao Chen's offspring talent. From the looks of it, they seem to have confirmed their relationship. Jiangnan ranks first, Lin Wan second. My heavens, I didn't expect Hao Chen to win over 2 girls in such a short time. What a lucky guy. Zhou Xiao's excited words instantly reached the ears of the girls. It also reached the recently awakened Jiang Nan's ears. Kissing. Wan seeking comfort in the morning. Jiang Nan was initially taken aback, then a hint of anger appeared on her face. Her anger was not because Lin Wan was stealing her man, and after all, Hao Chen's offspring talent could not be accomplished by her alone. But how could the morning kiss not involve her? Jiang Nan strode confidently past the gossiping girls. As the gossip queen Zhou Xiao knew that another big scoop was coming when she saw Jiang Nan's expression. Looking at this, it seems Lin Wan is in trouble. Is it a rivalry between two women, or... Zhou Xiao thought to herself as she saw Jiang Nan already leaving the dorm and approaching Hao Chen. Let me see what will happen. Zhou Xiao initially thought she would witness two girls competing for attention, but unexpectedly, Hao Chen was actually handling both. Hao Chen temporarily left Lin Wan and then kissed Jiang Nan. This scene was simply overwhelming. One on the left, one on the right. Wow. Zhou Xiao's eyes were filled with shock. Although she didn't see the scene she had hoped for, she did witness a fiery moment. At this point, the gossip crowd no longer hid their excitement, gathering at the dormitory entrance and boasting. The dorm leader's life is truly lavish. Indeed, Hao Chen in front of you, one is a tomboy, and the other is a gentle and caring arts representative. If these two take turns, wouldn't that be? Hao Chen, a man must not say he cannot do it, you all better work hard. The laughter of the girls filled the air, some shyly joking as they watched the scene. When Lin Wan saw the crowd of girls at the dormitory door, she shyly buried her head into Hao Chen's shoulder, displaying a bashful demeanor. As a good friend, Jiang Nan disregarded the teasing and boasting of the crowd. She adjusted Hao Chen's chin with her hand, aiming to align it with her lips. Sorry sisters, I'll enjoy this first. A smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Nan's mouth as she kissed Hao Chen again. By the time Hao Chen finally managed to escape from the encirclement of the two girls, it was already 8 in the morning. He wiped his lips, which still held the sensations of both Jiang Nan's fervor and Lin Wan's tenderness. Alright, if we keep kissing we won't get any work done today. Hao Chen cleared his throat and began distributing supplies and arranging tasks. He used the ability, Transform Waste into Treasure, to restore the second box of empty mineral water bottles he had found yesterday. Once the ability was activated, fresh water surged forth from the empty bottles. Hao Chen distributed it to each female classmate. As each female classmate comfortably enjoyed the hard-earned water on their beds, teacher Qin Meng Yao walked over. She looked at Hao Chen and calmly said, "What are the plans for today? Are we going to search for supplies, or?" Hao Chen smiled slightly, not choosing to answer immediately. After all, he had already thought of a strategy the night before. The abandoned dormitory on the 6th floor had old wooden beds, and there were materials available to make simple hammers, so today's task was to be carried out in 2 batches. The first batch of girls would handle the abandoned dormitory on the 6th floor, which had already been checked for regular monsters they could safely knock. The other batch would follow him out a day. They would still be heading to Building 1. They had only searched 2 floors yesterday, and the 3rd and 4th floors had yet to be explored. Moreover, he had kept an eye out yesterday. The 3rd floor had something special since there were several big characters at the corner of the stairs. Please stop here. Since he had already used up the number of times he could use the Blade of Light yesterday, Hao Chen chose not to proceed again. But today they were all equipped with weapons and had the ability to confront monsters. Besides, with Lin Wan's detection skills and his daily abilities. As long as the task goes smoothly. Before tonight, at least half of the people should be able to upgrade to level 2 wooden beds. Alright, let me see what the 3rd floor has in store. Under the dormitory building, Hao Chen faced the female classmates of his class. Their eyes no longer showed panic as before, but rather were intently listening to Hao Chen's instructions. After all, they had not yet awakened their talents. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on Hao Chen and Lin. Everyone take up a stone axe and a stone knife. These can be used for self-defense. From yesterday's experiments, the health of low-level wanderers is not very high, and you can see the durability and attack power of the stone axe. However, do not be complacent, as it is still morning, and the abilities of the wanderers are somewhat limited. They will become more active at night, and their desire to attack will be even stronger. Hao Chen looked seriously at the female classmates behind him and issued another warning. So everyone must stick close to me this time. I do not wish for any girl to be harmed during this period, and I will not allow any more dangers like that of Li Chinka to occur. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, or anything, they must report to me. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, the female classmates nodded in agreement. They gripped the stone axes tightly, and there was also a stone knife tucked away in the pockets of their uniforms. Seeing that everyone was fully prepared, Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time he brought along 18 girls, while another 18 girls were inside the dormitory, using the makeshift hammers they made to strike the abandoned wooden beds. Zhang Yiya, the sports representative, was the leader of this hammering effort. Each member held a makeshift hammer. At this moment, Zhang Yiya had her hands on her hips, looking at the abandoned dormitory on the 6th floor. There were a total of 20 abandoned wooden beds here, along with some old curtains that had not been cleaned up. Zhang Yiya turned back and smiled, saying, "Sisters, our goal today is to clean up this dormitory completely and achieve the freedom to upgrade our wooden beds as soon as possible. Let's work hard together." Jiang Nan was the first to raise her hand, her face filled with excitement. This time she chose not to go with Hao Chen to search the dormitory building, but instead to hammer the abandoned wooden beds with Zhang Yiye and the others to gather more materials. Upgrading the wooden beds was the most urgent task at hand, so Jiang Nen hoped to gather more materials during this action to help Hao Chen upgrade the beds. She even fantasized about how Hao Chen would shower her with affection in various ways. A good brother eventually becoming a wife, as she found this scenario to be quite interesting. Sister's charge. Zhang Yiye and Jiang Nan were the first to rush into the dormitory and swung their hammers with great effort. In no time the sound of hammering echoed through the abandoned dormitory. At this moment beads of sweat appeared on Zhang Yiye's forehead. She gently wiped them away and then struck the abandoned wooden bed in front of her with all her might. The instant the hammer fell, Zhang Yiye suddenly felt dizzy. She felt darkness clouding her vision and a buzzing in her ears. If she hadn't instinctively braced herself against the bed frame, she might have fallen. Once her vision refocused, the system panel appeared before her. And what was displayed above was the talent she had activated this time. Name Zhang Yiye Talent Demolition Worker B-level effect. Demolishing any item is twice as effective, reducing stamina consumption and speeding up the process with a 50 chance of doubling the output. Upon seeing her talent, Zhang Yiye did not feel disappointed, instead excitement blossomed within her. Although it was not a particularly powerful offensive or exploratory talent, this ability was quite valuable. Not only did it reduce stamina consumption, but it also allowed for double output. Besides, upgrading the wooden beds was their primary task, and this demolition skill was very useful for acquiring materials for the upgrades. Sisters, I have awakened my talent. Zhang Yiye's excited voice rang out. The sports representative has awakened. Oh my goodness, another one has awakened. What talent is it? Let us see. I didn't expect the sports representative to be the third person in our class to awaken a talent. The ladies paused their work and gathered around Zhang Yiye. Zhang Yiye scratched her head happily and smiled. My talent is Demolition Worker. Although it's not a very powerful offensive or exploratory talent, it excels at acquiring materials for wooden bed upgrades and demolishing items. Hearing Zhang Yiye's description, excitement appeared on the faces of the girls. As expected of our class's sports representative, physical work is also online, and with this demolition talent, it's simply like adding wings to a tiger. Right. Before long our class wooden beds could be upgraded to level 2. Yay, just thinking about it is exciting. Zhang Yiye's mood brightened even more as she listened to everyone's. At that moment Jiang Nan gently patted her shoulder and smiled, saying, Zhang Yiye, how did you awaken this talent? Could it be that you just awakened it while hammering it? Zhang Yiye, hearing this, was not sure at first, but it seemed indeed to be the case. When she struck the abandoned wooden bed she felt a wave of dizziness, and then she awakened this talent. It's possible, but I don't know for certain. I'll tell Hao Chen when he comes back. After all, he can see our class personal information and awakening methods. But don't lose heart, everyone. Maybe you'll also acquire a talent skill just like I did while hammering. Everyone listened to Zhang Yiye's words and instantly felt energized. Yay? Then I have to work even harder. I want to awaken my talent too. I want to upgrade my little wooden bed to a luxurious wooden bed as soon as possible. Go. Keep it up. The girls picked up their makeshift hammers again, their faces filled with radiant smiles and passionate energy. The structure of the first teaching building gradually came into view. From a distance it seemed that nothing had happened. The doors of the 4 classrooms on the first floor were wide open, and everything that could be scavenged inside had already been taken. At this moment Zhou Xiao quietly approached Lin Weiner and nudged her. Zhou Xiao whispered in her ear, Weiner, how was the kiss this morning? And I also heard you say that you would participate in Hao Chen's talent for many children and much fortune. Is that really true? Zhou Xiao displayed a curious expression, a smile hinting at her lips, seemingly waiting for a response. Upon hearing this, Lin Weiner gently lowered her head, her blushing face appearing exceptionally cute beneath her wispy hair. Lin Weiner was not good at lying. After all, the blush on her face proved everything. Lin Weiner kept intertwining her fingers and then softly replied, well, it's true. I've already made plans. After all, it's not just about liking Hao Chen, but if I can conceive, it would speed up our wooden bed upgrades significantly. Listening to Lin Weiner's direct and sweet voice, Zhou Xiao's face also flushed slightly, accompanied, as expected of our class, darling, you are just too adorable. And always thinking about the class, I love you so much, Weiner. Zhou Xiao leaned her face against Lin Weiner's, nuzzling repeatedly. At that moment Hao Chen gently took Lin Weiner's small hand and said, Weiner, use your detection skill to see if there are any monsters currently in the first teaching building. Feeling the warmth from Hao Chen's hand, Lin Weiner finally snapped out of her shyness. She looked into his eyes and hurriedly nodded, okay. The next moment Lin Weiner closed her eyes. It was as if invisible ripples spread from her body into the air. 1 second, 2 seconds, until the 3rd second her face suddenly turned pale. Because she discovered that the first floor was calm and safe, there were no red dots on the 2nd floor. But on the 3rd floor, red dots appeared, and they were not weak. They emitted a stronger glow than the Wanderers. There are monsters on the third floor, and they seem quite powerful. Lin Weiner's voice was soft, but everyone could hear her. At this moment the team had stopped downstairs with 18 pairs of eyes focused on the pondering Hao Chen. Should they go up or not? If they did not go up, where would the supplies come from? If they went up, everyone would be in danger since currently only he and Lin Weiner had talents. The others were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Chen finally made a decision. Watching the gazes of the girls, Hao Chen slowly said, "You all stay here, I will go take a look." Lin Wanwan felt worried when she heard that Hao Chen was going to the third floor alone. She tightly grasped Hao Chen's hand, unwilling to let go a hint of concern on her face. "Are you going alone? That's too dangerous. Why don't I go with you?" The other female classmates also cast worried glances. "Yeah, Hao Chen, it's too dangerous for you to go to the third floor alone." Moreover, Wanwan also mentioned that the monsters on the third floor are stronger than the wanderers. Going alone could lead to trouble. "Exactly, Hao Chen. We don't want to be a burden either. If possible, please allow us to go with you. After all, strength lies in numbers, and we can defeat the monsters together." Hao Chen raised his gaze to the excited faces of the girls. Although he wanted to lead them all, he ultimately refused for safety reasons. After all, he possessed the talent attribute Monster Whisper. As long as he acquired advantageous information, he could not only break free quickly, but also devise a strategy. However, if he brought a group of girls along, the outcome would be different. Some might panic and reveal flaws at that moment, leading to inevitable casualties. "Everyone, don't worry. My daily attribute can help me manage this. Just stay quietly here and wait for my return." By the way, Hao Chen's voice fell as he looked at the stone axes they were holding. "You can look for small trees nearby. The stone axes can chop small trees and obtain some wood, which we can later process into planks. So during this time, I want to assign you all a task: collect stones and branches as much as possible. These basic resources are essential and will be useful later. If there's danger, I will leave quickly, so don't worry." Listening to Hao Chen's comforting words, everyone finally acquiesced. Especially Lin Wanwan, who gradually relaxed her grip at this moment. "Just be careful. If there's danger, this time I will organize the resource collection outside." Hao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and then gently patted Lin Wanwan's head. At the back of the group, Yi Bingbing crossed her arms, looking at Hao Chen with disdain. Going alone is definitely going to be a disadvantage. If it weren't for this young lady not wanting to do any heavy lifting, I wouldn't have come out to collect supplies. I didn't expect Hao Chen to be so bold as to go to the third floor alone. If anything happens, don't blame us." Yi Bingbing turned her head away, no longer looking at Hao Chen. After Hao Chen left, Zhou Xiao approached with some curious female classmates. They looked at Lin Wanwan with excitement. After all, Hao Chen's talent was a blessing. If they could witness a live broadcast tonight, it would be explosive. "Hey Wanwan, when did you two start? Let me remind you, our wooden bed doesn't have curtains. If you two are going to do that kind of thing, it will be a live broadcast." "Oh right, add Jiang Nan to that. My heavens, I can't even imagine." Exactly, Hao Chen is the only boy in our class. If he performs well tonight, many girls will definitely come knocking in the future. I just wonder if he can handle it. Lin Wanwan listened to what everyone said and instantly covered her blushing cheek. To do that, live broadcast, and without curtains, Hao Chen has to face me and Jiang Nan alone. This. Images that were hard to look at flashed through Lin Wanwan's mind, and she shook her head, quickly dispelling those unpleasant thoughts. "No, wait. What am I thinking? I like Hao Chen not because he is well endowed." Zhou Xiao saw the expression on Wanwan's face, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Wanwan, look, you're blushing. You better be prepared." Xiao, say less. "I am shocked." Zhou Xiao patted Lin Wanwan's back and smiled. "Don't worry, we'll just see when the time comes. There definitely won't be any strange occurrences." Lin Wanwan playfully punched Zhou Xiao and said coquettishly, "All right, you say less. You're so bad." First teaching building, the clear sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the stairwell. Hao Chen had now reached the second floor, trying his best to slow down his pace and minimize noise. "It's time to use Monster Whisper. Let me see what you monsters are chatting about." After activating the Monster Whisper attribute, his hearing range was enhanced. He could hear the whispers of monsters within a 50-meter radius. When Hao Chen reached the corner of the stairs, he saw the words he had noticed yesterday. "Please stop here." He took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor. Halfway up, a low and cold voice rang in his ears. "The third floor is doing quite well. Each classroom is very quiet. The teacher dislikes noise the most. Now I can return to the office and have a good rest. At night, I will check the dormitory to see who hasn't behaved." Ha! The final laughter sent chills down Hao Chen's spine. Once the sound of high heels gradually faded away, Hao Chen peeked out. When he tried to see the monster that had just spoken, he found that the figure had vanished without a trace. From her words, it's clear she's a teacher who dislikes noise, and she's currently nowhere to be seen. It seems she has gone to her office. But she mentioned checking the dormitory tonight. Hao Chen suddenly realized it made some sense. After all, after tonight, tomorrow would be the 4th day, and the novice protection period would completely end. According to what she just said, it's not impossible for her to check the dormitory tonight. It looks like I must quickly upgrade to a level 2 wooden bed today. Otherwise it won't just be the wanderers, other monsters will also come. Hao Chen quickly glanced around to confirm it was safe, and that there were no whispers from monsters before appearing in the corridor on the 3rd floor. He first looked at the nearest classroom. This classroom was no different from those on the 2nd and 1st floors. The most worthwhile search was the lockers where students usually stored their belongings. Hao Chen stepped lightly into the classroom and opened the lockers one by one. The first locker was empty with nothing in it. The second locker, however, had some interest. There were a few bottles of mineral water and 2 bags of chips. Prioritizing these food and drink items, Hao Chen placed them in his system backpack and continued opening lockers. After opening over 30 lockers, Hao Chen had collected 15 bottles of water, 5 bags of chips, 6 chocolate energy bars, and a bag of brown sugar. Looking at the food and water in his system backpack, Hao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Although it wasn't much, at least he could eat. Additionally, that bag of brown sugar could be useful if any girl in the class encountered her menstrual period. He could boil some brown sugar water for them to drink. When Hao Chen intended to explore another classroom, he suddenly heard the crisp sound of high heels. And along with it came the cold and piercing whispers. It seems I heard some small movement over here. Which little friend isn't listening? Hao Chen's face instantly turned pale upon hearing the noise. What the hell? She's back. No way, I need to find a place to hide. Hao Chen hurriedly looked around, and then fixed his gaze on the classroom's back door. That was a dead end, as long as he made no noise it would be hard to be discovered. When the sound of high heels approached the back door, Hao Chen's breathing stopped at that moment. He could only pray that this monster teacher wouldn't find him. And just as he wished, the sound of high heels gradually faded away and disappeared without a trace. After confirming there was no movement, Hao Chen finally looked around the corridor. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a smile of relief appearing on his lips. I actually had a counterattack, truly a teacher's underhanded tactics. Fortunately, I am also a master of hide and seek. Phew. With the remaining time, Hao Chen also took a look at the other 3 classrooms. There were no regular monsters in these 3 classrooms, and the monster teacher who had spoken earlier had also vanished. Fortunately, with the help of the monster whisper attribute, it not only aided in reconnaissance, but also played a role in gathering information. If Hao Chen had heard the whispers of the monsters during this period, he would have quickly found a place to hide. Luckily, during the search, he did not hear any further sounds. After clearing all the lockers in the 4 classrooms, Hao Chen's system backpack was now stuffed full. Most of it was food and mineral water, temporarily solving the issues of food scarcity and water supply. Meanwhile, the girls led by Lin Wan were busy collecting resources. They had gathered all the exposed small stones they could find nearby and found many branches. Unfortunately, around them were all thick trees, and they didn't find the small trees Hao Chen mentioned, so after collecting stones and small branches they rested on the spot to conserve energy. Half an hour had passed, and everyone showed worried expressions as Hao Chen had not returned. Lin Wan looked anxiously at the teaching building, her fingers nervously intertwining. Another slightly worried person seemed surprised, her gaze glancing towards the teaching building, deliberately pretending to be impatient. This jerk hasn't come back in half an hour. This young lady is already hungry. Is this little waste going to make it? If he's dead, how will I take my revenge later? Just then, a figure walked out from the teaching building. It was Hao Chen, and at that moment a smile was on his lips. After all, this operation had yielded water and food, which was quite a good haul. However, when he came to Lin Wan's side, he noticed the girls looking at him strangely. Especially Lin Wan, who hurriedly lowered her head when their eyes met her face, turning red again. What's wrong? Hao Chen asked in confusion. It's nothing. Lin Wan replied quickly. Zhou Xiao, hiding nearby, and waiting for the right moment, was stifling her laughter. It's nothing, we were just discussing tonight's live broadcast. Live broadcast. Hao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xiao and the other female classmates behind Lin Wan. They were all covering their mouths, laughing and casting strange glances. Yes, Hao Chen, doesn't your talent for having many children require you to conceive offspring to enhance your attributes and speed up the wooden bed's upgrade? And look, our dormitory's wooden bed has no curtains. Zhou Xiao came up to Hao Chen, a faint smile forming at the corners of her mouth. You two were quite affectionate in the hallway earlier, so tonight are you going to do that kind of thing? If you're going to do it, it should be live streamed for everyone to see. The more Zhou Xiao spoke, the redder Lin Wan's face became. One could clearly see that Lin Wan's blush extended to her earlobes, her face rosy like a ripe apple, utterly adorable. Xiao. Lin Wan tugged at Zhou Xiao's school uniform. Could you say a little less, please? Lin Wan's voice was sweet and soft, murmuring quietly. Just then Yi Bingbing's cold, mocking voice rang out. Can that guy Hao Chen really handle 2 girls? It can't be more than 5 minutes, right? Don't think just because you have some talent in that area you're strong. Don't embarrass yourself in front of everyone later. Yi Bingbing's school uniform zipper was only half done, revealing her ample figure, as she felt a bit cramped if she zipped it all the way. Hao Chen listened to Yi Bingbing's teasing without choosing to retort immediately, instead revealing a meaning. In front of everyone, Hao Chen took Lin Wanwan's small hand and looked at Yi Bingbing. I don't know if I can handle two girls, but if you want to know the answer you can come too. I welcome anyone. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingbing was immediately flustered. You. She pointed her finger at Hao Chen, a blush appearing on her face. She quickly turned her head aside, biting her lip. Unexpectedly, she found herself at a loss for words. She only intended to tease Hao Chen, but he had responded in a way that implied she could come to his bed for answers. If she retaliated now, wouldn't that be falling into Hao Chen's trap? You're really a big pervert. Just wait. Seeing Yi Bingbing's flustered and angry expression, Hao Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. What surprised him even more was that the Tsundere School Bowtie's favorability rating had soared from 64 to 89. But then it dropped back down to 74. Her favorability rating was fluctuating continuously. Forget her for now. The storage lockers on the third floor have been cleared out, and we have food and water enough for a day and a half. Hao Chen looked at the girls before him and calmly said, I checked, and the most worthwhile storage locker on the third floor has been searched by me. I got some chips, chocolate energy bars, and mineral water. Although I didn't find more, having food is already pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, he began distributing the collected chocolate bars to each girl. When he reached Yi Bingbing, she was still hugging her chest, looking away. Are you going to eat? If you're not eating, I'll give it to someone else. Yi Bingbing cast a glance at the chocolate bar in Hao Chen's hand, and then swallowed, but her stubborn nature commanded her not to take it. I don't want it anyway. I'm not hungry, so give it to someone else. Seeing Yi Bingbing's defiant attitude, Hao Chen said no more. After all, if she was hungry, she would come looking for him. I don't believe you won't be hungry. There's not much food anyway, and you refuse it. Just wait, I'll see when you come to beg me for food. Hao Chen brushed past Yi Bingbing and continued distributing the chocolate bars to the other girls. After finishing this, they returned to the dormitory. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yaya and the others had already moved all the collected materials back to their dormitory. Jiang Nansong Jia and others wiped the sweat from their foreheads, looking happily at the gathered materials. Looking at the small pile of materials before them filled them with a sense of class pride. Not bad. Zhang Yaya put her hands on her hips, a smile appearing on her face. This talent is simply tailor-made for me. I dismantled over 10 abandoned wooden beds, and through the talent's drop rate, I got 6 ordinary wooden boards and 12 rusty nails. Adding the 20 ordinary wooden boards I previously obtained, we now have a total of 40. Not bad. As long as we keep pushing, one day our wooden bed will be able to upgrade to something better. Just then Li Chinka ran over to English teacher Qin Mingyao. Teacher, I've cleaned up all the mushrooms and mold on your wooden bed. I used a stone knife to scrape off most of it, and it looks safe to sleep on now. Upon hearing this good news from Li Chinka, Qin Mingyao's face showed surprise and joy. Really? Li Chinka nodded affirmatively, and Qin Mingyao then walked to her wooden bed. When she found that the mushrooms had been removed and most of the mold was gone, a smile spread across her face. Although Hao Chen's double bed was spacious and comfortable, sharing it with him every day made her feel a twinge of, especially since Hao Chen had his own tasks to complete. He not only had to use his talent for having many children with the girl he liked, but also needed a spacious place for intense activities. Her presence would surely hinder Hao Chen's actions. Although Hao Chen's talent for having many children required him to engage in such activities with the girls in the class that included herself. But being a teacher, there was a barrier in her heart. It always made her feel that something was inappropriate. Is it really okay to be with my students? At 26, I'm still a virgin. If this gets out, will they laugh at me? I don't know how Hao Chen would view it. In any case, it's just so shameful. 3 people doing that on a big bed no way. Qin Mingyao slapped her flushed cheek, trying to suppress the turmoil in her heart. Hao Chen is indeed skilled in that area. Can I really handle it? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have punished him so much. At that time, he'll surely punish me severely. Li Chinka, seeing the shy expression on teacher Qin Mingyao's face, asked curiously, Teacher, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Hearing Li Qink's words, Qin Mingyao finally came back to her senses. I'm fine, I'm just thinking about some trivial matters. Also, thank you, Xiaoka, for cleaning my wooden bed. Li Chinka smiled for a moment, and then said it's what I should do. I'll go help them organize the materials we collected today. Li Chinka waved her hand, and walked towards Zhang Yaya and the others, leaving behind the stunned English teacher Qin Mingyao, whose face was still flushed. Just then the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. Entering were Hao Chen and the others, and when he came in, his gaze met that of teacher Qin Mingyao. Hao Chen noticed that the mushrooms on the English teacher's bed had disappeared, and even the mold on the bedboard had mostly vanished. Hey teacher, is your bed all cleaned up? So tonight. Hao Chen paused, seemingly contemplating his wording. Qin Mingyao's heart skipped a beat. Tonight. What's happening tonight? What did Hao Chen want to say? Was it that tonight he wanted to continue sleeping with her? Or was he inviting her to do that kind of thing? No. Such things must be taken slowly. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Just as Qin Mingyao was speculating, Hao Chen smiled. Tonight, there's no need to squeeze together. You can have a good rest.
Hearing this, Qin Mingyao was stunned, yet an inexplicable sense of loss surged within her. So it's just a rest. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned over to Lin Wanwan's ear. Hey, how did you feel when Hao Chen held your hand just now? Did your heart race? Xiaoxiao, don't say any more. Alright, I won't say any more. But I'll be watching tonight. As Zhou Xiaoxiao left, she shot a meaningful glance. Once again, Lin Wanwan's face flushed with that youthful blush. Could it be that tonight is the night? Looking at Hao Chen's broad back, a surge of excitement inexplicably rose within her. Hao Chen felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the materials collected by Zhang Yiya and the others. At present, they had gathered a decent amount of ordinary wooden planks and rusty nails. The conditions to upgrade to a level 2 wooden bed were not difficult. The challenge lay in the quantity. After all, there were 36 students in the class, and each person's bed required 5 wooden planks and 10 nails. This massive quantity was indeed daunting. Fortunately, Hao Chen had chosen the title Reinforcement Expert today, and its effects were now becoming apparent. The materials required to upgrade the wooden bed were reduced by 50. With the current large number of people, the issue of needing numerous materials to upgrade the wooden beds was resolved. Hao Chen calculated that through the effect of the title, the materials needed to upgrade one wooden bed were 5 wooden planks and 5 nails. With a total of 36 girls in the class, it could roughly be calculated that they could upgrade 12 wooden beds. Although it was still not half, it was already a good result. Hao Chen stood up and patted Zhang Yiya on the shoulder. You all did well this time, at least 12 wooden beds. No need to worry about the remaining ones. In the future, the materials for upgrades will continuously help everyone. Encouraged by Hao Chen, Zhang Yiya scratched her head and smiled. By the way, Hao Chen, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what? Hao Chen looked at Zhang Yiya's excited face and asked in confusion. Zhang Yiya opened her system panel and revealed her talent ability. Name: Zhang Yiya. Talent: Demolition Expert. B. Great effect. Demolishing any object is twice as effective, reducing physical exertion, and has a 50 chance of doubling the yield. Today, while dismantling an abandoned wooden bed, I unexpectedly gained this talent ability. Although I don't know how it awakened, it's good news for our current situation. Can you help me check how I awakened? Your personal system should have an explanation. Hao Chen looked at the other's talent and its effects, nodding in satisfaction. Twice the effectiveness, reduced physical exertion, and a chance for double yield. This is one of the most essential talents for collecting materials and upgrading wooden beds in the early stages. Zhang Yiya, your talent is incredibly useful. It'll help you check how you awaken it later. For now, let's not rush. Hearing Hao Chen's encouragement, Zhang Yiya's face slightly flushed. She rarely heard praise from boys, especially that which was heartfelt. It's what I should do. Zhang Yiya maintained her smile. Alright then, it'll help some classmates upgrade their wooden beds first. After tonight, the new player protection period will end. Following the principle of contribution, Lin Wanwan's talent for life sensing has greatly benefited the team. Su Wanqing previously guided some girls in the class to effectively allocate time and manpower searching for classrooms and finding many supplies. Zhang Yiya led the team to dismantle wooden beds, obtaining a lot of materials, which had a tremendous impact on upgrading the wooden beds today. Therefore, I announce that those girls who explored the teaching building with me today will have the opportunity to upgrade, as well as those led by Zhang Yiya. Although we cannot upgrade all 36 beds at once, everyone should not be discouraged. As long as we work hard to find materials, we can safely overcome the dangers. So do the other girls have any suggestions? If so, feel free to share. Hao Chen's calm analysis made the other girls nod in agreement. After all, this is primarily based on contributions, and those who have contributed the most will certainly gain more. However, Hao Chen also mentioned that currently materials were insufficient, or otherwise they would all have been upgraded together. Subsequent upgrades to the wooden beds were merely a matter of time, so there was no need to worry. Class committee member Tang Kuku spoke first. I agree with Hao Chen's arrangement. After all, it is based on contributions, and this is indisputable. I agree too, I agree. Zhou Xiaoxiao raised her hand, her face beaming with a smile. Hao Chen, the dormitory leader's wooden bed, definitely needs to be upgraded too. Only his bed is sturdy enough, and with the talent of prosperity, it can develop better. We can also enjoy the benefits. Oh no, I mean we can become stronger. Zhou Xiaoxiao's words seemed to have slipped, but internally, she was quite scheming. Hearing the agreement from everyone, Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Hao Chen moved the materials to the designated girl's wooden bed. When the bed sensed that the required materials were gathered, a panel popped up. Hao Chen only needed to submit the materials. When Zhang Yiya's wooden bed sensed the materials, it emitted a faint blue light. Soon after, the bed underwent subtle changes. It was no longer a dilapidated wooden bed, but transformed into a more standard wooden bed. The planks on the bed became clean and neat, and even the rust on the edges disappeared, becoming brand new. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the level 2 wooden bed had an added protection value of 100 and had slight resistance to impacts. Now Zhang Yiya's wooden bed had a total protection value of 200, able to withstand more attacks and impacts from wanderers. Additionally, lying on it gave a sense of comfort. The bed no longer creaked, but felt steady. After upgrading Zhang Yiya's wooden bed, Hao Chen proceeded to upgrade the others. After a while, everyone looked at their newly refreshed wooden beds, feeling more secure. A higher protection value represented safety and the ability to withstand more attacks. However, there were drawbacks as they currently lacked blankets and pillows, making them feel empty at night. But given the scarcity of materials in the early stages, it was understandable. Alright, I have finished upgrading everyone's wooden beds. You can try them out. As soon as Hao Chen's words fell, Zhang Yiya was the first to sit on her wooden bed. She gently shook it, and upon finding no creaking sound, a smile appeared on her face. It's silent now. The wooden bed has become sturdier. I won't be woken up by the creaking noise at night anymore. Surely hard work. At the same time, Jiang Nan, as usual, wrapped her arm around Hao Chen's neck. I don't need to upgrade my wooden bed for now. Now that I've cleared everything on the teacher's bed, I can squeeze in with you to sleep, so let's save where we can. You understand what I mean, right? As Jiang Nan spoke, she pushed Hao Chen down onto the bed. In fact, Jiang Nan didn't know where her courage came from, but seeing Hao Chen's face and his usual care, the excitement in her heart surged at this moment. You can do whatever you want. After all, only through your efforts can we make the future better. If possible, let me repay you for everything you have done for me with practical actions tonight. Hao Chen looked at Jiang Nan's shy face and the fiery look in her eyes. Not far away, teacher Qin Ming, Yao, seeing this, lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her cloak. However, her reddened ears betrayed her current feelings. In a corner, Zhou Xiaoxiao was displaying an excited expression as she observed everything. Hao Chen, what is your answer? Will you respond to Jiang Nan's request or refuse? This is going to be live streamed, so think it over. Meanwhile, Lin Wan also stood up. Her face showed a flush of hesitation. After all, if it were to start, they would have to face each other openly in front of the girls in the class and do that kind of embarrassing thing. Though she verbally agreed, internally, she was still tangled with shyness. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan mustered her courage and approached Hao Chen. The gaze of all the girls in the class was now focused on Hao Chen. After all, he was being warmly invited by two girls. The food enthusiast Zhou Xiaoxiao kept her eyes glued to him. The aloof teacher Qin Mingyao was also shyly observing everything happening before her. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Hao Chen's response, uncertain whether he would proceed tonight or postpone. Hao Chen met the two intense gazes before him and realized it was an invitation. However, tonight was different from the previous two nights. He had heard news in the teaching building that the monstrous female teacher would be visiting the dormitory tonight. If they were to engage in more children, more blessings tonight, it might be inappropriate. Besides, no one said that such things had to happen at night. Daytime wouldn't be a problem. In fact, it would be safer. At that time, he could come up with a reason to send all the girls away, leaving only Lin Wan and Jiang Nan, the three of them, starting a joyful time together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It could also effectively alleviate the lingering awkwardness in Lin Wan's heart. Having thought this through, Hao Chen slowly said, "We can sleep together, but tonight might not work. I forgot to mention something important to everyone." While searching in the know, one teaching building, I overheard through a skill that the monstrous female teacher would be visiting the dormitory tonight, and she seems to prefer quiet. If we were to make a ruckus tonight, my wooden bed's protection value would plummet. That would be quite unstable, and who would have the heart to do such things with a monster lurking? So tonight is out. Oh, let's find another opportunity. By the way, in Wan, since your bed is destroyed, you can continue to sleep with me tonight. I can help you remake it once I have the materials. Until then, you can sleep with me on my bed. And Jiang, and you can join too. My wooden bed can accommodate us. Lin Wan and Jiang then exchanged glances upon hearing Hao Chen's response. They suddenly realized that Hao Chen was indeed correct. With the monster's arrival, who would have the mood for such things? Moreover, there was a new monster coming to the dormitory. For safety's sake, it was better to be cautious. Jiang Nan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she naturally climbed onto Hao Chen's wooden bed and lay down. She placed her hands behind her head, striking a confident pose. "It's fine, I'll come whenever you want. I'm all yours." At the same time, Lin Wan also climbed up. The scent of Lin Wan mixed with a hint of sweat wafted to Hao Chen's nose. "Hao Chen, I'll be relying on you tonight." Lin Wan's face blossomed with a sweet smile, and she lay down beside Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao, witnessing this scene from a distance, immediately pouted. She crossed her arms over her chest, a hint of anger appearing on her face. For the queen of eating, not being able to partake in the melon was the most infuriating thing. Hao Chen is too timid. He won't dare to proceed because of the monster at night. Our current wooden bed is level 2. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, the girls are right here. Why can't he just be a bit more sensible? Zhou Xiaoxiao ripped open a bag of chips that Hao Chen had given her and started eating. "Since you've chosen to postpone, I'll be watching to see when you proceed. I must get a taste of this melon." After stuffing her mouth with chips, Zhou Xiaoxiao kept chewing while her eyes were fixed on Hao Chen's wooden bed. The time had already reached 6 p.m. In half an hour, they would not be allowed to leave the bed. Qin Mingyao and the others were enjoying the food Hao Chen had scavenged today.
The sweet and salty flavor of the chips made them cherish each piece, with even one chip requiring 3 bites to finish. Lin Wan and Jiang Nan were also having their dinner. Lin Wan tore open the chip bag, then slowly lifted a piece towards Hao Chen's mouth. Hao Chen opened wide. You worked hard today. Seeing Lin Wan's adorable face, Hao Chen gently opened his mouth. As the chip was placed in his mouth, Hao Chen began to chew, savoring the hard-earned food. Jiang Nan also tossed a chocolate bar at this moment. Facing the warm hospitality of the 2 girls, a smile appeared on Hao Chen's lips. Being fed by beautiful girls was truly a dream come true for countless young men. Although we can't engage in more children, more blessings, yet it feels really nice to be taken care of, especially with 2 beauties right in front of me. Just as Hao Chen was enjoying his meal, a rumbling sound of hunger reached his ears. It came from none other than the proud school beauty Yi Bingbing. While the other classmates were eating, Yi Bingbing sat silently in front of her bed, hugging her knees. When the sound of her stomach growling emerged, her gaze involuntarily turned towards Hao Chen, worried that her growling stomach might have been heard. But unexpectedly the moment happened. Hao Chen and Yi Bingbing locked eyes. When Yi Bingbing realized Hao Chen was looking at her, she immediately buried her head in her knees, her face flushed with embarrassment. Damn, Hao Chen, why are you looking at me? Could it be my growling stomach caught his attention? So what if it did? I definitely won't eat anything he gives me. Peeping Tom. Big pervert. But Yi Bingbing glanced at her own growling belly. Since the first day she arrived here, she had only eaten a chocolate energy bar and drunk a couple of bottles of water. This meager supply of energy had indeed left her starving. Just as Yi Bingbing buried her head in her knees, she felt something poke her shoulder. When Yi Bingbing looked up, she realized it was Hao Chen offering her an energy bar and a bag of chips. What do you want? I said I'm not eating. Why are you giving this to me? Aren't you hungry? I thought I heard your stomach growling. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Saving energy is key. It's fine, just eat this. What is it? Are you trying to say this is specially reserved for me? I told you I'm not hungry. Didn't you understand? Before Yi Bingbing could finish speaking, her stomach growled again. With her stomach empty and nothing inside, seeing the food before her instinctively triggered a reaction. A smile crept onto Hao Chen's lips, and his gaze was no longer as cold as it had been in the teaching building. Still saying you're not hungry. Your stomach just growled again. As the dormitory leader, it is my responsibility to ensure that each girl in the class is not hungry. Indeed, this is reserved for you. After all, the food we found today is enough for everyone, and I've saved your portion for you. Listening to his gentle and considerate words, a blush crept back onto Yi Bingbing's face. You? Yi Bingbing softly uttered a word, but was cut off by Hao Chen. What? Hao Chen was gazing directly into Yi Bingbing's eyes, unwavering. Yi Bingbing turned her head slightly, showing an aloof, yet shy demeanor. This time I'll make an exception. Ooh, I won't accept your things next time. Yi Bingbing reached out her hand, and after a moment of hesitation, snatched the chocolate bar and chips from Hao Chen. She did not rush to tear open the packaging, but instead watched for when Hao Chen would divert his gaze. Once Hao Chen's gaze was no longer on her, Yi Bingbing slowly tore open the bag and began to eat. Silly Hao Chen. This time I'm giving you face, a next time I want. Sooner or later. Yi Bingbing was munching on the chips. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. This tastes great. These chips are delicious. Just as everyone was enjoying this moment of tranquility, outside their dormitory stood a figure, the monstrous female teacher, wearing red high heels and holding a notebook. Let me see. Which child is being disobedient? Night fell. At this moment, all the girls in the class lay on their beds. They dared not even breathe, having heard Hao Chen's reminder to keep quiet. Everyone held their breath, trying to minimize any sound. Meanwhile, the sound of high heels echoed outside the dormitory corridor. The sound of high heels clicking against the cement floor was faint yet crisp. Tap, tap, tap. The eerie night was made even more frightening by the sudden appearance of these high heel sounds, filling the girls in the class with dread. Lin Wan and Jiang Nan were tightly embracing Hao Chen, their grip tightening with the arrival of the high heels. Lin Wan's big watery eyes were fixated on the dormitory door. Lin Wan and Jiang Nan were tightly embracing Hao Chen, their grip tightening with the arrival of the high heels. Lin Wan's big watery eyes were fixated on the dorm. Even though they had upgraded to the second-level wooden beds, they were unsure if they could withstand future attacks from other monsters. Just as everyone held their breath, a seductive figure suddenly appeared at the dormitory window. She had long black hair, and while her face was alluring, it also bore the maturity typical of a seasoned woman. However, a dark aura surrounded her, and her eyes were red. The monster teacher gazed at each member of room 701 with a notebook in hand. Upon seeing her red eyes and pale face, Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth. Her heart raced. Oh my god. Big sister, what kind of monster are you? This is too terrifying. Your face is as white as if you smeared flour all over it. This reedy look is like a vampire. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was internally complaining, the monster teacher's gaze locked onto hers. Odd.
Zhou Xiaoxiao desperately covered her mouth, trying to suppress the scream building inside her. The monster teacher outside the window smiled faintly and began writing something in her notebook. Student at bed 31, there is garbage under your bed that has not been cleared. 10 points deducted. The monster teacher added, wear your school uniform and pants to bed at night. 10 points deducted. Is it that you want wash your school uniform and pants? Does the dormitory smell of sweat not bother you? Another 10 points deducted. All members lose 20 points. As the monster teacher's pen dropped, the protection value of their wooden beds decreased by 20. Some students who had upgraded to the second-level wooden beds had no immediate worries, but those on the first-level wooden beds, with only 100 protection points, began to feel anxious. Zhou Xiaoxiao was one of them. She stared at her wooden bed, which had only 80 protection points left, and her anxiety surged. You're deducting protection points based on records? Hey, what the hell? There are snack wrappers under my bed, I admit that. But can't I wear my school uniform and pants to sleep? What kind of scoring mechanism is this? Hey, do you want me to sleep naked? Zhou Xiaoxiao was filled with panic and anger, but she couldn't shout out, fearing that if she made a fuss, she'd lose another 10 points. Meanwhile, the monster teacher began to walk into their dormitory. With the addition of high heels and black stockings, the monster teacher before them had a certain flair. The monster teacher quickly scanned the room before her gaze landed on Hao Chen's wooden bed. She slowly approached, but did not choose to get closer, instead stopping at the edge of the wooden bed. A hint of pride shone in her red eyes. There is a female student on the bed. You 10 points deducted. This campus is not a place for you to chat and cuddle. The monster teacher's voice just fell, and her pen fell onto the notebook. Immediately, the protection value of Hao Chen's wooden bed dropped by another 10 points. Thankfully, there were still 170 left. After dealing with Hao Chen, the monster teacher walked deeper into the dormitory. Garbage under the bed also deducted points. Wearing school uniform and pants to sleep also deducted points. Having a female student on the bed and mixed sleeping also deducted points. And there's one more. The monster teacher's gaze quickly locked onto the corner where they had piled up materials. Not organizing things neatly, chaotic and dirty, the dormitory has a serious sweat smell. These 3 points deduct another 30 points. The group gasped as they saw their protection value decrease by another 30. Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to complain, but couldn't find her voice. How can you be so selfish? You have to have a conscience when doing things. Did a dog eat your conscience? If we don't pile it there, where should we pile it? Moreover, the sweat smell in the dormitory is unavoidable. The toilet has no running water. Where am I supposed to find water? And things are disorganized. What we arranged isn't even messy. Haven't you seen the world? Go to hell, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Zhou Xiaoxiao had completely lost her earlier fear and stared angrily at the monster teacher. After the teacher checked once again and found nothing to record, she was about to leave, but when she saw Zhou Xiaoxiao's furious face, she picked up her pen to record again, daring to glare at the teacher. You. Another 10 points deducted. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao froze in an instant. This is outrageous. Glaring at you still results in point deduction. After Zhou Xiaoxiao's protection value dropped by another 10 points, she behaved herself. Seeing the expression of the student before her, the monster teacher left the dormitory willingly. As she left, many classmates turned their gazes toward her departing figure. Everyone had 1,000 things they wanted to complain about in their hearts. Wearing school uniform and pants to sleep counts as a deduction. Garbage under the bed also counts as a deduction. Is this monster's rules so strict? My grandma never said that to me. There's a sweat smell that can't be resolved. I've been here 3 days and haven't showered. What do you want me to do? Do you expect me to lick myself clean like a cat or dog? How ridiculous. Then there was Jiangnan. As she watched the monster teacher return to the corridor, she couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with mixed sleeping? This monster must be a saint. If you're jealous, just say it outright. And you don't allow us to sleep in school uniforms and pants. Fine. Then I'll take them off. What's wrong with that? Jiangnan thought to herself while pulling down the zipper of her uniform. As her fair skin and ample bosom were revealed once again, Hao Chen was left stunned. A blush crept onto Hao Chen's face as he gently shook her shoulders. He whispered, I know you wanna, but now is not the time. Jiangnan responded quietly. That stupid teacher said we can't wear school uniforms and pants to sleep. So I'll just take them off. After all, it's warm sleeping next to you. It doesn't matter. As Jiangnan skillfully removed her clothing, Hao Chen could do nothing to stop her. The next second, he felt warmth and softness through the fabric. At the same time, on Hao Chen's other side, Lin Wanwan also felt warmth and softness pressing closely against him. It was a double assault akin to being surrounded on all sides. The morning sunlight suddenly illuminated the dim dormitory. They had safely passed the first 3 days, and within this time, they had upgraded some of the wooden beds to level 2. This progress was quite good, but the only drawback was that too few talents had awakened among the class. In the future, if they encountered more powerful rule-based monsters, they would be helpless to stop or attack them. Moreover, last night, they had encountered a monster teacher who could attack the protective value of the wooden beds by recording deductions. This was a more rule-based existence than the drifters. Fortunately, the protective value of the wooden beds was sufficient, allowing them to evade a crisis last night. When the sunlight shone on everyone's faces, they were awakened by the blinding light. Zhang Yao Yi Bing Bing Qin Ming Yao Su Wanqing, and others sat up in bed. The other girls did the same, some rubbing their sleepy eyes while others stretched lazily. They let out crisp groans as they woke up in the morning. At this moment, Hao Chen also awoke, and the two beauties beside him were rubbing their sleepy eyes. When the sunlight hit Jiang Nan's body, it reflected a faint glow, while on the other side Lin Wan's body was warm. Two stunning sights appeared in Hao Chen's eyes, nearly causing a nosebleed to gush forth. Before Hao Chen could admire further, everyone's system panels automatically popped up just like before. A cold system voice echoed in their ears, and then questions appeared on the panels. Congratulations, survivors, for successfully passing the novice protection period. The challenges ahead will be even. You will encounter more rule-based monsters, no longer just drifters, but more terrifying and direct existence. A warm reminder: during this period, you must strive to collect more resources and upgrade your wooden beds to live more comfortably in this environment. Here are some small gifts I brought. Consider it a reward for surviving 3 days. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your backpacks, dorm leader. Talent Awakening Stone X5, 2 boxes of water, 2 boxes of biscuits. This system is quite generous, providing some living supplies, and this Talent Awakening Stone by its name should be able to awaken talents. Hao Chen checked the description of the Talent Awakening Stone. Talent Awakening Stone description: survivors who have not awakened talents can gain a certain talent when using the Talent Awakening Stone. The talent level is random. After seeing this explanation, Hao Chen nodded. After all, there were only 3 people in the class with insufficient combat talents. With these 5 awakening stones, they would have more assurance. At this moment, Hao Chen looked up and saw teacher Qin Ming Yao and other female students gathering around. A hint of anticipation appeared on their faces. Hao Chen, what did the system give you? Tell everyone about it. Yes, Hao Chen, what did that system give you? Hao Chen looked at everyone's expectant faces and then took out 5 awakening stones. When the 5 stones, each emitting a different luster, appeared in the center of Hao Chen's hand, he said, "These are the Talent Awakening Stones provided by the system. There are currently only 5, which is not enough for all the girls in our class to awaken, so we need to discuss who should receive them first, along with these 4 boxes of resources." As Hao Chen spoke, he took out the 2 boxes of water and 2 boxes of biscuits provided by the system. When everyone saw the water and food, their eyes instantly brightened, but most gazes were still on the Talent Awakening Stones. After all, everyone knew that having a talent was essential for survival in this world to avoid becoming a defenseless weakling. Hao Chen looked at everyone and said, "These 5 awakening stones will still be distributed based on contribution. Does anyone have any objections? After all, the number is limited." Hearing what Hao Chen said, teacher Qin Ming Yao nodded, first believing that this was the fairest approach. Not favoring anyone nor being arbitrary, distributing based on merit is the most just. After 10 minutes of discussion, the 5 awakening stones were given to the following individuals: Su Wanqing Jiang, Nanqin Mingyao, Li Meng Su Qing. It is worth mentioning that Li Meng had made great contributions while searching for food before. Most of the chocolate energy bars and mineral water in the class were collected by her, contributing significantly to food supplies. Moreover, Su Qing had been diligently making tools in the logistics department, stockpiling stone axes and stone knives, perfectly addressing the current shortage of weapons and tools. Thus, these 2 students received the opportunity to awaken their talents. Teacher Qin Ming Yao distributed the awakening stones to them, and after the distribution, they began to awaken one by one. Under everyone's gaze, the 5 stood in a row, tightly clutching the awakening stones. After a while, Su Wanqing was the first to open her eyes, and then checked her system panel. Great. It's an 11 talent. Healing Halo. As long as you are near me, the healing speed of wounds increases by 75. Li Meng's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but upon seeing the talent effect, a glimmer of acceptance appeared on her face. While using my talent, I can temporarily become invisible, and attacking a target from behind will grant a 50 damage bonus. As long as I can catch them off guard, I have a great chance of victory. After finishing her words, Jiang then wiped her nose, displaying an air of bravado. Now all 5 girls have awakened their talents, and the results are quite good. Even Li Meng, with her lowest grade talent, has some utility. Overall, this Talent Awakening Stone has been given to the right people. Hao Chen sat up from the bed, and then moved to the center of the crowd. The talent we obtained this time is quite decent, and will be useful moving forward. Currently, we have passed the safe period. The upcoming challenges will be even more daunting, so we need to work harder. By the way, awakening a talent doesn't actually require a Talent Awakening Stone. For instance, Zhang Yiyo awakened her Demolition Worker talent by striking an abandoned wooden bed. I checked her method of acquiring the talent. It was through actual action, so if you want to gain a talent, everyone should put in more effort. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhou Xiao and the others nodded. One girl in the crowd picked up the stone axe in her hand and said,
So it turns out we can acquire talents through actual actions. Which sister will come with me to chop down trees? If we obtain the lumberjack talent, our efficiency in chopping trees will greatly increase, and we can get more planks. I noticed there are some slender trees behind the dormitory. We can give it a try. After this suggestion, most of the girls who had not awakened their talents were eager to try raising their stone axes. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. It seems that we can't be lazy when obtaining talents. Also, we should contribute more, so that we can gain more benefits like Lin Wan Wan and the others. Let's go, sisters. Go, go, go. I'm running out of time. Most of the girls in the class took their stone axes and headed out to chop trees, trying to awaken the lumberjack talent in this way. As the only teacher in the class, Qin Ming, Yao followed them as well. After all, if the students encountered danger, she could also use her talent to drive it away. Then Su Wanqing, Su Qing Li Ming, and others followed the main group steps outside. Su Wanqing has healing abilities. Su Qing wanted to collect more resources to craft tools, and Li Ming was looking for edible wild vegetables or mushrooms as her talent allows her to find food. For a moment, there were hardly any people left in the dormitory, just Hao Chen, Lin Wan Wan, and Jiang Nan. The dormitory was so quiet that one could even hear the heartbeat of the two girls. At this moment, Lin Wan Wan slowly turned her gaze towards Hao Chen, her face flushed shyly, lowering her head. Jiang Nan flicked her short hair and then walked towards Hao Chen. As Jiang Nan walked, she said, "Hao Chen, it's still daytime, and most of the girls in the class have left. There are only me, you, her. So what are your intentions?" Jiang Nan had already approached Hao Chen, their distance less than 2 centimeters. In this quiet and ambiguous atmosphere, Hao Chen naturally understood. With no one in the dormitory, just Wan Wan, and you, such an opportunity is rare, so. Hao Chen gently pulled Jiang Nan's wrist, and Lin Wan Wan also moved closer. He didn't say much. He had waited a long time for this moment. Before, he was either collecting resources or on the way to collect resources. Where was the time to quietly spend with the girl he admired? For a moment, 2 subtle feelings surged in his heart. In this instant, they quietly spread. Lin Wan Wan's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her gaze dazed, and she appeared soft and quiet. Jiang Nan was somewhat stronger than her, but her breathing had noticeably slowed, and her eyes held a softness that would usually not be present. Looking at Hao Chen, a hint of rare warmth appeared in her eyes. "You look like you've been through a lot these days." Jiang Nan spoke intermittently, her breath somewhat unsteady. On the other side, Lin Wan Wan was also being gently watched. Only faint sounds and barely audible whispers were heard from dormitory 701. About half an hour passed. Hao Chen was still immersed in the warm atmosphere, but his keen senses picked up the sound of footsteps gradually approaching. The 2 girls beside him also heard the distinct footsteps. It seems like someone is coming back. Hao Chen paused for a moment. Just pause for a moment. The trio of Qin Ming, Yao Zhou Xiao Xiao, and Yi Bingbing had already reached the 6th floor. They returned to fetch some water and food. Currently, the girls were full of energy and had successfully chopped down 2 small trees together. Although they weren't very large, they could still obtain some useful materials after processing. When they returned to the 7th floor, they saw 3 people standing in the dormitory hallway. All 3 had flushed faces, especially Lin Wan Wan, whose face was as red as an apple, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, as if she was lost in thought. "Hey, what are you 3 doing here?" Zhou Xiao Xiao swaggered over and asked. When she noticed that Jiang Nan, Hao Chen, and Lin Wan Wan all had flushed faces and somewhat disheveled hair, certain suspicions inevitably arose in her mind. "You 3? Sneaking around, not joining in the work, hiding in the dormitory. You wouldn't be." Zhou Xiao Xiao raised her index finger, leaning in closer, seemingly trying to capture some answers from their subtle expressions. Lin Wan Wan coughed lightly, trying to make her voice sound steady. "No, it's nothing. We got thirsty halfway, and just came back. Nothing happened." "Ugh." Lin Wan Wan gagged again, a few tears appearing in the corners of her eyes, but she still tried to maintain a smiling demeanor. On the other side, Jiang Nan pretended to whistle. Although her face was flushed and her hair somewhat messy, she still tried her best to maintain a composed appearance. "I'm in the same situation as Wan Wan, just came back, because we got thirsty halfway, didn't do anything." Zhou Xiao Xiao looked around, but found no obvious clues, so she had to let it go. "I thought you 3 were sneaking around in the dormitory, but it seems like I didn't get to see anything." "Alright, let's go, teacher Yi Bingbing, let's get some water." Zhou Xiao Xiao walked into the dormitory, heading towards the location of the mineral water tank. As teacher Qin Ming, Yao passed by Hao Chen, she glanced at his slightly flushed face. As a teacher, she understood somewhat, but in order to give the students some private space, she decided not to say much. As Yi Bingbing walked by, she noticed Hao Chen's face was unusually flushed and frowned slightly. She couldn't quite articulate why, but soon she shook off that thought. "TCH, forget it, what does it have to do with me?" Yi Bingbing didn't pry further and followed the teacher's footsteps into the dormitory. Watching the 3 enter the dormitory to fetch their things, Hao Chen turned his gaze to the 2 girls beside him, and they both bore expressions of relief at not being discovered. At this moment, Lin Wan Wan leaned closer to Hao Chen and whispered, Wait until they leave. She didn't finish her sentence, but her face had turned red to the roots of her ears. On the other side, Jiangnan softly replied, we didn't get enough earlier, right? Hao Chen looked at the two, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, what just happened was just the beginning. Ha ha ha. Lin Wanwan was struggling to catch her breath. She fanned her palm, trying to cool her flushed cheek. On the other side, Jiangnan lay on her wooden bed without a care in the world. Her chest rose and fell with each breath. When both girls glanced at Hao Chen, their eyes were filled with satisfaction and excitement. Hao Chen's performance indeed did not disappoint them. Although there was a minor interruption, it quickly continued. Lin Wanwan twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a few sips. I almost choked just now. I really need to improve. Hao Chen, could you not be so excessive next time? I wasn't mentally prepared yet. Looking at Lin Wanwan's shy face and sweet tone, Hao Chen nodded. He chuckled awkwardly and replied, I was a bit careless, but there was no other way. Jiang Nan, who was beside them, smiled slightly and said, Hao Chen, I must admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect such a surprise. Of course, Wanwan and I are very much looking forward to the next time. I hope you can bring us more surprises. Jiang Nan hadn't finished speaking before she retched slightly. Ugh. Jiang Nan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, then opened her bottle of mineral water and took a few big gulps. At that moment, the three of them rested on the bed for a while, waiting to check the girls' progress later. Phew, this really is a physical task. Luckily your brother Hao usually exercises, so another half an hour is no problem for me. No way. Lin Wanwan lay beside Hao Chen, patting his shoulder, her face showing a mix of anger and shyness. You are already strong, but if you keep this up, it's really not good. Both Jiang Nan and I are exhausted. After saying this, Lin Wanwan buried her head in Hao Chen's shoulder, feeling extremely shy. At this moment, Hao Chen teased, such things still need practice. If we are inexperienced, we should practice more, as sooner or later we will become proficient. No worries, you both just need to rest while I will check what entries I obtained today. Daily entries have been drawn. Level entry: overexertion. Effect: attack increases by 50, but accuracy decreases by 30. If only this accuracy were a bit higher, and can this be used on people? Tough. Let's look at the next one. Hao Chen scrolled down to check the next entry. Level entry: roar. Effect: a loud roar can stun monsters within 5 meters for 2 seconds. It also has a remarkable effect on people. Seeing this entry, Hao Chen felt a bit of interest. Although roaring might be a bit awkward, it can stun monsters within 5 meters for 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds are enough to buy time to kill the monsters. Moreover, combined with Jiang Nan's A-level talent, the Invisible Assassin, it's equivalent to a combo skill. Hao Chen nodded gently, and then looked at the next entry. A-level talent: warm embrace. Effect: when the host uses this entry, hugging anyone sharing the bed will restore their recovery speed by 200. Seeing the 200, Hao Chen was momentarily dumbfounded. Just by hugging each other, the recovery speed can be increased. And it's 200. Isn't this much better than Su Wonking's healing aura? It's even stronger. Looking at the 3 entries before him, Hao Chen couldn't help but ponder. The 2 entries refreshed today are quite useful. More effective than usual. One can stun monsters, and the other can boost recovery speed. Which one to choose? Currently, upgrading the wooden bed and finding food are the top priorities, but whether we can deal with monsters is still a problem. We can't keep being sitting ducks, can we? Although increasing the healing speed by 200 is strong, we still lack offensive power. Moreover, the entries I have refreshed currently are very few in terms of offensive capabilities, and I can't guarantee that I will obtain stronger entries tomorrow. So, Hao Chen glanced at them and decisively chose the level entry. Working together creates combo skills, and opening up an attack path is also one of the current tasks. As long as we can deal with monsters, we can explore and gather in more areas. At least during the day, we don't have to be overly anxious. After selecting the entry, Hao Chen sat up from the bed and stretched. He looked at Lin Wanwan beside him and Jiang Nan lying on his bed. Ladies, are you well rested? It's time for us to set off and check on their progress. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan sat up from the bed, tidying their disheveled hair and clothes, then set off together to see their progress. Behind the dormitory building was a mountain, and the deeper they went, the larger and older the trees became. Currently, many girls wielded stone axes, chopping away vigorously. Although they didn't look very professional, it was at least effective. In no time, yet another small tree was felled. So far, they had chopped down 5 trees. Teacher Qin Mingyao was in charge of logistics. She instructed the other girls to handle the fallen trees. Branches, branches. I got 2 more. Zhang Yaya held 2 branches in her hand, which had been transformed into slender sticks through her processing. On the other side, Su Qing took out the empty mineral water bottles and began extracting the resin from the tree trunk. Sticky. Ugh. Su Qing felt a bit disgusted, but after thinking about it, these were all materials, so the girls were full of energy, each sweating profusely, a stark contrast to their previous laziness on campus. At the same time, Li Meng returned after making a round. On her way back, she was carrying some mushrooms and wild vegetables.
Thanks to her talent, she discovered some edible wild vegetables and mushrooms in the mountains behind the dormitory. When Hao Chen brought Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan here, he felt satisfied with what he saw. It seems that every girl has found her task, and teacher Qin Mingio's ability to command is quite impressive, efficiently arranging logistics and work members. Their success is certainly due to everyone's awareness and cooperation. Hao Chen then approached teacher Qin Mingyao, opened his system backpack, and took out a box of mineral water and a box of biscuits. Teacher, can we let everyone take a break? No need to work so hard. I brought mineral water and biscuits to replenish their energy. Teacher Qin Mingyao first glanced at Hao Chen, nodded his eyes, but at his disheveled hair and clothes. What were you doing in the dormitory just now? I wasn't doing anything. Just resting in the dormitory for a bit, and then came over. Resting for a bit. It's already been an hour. Did you rest for that long? A hint of disbelief glimmered in teacher Qin Mingio's eyes. After a while, seeing that Hao Chen didn't reply, teacher Qin Mingyao leaned closer to his ear and said, next time find a reasonable time. Being so blatant in the dormitory won't work. Your poor acting skills won't fool me. Although you are the dorm leader, Nuan Nuan and Jiang Nan are girls, and they need some face, so be mindful next time, got it? Listening to teacher Qin Mingio's words, Hao Chen nodded. It seemed he couldn't hide anything from her. Just as Hao Chen turned around, he saw Zhou Xiaoxiao had approached without him noticing. She squinted, a meaningful smile on her lips. Hao Chen, what secret did the teacher just tell you? Is it about what happened in the dormitory? Hao Chen maintained his composure. Nothing. Oh, nothing. Zhou Xiaoxiao elongated her tone. Then why is your face still so red? And when Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan walked over just now, their legs seemed a bit weak. Seeing Hao Chen's silence, Zhou Xiaoxiao was convinced of her thoughts. In the next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned close to his ear and lowered her voice. I don't care what you do in the dormitory, but... She paused, her eyes becoming serious. Can you let me see next time? I promise I won't make a sound. How about it? Hao Chen saw her expression and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, so eager to be a bystander. It would be interesting if you end up with your own plot twist later, or you could join in. No need to just watch, but take action. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned red. I just want to take a look. What are you talking about? Seriously. Nuan, why is your leg shaking? Su Wanxing put down the biscuit in her hand and looked over with concern. Are you feeling unwell? I can help you heal. Lin Wanwan's face flushed, instinctively clenching her legs tighter, and she waved her hand harder. No. Not at all. It's a bit hot today. Su Wanxing glanced at the gloomy sky in confusion. Strange, it hasn't even been sunny today. Huh. Su Wanxing thought of this and decided not to press further. Lin Wanwan was busy fanning herself with her palm, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She knew perfectly well why her legs were shaking. After all, it was all thanks to Hao Chen. Just recalling the scene a moment ago made Lin Wanwan's heart race. The moment she got out of bed, she had even had to lean against the wall. Meanwhile, Hao Chen approached accompanied by teacher Qin Mingyao. All that could be heard was teacher Qin Mingio's voice. Thank you all for your hard work today. We have been cutting trees together and working on logistics, and all the teachers have noticed. Currently, Hao Chen wants to explore the second teaching building. To be efficient and convenient, he wants to form an exploration team prioritizing students with talents. Who wants to join? Upon hearing teacher Qin Mingio's words, Jiang Nan was the first to raise her hand. Me? They'll go with Hao Chen. It's the perfect chance to test my talent as an invisible assassin. Not only can I become invisible, but I can also backstab. I'm definitely an offensive player. You can't leave me out. Jiang Nan finished speaking and confidently walked over to Hao Chen, skillfully looping her arm through his and leaning against his shoulder. Another member was Li Meng. I want to go too. I just awakened my talent, which will be very useful for finding food during the exploration. And you see, Li Meng said as she placed her system backpack and the wild vegetables and mushrooms she had on the ground. These are the edible vegetables and mushrooms I found just now. As long as we find an iron pot, we can have a good meal tonight, which will also help replenish our vitamins. Indeed, bringing Li Meng along during the exploration would not only help patch up any shortages, but also make it much easier to find food, making her a great candidate for food searching. Alright Li Meng, you come over. We still need 2 more of 5 people will make a good team. Hao Chen looked toward the sports committee member Zhang Yaya. Zhang Yaya, do you want to join? At this moment, Zhang Yaya shook her head while sitting in place. I won't go. My ability is not suitable, and the girls in the class need someone who can do physical work. It's the wisest choice for me to stay here and help with the wood, so I'm really sorry, Hao Chen, but I can't accompany you this time. Hao Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lin Nuan walked over to them on her own. The blush on her face had yet to fade, and her legs still trembled a bit as she walked. I want to go too. I can help everyone detect any dangers, so I'm also an essential member. Hao Chen patted Lin Wanwan's head and permitted her to join. After all, it was necessary to have a reconnaissance-type member in the team to ensure safety and effectively evade any monster ambushes. There were already 4 members leaving, just 1 more. Su Wanqing, Qin Mingyao, and Su Qing were all stunned in place, and had not made any plans. But thinking it through, there was already a scout, and with that they could avoid danger during the exploration, ensuring fewer injuries. So Su Wanqing decided to stay here, just in case, ready to treat any injured members immediately. Teacher Qin Mingyao also chose to stay here to handle logistics, and Su Qing, whose talent was not offensive, belonged to the logistics department. So looking at it this way, there was no one left. Just as Hao Chen was preparing to plan the next moves, Yi Bingbing slowly walked over. Her expression was quite rich, a bit proud and disdainful, but there was a hint of blush on her beautiful face. Hao Chen, I want to go too. Hao Chen looked up at Yi Bingbing, feeling a bit surprised. The usually proud and self-critical Yi Bingbing was surprisingly proactive. This mission is somewhat dangerous. Are you sure you want to come with us? Even though Nuan is here, I can't guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. Hao Chen looked at Yi Bingbing while she cast her gaze down at the floor, her shy face showing a hint of stubbornness. You don't need to worry about that, I can protect myself. Besides, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I want to go with you guys just to contribute my part. Hao Chen lightly nodded. At least he saw Yi Bingbing's determination and willingness to contribute. Alright then, you must stick close to me. If anything happens, remember to report to me. Now let's not delay, let's set off. Teacher Qin Mingyao watched the 5 leave, and then focused all her attention back on the logistics department. It was already the 4th day, but it was not as safe as the previous 3 days. Who knows what those rule-based monsters will be like at night? Qin Mingyio's gaze was fixed on the girls, working a glimmer of worry flashing in her eyes. As they passed the first teaching building, they walked forward for another 5 minutes before reaching the second teaching building. Compared to the first building, the second teaching building was larger and had many places to search. This was no longer a classroom for teaching, but a place for learning skills. From the first floor, the big words could be seen. Culinary classroom. Through the glass, they could see the pots and pans inside. When Li Ming saw this, she immediately activated her talent skill. In a place like this, she had a strong premonition of finding food. Li Ming's sense of smell heightened several times, as she could distinctly smell rich food in the classroom on the first floor. And there was quite a lot of it. The next moment, she carefully sniffed again and detected a strange smell. Li Ming pointed to the classroom ahead and said, there is rich food in the classroom ahead, including potatoes and tomatoes, and it seems there are also carrots. Wait, I smell something else. The others listened to Li Ming's report. Li Ming opened her eyes at this moment, frowning. Fishy smell. She sniffed again, looking innocent. Strange, there are no fish here. Hearing the report, Hao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Wan's face turned bright red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Jiang Nan was even more embarrassed, as she certainly knew where that fishy smell came from. I must have misheard. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm sure there are vegetables inside. Even though I didn't smell any meat, we can explore first. Li Ming immediately turned her gaze to Hao Chen. Dorm leader, so what's our next plan? Hao Chen came to his senses. Oh, the plan. Well, the first step is definitely exploration. Let's have Nuan check it out first. If there are no monsters on the first floor, we can search freely. If there are, we will fight. While Hao Chen was speaking, Lin Wan had already instinctively activated her talent. Waves of ripples spread from her body, and then she began scanning the teaching building before her. When she found that the red dots this time were as bright as though she had checked on the 3rd floor last time, a hint of panic appeared on her face. She slowly opened her eyes and softly said, there are monsters on this floor, and they are not weak. Looking at the classroom on the 1st floor, Hao Chen began to devise a plan in his mind. He turned to Li Ming, Lin Wan, and Yi Bingbing. You 3 wait here for a moment. I will go with Jiang Nan to take care of that guy. Yi Bingbing, hearing that Hao Chen and Jiang Nan were about to take risks, showed a hint of worry on her face, but that concern was quickly replaced with teasing. 2 people going. Is that feasible? Nuan also said that its strength is not weak. I feel it's not very prudent with just the 2 of you. In any case, if we're going, we should all go together to deal with the monster. As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, Hao Chen countered her. Going together is not feasible. Do you know why I called the others over? It's because each of us has the ability to do our part. Nuan is responsible for scouting, Li Ming is in charge of finding food, and Jiang Nan and I are responsible for killing. Everyone has their own tasks, and there's only you in the team who lacks talent. Moreover, the other members do not possess offensive abilities. It's definitely not safe to go together, not to mention I'm the dorm leader. I can't just watch you get hurt. Listening to Hao Chen's words, a flicker of acknowledgement passed through Yi Bingbing's eyes, especially at his last sentence about not wanting to see team members get hurt. Yi Bingbing crossed her arms, turned her head slightly to the side, and stammered, as you wish, just be careful, you 2. We'll wait for you here. After giving her instructions, Hao Chen took Jiang Nan's hand and gradually approached the classroom ahead. Jiang Nan was holding 2 stone axes, and with her skills combined with her abilities, she could be quite stealthy. As the 2 of them approached the teaching building, they heard the sound of a kitchen knife. Bang! Bang! The sound of a kitchen knife chopping on the chopping board came again and again in an utterly bizarre rhythm. Hao Chen immediately looked towards the door of the cooking classroom. Through the crack of the door, he vaguely saw a figure with an apron busy at the stove. The figure was somewhat plump, surrounded by swirling black smoke. With each chop of the kitchen knife, the fat on its face quivered. Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing this. "Watch me backstab it." Just as Jiang Nan dashed forward, Hao Chen grasped her hand and softly said, "Don't rush, wait a moment. Being too eager is not a good thing." As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, the figure inside the classroom halted its actions. It slowly turned its head and looked at the two outside the window. Its eyes were hollow and its face was bleeding profusely. Bright red blood dripped onto its pristine apron. "You're late for the new Southern Chef's class." "Then don't blame me for being rude." The monster let out a low growl and charged over with the kitchen knife. Hao Chen did not say much, but exchanged a glance with Jiang Nan, nodding to confirm their plan. The monster came rushing out wielding two kitchen knives, its flabby body jiggling with each step. Hao Chen stood calmly in front of it, waiting for its approach. The three female classmates watching from a distance were instantly paralyzed with fear. "Hao Chen, what are you doing?" "The other side is wielding a kitchen knife. A stone axe or a stone shard knife won't be able to block that." "Why isn't he dodging? This is so nerve-wracking." Lin Wanwan's face was filled with worry. She was so anxious that she began to stomp her feet. Yi Bingbing also shared her concern. Yi Bingbing had a worried expression on her face as she watched Hao Chen in the corridor outside the classroom. Less than 10 meters away from him was the monster teacher brandishing two kitchen knives. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and counterattack. You're the only boy in the class, and you're the dorm leader. If you die, what will everyone—" Yi Bingbing nervously bit her lip, even furrowing her brow. Just then Hao Chen activated the term he had. He looked at the teacher rushing towards him with the kitchen knife, and then shouted loudly, "Get lost." After Hao Chen's roar, the teacher holding the kitchen knife froze in place. Time seemed to stand still, and its movement stopped. Seeing the monster's rigidity, Hao Chen quickly called out to Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, now." Jiang Nan received the message and immediately activated her A-level talent, becoming an invisible assassin. Jiang Nan's figure gradually became transparent, and then she completely vanished. Then she quickly circled around to the back of the monster, gripping her double stone axes and swinging them down fiercely. The impact of the stone axe made the monster howl in pain. Moreover, with the backstab target receiving a 50 damage bonus, the damage of the two stone axes increased significantly. Seeing the monster barely hanging on, Hao Chen quickly took out his stone axe and threw it forward with all his might, hitting its heart directly. The stone axe sank deep into the monster's head. After receiving fatal damage and the bonus damage from Jiang Nan's talent, the monster turned into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. This process was rapid, almost completed in the blink of an eye. Watching the black smoke dissipate, Hao Chen finally felt relieved. If it weren't for having the level term roar, that kitchen knife might have truly come into contact with me. At the same time, two small mysterious crystals immediately glimmered brightly on the ground. Jiang Nan picked them up and handed them to Hao Chen. "Hao Chen, what are these? They seem to have dropped from that monster." Hao Chen frowned as he looked at the two mysterious crystals in Jiang Nan's palm. "I haven't seen these before, let me take a look." Once Hao Chen held the mysterious crystals, the system panel automatically popped up. Item: mysterious crystal source, random drop rate of 10 from killing elite monsters, usage can be used for exchanges. Hao Chen frowned as he read the purpose of the mysterious crystal. "You said it can be exchanged." "Oh, I understand that, but it doesn't say with whom or where to exchange. This is truly frustrating." "Forget it, let's keep it for now. It will definitely be useful later, since elite monsters only have a 10 chance of dropping it. Getting 2 is quite good already." After storing the mysterious crystals, Hao Chen looked towards the 3 people hiding in the distance. "Everyone can come over now. There are currently no monsters on the first floor, so you can search safely." As soon as Hao Chen's voice fell, Lin Wanwan, hiding behind the cover, was the first to rush over. She quickly leaped into Hao Chen's embrace, concern etched on her face. "Hao Chen, you nearly scared. You stood there without moving, and I thought you." Lin Wanwan chose not to continue, but clung tightly to Hao Chen's chest, unwilling to let go. Yi Bingbing also walked over at this moment, a hint of recognition appearing on her face. "Well, it's not bad, but not enough. You were too reckless earlier. If that monster had been a bit faster, you'd have been done for. If you had listened to me, it would have been resolved quickly. You idiot, you're still not good enough. But you did well to deal with the monster." Hao Chen looked at Lin Wanwan and Yi Bingbing, and then smiled. "I have my methods, so I won't take unnecessary risks. After all, my term and Jiang Nan can execute a combo attack. Now, without further ado, let's quickly find some food." Hao Chen turned his gaze to Li Ming and said, "Li Ming, I'm counting on you." Li Ming nodded in response to, "Then everyone follow me. I know where the food is, and there's plenty." Through Li Ming's keen sense of smell, she led Hao Chen and the others to a corner. At the corner of the first floor was a storage room. This is where ingredients are stored. After all, to learn culinary skills, one must have ingredients for practical exercises, so the food storage isn't very far. However, a problem now lay before them. The door to the storage room was closed,
and without something to pry it open or a key to unlock it, forcing it open would indeed require considerable effort. Hao Chen smiled faintly upon seeing the airtight wooden door. He took out a simple crowbar from his system backpack. This crowbar was made by the logistics department. The iron pipe was dismantled from a bed leg, and a simple hammer was used for the disassembly. This showcases the interconnected use of tools. Fortunately, I brought the crowbar. You all step back and let me pry this wooden door open. Upon hearing the command, Yi Bingbing and the others took a step back, maintaining a safe distance of about a meter from Hao Chen. Hao Chen inserted the crowbar into the gap and forcefully pried it outward. In no time the wooden door was pried, but when Hao Chen opened the wooden door, he saw 4 refrigerators inside along with baskets of vegetables stacked in the corner. Each basket was filled with vegetables. Potatoes, carrots, and onions. These vegetables were well preserved, showing no signs of rot. After all, in such a dark and enclosed space, the preservation conditions for the vegetables were quite favorable. Li Ming walked in at this moment and picked up a potato. Her face flushed with excitement. I was right, my talent for finding food is incredibly useful. These vegetables are all very fresh. Li Ming looked at the vegetables in the 3 baskets in front of her, her face beaming with joy. After all, this meant they could have a good meal today, no longer just chocolate bars, but a nutritious vegetable medley. Lin Wan then opened the first refrigerator, which had only 2 boxes of eggs inside. Such a large refrigerator, and only 2 boxes of eggs. Alright, a bit disappointing. Hao Chen opened the second refrigerator, and the contents inside made his eyes light up. The second refrigerator contained something interesting. There were 3 plates of pre-cut lean meat, presumably for the students to practice cooking. The third refrigerator was checked by Yi Bingbing. When the refrigerator door opened, a pack of frozen chicken wings and 3 bottles of cola greeted their eyes, along with a label that read "Cola Chicken Wings Practice Ingredients." They quickly sniffed the aroma and checked the meat quality. After inspection, this batch of food was found not to be expired and remained in good condition, all in an It seems we had some excitement today, but we also made gains. After defeating the head chef, we obtained this batch of food, which isn't bad. Fortunately, we have the system-provided backpack. As long as the food is stored inside, we don't have to worry about spoilage, and the food will remain in its original state, ready to be taken out whenever we want. Hao Chen then turned his gaze to Yi Bingbing, Lin Wan, and Li Ming. Everyone, let's tidy up and head back. If elite monsters appear on the first floor, the monster's strength will increase as we go up. We should know when to retreat. After Lin Wan stored the 2 boxes of eggs in the system backpack, she gently replied, "Okay, I've stored my food. We can head back now." Li Ming also packed the vegetables she had collected into the system backpack. This trip made her feel a sense of fulfillment and achievement. After all, being able to contribute to the team made. After Hao Chen finished tidying up, he walked to the door and patted Jiang Nan's shoulder, then said softly, "Thanks for your hard work. We're done packing. Let's head back." Jiang Nan smiled slightly, placing her hand on Hao Chen's shoulder. "So how was my performance today? Did I impress you? If so, you must pamper me more in the future." Jiang Nan's face was very close to Hao Chen's, almost ready to kiss him. Hao Chen patted his chest and said, "Our teamwork needs no words. Isn't it seamless? Buddy, you did well in this operation. Let's keep up the good work in the future." Hearing Hao Chen's encouragement, Jiang Nan felt much more at ease. "No problem, he." In the back of the group, Yi Bingbing felt a slight discomfort upon seeing Hao Chen and Jiang Nan with their shoulders around each other, looking very close. She couldn't quite explain why, but overall she felt a bit uneasy, as if someone had taken something of hers. Why do I feel this way? This is strange. He's obviously a big pervert. Not only did he look at me thoroughly, but he also showed off in front of me. I must not have feelings for him, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't like that kind of person. Yi Bingbing pouted, turning her face away, trying to escape her own gaze. Dormitory 701. Hu Zhongyao neatly arranged the remaining wooden sticks and took a look. The girls who had been working earlier had now returned to the dormitory to rest. They had been working since morning, and now it was already 1 p.m. Everyone was quite tired. The dormitory was filled with the unique scent of girls and sweat. They hadn't bathed for 4 days, and their bodies were sticky. Furthermore, after returning from work, they felt a bit hot. Many girls had simply pulled their zippers down quite low, but not enough to expose too much. Everyone was sitting on their wooden beds waiting for Hao Chen's return. "I'm so sticky. When will we have water to take a shower? It's so uncomfortable being sticky, and I sweated a lot today," another girl with twin ponytails echoed. "Exactly, not only sticky, but a bit smelly too, and I'm not a duck either. I really can't stand not showering." Zhou Xiaoxiao stood on her bed and said, "Then we need to come up with a solution quickly, or that teacher will come to check and deduct points again. Last time we got points deducted, it was because the dorm smelled of sweat." And before Zhou Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she sniffed the air carefully. "Hey, who went fishing? Why do I smell something strange?" As soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao said this, it instantly attracted the attention of the other girls. Footsteps drew nearer to the dormitory, and the wooden door swung open. Those who entered were not monsters, but Hao Chen and his companions.
Hao Chen had already packed and returned to the compound. The haul this time was respectable, enough at least to stave off hunger among the girls in the class. Li Ming carried 2 stainless steel pots taken from the culinary classroom. Only those 2 remained relatively intact, the rest being either rusty or too small. At the sight of Hao Chen's return, teacher Qin Mingyao rose and walked toward him. How did the foraging go? Nothing untoward, I hope. At teacher Qin Mingyao's greeting, Hao Chen nodded in response. Not bad. We gathered plenty of vegetables and other edible items. And those 2 pots will let us cook to fill some bellies. As Hao Chen finished speaking, Li Ming produced the contents of the system backpack and set them out. Plump potatoes, bright red carrots, and onions were laid before them. It had been 4 days since they arrived. This was the first time they had seen fresh vegetables. These were far superior to the wild greens and mushrooms from the back hill. Many of the girls brightened at the sight. Wow, fresh potatoes. And carrots too. Finally something fresh, not those dry chocolate bars. Wonderful. I can't wait. Let's get a fire going. We gathered plenty of fuel today, and I found a box of matches earlier, so starting a fire won't be a problem. Watching the girls begin to prepare that evening's meal, Hao Chen nodded in approval. At that moment, Zhang Yaya came over and pointed to the gathered timber. Hao Chen, the saplings we chopped have been processed into materials. You can take inventory. Hao Chen went to inspect. The sight made his eyes light up. At least 60 sticks lay on the ground, and they had salvaged 15 wooden planks. Not a great bounty, but certainly better than nothing. 60 sticks and 15 planks. More than enough to make a low-grade crafting table. Once we have a workbench, we can craft far more items. With that, he set to work. The low-grade workbench did not require many materials, but it was stick-heavy. 5 planks and 20 sticks would suffice. 2 minutes later, the crafting table was complete, appearing in Hao Chen's backpack, and he placed it in a relatively open. The workbench resembled a simple table. To craft one merely stood before it. It would automatically scan one's carried materials and suggest what could be made. While Hao Chen studied the workbench, the girls preparing dinner began to gossip about a sensitive topic. Zhou Xiaoxiao had taken Lin Nuanyuan by the hand and peered at her with eager curiosity. Nuanyuan, just be honest, I won't tell. I played a little trick earlier and passed by each girl to have a sniff. A sly glint appeared at the corner of Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes as she covered her mouth and laughed softly. I caught a faint trace of Hao Chen on you. So that act of standing outside the corridor and fanning yourself wasn't entirely innocent. You 2 have done that thing, haven't you? Lin Nuanyuan, who was never good at lying, felt her face flush immediately. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Xiaoxiao only grew more certain. I knew it. The 3 of you took advantage of us being gone and snuck off to do those sorts of things upstairs. Come on, tell us. How did Hao Chen perform? Several girls gathered at Zhou's side, eager for gossip. Yes, Nuanyuan, how was he? I heard Yi Bingbing say he might not even last 5 minutes. Is that true? If so, Hao Chen is hopeless. Oh, stop bickering. Let Nuanyuan speak. Lin Nuanyuan lowered her head, her face burning with embarrassment as the girls pressed her for details. Her blush was nearly painful. In a soft voice, she replied, Hao Chen is strong. And I am satisfied. Also, he can go on for about an hour without stopping, which is not bad. She turned her face away, pressing her lips into a thin line. Her shy profile, bathed in the evening light, looked especially endearing. 1 hour. That's impressive. Then the 2 of you must have done quite well. I couldn't handle an hour myself. My goodness, his stamina must be excellent. On the fringe, Yi Bingbing hugged her knees and pretended not to care. She muttered under her breath and then buried her face in her arms, her ears flushed as if lost in thought. Hao Chen observed the girls' praise and Lin Nuanyuan's bashfulness. Hearing their admiration, Hao Chen straightened his chest and wore a look of proud composure. If I will not descend into hell, then who will? He thought, even daring to address those watching as if asking what they would do in his place. After the teasing, it was time for dinner. They ate slices of potato and tender carrots accompanied by a thin meat broth. To have such nourishment brought a smile to every face. These resources had to be actively explored and obtained. They could not remain confined to the teaching building. Hao Chen watched everyone sipping the broth and mused inwardly, if tomorrow's entry bears an offensive attribute, he could lead the girls to explore more unknown areas. He already possessed a fixed advantage, the ability to control monsters for 2 seconds, which presented a rare opportunity for attack. The supplies in the teaching building were simply too meager. Caring for 36 girls would be impossible on these rations. The food they had would last at most 2 days, and thereafter the shortage would be acute. He sniffed the dormitory air. Besides, everyone has complained about not having bathed for too long. They feel sticky and reek of sweat. Survival is not the only concern. We must also meet daily needs, or they will fall ill. Hao Chen drained his bowl of broth and regarded Lin Nuanyuan and Jiang Nan. This morning's battle had been satisfying, but whether it would lead to offspring was uncertain, as such things seldom succeed on a first attempt, and more effort would be required. Looks like tomorrow morning before we set out I'll have to try again. The dormitory is not suitable, better to find a more secluded place. On the morning of the 5th day, most of the students who arrived at the dormitory last night were stragglers. Fortunately, there were no monster teachers, or else there would have been more deductions. On the morning of the 5th day, most of the students who arrived at the dormitory last night were stragglers. Fortunately, there were no monster teachers. Moreover, the female classmates in the class had rosy complexions, as last night's dinner was the best they had experienced since arriving in this world. There was plenty of vegetables and meat soup. They ate their fill and quietly waited in bed for night to fall, ready to face the crisis. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to brighten and 3 figures appeared at the dormitory entrance. It was clear to see the blush on the faces of the 2 girls. Soon the 3 of them stepped lightly out of the dormitory, and they were gone for 2 hours. Although there were some sounds, the girls in the class were all asleep and unaware. 2 hours later, the 3 figures reappeared at the staircase. The 2 girls had flushed faces and messy hair. Hao Chen had 2 strawberry marks on his neck. He was holding the small hands of Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan. As the 3 returned to the dormitory, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. The happiest among them was Hao Chen. Thanks to their efforts this morning, he had already achieved 2 goals. Host Hao Chen talent ability, more children, more blessings. Current stage 2 goals completed. Affect the class wooden beds will slowly upgrade by 20 unconditionally, and the collective protection value will increase by 20 points. This effect can be permanently stacked. Looking at the effects displayed on the system panel in front of him, Hao Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Phew, at least it wasn't in vain. After 2 hours of effort, I finally helped Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan. Hao Chen said to the shy Lin Wanwan, "Don't worry, Wanwan, I'm not the kind of person who would just walk away after getting what I want. I will strive to be a good dorm leader," and Hao Chen paused, leaning closer to her face and whispering, "A competent father." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan excitedly rubbed her thighs, shyly lowering her head, her long eyelashes fluttering. "Hao Chen, I believe in you. If you need anything in the future, I am willing to serve. After all, you are not just my boyfriend now, but my husband in the true sense. And it has evolved from classmates. I will cherish this memory and the passion of the morning." As she spoke, Lin Wanwan buried her head in Hao Chen's shoulder. On the other side, Jiang Nan was the same. Their faces were filled with beaming smiles and satisfied expressions. Early this morning, Hao Chen had woken them up, although it was a bit rushed. But seeing Hao Chen's rough and direct gestures, Lin Wanwan covered her flushed cheeks and gently got out of bed, following Hao Chen to the mysterious place he had found. Jiang Nan was even more direct. When she saw Hao Chen wake her up, she rushed forward and kissed him, sharing a passionate morning kiss. The story that followed was as mentioned above. After some effort, they happily returned. The current time was around 8 a.m., and the girls in the class were still sound asleep. Some girls, feeling the heat and stickiness of their bodies, simply stripped off their clothes. They had no short sleeves, just thin outer garments, and wore nothing underneath. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hao Chen looked at the chaotic peaks and felt a stirring within. However, the 2 beauties had just finished their intimate moments and seemed somewhat indifferent to the scene. Hao Chen lay on the bed with Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan beside him. The 2 girls just lay down on the bed and closed their eyes, feeling a bit fatigued. Just 5 minutes later, they fell back into a deep slumber. Seeing the sleeping girls beside him, Hao Chen shook his head slowly. Indeed, the strong are still too lonely. Well, let's take a look at today's word list. Please give me an offensive one, so I can sweep through everything. Hao Chen made a gesture of prayer, hoping for a better word list today. At present, Hao Chen had already saved 4 word entries. Roar, attribute, stacking, reinforcement, specialist, transform, waste into treasure. These 4 entries contain no offensive abilities. Only 1 roar could be considered a control entry. Today's word entries have been extracted. Please acknowledge the host. Looking at the system panel displaying that the extraction was complete, Hao Chen felt a sense of excitement akin to opening a blind box. After all, whether he could go further depended on the luck of which word entries he could draw. Give me a golden legend. Hao Chen excitedly scrolled down to review today's word entries. A-level word entry, lock master effect. This entry allows you to open any lock. Interesting, if I use this entry, it could solve some doors that cannot be opened with a simple crowbar. Perhaps there are rich resources inside. Not bad. Let's see the next one. B-level word entry, eagle eye effect. See extremely far. The effect of the B-level entry eagle eye is quite concise, but it is indeed true. Generally, this eagle eye can also be considered a scouting entry. Hao Chen scrolled down again to check the third one. He could only pin all his hopes on the third entry. If it turned out to be more advantageous for the current situation, he would be overjoyed. B-level word entry, iron fist effect, unarmed attack power increases by 100. Seeing the last word entry, Hao Chen felt a bit disappointed. After all, today's entries did not include any S-level, nor were there any exaggerated offensive or construction abilities. Iron Fist, Eagle Eye, Lockmaster. I can only choose from the highest level first. The Lockmaster is still very advantageous in the early stages, as it can solve those doors that are tightly sealed or locked without a key, potentially providing more search opportunities. As for Iron Fist, attacking monsters with bare hands, although the attack power increases by 100, it is not very reliable. An Eagle Eye, the scouting entry, is quite good, but when considering practicality, it has to be the Lockmaster.
Hao Chen smiled as he confirmed the Lockmaster entry. Hao Chen had already thought of today's goal, which was to visit the swimming pool indicated on the campus map. There it might provide the girls with a refreshing swim to wash away their body odor, and besides he hadn't showered for 5 days, it was time to relax. Campus swimming pool. At the entrance of the swimming pool stood a sign. The weathered sign listed several rules. Swimming pool usage rules: 1. Shower before entering the water. 2. Diving is prohibited in the deep water area. 3. No lingering after closing time. However, the 4th rule had been damaged, and the writing was no longer legible, but the scratches on it were chilling. Strange. Why is my wooden bed showing that it is slowly upgrading without materials? Moreover, the protection value of my level 1 wooden bed has increased by 20 points. Is anyone else experiencing this? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at the panel that popped up from the wooden bed with confusion. Currently, all the classmates in the class had woken up, and everyone was having breakfast. Today's breakfast was still potato slices and leftover lean meat soup, along with chocolate bars. Su Wanqing also noticed that her wooden bed had popped up the prompt indicating it was slowly upgrading. Mine too, but I don't know why it also added 20 points of protection value. Me too, me too. Me as well. Seeing most of the class raise their hands, Zhou Xiaoxiao scratched her head in confusion. This is really strange. Could there be a bug? Speaking of which, the upgrade of the wooden bed should only be effective after Hao Cen's blessing of many children, right? How could it? Zhou Xiaoxiao's words were cut short as she suddenly looked up and directed her gaze at Hao Chen. The other girls also began to piece together clues from Zhou Xiaoxiao's words. Hao Chen, you wouldn't. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned slightly red as she quickly glanced at Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan, who sat beside Hao Chen. The other girls reacted similarly, and Teacher Qin, Meng Yao, even paused her meal. Jiang Nan looked at everyone's shocked expressions, and then stood up. Her expression was calm, as if addressing a trivial matter. Oh dear, look at how anxious you all are. Alright, I won't pretend anymore, it'll come clean. Hao Cen's efforts have allowed me and Lin Wanwan to have offspring, so the slow upgrade of the wooden bed and the added 20 points of protection value come from this. Everyone don't panic, stay calm and collected. Jiang Nan's tone was calm, but to others it sounded explosive. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to speak up. She stood on her bed pointing at Hao Chen, Lin, Wanwan, and others. You 3 rascals having such exciting things happen, and you didn't invite me. I already said I just wanted to watch, I wouldn't do anything. And such a big deal should have been told to us in advance. This is a life. This is no joke. Zhou Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, pouting, and looked seriously at Hao Chen. The other female classmates began to echo her. Exactly. Jiang Nan, next time you do something like this, you need to tell us in advance. It's not like we wouldn't be willing to make space. We can all understand it's only human nature. I wondered why Hao Chen came so late yesterday. Could it be that he was doing something naughty with them? Hearing this, Su Wanqing suddenly realized as she looked at Lin Wanwan. So that's how it is. Wanwan was shaking her legs so badly yesterday, she could barely stand, so it was like this. It seems Hao Cen's aggressiveness is quite strong. Su Wanqing covered her cherry lips and smiled, then turned her gaze towards Hao Chen and Lin Wanwan. Upon hearing about the shaking legs and the late arrival, Zhou Xiaoxiao clapped her hands. I get it. Hao Chen came home late yesterday. There was a blush in the hallway and a fishy smell. There is only one truth. Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed at Hao Chen. You 3 were you in the dormitory yesterday? Hao Chen nodded calmly before she could finish. Yes, it was me who did it. Zhou Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, the latter part of her sentence stuck in her throat. Damn, I knew it. Jiang Nan, you were so selfish. How could you not invite me to watch? And Wanwan, your shaking legs were because of this. Zhou Xiaoxiao turned her head and gave a thumbs up. Alright, Hao Chen, you are impressive. Their conversation instantly drew laughter and whispers from all the girls in the class, turning the morning dormitory into a place of joy and laughter. However, while everyone was chatting excitedly, Teacher Qin, Meng Yao, stood up, regaining her previous aloof demeanor. Alright, everyone, stop the noise. Currently 2 students in our dormitory already have offspring, and as you can see, even without materials, the wooden bed can still upgrade slowly, and the additional 20 protection points is quite good. So, Qin Meng Yao cleared her throat a few times, a slight blush appearing on her face. So everyone can see the effect of Hao Cen's talent. If any students wish to contribute to this in the future and participate in Hao Cen's talent, they can enthusiastically join. Of course, it must be based on voluntary participation, and fairness is key. Qin Meng Yao immediately turned her gaze towards Hao Chen. Hao Chen, here. Upon hearing the teacher call him, Hao Chen immediately responded. Teacher Qin Mingjio's gaze swept quickly over Hao Cen's entire body, then to Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan beside him. She shyly said, this morning did you take them out? Facing Teacher Qin Mingjio's inquiry, Hao Chen nodded at this moment. Yes, I wanted to work harder. After all, time is tight, and the task is heavy. This blessing of many children can't be neglected. It just happened to be a perfect fit. Qin Mingyao bit her lip upon hearing this. What a perfect fit. It lasted for 2 hours. Although Hao Chen was a bit quiet, I could still hear it. I didn't expect this child to be so energetic. Teacher Qin Mingyao looked at Hao Chen with a shy expression. But the next moment, she snapped back to reality. Ahem. Although I've mentioned to you to consider the girl's feelings, but since it's cool in the morning, and we can't be sure if there are dangers outside and the classmates in the class do not oppose you if you want to engage in this, it can also be done in the dormitory. Moreover, there are good conditions like the bed. Listening to Teacher Qin Mingyio's words, Hao Chen nodded at this moment. Then he'll do it in the dormitory, next time trying not to go too far. Because I don't want to disturb everyone so. Before Hao Chen could finish, Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned closer to him. Not noisy at all, not noisy at all, we were all half asleep, just slow down, and be quieter, right? Hao Chen, you're just too eager. Listening to Teacher Qin Mingyao and Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Wanwan had already jumped into Hao Chen's arms feeling shy. Her face was flushed like a ripe apple. Meanwhile, Yi Bingbing, who was near Hao Chen's wooden bed, was watching all of this. She sat on the bed hugging her knees, gently biting her pink lips, seemingly a bit unwilling. Offspring. Have Wanwan and Jiang Nin already had theirs. Hao Chen, this kid, actually has some ability. Looking at everyone finishing their food and drinking enough, Hao Chen then walked over and looked at the girls in the class. He began to report today's plans. Previously, many classmates reported to me that the restroom on the 7th floor cannot drain water at all, making it impossible to take a shower, and since we've been here it's full of sweat and sticky, we not only need to survive, but also pay attention to personal hygiene, so today's goal is to head to the school's swimming pool. Let's all have a good swim and take a shower. Upon hearing Hao Chen's goal, the female classmates in the dormitory immediately cheered. Zhang Yaya raised her hands, excitement written all over her face. That's great. Finally we can swim and take a shower. Finally we can get rid of this sweat smell. Yay. On the other side, Su Wanqing also sniffed the smell on her body. I smell bad, but now there's a way to solve it. It's a pity there's no shower gel or shampoo, but having water. Seeing the excited faces of the girls in the class and their eager expressions, Hao Chen slowly pushed open the dormitory door. Then there's no time to lose. Let's head to the school's swimming pool. On the way to the swimming pool, female classmates gathered closely around Lin Nuanyuan and Jiang Nan. After all, pregnancy was no trivial matter, especially since Nuanyuan served as the class's cultural committee representative and was adored by everyone. Nuanyuan, what will you do after the baby is born? Exactly. Nuanyuan, surely you can't explore while raising a child. How inconvenient that would be. Hearing their concern, Lin Nuanyuan shyly lowered her head and murmured, I'll stay in the dormitory to raise the child. So long as Hao Chen remains by my side, I feel perfectly at ease. He is profoundly reliable. Her words eased everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Jiang Nin carried herself with far greater composure. Facing her peers' inquiries, she replied candidly, This child is the crystallization of both friendship and love between Hao Chen and me, and he is certainly no cad. Anyone wishing to cultivate innate talent is welcome, I'll gladly guide you. Senior sister Jiang Nan, is it true Hao Chen lasts 2 full hours at a time? Upon hearing the challenge, Jiang Nan planted her hands on her hips and declared confidently, It's absolutely true. I verified it firsthand. Is it too late for me to reconsider now, eh? Hao Chen's remarkable stamina is no joke. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed. There's no such thing as too late. Hao Chen welcomes all who wish to participate. His blessing of abundant progeny shouldn't be confined to just Nuanyuan and me, it must flourish through collective effort. At her words, many girls flushed faintly. Their gazes drifted toward Hao Chen, who led the group ahead. His unwavering reliability and thoughtful care had been evident throughout these days, and in many hearts unfamiliar feelings quietly bloomed. Listening to the girls' animated chatter, Yi Bingbing pouted, her cheeks burning crimson. She had mocked Hao Chen before, claiming he couldn't last even 5 minutes. Yet reality proved him capable of 2 full hours. Not only had this humbled her, but it had also revealed Hao Chen's astonishing prowess. Just then Su Wanqing gently tapped Bingbing's shoulder and leaned in, whispering, Why is your face so red? Are you eager to partake in Hao Chen's blessing of abundant progeny too? You're lying. Absolutely not. It's just that we've walked so long. It's hot, that's all. Someone like Hao Chen. Yi Bingbing paused, her gaze drifting toward Hao Chen's retreating back ahead. I don't like someone like him. Watching Bingbing's hesitant blushing expression, Su Wanqing smiled knowingly. As fellow campus beauties and longtime friends, Wanqing understood precisely what stirred in Bingbing's heart. Amidst laughter and light-hearted banter, they arrived unawares at the swimming pool's exterior. Hao Chen surveyed the vast facility and nodded approvingly. This pool is surprisingly large, likely equivalent to 3 basketball courts combined. Impressive, though I wonder whether the water remains clean. He turned to Yi Bingbing, Zhang Yaya, and the others behind him. Everyone please settle down. We've reached the swimming pool. My rules remain unchanged. Avoid wandering off, stay close to me, and under no circumstances stray away before the monsters are neutralized. Nuanyuan, please scan the interior. Check for any lurking monsters.
At his instruction, Lin Nuanyuan nodded a gentle smile, gracing her lips as she stepped beside Hao Chen, then closed her eyes, focusing her senses outward. As her reconnaissance ability permeated the building, she detected 3 distinct crimson signatures. Their luminosity was intense, indicating elite-tier threats. Slowly opening her eyes, Nuanyuan reported truthfully, 3 hostiles inside, elite class. We must proceed with utmost caution. Hao Chen acknowledged her report with a solemn nod. 3. Last time one nearly exhausted us. Now there are 3, but his peripheral vision swept over the girls trailing behind him. But I now possess a control-based aptitude, and with so many capable girls in our class, coordinated effort guarantees victory. As Hao Chen reflected, teacher Qin Mingyao returned with troubling news. Hao Chen, the pool entrance is locked with a reinforced iron gate. Our makeshift crowbar won't budge it. Hao Chen's expression remained calm, unruffled by the setback. An iron gate. No difficulty at all. I'll handle it. Qin Mingyao, assuming he hadn't grasped the severity, repeated firmly, we lack proper tools. The crowbar works only on wooden doors, not iron. Hao Chen offered no reply. Instead, under the watchful eyes of the girls and teacher Qin, he activated today's selected aptitude master locksmith. Once activated, no lock could withstand him. With a crisp metallic click, the iron gate swung open effortlessly beneath his touch. Teacher Qin's face first registered astonishment, then settled into quiet composure. Hao Chen turned to her and said calmly, each day, I select only aptitudes that benefit us. There's no need for concern. Her admiration swelled further. In Hao Chen's perception, her favor rating had surged to 80%. It won't be long before she comes willingly. Qin Mingyao met his gaze, her cheeks faintly flushed, as she quickly averted her eyes, striving to steady her racing pulse. Then, since the gate is open, everyone may enter. Zhang Yaya brandished her stone axe, declaring boldly, sisters, axe in hand. When monsters appear, we'll cut them down. With so many of us here, what have we got to fear? Emboldened by her rallying cry, the girls each materialized stone axes in their hands. Determined to claim the chance to bathe, they resolved to eliminate every monster within the swimming pool. Upon entering en masse, they immediately noticed the pool's water, crystalline and pristine as though meticulously maintained. Not a speck of impurity marred its surface. Yet before they could savor the sight, Lin Nuanyuan's urgent warning rang out. Hostiles approaching. 3 converging now. They're rounding the corridor ahead. No sooner had she spoken than 3 figures emerged from the corner. Former swimming instructors from the school. Yet their eyes were hollow, their forms grotesquely transformed, hulking, brutish, driven solely by instinct to consume survivors as sustenance. Trespassers, your lives end here. You will never leave this place. Looking at the 3 monsters before her, Li Qing and the other girls felt their legs tremble. They gripped their axes tightly, directing their gaze towards Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she jumped behind Hao Chen, gently resting her hands on his shoulders as she peeked out. Hao Chen, quickly get rid of them, they're neither human nor ghost. Hao Chen first looked at the girl behind him, then turned to Zhang Yaya beside him. Zhang Yaya, wait a moment, they'll create an opportunity for you, then you command everyone to swing their axes directly at them. Hack them to pieces. Upon hearing Hao Chen's command, Zhang Yaya nodded, while holding her stone axe. Understood. Once everything was ready, Hao Chen charged forward without hesitation. Following closely were Qin Mingyao and Jiang Nan. The 3 monsters in front extended their sharp claws, their postures twisted, and one could even hear the sound of bones cracking. In an instant, the 3 monsters charged forward. They didn't say much or dawdle, but dashed towards the 3 with remarkable speed. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was hiding in the distance, felt her legs trembling uncontrollably. Su Wanqing also felt anxious for Hao Chen. Yi Bingbing watched the approaching monsters, equally tense, fearing that something might happen to Hao Chen, the only boy among them, as they couldn't get far without him. The next moment, Hao Chen's sharp gaze fixed on the monsters as he shouted loudly, "Stand there." After Hao Chen's shout, the 3 monsters suddenly stiffened. Seeing this, Jiang Nan wiped her nose, and then gripping her dual stone axes, she instantly became invisible. The next moment, Jiang Nan stealthily appeared behind them. She plunged her stone axe firmly into one of the monsters and delivered several swift, horizontal slashes. As Jiang Nan attacked, Hao Chen turned to Zhang Yaya behind him and said, "Now, everyone throw your stone axes." Zhang Yaya swallowed hard, gripping her stone axe tightly. She was the first to rush forward. Zhang Yaya aimed her stone axe at the 3 monsters and threw it with all her might. It struck true, piercing one monster's chest. Meanwhile, more girls joined in. Yi Bingbing, Su Wanqing, and others threw their stone axes and fragments of rock. Although their accuracy was low and they couldn't hit vital spots, they still inflicted some effective damage. The monsters before them howled in chilling agony after feeling intense pain. After 2 seconds of hard control, they turned to look at Jiang Nan. A hint of worry appeared in Qin Mingyu's eyes. "Jiang Nan, danger, quickly get away. No, I must help." Just as the 3 monsters were about to attack, Qin Mingyao activated her talent skill teacher's authority. When the aura of authority spread the three monsters before Jiang, Nan felt a chill run down their spines. They all stopped their desire to attack, and in that brief moment it was enough for Jiang, Nan to become invisible again and stab once more. Jiang then smiled knowingly, and once again turned invisible, reappearing behind them. Want to attack me again? You still have 10,000 years to wait. After Jiang Nan stabbed once again, the three elite monsters in front of her transformed into a cloud of black smoke and completely dissipated. Once the monsters vanished, Lin Nuan used her reconnaissance skill again to check for any potential dangers around. After checking and finding no more red dots, she let out a sigh of relief. There's no danger nearby, everyone can rest assured. The swimming pool is guarded by these three monsters, and there are no other potential threats for now. Upon hearing Nuan's report, Zhou Xiaoxiao slumped to the ground. That scared me to death. Thankfully there's Hao Chen and teacher Qin Mingyao with Jiang, then otherwise I truly wouldn't know how to solve it. On the other side, Jiang then walked up to Hao Chen with a smug expression and said, "How was my performance?" Hao Chen rubbed her head, but didn't offer too many compliments. That was a bit dangerous. You haven't mastered your talent yet. When you attacked the first time they noticed you, so you should have gone invisible again to find another opportunity for a backstab. Fortunately, thanks to your damage boost, we succeeded. Keep it up. Hearing Hao Chen's evaluation, Jiang Nan pouted, looking somewhat cute. Oh, I understand. Zhang Yayao, as the sports committee member, looked at the crystal clear swimming pool, a hint of excitement appearing on her face. It's been so long since I swam, finally, I can have a good swim. With that, Zhang Yayao began to shed her clothes. As she gently pulled down the zipper of her school uniform, she was reminded by Zhou Xiaoxiao, standing beside her. Zhang Yayao, don't forget Hao Chen is still here, and we don't have short sleeves. If you take off your school uniform, there won't be anything left on top. Aren't you afraid of being looked at with those kinds of eyes? Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's reminder, Zhang Yayao awkwardly scratched her head. That's true. I almost forgot that Hao Chen was here. The other girls were also hesitating whether to remove their clothes, their hands lingering on the zippers. What's wrong with you? Isn't this the opportunity you've been longing for, to bathe and swim? Why are you all frozen in place? Hearing Hao Chen's words, Yi Bingbing stammered. Do you even need to ask? Of course we want to go down. It's just, you are still here. To swim it means taking off our clothes. We are girls, so of course we are a bit shy, you fool. Hao Chen couldn't help, but when we first came we all looked around, and you didn't suffer any loss, you saw me too. Since that's the case, I'll take the lead. As soon as Hao Chen's words fell, he took off his school uniform, revealing his six-pack abs, and then he slipped off his shorts, presenting himself meticulously in front of everyone. Yi Bingbing shyly glanced at Hao Chen, occasionally averting her gaze, but curiously peeking again. The other girls were the same, with Zhou Xiaoxiao covering her face with her hands, and peeking through her fingers, blushing. Since you're hesitant, I'm going swimming now. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he leaped into the water. The next second, splashes erupted in the swimming pool. As Hao Chen emerged from the water, he wiped the water off his face with his hand and tousled his hair. The refreshing water of the pool swept away his fatigue and odor. So comfortable, after 5 days I can finally have a good wash. Hao Chen looked again at the girls on the shore, still hesitating. The water here is so nice. Seeing the contentment on Hao Chen's face, many girls could no longer hold back, and the next moment water splashed once more in the swimming pool. The second one to jump in was Lin Nuan, who shyly covered her chest, and then came to Hao Chen's side. Hao Chen, can you teach me how to swim? I still don't quite know how. Seeing the shy Lin Nuan, Hao Chen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Of course, no problem, come on, it'll help you practice a bit. Zhang Yayao, watching Lin Nuan earnestly enter the pool, didn't hold back anymore. Forget it, we've all been seen by Hao Chen, what's there to be shy about? I'm coming too. Zhang Yayao decisively shed her clothes and jumped into the water. The cool sensation indeed made her feel refreshed. Seeing the sports committee member Zhang Yayao enter the pool, the other students disregarded everything. One by one they took off their clothes, revealing their fair skin. Waves rippled across the surface of the pool, and one could hear the pleasant echoes of many girls. On the shore, Yi Bingbing, who was slowly pulling down her zipper, turned her gaze to Hao Chen, who was instructing Lin Nuan. That idiot. Actually so straightforwardly taking off her clothes. Truly shameless, but speaking of which, it seems I also don't know how to swim. Relax your legs, let them sway naturally like a fish's tail. They'll teach you, you idiot. Yi Bingbing scolded, yet her hand tightly gripped Hao Chen's arm, afraid he would let go. Hao Chen lowered his head to glance at his arm marked with a red imprint, and suddenly smiled. Miss Yi, are you learning to swim, or trying to strangle me? I am not. Yi Bingbing's face turned even redder as she realized she was indeed holding on very tightly. At that moment, Lin Nuan was sitting at the edge of the pool. She was splashing water with her little feet, her pink healthy toes appearing crystal clear. Under the sunlight, Lin Nuan's voluptuous figure and fair skin were particularly striking at that moment. Jiang Nin was playing nearby with Zhang Yaya and others. This beautiful scene could make anyone bleed from the nose. Alright, you should now be able to do it on your own. Without my guidance, Hao Chen gently released Yi Bingbing's hand, trying to help her get accustomed to the current feeling. As soon as he let go of her hand, Yi Bingbing's expression quickly turned anxious. It seemed she couldn't find her rhythm. Even her movements with her legs became frantic. I am not proficient yet. Yi Bingbing tried to stretch down, but found she couldn't reach the bottom only to realize she had entered the deep water zone. Just as she was about to choke, Hao Chen caught her again. The skin of both of them made intimate contact at that moment. Yi Bingbing looked at Hao Chen, who was holding her hand, and was very close to her, and her face flushed. I've told you to stay away from me, or else don't blame me for being rude. Hao Chen smiled, slightly wrapping his arm around her waist. Oh. Yi Bingbing felt the sensation at her waist, and instantly became extremely shy. She had never been treated like this by any boy, let alone by Hao Chen. The same Hao Chen who had seen her entire body. But we're in the deep water zone now. Without my help you can't go back. No worries, just take this opportunity to get used to the feeling. Yi Bingbing wanted to retort, but found no reason, so she suppressed her inner turmoil and focused on learning. Yet every touch from Hao Chen made her heart race. Yi Bingbing didn't know why she originally disliked Hao Chen so much, but deep down she looked forward to every interaction with him. Watching Hao Chen carefully teach her how to swim, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Time passed quickly and 2 hours went by in a flash. The girls in the class searched the swimming pool and found some spare towels. They also found some snacks at the sales counter in the swimming pool, although not much, at least they were edible. Teacher Qin Mingyao was drying her hair with a towel, the white bath towel wrapped around her voluptuous body. Su Wanqing, Lin Wan Jiang, Nan Yi Bingbing, and others were also wrapped in bath towels, showcasing their figures at that moment. It was now noon, and after swimming everyone felt refreshed. The smell of sweat had dissipated, and their mindset had greatly changed. Hao Chen watched as everyone changed back into their clothes. A refreshing expression appeared on his face, as he said, "Let's explore here for today, then head back to grab something to eat, and make some props before we rest." Hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhang Yaya and others nodded. No need to worry about food and water for now. After using the transform waste into treasure ability, he could revert them to their original state. Next up were the tools. The logistics department was responsible for making tools led by Su Qing, while weapons and such were temporarily sufficient, but what was missing were sleeping materials. There were no mattresses, no pillows, and no blankets. Sleeping on this wooden board every day left his back sore. Thus Hao Chen's next goal was to optimize the current environment. His dream was not only to lead the girls in the class to victory, but also to make their current living conditions more comfortable than ever. There was still a long way to go, and time was tight. Afternoon. Dormitory 701. Most of the girls in the class had started preparing for dinner. Meanwhile, Hao Chen approached the beginner synthesis table. He first looked at the materials needed to make a pillow. Simple pillow. Synthesis materials: rags X5, rope X2. The materials are easy to obtain, and I have them, so let me see how this simple pillow works. Hao Chen gathered the materials and returned to the synthesis table. Once the synthesis table detected enough materials, it displayed the items that could be crafted. Host has the materials to synthesize a simple pillow. Do you want to proceed with synthesis? Hao Chen promptly clicked yes. After making the selection, the materials automatically disappeared from Hao Chen's possession, and a faint blue light shimmered in front of the synthesis table. When the blue light faded, a simple pillow appeared on the table. Hao Chen picked it up and squeezed it to test its softness, and it turned out to be surprisingly comfortable. This pillow, made from very few materials, surprisingly achieved a home-like effect. It just lacked a bit. If there was cotton, he could synthesize a higher quality pillow, increasing comfort even more. Not bad. I should find opportunities to collect more materials to synthesize more, so I won't have to sleep on that hard wooden board anymore. Hao Chen placed the pillow on his wooden bed and stretched. It's a pity that the materials needed for blankets are too many to craft uniformly. They require 2 complete pieces of fabric, but fortunately, as long as I have my ability, I can turn old curtains into new ones, then decompose and synthesize them to get complete fabric. It's just a matter of time. After finishing this, Hao Chen went to where the girls were cooking. Dinner was ready, and Zhang Yaya and others had already started enjoying their meal. At this moment, Lin Wan came over with a disposable bowl, presenting it to Hao Chen with a sweet smile. "This is yours. I saved it for you. Eat it while it's hot." Looking at the potato pieces and radishes in the bowl, Hao Chen smiled as he stroked Lin Wan's head. "Thank you. You truly are the caring and virtuous Wan." Hearing Hao Chen's praise, Lin Wan smiled knowingly, her dimples blushing, indicating her mood. After everyone finished dinner and returned to their beds to rest, the night slowly descended. Everyone had been quite tired today. Not only swimming for 2 hours, but also the back and forth journey had left some girls feeling exhausted. But as night fell, the monsters also became active at this moment. Yi Bingbing was lying on her bed, gently pulling down the zipper to avoid feeling too stuffy at her chest, while feeling a bit cool. Looking at Hao Chen's bed and his profile, Yi Bingbing's cheeks flushed slightly. Recalling how Hao Chen had closely interacted with her while teaching her to swim, Yi Bingbing felt a slight heat rising within her. Why do I dislike him so much? Yet my heart longs for contact with him. Yi Bingbing, oh Yi Bingbing, what exactly are you thinking? Yi Bingbing gently shook her head, attempting to cast these thoughts. Just then, Yi Bingbing seemed to feel something gripping her bedboard and her wrist. She quickly turned her gaze to the edge of the bed, and the sight that appeared left her pale with fright. Oh! Yi Bingbing's scream immediately drew the attention of her classmates. Oh! Yi Bingbing's scream sounded like an alarm bell. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to her. Hao Chen immediately inquired about what was happening. He looked at Yi Bingbing, who was pale, and asked what happened. What's going on? Yi Bingbing did not reply immediately, but pointed to the spot where she had been grabbed earlier. However, when she looked back at the edge of the bed, she found that the black hand had disappeared. A black hand just grabbed the edge of my bed, and even touched my arm. It was terrifying. Hao Chen looked down, but found nothing suspicious. The black hand, grabbing the edge of the bed. Could it be the monster defined by tonight's rules? Just as Hao Chen was pondering, another scream came from elsewhere. Oh, it seems there really is that thing. The speaker was the English teacher Qin Mingyao. She curled up at the head of the bed, looking panic-stricken at the edge of the bed. That black hand just grabbed my wrist. Luckily, I managed to break free. Please don't extend your hands or feet near the edge of the bed. It tried to pull me down. I estimate it wants to grab any hands or feet that are exposed outside the bed. Hearing Qin Mingyau's warning, the girls in the class huddled together. Zhou Xiaoxiao was even hugging her knees, staring in terror at the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Hao Chen said, according to the teacher's explanation, this rule-based monster might be trying to pull people off the bed, so everyone be careful. However, it seems it cannot destroy the protective value, but it can drag people down. So please make sure. Before Hao Chen finished speaking, 8 black hands appeared at the edge of Yi Bingbing's bed. They firmly grasped Yi Bingbing's wooden bed, seemingly waiting for her to extend her hands and feet, while dreaming. Hao Chen, look, they're coming again. Yi Bingbing's panicked voice instantly reached Hao Chen's ears. He immediately looked toward her bed's edge. The 8 black hands emitted thick black smoke, which was indeed bone-chilling. No. It seems they are waiting for a chance. Yi Bingbing, I will use my skill shortly. If they come out from under the bed and try to grab you, I can temporarily immobilize them for 2 seconds, then you must come to my wooden bed as fast as you can. Hearing this, Yi Bingbing's pale face suddenly revealed a hint of indistinct redness. You get lost. Yi Bingbing will never go to your wooden bed. Before she could finish her sentence, the 8 black hands immediately began to shake her wooden bed. The shaking intensified, nearly causing the unsuspecting Yi Bingbing to fall to the floor. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding female classmates were terrified. Zhou Xiaoxiao even bit her school uniform. My gosh, not only can it drag people down, but it even actively shakes the wooden bed, causing those on top to fall. What kind of monster is this? Heaven help me with riches and fortunes all around. May heaven not meddle in the battles of the martial world. Don't let it harm me. Zhou Xiaoxiao even began to pray. On the other side, Hao Chen, witnessing this scene, once again warned, it seems they won't stop. It's likely they have locked onto you. Now you have 2 choices: either come to my wooden bed, or continue to stubbornly fight with your character. Yi Bingbing immediately raised her head, looking at Hao Chen, who had a serious expression. She clenched her fists, then bit her pink lips, as if she had made some kind of decision. Just this once. Consider it an exception. I won't willingly go to your bed next time. Yi Bingbing gritted her teeth and quickly got off the bed just as the ambushing dragger spotted its target. The 8 black hands immediately tightened their grip on Yi Bingbing's ankles, thighs, and calves. The force was so great that it seemed determined to drag her under the bed. As she felt herself being grabbed, Yi Bingbing's face once again turned pale. Just as the dragger was about to execute its plan, Hao Chen sternly shouted, "Let go of her." The roar skill immediately activated. At that moment, the dragging motion froze, and even the grip on Yi Bingbing loosened significantly. Hurry! Hearing Hao Chen's prompt, Yi Bingbing quickly ran over and directly reached Hao Chen's bed. She closed her eyes in panic, burying her face in Hao Chen's chest, trembling slightly from fear, and a few tears even appeared at the corners of her eyes. After 2 seconds, the dragger, realizing its target had vanished, transformed into a cloud of black smoke, and completely dissipated, shifting to the edge of another survivor's bed. Fortunately, this time, they were dispersed, and did not appear as they did with Yi Bingbing, with 8 black hands simultaneously gripping the bed's edge. As long as they slept peacefully and did not move around, they could avoid being dragged. At this moment, Yi Bingbing was still trembling involuntarily from fear. When that gentle hand stroked her back, she felt a sense of warmth and comfort. It's okay, don't be afraid. My bed is level 2, and it's a double bed. They don't dare to act recklessly. You can sleep here tonight, just in case. Hearing Hao Chen's gentle voice, Yi Bingbing slowly looked at his jaw. In the next moment, Yi Bingbing looked like a frightened little rabbit. Her face turned red involuntarily. Even her ears turned slightly red. She lightly punched Hao Chen's chest, then pushed him away, saying, I know. And don't get too close to me. I warn you. Don't do anything inappropriate. I'm not at that stage yet. Did you hear that? You idiot. Hearing Yi Bingbing's words, Hao Chen noticed the good feelings above her. 92, 86, 88. It fluctuated in a dramatic manner, but seemed to remain controlled within 80. She's so contrary. Her mouth is tough, but her body is so honest. It seems her stubborn character doesn't allow her to rely on me. I'll give her some more time, she should confess on her own. Hao Chen coughed lightly, then said I'm not that kind of rogue after all, I still have Nuan by my side. Don't you agree, Nuan? Hao Chen immediately stroked Nuan's hair and tucked it behind her ear. Lin Nuan softly responded, then buried herself in Hao Chen's warm chest. Yes. Hao Chen, you can do whatever you want. I'm willing after all, I have already recognized you as my husband from the bottom of my heart. Please take good care of me from now on. Lin Nuan said gently, while looking at Hao Chen, her eyes filled with affection. She said nothing, just gently held Hao Chen's hand, their fingers intertwined. Yi Bingbing watched the intimate actions of the two from the side, her face instantly flushed. She felt like an outsider. And seeing Hao Chen being close to another girl twisted her heart like a knife. It was very unpleasant. Damn, Hao Chen. Wait for me. If I awaken my talent, I will definitely make you pay. On the 6th morning, as the dawn light began to illuminate the sky, Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes. The peril of the previous night still felt vividly fresh in his mind. Fortunately, no girls had fallen victim to the sudden attacks from the rule-based monsters. Even Yi Bingbing, who lay beside him, embracing him, no longer bore the panic from yesterday. Instead, she resembled a gentle little kitten seeking affection as she nestled next to him. Glancing at the female classmates who were still peacefully sleeping, Hao Chen realized there were many pressing matters at hand. Gathering materials was always the top priority, followed by upgrading the wooden beds and optimizing the current living environment. Though there are many tasks to undertake, it is best to take things step by step for everyone's sake. After all, opportunities don't simply fall from the sky, and one cannot reach the pinnacle in a single leap. Hao Chen thought as he sat up and stretched lazily. It's already the 6th day? I never imagined it would be nearly a week since I arrived here, but at least everyone can sleep soundly now, without any casualties. Hao Chen turned to look at Yi Bingbing and Lin Nuanyuan, who lay on the bed breathing evenly, their beautiful hair cascading like a waterfall over the blanket. The two girls in shorts had their fair thighs glistening under the light. Every morning this scene brought a sense of relief to Hao Chen, as if all his worries dissipated in that moment. He quietly got off the bed and stepped out into the corridor. Looking at the dining hall building faintly visible in the distance, Hao Chen began to plan his next steps. Today there's no need to rush. I can first have the other half of the girls in the class upgraded to level 2 wooden beds. This dormitory building hasn't been fully cleared, yet we've only explored the 6th floor, while the other floors were postponed due to previous plans, so I can send half of the girls to explore. With Jiang Nan and teacher Qin Mingyao there, it should be fine. Next, Hao Chen paused and opened the daily word entries. Next, I'll check today's refreshed word entries, hoping to find what I want. Daily word entries have been refreshed. As a streak of gold appeared before Hao Chen's eyes, he was momentarily stunned. Golden legend. Damn. S-rank entry, love saint effect, all female, initial affinity increases by 50. The probability of awakening talents while sharing a bed increases by 50. Initial affinity directly increases by 50. More astonishingly, the probability of awakening talents while sharing a bed also rises by 50. Wow, this entry. It's the love saint indeed. Hao Chen was almost dazzled by the golden entry before him. It had been several days since a golden entry had appeared. The first time it happened was on the very first day he arrived here, and now 5 days later, he was surprised to see another golden entry. Before Hao Chen could fully recover from his excitement, another glimmer of golden light appeared at that moment. Another one. What the hell? A double jackpot. S-rank entry, fatherly love effect. Each child provides a 5 attribute boost. Each child can provide me with 5. Oh my, the future attributes will surely rise higher and higher. I didn't expect the second golden entry to be this good. However, the third entry caught Hao Chen a bit off guard. Rank entry, pickpocket effect, steal from monsters. Seeing a repeated entry, Hao Chen frowned. Another one of these entries, but today 2 S-rank entries refreshed, so I have to give this one up. As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to the 2 S-rank entries. One can increase affinity by 50 and also raises the awakening probability by 50, which could address the current issue of the low number of awakened talents. And the other provides me with an all-attribute boost. Hao Chen found himself in a dilemma. After all, these were 2 S-rank entries, and if he missed this chance, he wouldn't know when the next S-rank entry would appear. However, Hao Chen turned to look at the girls in the dormitory, who were still asleep. Without awakened talent, survival in this world is impossible. Everyone must have the ability to protect themselves, or have their own paths for development. Previously, I only issued 5 awakening stones, which is completely insufficient. Moreover, currently, only 2 of them can participate in the multi-child and multi-blessing talent. After much contemplation, Hao Chen decided to choose Love Saint. After all, if more talents could be awakened in the class, it would make his role as the dorm leader much easier. Besides, the hard condition is still sharing a bed. What if What if there's a girl whose initial affinity is already 50 and it increases by another 50? Wouldn't that be? As Hao Chen thought of this, he cleared his throat softly. It seems that choosing the Love Saint entry is indeed the right decision. For everyone, I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire, exhaust myself, and I wouldn't mind. Yes, just like that. Hao Chen decisively selected the Love Saint entry. After finishing this, he returned to the dormitory. Everyone was still deeply asleep, so he climbed back into bed, lying in the center of the wooden bed. As soon as he returned to the bed, Yi Bingbing's hand began to wander restlessly. First, she gently touched Hao Chen's firm chest, then buried her entire face into his shoulder. He could even hear Yi Bingbing mumbling in her sleep. Hao Chen, you bad guy. Don't do that, you big pervert. Yi Bingbing's face turned slightly red at this moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up. It seemed she was dreaming an unmentionable dream. Listening to her sleep talk, Hao Chen looked at her in surprise. What on earth is this proud school beauty dreaming about? Why is her face so red? Hao Chen tried to shift his position, but was firmly held in place by Yi Bingbing. Her face remained pressed against his chest, refusing to leave. To be honest, if he had a phone right now, Hao Chen would definitely record this scene to show her when she woke up. But unfortunately, if he were to wake her up now, he feared he would be met with a scolding. Hao Chen could only sigh helplessly, and then closed his eyes. It was still early, so he could rest a bit longer, and see if today's selected entry had any effect. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Bingbing rubbed her drowsy eyes. She felt a bit dizzy, but she hadn't done anything. Strange. What's going on? Why do I feel so dizzy? Yi Bingbing opened her eyes, and immediately saw her system panel pop up. Name Yi Bingbing Talent Return S-Rank Effect. If the other party's abilities are exhausted today, you can use the return skill to allow them to use it again. Once per day usage of the return opportunity. Strict condition: after usage the host must give the other party a reward. The size of the reward depends on the extent of the return, during which the host cannot resist in any way and must satisfy the other party. This is my talent. I awaken my talent, and it's S-Rank. Before Yi Bingbing could fully absorb the joy, the prompt at the bottom of the system panel left her stunned. Bound person Hao Chen. Note this talent can only serve one person and cannot cater to everyone. The bound person is Hao Chen. What is going on? The news of Yi Bingbing awakening her talent immediately spread through the dormitory. As everyone was getting up, they heard Yi Bingbing's piercing scream. Many girls gathered around, including the freshly awakened teacher Qin Mingyao. Yi Bingbing, what talent did you awaken? Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly approached Yi Bingbing, asking curiously. However, Yi Bingbing did not immediately tell them, instead turning to look at Hao Chen, who was sitting on the bed. She couldn't understand why her talent was not naturally usable, but required binding to someone else. Moreover, the person she was bound to was Hao Chen. Could it be that her awakening and Hao Chen were connected? Yi Bingbing felt a bit frustrated as she couldn't figure it out. But after glancing at the effect of her talent, it didn't seem too bad. At least it could refresh Hao Chen's usage opportunity once. But what exactly did this hard condition Yi Bingbing sighed, then looked towards the crowd, asking about her talent. Grade talent return. The effect can refresh someone else's usage opportunity, but unfortunately mine has hard conditions. And it has already bound someone else. Teacher Qin Mingyao asked curiously. Hard conditions and binding. Who is that person? Yi Bingbing did not reply, but turned to look at the relaxed Hao Chen sitting on. Seeing this scene, Hao Chen stopped pretending, and said to them, the person she is bound to is me. It seems that after I exhaust the usage of the entry, if I let Yi Bingbing help again, it can be refreshed for another use. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Hao Chen promptly opened his system panel, and found the member information. Why were you able to awaken your talent? Half of the credit is mine. Today's entry I drew was great. As long as you sleep in the same bed as me, it increases the awakening probability by 50. So under the effect of my entry, you awakened your talent. With this, everyone finally understood everything. It turned out that Yi Bingbing awakened her talent ability because she slept with Hao Chen and under the effect of the entry. Zhou Xiaoxiao approached Hao Chen after hearing about the effect of the entry. Hao Chen, since you can awaken your talent, would you mind if I sleep with you tonight? I absolutely won't do anything if you and Wan are together. I just want to observe quietly and benefit from your entry ability. Many girls began to feel restless, hearing that sleeping with Hao Chen could increase the probability of awakening talent. Although a bit shy, they were all mentally prepared. At this moment, class committee member Tang Kiki walked over, her face flushed, and after biting her pink lips, she looked exceptionally beautiful under her high ponytail. She shyly said, Hao Chen, can I squeeze onto your bed tonight? Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Tang Kiki's request, saying, but I got here first. Tonight I'm sleeping with Hao Chen, and tomorrow it's your turn. Tang Kiki immediately retorted, that's not for you to decide. I'll ask Hao Chen if he agrees. Anyway, a double bed can fit up to 3 people, and currently Wan's wooden bed has been damaged, so she can only sleep with Hao Chen. So the last person is still unknown. Don't get ahead of yourself. Zhou Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and pouted at Hao Chen, while Tang Kiki did the same from the other side. The heated gazes of the two girls immediately landed on Hao Chen. It seemed their eyes were saying, choose me, choose me. Just as everyone was chattering, there was a mysterious knocking sound at the wooden door of their dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. No one from the class had gone out, so who could be knocking? Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn to the dormitory door. Even Tang Kiki and Zhou Xiaoxiao, who were just competing for attention, paused. They all looked towards the door of the dormitory, their faces gradually turning pale. The next moment, a cold voice came from outside the door. Students of dormitory 701, it's time for breakfast. The cafeteria is open today. As soon as this was said, it fell silent outside the door. Even in silence, no one in the dormitory dared to move. Zhou Xiaoxiao even leaned closer to Hao Chen, her voice trembling. The cafeteria came to invite us for breakfast. This is too strange, right? Hao Chen stared at the door, gripping his stone axe tightly. Everyone, don't make a sound. Outside, that gentle female voice spoke again. Children who don't come for breakfast will be penalized, so be careful tonight if someone comes to cause trouble. As soon as the words fell, they saw a puff of black smoke drifting away from the window. After a while, confirming there was no movement, Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. What is going on? Why did the cafeteria invite us? Is there something fishy about this? Or is there a monster waiting for us? What if we don't go? Would it come to the dormitory to attack us recklessly at night? Qin Mingyao walked over at this moment, trying to stabilize the situation. Everyone, don't panic. This special situation requires us to remain calm. No one knows what will happen next. Let's first hear Hao Chen's opinion. As Qin Mingyao finished speaking, she looked at the calm Hao Chen sitting on the bed. Everyone's gaze also turned to him. Even the usually proud Yi Bingbing had lost that hint of anger in her eyes. Hao Chen was about to speak when his system panel popped up, and everyone else's did as well. Event cafeteria invitation requirement, defeat the chef. Task completion reward, abundant food to be announced after the task is completed, remaining time 45 minutes. If not attended, severe punishment from the chef will be faced tonight. Looking at the prompts above, Hao Chen finally figured out a lot. He looked at the tense faces of everyone and calmly said, I believe everyone has seen the text above. It requires us to defeat the chef, and the reward is abundant food. It seems that skipping class is not an option, or otherwise we will face severe punishment tonight. After all, some of the girls in our class currently have a protection value of only 120, not yet reaching the secondary wooden bed, so we must go. But everyone, don't panic. As long as I'm here, there won't be any accidents. Hao Chen got off the bed under everyone's gaze and walked towards the logistics department. He looked at the neatly arranged stone axes and stone knives on the ground. Everyone, bring all usable and offensive tools. With Yi Bingbing assisting in refreshing plus my roar entry, I can use it twice a day, totaling 8 seconds. This time we must succeed, and I will not allow any girl to be harmed. Hao Chen's words acted as a calming pill, completely settling the girls' anxious hearts. Seeing this scene, Qin Mingyao felt a surge of approval. Hao Chen's calm analysis and execution, along with his ability to alleviate the tension in the team, made him worthy of being a leader. Looking at the determination on the girls' faces in the class, Hao Chen smiled knowingly. Because he also saw something that satisfied him. The class favorability value had increased for everyone. Even the aloof teacher Qin Mingyou's favorability value had reached 89. After everyone had gathered their weapons, Hao Chen gently pushed open the dormitory door and glanced back at Yi Bingbing and the others. Let's go. Let's leave no trace behind. On the way to the cafeteria, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the remaining leaves on the withered trees to rustle. Zhou Xiaoxiao's little face turned pale, and she hurriedly hid behind Hao Chen, following him cautiously. Meanwhile, the other female classmates held stone axes, cautiously observing their surroundings. Although there was warm protection, they still needed to guard against potential threats. Qin Mingyao walked beside Hao Chen and softly said, in such an unexpected situation, the level of the cafeteria monster must be significant. What should we do later? Do you have a clear plan? Hao Chen calmly nodded and said, with Yi Bingbing here along with you, Master, and Su Wanqing, and Jiang Nin. Moreover, Yi Bingbing allows me to use it again, giving us a full 8 seconds of control time, enough for everyone to attack freely. However, Hao Chen hesitated, a hint of caution in his eyes. But we must be careful. Who knows how many chefs are in the cafeteria? So this 8 seconds of control time is our last chance. Hearing Hao Chen's explanation, Qin Mingyao nodded. 8 seconds of control time is indeed substantial. As long as they seize the opportunity to finish off the target, it's not impossible. Qin Mingyao looked at Hao Chen's calm profile and couldn't help but feel a sense of reliability. Hao Chen was indeed much more reliable now, significantly better than during their time at school. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable restlessness whenever she saw Hao Chen lately, as if it were a feeling of wanting to fall in love. Qin Mingyou's face flushed slightly as she shook her head gently and then bit her soft pink lips. Qin Mingyao, you pervert, how could you have designs on your own student? I'm really impressed by you. Qin Mingyao immediately shifted her gaze, looking at the scenery around her. As the group advanced, the cafeteria building gradually came into view. The closer they got to the cafeteria, the more intense the atmosphere of tension became. At this moment, Lin Nuanyuan was closely pressed against Hao Chen, not wanting to separate for even a moment. Jiang Nan was the same, walking ahead of Hao Chen, portraying a spirited demeanor. Her expression seemed to convey the message, dare to touch my brother and see what happens. Finally, the doors of the cafeteria were wide open. Inside, the seats were empty, but the tables were laid out with a sumptuous breakfast. Delicious cheeseburgers, fragrant steaks, and even an extravagant hot pot. This was not a school cafeteria, it was simply paradise. Zhang Yaya couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and the other girls felt the same. Hao Chen was leading the group as he entered the cafeteria first. The cafeteria was silent, seemingly devoid of only the lavish breakfast on the table appeared particularly out of place. Once everyone entered the cafeteria, they cautiously hid behind Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered, "Where's the chef? Didn't they say that defeating the chef would end the mission? Where are the others? There's definitely something sinister going on." Zhou Xiaoxiao gripped the stone axe in her hand, trembling slightly. Just then a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the cafeteria hall. He wore a white outfit, a chef's hat on his head, and a white apron around his waist, but the two sharp knives in his hands appeared exceptionally terrifying. He was different from the fat chef Hao Chen had encountered in the cooking class before. The figure standing in the center of the cafeteria exuded a more intimidating presence. He coldly said, "Welcome students to the cafeteria to enjoy delicious food. The lavish breakfast on the table has been prepared for you. Please enjoy it slowly." As he spoke, his eyes grew increasingly red, and the veins on his hands bulged. Hao Chen was focused on the chef in front of him, seemingly waiting for an opportunity, but at that moment Zhang Yaya gently shook him. "Hao Chen, look at the food on the table." Her tone trembled slightly, as if she had seen something terrifying. Hao Chen instantly shifted his gaze to the food on the table. His pupils constricted. The food on the table was no longer cheeseburgers, nor was it the happy drink, and it definitely wasn't the delicious hot pot. Instead, it had transformed into a pile of rotten and filthy food. To call it food would be better described as decaying rat carcasses. The bread had long since molded, and the rotten, minced meat in the center was simply nauseating. The happy drink had turned into a cup of fresh blood. As for the hot pot, it was floating with parts of a rat's body. Thank goodness I didn't eat that earlier. Otherwise I would have vomited right there. Hao Chen retracted his gaze, no longer looking at the disgusting items on the table, but instead focused on the chef standing in the center of the cafeteria. "Enjoy. Are those things on the table meant for people to eat?" The chef laughed upon hearing Hao Chen's words. "Having something to eat is already good enough, and you're still complaining. I see you're all delicate and tender, quite nice." The chef licked the blood from the knife and the girl beside you. "She looks truly fresh and juicy." Lin Nuanyuan felt a shiver in her heart as the chef's gaze lingered on her body. Before Hao Chen could speak, the chef continued, "The women beside you and behind you are all fine ingredients. Thank you for keeping them so well. Now the cafeteria has fresh ingredients." "Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Hao Chen erupted in anger. "How dare you joke about my women? Do you not know how to write the word death? If you dare to touch a single hair on them, it'll make you understand what it means to be a eunuch." The chef's face suddenly became terrifying. He shed his flesh and blood, turning into nothing but bones. "Then I'll come and take them myself." Just as the chef charged forward with the dual knives in his hands, Hao Chen shouted angrily, "Don't move. You think just because you told me not to move I won't move? Who do you think you are?" As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, the chef charging toward him was suddenly frozen in place. The chef looked at his body, unable to move, and was momentarily stunned. What's going on?" Before the chef could react, he felt a sharp pain from behind. The axe deeply embedded in the scratches from the stone blade. Each strike dealt 50 backstab damage. But as an elite monster of the cafeteria, its health could not be as fragile as those low-level wanderers. Zhang Nan's backstab only dealt 20 damage to it. "I can't believe it only caused this little damage. This chef really has a lot of health." Zhang Nan, following Hao Chen's earlier command, became invisible again. When the chef angrily looked back, he found that there was no one behind him. "You dare to play me. It seems today all of you will stay here as fresh ingredients for the cafeteria." Suddenly, thick black smoke began to surge from the chef's body. Even his eyes turned increasingly red at this moment. In an instant, his speed increased several times, and they could even see his afterimages. When the chef was only 5 meters away from Hao Chen once again shouted angrily with his hands in his pockets, "I said, don't move." After Hao Chen's roar, the chef in front of him was once again unable to move. "You can actually trap me again. Just wait. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces. I will turn all those women into ingredients right in front of you." Hearing the provocation, Hao Chen silently took out his stone axe and looked towards the girls behind him. "Everyone take out your weapons and smash it with all your might. Leave no stone unturned. Let it see our capabilities." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yaya took the lead. She threw out the 3 stone axes and 2 stone knives she was carrying. The girls behind her mimicked Zhang Yaya. In an instant, everyone was wielding stone axes and had stone knives at their waists. "Die, die, die, you big bad guy." You want to turn me into ingredients? Get lost. Zhou Xiao closed her eyes and threw all the stone axes and stone knives she had. The weapons thrown by the crowd struck the chef one by one. Although the attack was weak, it still caused some effect. The chef was immediately overwhelmed and had no power to fight back, but it was evident that it seemed to be getting angrier. This is a great humiliation. This is simply a great humiliation. You all wait. I will definitely chop you to death. As the roar debuff was about to wear off in 2 seconds, Hao Chen was not flustered, but looked towards Yi Bingbing behind him. Miss Yi, please return my skill to me, thank you. Yi Bingbing wanted to throw a small tantrum, but seeing the scene before her, she knew it was not the time for jokes, and could only follow Hao Chen's orders. Use it again. As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, Hao Chen felt a gentle power flowing through his body. Skill usage count has been refreshed, can be reused. Hao Chen looked at the system panel's prompt and smiled slightly. With 4 more seconds plus the backstab damage and the support of the many weapons behind me, how can you withstand me? The chef regained some mobility, but was once again immobilized by Hao Chen's roar. This is impossible, this absolutely cannot be. How can you continuously trap me? If you kill me, the principal will know if there are fewer people, and you will definitely die. He has not awakened yet. The moment he awakens, you will be finished. If you dare to lay hands on me, you will know how serious the consequences are. What are you babbling about? Jiang Nan stabbed hard in the back. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, Jiang Nan's figure reappeared, showing up behind the chef, and quickly slashing with her stone axe. Under the 4 seconds of hard control, Jiang Nan was able to inflict a lot of backstab damage. Since one hit only deducts 20 of health, what if it is several backstabs? The more she swung her stone axe, the more Jiang Nan felt the thrill of battle. Listening to the chef's wails, her desire to fight was ignited at that moment. You want to treat us as ingredients? You should see what you are capable of. My husband Hao Chen is no ordinary. When the chef looked up and saw 6 or 7 stone axes thrown at him, despair filled his face, and the pain from behind him made him suffer immensely. He thought he could easily take down this team, but didn't expect to be forced to the gates of hell. When Jiang Nan slashed at the chef's back again, it let out a furious howl. Then its entire body fell apart, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. After seeing the chef defeated, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Zhou Xiao. With her hands on her hips, she looked proudly at the bones on the ground. You little brat, dare to lay your hands on my sister, Zhou, you should take a look in the mirror, hum. After the chef was defeated, everyone's system panels appeared. Enemy chef has been defeated. Task progress completed. Rewards: 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 packs of random fresh vegetable seeds, 1 box of beer, half a basket of tomatoes, 2 boxes of eggs. Rewards have been sent to the dormitory leader's system backpack. Remember to sign for them. Seeing the rewards given, joy appeared on everyone's faces. Hao Chen immediately opened the system backpack. All the food had been distributed. A whole 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and 2 packs of vegetable seeds, tomatoes and eggs. And there's beer too. Wow. This reward is great. A hint of color appeared on Hao Chen's face. Thankfully I chose the roar skill. This hard control skill is indeed impressive. Plus with Yi Bingbing's refresh. As long as we handle the weapons in the back and increase our attack power, we will be unstoppable. It seems everything is progressing in a beautiful direction. Hao Chen put away the system panel, and then looked towards the girls who had just calmed down from their panic. Everyone hold on, since we are here, let's collect the gifts the chef left for us. I've wanted to explore the cafeteria for a long time, but I didn't have the strength, so I always stopped. I didn't expect it to invite us actively. As the saying goes, since we are here, let's take the gifts it has given us, and first explore the cafeteria, to see if we can find more edible ingredients. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhou Xiao excitedly said, yay. If we can find more food, we won't have to worry about eating in the future. Sisters, come with me to explore the kitchen. Let's see if there are more edible things. Zhou Xiao led a dozen girls to the cafeteria kitchen to look for food. Zhang Yiya, as the sports committee member, noticed other things. For example, the intact dining table in front of her, and some abandoned cabinets piled in the corner. To her, these things were all materials. Just right, I have stone axes and a simple hammer. I will gladly accept. Let's dismantle them all into materials. Zhang Yiya turned to the members she usually worked with. Jiang Nan, Li Qing, Kusong, Jiatang, Kuku, and Su Qing, come with me, and bring your stone axes and simple hammers. Let's gather some materials. Hearing Zhang Yiya's words, Jiang Nan's face was already full of eagerness. What are we waiting for? Let's set off. Let's show that chef the consequences of bullying us. It's not just death, we will dismantle his home too. They excitedly walked towards the corner abandoned cabinets, waving their stone axes to start dismantling the material. The abandoned cabinets could yield iron pieces, and iron pieces were the core material for making iron knives. As long as Zhang Yiya could produce more iron pieces, their weapons could be upgraded, and they would no longer use simple stone knives, but rather more aggressive iron weapons. Watching everyone busy, a smile appeared on Hao Chen's face. Thankfully I didn't choose the wrong skill. Otherwise we wouldn't have today's results. Hao Chen turned to Yi Bingbing behind him, who chose not to explore with everyone, but followed Hao Chen. Thank you, Miss Yi, for refreshing my skills. Today, defeating the chef has part of your credit too. Hearing Hao Chen's compliment, Yi Bingbing's little face turned red at that moment. I suppose you realize if it weren't for me, how could you have controlled it for so long? So, you should thank me properly. Seeing Yi Bingbing crossing her arms, shyly turning her face to the side, Hao Chen once again said, Alright, thank you, Yi Bingbing. Let's go see how they are doing now. Yi Bingbing's mouth finally revealed a barely noticeable smile. That's more like it. Just then, Zhou Xiao shouted loudly through the glass window towards Hao Chen. Hao Chen, come quickly. We need you over here. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's call, Hao Chen walked over. When he arrived at the kitchen, he discovered that Zhou Xiao and the others were standing beside the iron door. Hao Chen, this iron door won't open. We don't have the key, and the makeshift crowbar can't pry it open. Don't you have that? Hurry and help us. Li Meng said there are plenty of delicious foods inside. At this moment, Li Meng nodded and added, That's right, I sensed through my talent that there are meat ingredients inside. There's definitely no mistake. There are probably 2 kinds of meat, beef, and chicken. And it smells like there's a good quantity. Hearing their report, Hao Chen nodded. No problem, watch me. Hao Chen extended his hand to activate the Lockmaster skill. Click. The iron door was immediately opened. After seeing the door open, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flushed. She licked her dry lips, eager to claim the ingredients inside. When they pushed open the iron door, they saw the refrigerated food. Inside the freezer were 2 bags of frozen beef and 2 bags of chicken. Not only that, but in the refrigerator, they also found fresh milk and beef meatballs. My goodness. So much food. We really don't have to worry about eating anymore. Our hard days are finally coming to an end. The days of being a salted fish are over. We are going to turn our lives around. Zhou Xiao immediately picked up a bag of beef, a fierce look appearing on her face. It's quite heavy. As long as it goes into the system backpack, it'll be fine. Meanwhile, Li Meng placed the fresh milk into the system backpack, and the other female classmates busily scavenged for food. Leading the search in the back kitchen was teacher Qin Mingyao. They gathered some cooking utensils, such as a flat-top pot, spatula, spoons, chopsticks, and a large number of disposable bowls. Their haul exceeded their expectations. They initially thought it would be a dangerous challenge, but it was easily resolved within Hao Chen's 8 seconds of control. Now all the girls in the class had developed a strong fondness for Hao Chen, and moreover, as long as they shared a bed, there was a 50 chance of awakening a talent. Many girls were restless, wanting to apply to share a bed with him. Take Zhou Xiao for example. While collecting food, she casually mentioned, Oh, by the way, Hao Chen, that. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face gradually turned red as she spoke. Hao Chen noticed the favorability value above her head, 91. Zhou Xiao, who usually loved gossip, was incredibly thick-skinned, but at this moment, she seemed a bit shy. I wanted to ask. About my request this morning, I don't know what your reply is. So if possible, can I sleep with you? Don't worry. I definitely won't disturb you and Wan from doing that. Hao Chen smiled slightly as he looked at Zhou Xiao, whose face was flushed. Most people in class haven't awakened their talents, and it's my responsibility to help everyone awaken theirs. But why is Zhou Xiao, who loves gossiping, so red-faced? Zhou Xiao was taken aback by the question, her face turning even redder. It's my first time sleeping with a boy, so I'm a bit uncomfortable. Besides, I've never even had a boyfriend, and it feels strange to share a bed with a boy from class. As a girl, I must feel a bit shy. Listening to her explanation, Hao Chen couldn't help but laugh internally. After all, the favorability value above her head was no joke. It's fine, I won't refuse, but... Zhou Xiao became excited upon hearing Hao Chen's consent. That's great. So what is it? Hao Chen looked into her eyes and replied softly, But currently our protection value is still a bit low. As the queen of gossip in class, are you willing to make some contributions for it? Contribute? You mean? Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder than before. She felt her head was about to explode from embarrassment. Are you suggesting that I should participate in the talent of having many children? This? How can I? He's too amazing in that aspect, and with my figure. Plus I've heard from Wan that it starts with 2 hours. Oh my goodness, could it be that this time the gossip is really going to involve me? Zhou Xiao immediately covered her burning cheeks and hurriedly turned away. Seeing her reaction, Hao Chen casually mentioned, What's wrong? Zhou Xiao merely shook her head gently. Even her high ponytail swayed at that moment. I'm fine, you should go help the other girls, or we don't need anything for now. I'll give you a response tonight, just give me a little time. Hao Chen smiled knowingly, and then left voluntarily as he didn't want to push her. Compared to pursuing girls, Hao Chen preferred that they willingly fall into his trap. After all, his strength had already been demonstrated, he just needed to wait for the right time, and things would naturally develop. 3 p.m., dormitory 701. At this moment, every girl in the class was at the table receiving a cup of chilled fresh milk. The sweetness and chill of the fresh milk provided a perfect comfort to their weary bodies. Hao Chen had already piled up the food rewarded by the system in a corner. Looking at the 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot in the corner, Hao Chen
felt even more at ease. At least the food supply had been perfectly resolved, once they finished eating, he could use the transform waste into treasure skill to restore everything. If one restoration wasn't enough, he would use it a second time. As long as Yi Bingbing was by his side, everything would be resolved. After drinking the refreshing fresh milk, a long-lost sense of comfort appeared on Hao Chen's face. For the past few days he had been drinking mineral water, so this fresh milk felt like expensive caviar. It was truly a rarity in this survival world. Now they were able to enjoy such royal treatment, which was truly not easy. Just then Yi Bingbing suddenly approached him, coming to Hao Chen's side, leaning close to his ear, and whispered, "Hao Chen, you, come with me, I have something to tell you." Seeing the blush on Yi Bingbing's face, Hao Chen furrowed his brows. "What is it? Can't you just say it here?" Yi Bingbing bit her lip, and said seriously, "No. There are too many people here. You come with me." As she spoke, Yi Bingbing involuntarily took Hao Chen's hand. Facing the suddenly proactive and Sundara school beauty, Hao Chen was also a bit puzzled. When the two of them exited the dormitory, Yi Bingbing didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. "Isn't it fine to talk outside? Where are we going?" Yi Bingbing's cheeks reddened slightly, and then she whispered, "My body feels out of control. It seems like it wants to drag you to a more secluded place." "A more secluded place? What for?" Hao Chen asked. "Is it because the hard condition for returning your ability has taken effect, eh?" Seeing Yi Bingbing nod, Hao Chen felt a sense of anticipation for what would happen next. This was a perfect opportunity to see what the reward for Yi Bingbing returning her talent would be. At this moment Yi Bingbing was pulling Hao Chen along, and they finally stopped at the door of the storage room at the end of the 7th floor hallway. "This should be no one here." Yi Bingbing pushed open the door, pulled Hao Chen inside, and then closed the door. The storage room was dark with only a little light coming through the window. Yi Bingbing leaned against the door, lowering her head, and even in the dim light her face could be seen to be flushed. Before Hao Chen could open his mouth to ask, Yi Bingbing took the initiative to say, "The reward is..." She raised her eyes to look at Hao Chen, her lips moved, but the words wouldn't come out. In the next moment, she stood on her tiptoes. In a dimly lit room, Yi Bingbing was shyly tiptoeing. Her flushed face and straight hair looked extraordinarily beautiful, and her warm moist lips were gently touching Hao Chen's. Yi Bingbing shyly gazed at everything in front of her, her eyes suddenly locking with Hao Chen's. "Yi Bingbing, what are you doing?" Hao Chen gently pushed her away, asking in confusion. But in the next moment Yi Bingbing simply replied, "You idiot. This is not what I intended. This is a reward given to you by the rigid conditions of talent. Don't misunderstand. Be quiet, let it complete the reward process." Hao Chen was about to speak, but was silenced by Yi Bingbing's lips coming towards him. Warm and soft, a sweet fragrance burst forth in his mouth. It was Yi Bingbing's first kiss with a boy. Although it was under a reward mechanism, her body seemed to have no aversion to it. Not only did she not dislike it, but she gradually became immersed in it. Their eyes slowly closed in that moment, and in the dim room a glimmer of light illuminated their faces, revealing a passionate kissing scene. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but embrace Hao Chen tightly, trying to get even closer. Hao Chen naturally felt the softness and warmth pressing against his chest. This was the first time he had seen the proud school beauty Yi Bingbing throw herself at him, and she was so passionately kissing him. So this reward mechanism means this. It merely refreshed a skill entry for me. I never expected the follow-up to be kissing. If I exhaust all my skill entries, and then let Yi Bingbing refresh once more, wouldn't the degree of the reward mechanism be even greater? Hao Chen looked at Yi Bingbing, who was actively kissing him. She was the recognized school beauty. How many people wanted to pursue her, but couldn't? Not only was she wealthy, but she also possessed this kind of beauty. And now she actually pulled him into a dim room to kiss him. It was unimaginable. They probably kissed for 5 minutes before the reward mechanism finally ended. When Yi Bingbing felt she could move her body, she immediately pushed Hao Chen away. Her shy face shone under the setting sun, looking particularly beautiful. Yi Bingbing wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, then zipped up her school uniform. She looked at Hao Chen with a flushed face and said, "I warn you, Hao Chen. Don't tell anyone else, or I won't spare you. I have no intention of getting involved with you in the more children, more blessings talent. Stop your bad thoughts, do you hear me?" As she spoke, Yi Bingbing tidied her messy hair. Hao Chen could see that a hint of intoxication still lingered on her face, and her eyes were filled with a trace of daze. She must have been lost in the kiss just now. "Understood. After all, this is your reward mechanism, which is irresistible. I can understand that." Hearing Hao Chen's words, Yi Bingbing finally sighed in relief. Without looking back, she opened the door and walked out. Before leaving, she simply replied, "You're not worthy of being my boyfriend, Yi Bingbing. If you want to have me, it's still 10,000 years too early. This kiss cost me my first kiss. He'll remember this grudge." Yi Bingbing bit her pink lips and walked back to the dormitory, leaving Hao Chen stunned in place. When Hao Chen returned to the dormitory, he saw Yi Bingbing sitting on the bed enjoying today's delicious food. As soon as Yi Bingbing saw him, a blush quietly appeared on her face. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately leaned over, looking at Hao Chen with a curious expression, and asked, Hao Chen, where did you two go just now? Could it be that you were doing something indescribable? Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was eager for gossip, Hao Chen merely scratched his head and said modestly, just some trivial matters, we talked a bit. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked disappointed upon hearing Hao Chen's reply. I thought I could hear some shocking gossip. What a wasted opportunity. Hao Chen chuckled and then sat on his bed while Lin Wanwan brought over beef meatballs and some vegetable soup. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Wanwan's sweet smile made Hao Chen feel even more at ease. As long as he saw that she hadn't lost weight and looked healthy, he had no worries. Thank you, Wanwan. Just as Hao Chen was about to taste his dinner, Tang Cuckoo and Zhou Xiaoxiao walked over again. Both of their faces still bore a blush. And this time they were not alone. Some girls from the class had also come over. For example, the second-dimensional fan Zhao Linger and the aloof beauty Wang Shui. Their faces also showed a hint of blush. At this moment, Tang Cuckoo's voice rang out. Hao Chen, can you give us your answer? After all, your skill entry has a 50 awakening probability. Tang Cuckoo shyly lowered her head as she spoke. Hao Chen looked at the group of female classmates in front of him, and his lips couldn't help but twitch. This was indeed the scene he wanted to see, but he never expected it to be so exaggerated. It should be noted that there were only 9 girls in the class who had awakened their talents, which meant Hao Chen would have to share a bed with at least 27 female classmates, and it couldn't be done in just one go, as there was only a 50 chance. It seems that what was bound to happen has arrived, but this is what I hope to see. My responsibility is to protect them. Since I have to share a bed with beautiful and youthful female classmates, I have no complaints. Ahem. Hao Chen looked at Tang Cuckoo and Zhou Xiaoxiao in front of him. Helping everyone is my duty. Oh, I won't refuse anyone, but my bed can only accommodate one more person. For people might be too crowded, and I have to take care of Wan after all she is expecting. How about this to avoid your quarrels? Let's rotate today. Is Zhou Xiaoxiao tomorrow? Is Tang Cuckoo the day after is Zhao Linger? In this order, just switch on your own. If anyone awakens their talent, that would be ideal. If not, we'll cycle through again based on this pattern. Is that clear, everyone? Hao Chen's words were clear, and Zhou Xiaoxiao's face lit up with excitement and pride upon hearing that today was her turn. She looked at Tang Cuckoo with a smug expression. Did you hear that? Little Ku, today is my turn, so you can just wait for tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoxiao said as she climbed onto Hao Chen's bed, lying down beside him with an air of contentment. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao in high spirits, Tang Cuckoo pouted. Don't be so smug. Whether you can awaken your talent is still a question. It depends on who awakens first. Humph. Tang Cuckoo turned her back and returned to her own wooden bed, while the other girls, hearing Hao Chen's arrangement, also returned to their own beds. After all, night was about to fall, and the monstrous creatures of the night were about to emerge. Hao Chen looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him and teased Zhou Xiaoxiao. Have you thought it through? Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a blush return to her face upon hearing Hao Chen's question. She stared blankly at Hao Chen's handsome profile and softly replied, since it has come to this. Then, Hao Chen, please be gentle with me, as this is my first kiss and everything. Zhou Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, her heart racing. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. As the queen of gossip, it seems I, Zhou Xiaoxiao, am about to become the fruit. She waited 3 seconds for this moment. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds passed, and still nothing happened. Zhou Xiaoxiao opened her eyes only to find Hao Chen looking out the window with a serious expression. Hao Chen, what's wrong? Hao Chen did not turn around, but quietly said, quiet. I hear footsteps at the stair. The sound of footsteps gradually approached their dormitory. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face, which was flushed just a moment ago, turned pale. She hurriedly leaned against Hao Chen, hugging him like Lin Nuanyuan. At that moment, the beam of a flashlight suddenly illuminated the dark corridor. As the shadows of 3 figures appeared at the dormitory window, Zhou Xiaoxiao almost screamed. In their line of sight, the person holding the flashlight was dressed in the dormitory supervisor's uniform, but astonishingly, it had no facial features. It was all wrapped in flesh and blood, appearing exceptionally terrifying. 3 dormitory inspectors pushed open the dormitory door, and the flashlight beam instantly shone on each student. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Zhou Xiaoxiao buried her head in Hao Chen's shoulder, pretending to be asleep. The monsters that came this time were the dormitory inspectors. They only checked for violations such as excessively worn beds, overcrowding, or whether someone was not covered by a blanket. However, after checking around, they found that the quality of Hao Chen and the others' wooden beds was quite good, not in a state of damage. Checking the beds was just one aspect, the other was the overcrowding. The 3 dormitory inspectors discovered that there were 3 people on Hao Chen's bed. According to their rules, a double bed was only allowed to have 2 people, and a third person was not permitted. They shone the flashlight at Hao Chen and then began to hammer the protective barrier furiously. The protective barrier gradually weakened under their continuous attacks, but don't forget Hao Chen's wooden bed was a tier 2, which had 100 more protection points than a tier 1 bed, plus the offspring provided another 20 points, making it quite sturdy. Overcrowding. You are in violation. Seeing the protection points steadily falling, Zhou Xiaoxiao was almost in tears. I was already prepared, and you pull this.
What the hell is this? Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was scared, Hao Chen sat up from the bed and shouted angrily, "Have you had—" This roar stunned the 3 dormitory inspectors in front of him. Hao Chen quickly took out the iron blade he made today from his system backpack. This thing had a much higher attack power than a stone axe. Moreover, the target was right in front of him. Taking their lives would be easier than ascending to the heavens. With swift hands and keen eyes, Hao Chen cut across their throats with the iron blade and stabbed into their brains. This strike was cold-blooded and cruel. Under the gaze of all the classmates, Hao Chen completely killed the 3 dormitory inspectors. This was the first time they actively fought back at night since arriving in this world. Hao Chen's actions immediately made Jiang, then lying on the bed, admire him even more. I am the dorm leader, and I can arrange as many people as I want on my bed without your interference. At night, just let me rest properly. Oh, what does destroying my protection value mean? Once the 3 clouds of black smoke flew away, Hao Chen confidently put away the iron blade and lay back, finally resolved no need to worry. Hao Chen looked at Lin Nuanyuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao beside him, and then revealed a calm smile. At this moment, Lin Nuanyuan intertwined her arm, with Hao Chen's pressing tightly against him. Hao Chen, do you think it will be a boy or a girl? What name should we choose then? There's no rush on that, but still early. Compared to the child's name, I prefer to take care of you. Just eat and drink well, and leave the rest to me. Before Hao Chen could finish speaking, a soft warmth came from the other side. He turned to see it was Zhou Xiaoxiao. She also mimicked Lin Nuanyuan, intertwining her arm tightly against him. Hao Chen, what about me? I am all ready. All ready. Zhou Xiaoxiao found it hard to say, but she decided to go all out. I am ready. Just use my shy body to challenge you. Zhou Xiaoxiao tightly closed her eyes, leaning her head towards Hao Chen, seemingly seeking his kiss. Seeing the proactive Zhou Xiaoxiao, Hao Chen smiled knowingly. This kind of initiative without needing to strategize made Hao Chen feel immensely pleased. In the next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt the softness and warmth on her lips. This tingling sensation made her entire nervous system sink into an unprecedented state. Previously, she laughed at others in school for kissing this, and that teasing. How good could kissing be? Now that she experienced it herself, she realized it was truly delightful. This feeling was utterly enchanting. Hao Chen symbolically kissed her, and then gently stroked her head. Let's rest first. We'll discuss everything tomorrow. Hao Chen's departure left Zhou Xiaoxiao somewhat nostalgic. She touched her lips, feeling the residual warmth, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Nuanyuan can join too, but I have to say you must be gentle. Otherwise I won't play with you. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's shy tone, Hao Chen nodded. Not far from Hao Chen's wooden bed, Yi Bingbing saw this scene, and bit her lip. She thought she would be the only one to kiss Hao Chen today, but unexpectedly Zhou Xiaoxiao also joined in. This despicable reward mechanism. Forcing me to do such things is simply unforgivable. After thinking this, Yi Bingbing touched her own delicate lips. Every time she recalled the scene of the 2 passionately kissing in that dim room, a smile appeared on Yi Bingbing's lips. But soon she shook her hazy head, shyly covering her flushed cheeks. That fool Hao Chen kissing so skillfully. What a big lecher. Humph. Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Its hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the dim room. 3 dormitory inspectors are dead. How interesting. Who has the guts to kill us at night? As a dormitory supervisor, I cannot stand idly by. Unfortunately, the time is not yet right. My body needs more time to recover. But, just wait, I will surely take your lives and turn you into our nourishment. Alright, Hao Chen, you can stop now. About to reach my limit. Zhou Xiaoxiao shyly leaned against the wall, feeling everything. Indeed, it's still too intense. Just then Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a slight warmth spreading across her face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. She instantly woke up from her dream. Hey, have you had enough of— If you keep doing this, I won't be able to sleep well. Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze shifted to Hao Chen's abs. Her delicate hand was incessantly caressing. Weren't we just doing that kind of thing? I thought you were having a spring dream. It's only 6 a.m., no wonder I felt a bit itchy in my stomach. It turns out you were causing it. Zhou Xiaoxiao wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and shyly said, isn't it? Because I dreamed of doing that with you. Perhaps. I couldn't help myself, and my body just reacted. Hao Chen looked at the playful Zhou Xiaoxiao and rested his head on the pillow. Now that you're awake, do you want to sleep? Or— Hao Chen left the question hanging, watching how she would respond. Zhou Xiaoxiao recalled the scenes from her dream, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Coincidentally, everyone else was still asleep, making it the perfect time for such things. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered into Hao Chen's ear, how about we go outside? What if we disturb others? Hao Chen smiled at her cautious expression and said, I remember someone said it was fine to do. As long as we slow down and keep quiet, it should be fine. How strange, I can't remember who that was. Hao Chen pretended to think, and his demeanor made Zhou Xiaoxiao blush furiously. Zhou Xiaoxiao at this moment was like a bullet that had been shot by a hunter returning to its owner after many years. I take back what I said earlier. Let's go outside, okay? Zhou Xiaoxiao no longer resembled the queen of gossip, Instead, she had transformed into an exceedingly shy girl. Before Hao Chen could speak, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly added, "As long as you go out without letting anyone find out, then they'll let you do as you please." As soon as she finished speaking, she intertwined her fingers with Hao Chen's. Looking at the earnest and blushing Zhou Xiaoxiao, Hao Chen picked her up. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the sudden embrace. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Hao Chen's neck, trying to keep quiet. In the next moment, the two figures appeared outside the corridor window. Accompanied by their footsteps, they gradually disappeared from the dormitory. In the dimly lit room, Zhou Xiaoxiao shyly leaned against the wall. Her chest rising and falling rapidly from her quickened heartbeat appeared exceptionally adorable. In class, Zhou Xiaoxiao was considered quite good-looking, although she often indulged in gossip and held many secrets. No one wanted to make an enemy of her. In everyone's eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao was a lively girl, as well as a person full of charm. Her cupped chest said it all. As Hao Chen approached, slowly Zhou Xiaoxiao obediently surrendered. She suddenly turned to face the wall, seemingly mimicking the actions from her dream. "Hao Chen, remember, be gentle. I've given you everything. If you're not gentle, I'll go back and tell them, and then your scandal will spread." Hearing her sheep-like warning, Hao Chen couldn't help but smile. "We'll find out soon enough." Zhou Xiaoxiao's face deepened with blush as she bit her pink lips and gently closed her eyes. 8 a.m. Zhou Xiaoxiao walked slowly to the dormitory door and then lay down on Hao Chen's bed. She was panting heavily, resting her hand on her forehead. Under the morning sunlight, it was evident that her hair was a bit messy, and even her clothes were somewhat disheveled. As expected of the dormitory leader, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt her legs trembling slightly. At this moment, she finally understood the feelings of Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan. With footsteps, Hao Chen returned to the dormitory and sighed as he lay down. At the same time, Lin Wanwan beside him opened her eyes. She looked at the somewhat exhausted Zhou Xiaoxiao, and then turned to the relaxed Hao Chen. "Hao Chen, where did you guys go?" Facing Wanwan's question, Hao Chen gently patted her head and replied, "We just went to get our future child a playmate. Of course, it was also for everyone." Lin Wanwan nodded gently upon hearing this, then looked at the fatigued Zhou Xiaoxiao. "How are you? Are you alright? Are you okay?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was still catching her breath, and in her flurry she responded, "I'm fine." "Wanwan, what you said was not a lie. I underestimated Hao Chen." Lin Wanwan giggled softly, covering her mouth. "Wanwan never lies. Since Zhou Xiaoxiao has joined, let's all work harder from now on. Exhausted, if we were to go for another hour or two, I reckon I'd have to crawl back." "Hao Chen, what are your kidneys made of? How are you so strong?" Hao Chen chose not to reply, but simply smiled in silence. After all, as a person with the talent for having many children, his strength was no joke. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of this talent. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 10 a.m. Today's breakfast was no longer potatoes and carrots, but instead consisted of beef, egg soup, and 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot. These provisions were enough to satisfy all 36 people, including Hao Chen. The abundance of food brought smiles to everyone's faces, boosting their motivation even further. Today's task arrangements were still the same as before. They were to go to the back mountain to chop wood, attempting to gain their talents through practical action and then farming. After successfully completing the previous challenge, they had obtained 2 bags of seeds. Upon inspection, Hao Chen found that these 2 bags of seeds had additional attributes. One was fast-growing cabbage seeds, and the other was fast-growing potato seeds. The planting cycle was 10 days with a harvest possible once. Now the food issue was thoroughly resolved enough to sustain the entire class. The next issue to consider was upgrading the wooden beds and crafting weapons. The planting task will be assigned to our class' most skilled student, Bai Lu. Don't be fooled by Bai Lu's frail appearance. Her meticulousness is always recognized by the teachers. Bai Lu, take this. It's from Hao Chen. Bai Lu was 154 meters tall with twin ponytails and a youthful face. If one didn't know better, they might think she was a middle school student, but in reality she was already 19, and although she was flat-chested, it did not detract from her cuteness. Bai Lu accepted the seeds with a sweet smile. "I will definitely complete the task assigned by the dormitory leader and fulfill the expectations of the teachers and classmates. Leave the planting task to me." After accepting the seeds, Bai Lu happily walked to the planting area prepared for her by Zhang Yayao. Though it was very simple, it was sufficient for planting using homemade fertilizer. At this point, everyone had no complaints. On the other side, the exploration task was handled by Hao Chen. This time Hao Chen and the others were heading to the No. 3 teaching building. And this time Hao Chen discovered something. As the 5 individuals passed by the second teaching building, they paused. Li Meng, able to sense the presence of unsearched food inside due to her innate ability, asked Hao Chen if they should explore further. However, Hao Chen replied that they had enough food for now and need not worry. Their current goal was to explore more unknown areas and gather more supplies. After all, the campus was quite large. It took them half an hour just to walk to the cafeteria. Hearing Hao Chen's response, Li Meng nodded obediently. The first teaching building is an ordinary classroom. The second teaching building is a cooking classroom. But what about the third teaching building? With this question in mind, Hao Chen's gaze drifted into the distance.
However, when the five arrived at the third teaching building, they found it remarkably different from the previous two. This building did not have the same first and second floors as the others. Instead, it resembled a convenience store. If one could call it a convenience store, it was more like an unstaffed shop. Strange. The school map indicates this is the third teaching building, so how did it turn into an unstaffed Hao Chen immediately turned his gaze to Nuan and said, Nuan, please scout around for any potential dangers. Hearing this, Nuan closed her eyes and began to sense everything around her. After 2 seconds, she opened her eyes. Her expression showed little surprise or pallor, rather it was as usual. No, I didn't detect any red dots in front of this building, nor any regular monsters. Hearing Nuan's response, Hao Chen frowned. How could the perfectly normal third teaching building be replaced by an unstaffed shop? Since there are no regular monsters, let's take a closer look. Hao Chen entered the unstaffed shop only to find no signs of life inside, but the shelves were stocked with numerous items. There were food items, drink seeds, and even weapons. Jiang Nan noticed a radiant blade with an attack damage of as high as 30 points. My goodness, have we found treasure. Just as Jiang Nan reached out to grasp the radiant blade, she discovered that what she touched was merely an illusion. Why can't I pick it up? Jiang Nan tried several more times, but to no avail. Hao Chen encountered the same issue. The seed packets on the shelf were also illusions. His hand could pass completely through the items, yet he could not take them. At that moment, the unstaffed shop's announcement suddenly rang out. Welcome, survivors, to the unstaffed shop. Here you can purchase various items you desire, but the prices are not cheap. The items can be exchanged using mysterious crystals obtained by defeating regular monsters, and each item clearly states how many mysterious crystals are required below it. Survivors can check their own reserves to choose their desired items. After the announcement ended, Hao Chen and the others finally realized. So this place is the shop from the survival game. And the items can be exchanged for mysterious crystals dropped by regular monsters. Speaking of mysterious crystals, Hao Chen immediately opened his system backpack and took out the 2 mysterious crystals obtained from defeating the head chef. The mysterious crystals emitted a faint red glow in the unstaffed shop, seemingly resonating with it. At this moment, Nuan approached and pointed at the price list on the shelves. Hao Chen, the items here are quite pricey. From low to high, I checked just now, and there are 4 shells: weapons, armor, daily life, and agriculture. The lowest quality starts at 2 mysterious crystals. With our current quantity of mysterious crystals, we can only afford bronze quality items. Hao Chen looked in the direction Nuan was pointing. Nuan was indeed correct. The starting price for bronze quality items was 2 crystals, and to purchase diamond quality items one would need at least 100 crystals. Hao Chen gently patted Nuan's head and reassured her. Although the drop rate is a bit low, don't worry, in the future, we'll have as many of these as we want. It's just a matter of time. Let's see what items we have. Hearing Hao Chen's reassurance, Nuan's lips curled into a sweet smile. As they walked, Hao Chen first arrived at the daily life section. Most of the items sold here were food, water, and maintenance supplies for everyday furniture. Bronze quality shelf: 1 box of instant noodles, 2 mysterious crystals, shampoo and body wash, 2 mysterious crystals, drain unclogging device, 2 mysterious crystals, 1 box of large cola, 2 mysterious crystals. Looking at the information on the daily life shelf, Hao Chen wasn't overly concerned, as they had food and drinks available, so there was no need to worry for now. However, one item caught Hao Chen's attention. Drain unclogging device. Could this solve our toilet's block? Hao Chen clicked on this item, and the system panel displayed its actual function. Drain unclogging device. Are you worried about water shortages or blockages? You need not worry about these issues. Once you purchase this product, whether due to long-term disrepair or mechanical damage, installing this product will allow you to enjoy unobstructed water flow. Review: absolutely essential for home water use. Finally, my mother won't have to worry about running out of water at home. While this is quite good, it can perfectly resolve our daily washing needs. As long as the toilet can flush, we can simply boil water to drink, and it effectively addresses future water resource shortages. And it only costs 2 crystals. That's quite good. After finishing with the daily life section, Hao Chen proceeded to the weapons section, which Jiang Nan was most interested in. The prices in the weapons section were significantly more extravagant than in the daily life section, with diamond quality items reaching 500 mysterious crystals. The bronze quality items at the bottom were merely iron knives they could currently craft. Hao Chen could see that Jiang Nan's face showed disappointment because she couldn't afford any weapons. He immediately approached Jiang Nan and comforted her. Don't worry about the weapons. In the future, I'll buy you diamond quality ones. It's just that we lack the strength right now. It will take some time to accumulate resources. Seeing Hao Chen's comforting tone, engaged Jiang Nan placed her hand on his shoulder and said, so loyal. No wonder you're my good brother and husband. But you have to keep your word. I'll buy me a good weapon in the future. If you lie to me, watch out tonight. He'll make sure you can't sleep. Hao Chen patted his chest, vowing with his honor. Seeing this, Jiang Nan smiled knowingly and gave him a peck on the cheek.
Yi Bingbing, who was observing in the seed section, felt a flutter in her heart upon witnessing their intimate interaction. She vividly recalled the kiss from yesterday. For some reason, she craved the feeling of kissing Hao Chen again. Could I be a pervert? Am a rich girl and the campus belle? Why do I feel this way? It's all Hao Chen's fault. He must be the reason. Yi Bingbing slapped her flushed cheeks, trying to calm her racing heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Teacher Qin Mengyao managed the logistics very well. Other students were diligently chopping down trees, while Bai Lu wiped the sweat from her forehead and worked hard to plant seeds. Some students organized mining teams to explore some exposed rocks, as stones were also on the resource list. This action unexpectedly brought about unforeseen events. Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. Teacher, someone has awakened their talent. And it's 3 students. The astonished voices in the crowd immediately attracted Qin Mingio's attention. 3 students awakened their talents. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. She saw Song Jia and Li Chinka sitting on the ground holding their dizzy heads. After a while, the feeling of dizziness finally faded away. But when the 2 realized their talents, a flush appeared on their faces. Song Jia put down her stone axe and exclaimed in delight, I can't believe I've truly awakened the lumberjack talent. Cutting speed increased by 50. Axe durability decreased by 50. It seems that awakening a talent really requires hard work. The other was Li Chinka, who put down her stone pickaxe and looked at her talent, saying, I have awakened as a mining speed increased by 50, and I can sense ores within a 10-meter radius. My goodness, we are going. When Song Jia heard that Li Chinka had awakened the miner talent, she covered her mouth and laughed. Li Chinka, I never expected you, a miner, to actually awaken the miner talent. It seems your daily mining practice has paid off, haha. Facing Song Jia's mockery, Li Chinka crossed her arms and scoffed. I will dig tonight, I will dig you to death, hum. Seeing the awakening of the 2 female classmates before her, Qin Mengyao smiled knowingly. One lumberjack, one miner, both seemed to be heading in a good direction, but the other awakened talent. Qin Mengyao suddenly looked towards Bai Lu, who was sitting under the shade of a tree. Bai Lu shook her somewhat dizzy head, and then her system panel popped up. Named Bai Lu, a level talent farming expert. Effect: using this talent allows seeds to grow rapidly, doubling. Bai Lu looked at the information in front of her in confusion, then a blush appeared on her face. A level talent. Farming expert. I've awakened a talent too. Bai Lu looked at her hands and the seeds in the ground. She had just finished planting all the seeds when she felt a wave of dizziness, and to her surprise, she had truly awakened a talent. Now 3 classmates in the class had awakened their talents, truly a stroke of luck. After awakening the lumberjack talent, Song Jia picked up her stone axe and worked hard to chop wood. She could clearly feel that her speed had increased significantly. In just 3 minutes, a fairly stout sapling was chopped down. On the other side, Li Chinka also picked up her stone pickaxe to mine stones again. The speed has indeed increased quite a bit, and it feels much less tiring than before. The enthusiastic labor of the 2 classmates instantly sparked the motivation of other female classmates who also wanted to gain talents through this action. Just then Hao Chen and the others returned. Although they didn't harvest anything this time, they discovered an Moreover, Hao Chen was holding a small gadget. When Qin Mengyao saw Hao Chen return, she was the first to rush over and briefly reported the situation. Qin Mingio's face was filled with a radiant smile, no longer resembling her usual aloof teacher demeanor. Hao Chen, just now 3 girls in our class awakened their talents. They are lumberjack, miner, and farmer. Although it's not many, it's more than enough for the present. Upon hearing teacher Qin Mingio's report, Hao Chen was initially stunned, but then a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. 3 students awakened their talents. That's right. They are Li Chinka, Song Jia, and Bai Lu. These 3 students gained their talent abilities. Hao Chen nodded at this moment. The excitement on his face already expressed his current feelings. In that case, let's take a good rest today. Just in time, this item in my hand can perfectly solve the problem of the toilet not having running water, so from now on everyone won't have to worry about not having water for bathing. Hao Chen immediately stepped forward and said loudly, everyone can take a break now. Oh, let's celebrate well today. Not only can we bathe, but we can also feast. Hearing the word bath, many girls stopped their work. Even the sports committee member Zhang Yaya paused. Behind her were 20 wooden boards and 40 branches. Bathing. Hao Chen, do you have a way to solve this? Zhang Yaya wiped the fine sweat off her forehead and ran over. Hao Chen looked at the excited faces of everyone and calmly said, when we went to the No. 3 teaching building, we found that it had been replaced by an unmanned store, and the items for sale inside are quite good. However, with our current financial situation, we could only buy this one item back. With it, we won't have to worry about water resources anymore. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at the girls who were wiping their sweat. Let's take a break today, then treat ourselves to a good meal. I see we have gathered enough wooden boards, and even the farming task has been handled well by classmate Bai Lu, so for the remaining time, everyone should adjust their condition. At this moment, the female classmates in the class looked at each other, their eyes meeting. Then a blush and happiness appeared. That's great. We can bathe now. Finally able to get rid of the stinky sweat. Long live the dormitory head. Ew, I want to give birth to 100 little Hao Chens. Don't say such things. Hao Chen starts at 2 hours. You should keep a low profile. Looking at the cheerful scene before him, a smile also appeared at the corner of Hao Chen's mouth. Let's go take the collected materials and head home. In an instant, the female classmates in the class raised their hands and cheered. In the 701 dormitory, Lin Wan took the lead in charging ahead to handle today's dinner. As the class cultural committee member, she couldn't lack culinary skills. The cola and chicken wings harvested earlier were just right for making cola chicken wings, and then there were her specialty beef patties. Although the materials were limited, she could still manage to cook something. On the other side, the task of distributing materials to upgrade the wooden beds was handled by Zhang Yaya. When they went to the back mountain to handle tasks today, Zhang Yaya led a team to scavenge the dormitory building and collected a lot of rusty nails. With the wooden boards collected now, it was entirely enough for everyone in the class to upgrade to level 2. Zhang Yaya arranged the materials, waiting for Hao Chen to use the entries to upgrade, which could not only reduce material consumption, but also be more efficient. In the 7th floor restroom, Hao Chen had successfully installed the device. With the device's effect, the 7th floor restroom could finally have running water. Hao Chen turned on the faucet, and as the clear tap water flowed over his palm, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The troubles and inconveniences of so many days were finally resolved at this moment. Finally reached here. Now the water resource issue can be resolved, and in the evening I can boil water and soak my feet. The next target is to try to kill more elite monsters and obtain the mysterious crystals on them. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he looked at the 3 clever entries. Walking speed increased by 10, no choking while drinking water, no snoring while sleeping. Are you kidding me with these entries? So it seems today is really not going well. After the double yolk egg yesterday, I feel like I've used up all my luck. Today all the entries are clever and quite bizarre. While today 3 female classmates awakened their talents, treating everyone is not a bad thing. As he took care of everything and headed back to the dormitory, Hao Chen still had a smile on his face. But little did he know, on the other side of the school a pair of dim and pale eyes opened once again. It looked at the 10 rule-based monsters in front of it and whispered, "A few days ago 3 dorm inspectors were killed in the dormitory building. Tonight you will go investigate the situation. If possible, turn those people into nourishment right there." As soon as it finished speaking, the 10 rule-based monsters in front of it bowed and nodded. Hao Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and then stood up. Finally completed. Every wooden bed in the class has been upgraded to level 2. The remaining materials could even upgrade my bed to level 3. Hao Chen sighed in relief as he looked at the 36 wooden beds in front of him, all with a protection value of 220. The higher the protection value, the more damage it can withstand. It wasn't in vain. Thankfully, I chose this attribute that reduces material consumption. Hao Chen glanced at his double bed. After upgrading to level 3, his double bed had increased capacity, which could typically accommodate 3 to 4 people, but now it had widened and lengthened, capable of holding 5. Notably, the protection value of the level 3 bed had increased by a full 150 points. This means that Hao Chen's bed now boasts a protection value of 370, making it quite secure in the dormitory. At that moment, most of the female classmates emerged from the bathroom wrapped in the white towels they had brought back from their voluptuous figures looked exceptionally beautiful under the towels. Yi Bingbing's long and fair thighs appeared particularly captivating under the setting sun. After all, she was the school beauty, and her figure and looks were no joke. Suddenly her gaze fell upon Hao Chen, who had just finished upgrading the wooden bed in the dormitory. A hint of disdain and pride flickered in her eyes, yet beneath it lay a trace of shyness. "Foolish Hao Chen, stop looking. Sooner or later I will gouge out your eyes, you pervert." Yi Bingbing shyly turned her gaze toward the corridor. Following her were Zhang Yayaqin, Mingyao Yufei, Lin Wan, and others. With grand aspirations, it felt like paradise. Hao Chen swallowed hard, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the purple stockings on the adjacent bed. That bed belonged to teacher Qin Mingyao, and her stockings were neatly placed right in front of him. This is truly too comfortable. The water in the bathroom is simply the happiest thing in the world. Finally, I can get rid of the smell of sweat. Zhang Yaya sighed in relief, then began wiping her damp hair with a towel. Isn't it? Thanks to Hao Chen, buying such useful items is really reliable. Zhou Xiaoxiao stepped forward, getting close to Hao Chen's face, then whispered in his ear, "Next time let's do it again." Although the result is exhausting, I don't mind the process. And since the protection value hasn't increased, it seems we need to work harder, got it, Hao Chen. Hao Chen didn't respond immediately, instead revealing a suggestive smile. "Sure, next time we'll start at 3 hours, guaranteed to give you enough enjoyment." "You bad guy. 3 hours is too long. At most 1.5, otherwise I won't play with you next time." Zhou Xiaoxiao shyly patted Hao Chen's shoulder. "Alright, then let's make it 4 hours. Upon hearing 4 hours, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and she pouted. "I said 1.5, and you still raised the price, right? Fool I. I'm going to eat, we'll talk next time." Hao Chen shook his head helplessly as he watched Zhou Xiaoxiao walk away. Facing the 36 girls in the class, his mission was indeed significant. Just as Hao Chen was deep in thought, Qin Mingyao shyly walked over and sat on the bed. She was now dripping wet and her hands were still using a towel to dry her hair. Looking at Hao Chen by her bedside, Qin Mingyao softly said, "Hao Chen, could you help me put on the stockings? I'm busy right now." Looking at the beautiful and charming Qin Mingyao, Hao Chen had no reason to refuse. After all, her favorability had already reached 90, and participating in the multi-child talent was just around the corner. "No problem, teacher, let me help you put them on." Hao Chen picked up a purple stocking. He first gently slipped it onto her healthy pink toes, then up her calf, and finally to her thigh. During this time, there was no lack of skin contact, and every touch made Qin Mingyao feel shy. Once the stockings were on, Qin Mingyao's face was already flushed. She looked shyly at Hao Chen in front of her, just about to speak when a voice interrupted her. "Hao Chen, dinner is ready. You can come eat now." Lin Wanwan's sweet voice suddenly rang out, and Hao Chen nodded in response. "Teacher, let's go eat first. Let's relax a bit today." Qin Mingyao gently nodded, her gaze filled with disappointment as she looked at Hao Chen's departing figure. She bit her pink lips, seemingly holding back some important words. During dinner, Zhang Yaya grabbed a bottle of beer and started to drink. The bitter taste and unique flavor of the beer satisfied her. So refreshing. In a place like this to have beer, I never expected it. The other girls also held beers, all sitting on their respective beds while the prepared dinner was set in the center of the dormitory for anyone to take. On Hao Chen's bed sat 3 beautiful girls, Jiang Nan, Lin Wanwan, and Zhou Xiaoxiao. They were closely gathered around Hao Chen. Looking at their happy faces, Hao Chen slowly said, "Currently the water issue has been resolved, the food issue has also been resolved, and our remaining goal is to continue upgrading the wooden beds and collecting materials, as well as manufacturing weapons to enhance our attack power." Hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhang Yaya and the others nodded. Hao Chen pointed to the wooden beds of everyone present. "And the previous promise has been fulfilled. You can see that the level 1 wooden beds have now been upgraded to level 2. Our dormitory has fully achieved level 2 wooden beds, which can withstand more damage." Upon hearing Hao Chen's reminder, Li Chinka and other female classmates checked their wooden beds. Indeed, the wooden bed level had changed to level 2, and the protection value had increased by 100 points. "It's true, my protection value increased by 100 points, so now I don't have to worry at night. The dorm head is truly reliable. Hao Chen, I love you just like a mouse loves rice. Thank you for helping with the upgrade." "Thank you, Hao Chen." Hearing the girl's gratitude, Hao Chen waved his hand. "This is only right. After all, I'm not just making empty promises. I keep my word, and I also don't want any girl to get hurt, so let's eat well, drink well, and rest. We'll discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow." At once the girls in the class raised their beers. "Let's celebrate today's achievements. All level 2 wooden beds. Water in the bathroom. 3 more awakenings. Cheers." Suddenly laughter and joy filled the dormitory. Meanwhile, the sun had already set and night was outside the dormitory building. A strange wind began to blow, and then 10 figures suddenly appeared in the open space. They had no facial features, but possessed a pair of eerie eyes from which deep red blood dripped. Night had already fallen, and on Hao Chen's bed lay 4 beautiful women. Lin Wanwan was snuggling closely against Hao Chen, perhaps to feel more secure, while Jiang Nan was holding onto her hand, sealing it with a kiss before bed. On the side, Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, crossing her arms. "Next time I must sleep next to Hao Chen. Too bad, I couldn't grab that spot this time." Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze immediately turned to Tang Kiki, who was lying beside her. Tang Kiki's face turned slightly red as she looked in Hao Chen's direction. "Tang Kiki, what's wrong? Do you want to sleep next to Hao Chen too? Let me tell you before you give yourself up, there won't be that chance." Tang Kiki pouted at Zhou Xiaoxiao's teasing. So you think you have a chance?" Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled, slightly feeling quite pleased with herself. "Of course I have a chance. To be honest, I'm already Hao Chen's person. I've given him everything. Whenever I have the time, I'll take him to do that kind of thing, and you'll just have to envy me." Tang Kiki was taken aback for a moment, then clenched her teeth. "But I haven't seen any increase in protection value by 10. You must be joking." Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to retort when she felt someone watching her. Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze shot towards the window, and the sight almost scared her soul away. "Aunt!" Zhou Xiaoxiao's scream echoed throughout the dormitory. Before anyone could ask, Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed towards the dormitory window. There are 10 pairs of eyes. So scary." Hearing the commotion, Hao Chen turned his gaze to the dormitory window. At the window, 10 pairs of blood-red eyes were flickering. The night was already dark, and with the silence outside, the sudden appearance of the red eyes was truly chilling. Perhaps it was Zhou Xiaoxiao's commotion or Hao Chen's gaze. Those 10 pairs of eyes immediately turned to him. Following this, the protection value began to plummet. Hao Chen realized that when the eyes were fixed on him, the protection value would decrease as well. Protection value 20, protection value 50. In just 2 seconds, the protection value has already dropped by 70 points. What are those things? Everyone held their breath at this sight, afraid to make too much noise. Just then Zhang Yaya accidentally knocked over a beer can beside her bed. When the crisp sound fell to the floor, all 10 pairs of eyes quickly turned to her. Zhang Yaya looked at the 10 blood-red eyes outside, her face going pale from fear. She curled up as much as she could, covering her mouth. Protection value 40, protection value 20. Zhang Yaya watched her protection value plummet, feeling helpless. At that moment, everyone's system panels popped up. Peeper's behavior will stare at the people in bed. The longer they look, the faster the protection value drops. Solution: block the window with cloth or upgrade the privacy of the bed. It seems that being watched by them decreases the protection value. And the damage isn't low. In just the blink of an eye, the protection value has dropped so much. This monster is not simple. Just as Hao Chen was pondering, Lin Wanwan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Hao Chen, I just scouted outside. There are a total of 10. And they are all elite monsters." Hearing Lin Wanwan's warning, Hao Chen nodded slightly. Even though they were now quiet, the 10 pairs of eyes at the window remained fixed, watching dormitory 701, attempting to identify any suspicious activity that might produce noise or movement. No way. If they don't leave, there's no chance of sleeping tonight. Any movement or snoring will cause this monster to watch and decrease the protection value. If we don't resolve this, we won't be able to sleep. Hao Chen immediately turned his gaze to Jiang Nan beside him. Jiang Nan was already gripping 2 iron knives, waiting for Hao Chen's command. Looking at Jiang Nan's determined and competitive eyes, Hao Chen smiled slightly. 8 seconds of control time plus the teacher's authority and Yi Bingbing's refresh. Dealing with 10 elite monsters shouldn't be a problem. However, what concerns me is whether nighttime actions will attract more rule-based monsters. But even if they come, I can control them. I will definitely secure the time to kill and return. After finishing his thoughts, Hao Chen tightly held Jiang Nan's small hand, then leaned close to her ear to explain the plan in detail. Listening to Hao Chen's plan, Jiang Nan nodded gently, her gaze fixed on the blood-red eyes outside. Once everything was set, Jiang Nan held the 2 iron knives tightly and became invisible on Hao Chen's bed. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the outside monsters, who noticed that one person was missing from the wooden bed. The 10 pairs of eyes began to sweep quickly, trying to find the missing Jiang Nan. However, they failed to notice that the invisible Jiang Nan had already gotten out of bed and left the dormitory. At that moment, Hao Chen stood up from the bed and shouted loudly towards the window, "Are you watching?" In an instant, the 10 pairs of eyes froze in shock. This precious 2 seconds naturally provided Jiang Nan with an opportunity to attack. In Hao Chen's plan, Jiang Nan only remembered one thing. That was to do everything possible to eliminate their eyes. Although they were elite monsters, without their eyes watching, they would be useless. Jiang Nan had reached the back of the monster. She found that the monster before her had no facial features, only a pair of eyes. The white and decaying body appeared extremely terrifying, and she could clearly see some exposed white bones. Jiang Nan gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear, and then used the iron knife in her hand to cut through one of the monster's eyes. After all, during these 2 seconds of standoff, if she could kill one, that would be one less. After the 2 seconds passed, Hao Chen noticed that 2 pairs of eyes had dimmed, knowing that Jiang Nan had succeeded. To secure more opportunities, Hao Chen roared again, "You won't be leaving today." The monster had just begun to move slightly, but was immediately stiffened again. Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity. Her hand moved swiftly, each strike hitting the pain points. 3, 4, 5. Jiang Nan went wild with killing intent, a murderous smile appearing at the corner. As the number of eyes at the window decreased by half, Hao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not fully relax. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yi Bingbing, who was lying on the bed. Hao Chen said nothing more, simply giving Yi Bingbing a knowing look. Seeing this, Yi Bingbing bit her pink lips. She knew well the cost of refreshing skills for Hao Chen, but this was crucial for the safety of the entire dormitory. Yi Bingbing took a deep breath and extended her hands towards Hao Chen. "Use it again." With the boost of the refund talent, Hao Chen's roar could be used 2 more times. Just as the monster outside began to move its eyes, teacher Qin Mingyao also stepped in to help. "By the authority of a teacher, I command you. Be silent." Teacher Qin Mingyio's talent abilities manifested at this moment, her pressure instantly instilling fear in the outside monsters. With the assistance of teacher Qin Mingyao and Hao Chen, all 10 pairs of eyes outside had completely dimmed, then vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan's figure stealthily approached Hao Chen's wooden bed. She calmed her racing heart, and then got onto the bed. The earlier scene had been extremely frightening. Had it not been for the timely control from the teacher and Hao Chen, they would have likely given the monsters a chance to counterattack. Fortunately, she was not only uninjured, but also inadvertently discovered the weaknesses of the monsters. Rather than a coincidence, it was more of following Hao Chen's plan. After all, Hao Chen had said that the attack should target their eyes, and those elite monsters' weakness was indeed those very eyes. Jiang Nan's face was slightly pale, but lying beside Hao Chen made her feel secure. Thankfully, everything is resolved.
I must tell you it was really thrilling just now. Thank goodness you and the teacher provided control in time, otherwise I would have almost been attacked. It was terrifying. Jiang Nan hugged Hao Chen seeking comfort. Hao Chen gently stroked Jiang Nan's head comfortingly saying, "You did well this time. It seems that their weakness is their eyes. Once you destroyed them they lost their value and means of attack. Jiang Nan, you did great today." Hearing Hao Chen's praise, a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth. After all, in her heart, as long as she received Hao Chen's recognition, everything she did was worth it. In another dormitory building on the campus, in the dim room, a plump figure was constantly repairing itself, and at the same time a greasy face resembling that of a middle-aged woman emerged. Feeling that her dispatched minions had been eliminated, she slammed her fist against the wall. "A bunch of useless fools. You were supposed to complete the task, yet you were ambushed by others. What are you all doing?" She glanced at her remaining dismembered body. "Only hands and legs left. Give me some time, and I will collect all your lives." "Humph. How dare the children in the dormitory bully the dormitory manager's people? Seems like you all are truly tired of living. Hao Chen, must you truly do this before the entire class?" "Teacher. Teacher is shy. Oh, and remember to be gentle. Actually, teacher is also a chef." With Hao Chen standing tall and poised before her, Qin Mengyao shyly spread her arms wide, laying bare her entire being. As Hao Chen drew nearer, her heart pounded wildly within her chest. At last we've reached this moment. Surely this doesn't count as an old cow grazing on tender grass. Just as the two were about to take the next step, Qin Mengyao suddenly heard a piercing shriek beside her ear. "Ah, I've awakened. I've awakened my innate talent." The shriek came from Zhou Xiaoxiao. Upon waking that morning, she rubbed her drowsy eyes, and there it was, her system interface shimmered into view. Name Zhou Xiaoxian Barank talent wind earn effect, can hear every whisper rustle of grass or monster's conversation within 100 meters. Zhou Xiaoxiao gazed at her talent in exhilaration, not dwelling on its Barank designation, but captivated solely by its effect. "I've always been the queen of gossip. Now with this talent I can eavesdrop on secret conversations and serve as a reconnaissance asset. At last, I've awakened my true specialty." Tang Kiki stirred awake as well, but remained unawakened. Zhou Xiaoxiao, grinning mischievously, declared, "Tang Kiki, am the very first to awaken. Looks like you've lost." "Ha ha." Tang Kiki crossed her arms and let out a soft, disdainful hum. Qin Mengyao, roused mid-dream, frowned in mild irritation. She glanced around and realized with quiet astonishment that what she had just experienced was merely a spring dream. How strange. I'm already 26. Puberty ended long ago. Why then am I still dreaming such dreams? And the one in my dream was Hao Chen, the only male student in class. Qin Mengyao pressed her burning cheeks with both hands, overcome with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao was proudly displaying her talent to the girls, while Hao Chen had already begun restoring yesterday's consumed provisions using his transmutation of waste into treasure skill. So long as the transmutation of waste into treasure skill remained active, food would be inexhaustible, boundless in supply. Alas, it could only be invoked once per day. Out to refresh it, he needed Yi Bingbing's assistance. After restoring half the provisions, Hao Chen approached Yi Bingbing and murmured softly, "Please refresh my skill. I'll restore everything we ate yesterday." Yi Bingbing lifted her gaze toward him, her expression tinged with reluctant hesitation. "The reward from yesterday's use hasn't even settled yet. If I activate it again now, the rewards will stack. Who knows what might happen then?" Hao Chen wasted no words. He stepped close, his face nearly brushing hers. "So what if they stack? Look at your blushing cheeks. How can I not suspect you've secretly harbored feelings for me?" Yi Bingbing gently pushed him away with her hand. Her face flushed crimson as she turned her head aside, then activated her reversal talent to refresh Hao Chen's skill. "You get lost. Standing so close. Do you think this is flirtation? Hurry up and finish your task, then we'll settle the reward." Seeing the skill successfully refreshed, Hao Chen nodded. "Then wait for me. I'll be right back. The farther you go, the better. I'd rather not see you at all." Humph. Watching Hao Chen walk away, Yi Bingbing felt her body slipping beyond conscious control. She'd endured it last night, but aiding Hao Chen today triggered another surge of stacking rewards, and now her body betrayed her will entirely. In the next instant, Yi Bingbing rose involuntarily. Her mind screamed commands, yet her limbs obeyed none. Meanwhile, Hao Chen completed refreshing today's provisions. Done. Today's meals are secured. Even tomorrow's are assured. Yet one matter demands urgent attention: last night's unseen observer. I must act. Find time to gather fabric and seal our windows. That shall be our countermeasure. With decisive clarity, Hao Chen confirmed his plan for the day. Today I'll search for fabric and other essentials. Any surplus can be fashioned into pillows and quilts. Just as Hao Chen turned to inform his female classmates, warmth and softness brushed against his back. At first he assumed it was Lin Nuanyuan. "Nuanyuan, don't rush. I'll attend to you later. First let's complete today's tasks."
Comfort in the days ahead matters most. But when Hao Chen turned, he found not Lin Yuanyuan, but Yi Bingbing, the proud school beauty, pouting at him. She clutched his hand, tightly refusing to let go. Yi Bingbing, what are you doing? Has the reward taken effect? Her lips retained their will, but her body had long since surrendered. Of course it has. Would I ever willingly embrace you under normal circumstances, eh? Honestly, why now of all times? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Bingbing tugged Hao Chen toward the bed. In the next breath, she shoved him onto the mattress. Then slowly, deliberately, she slid down the zipper of her school uniform, before the watching eyes of all. Zhou Xiaoxiao leapt up first. What a... Hands flying to her head, she stared dumbfounded. Yi Bingbing, the proud school beauty, actually throwing herself into his arms. A scandalous revelation. I'm off. Yi Bingbing shed her outer jacket, then shyly covered her chest with trembling hands. Dazed on the bed, Hao Chen shook his head to clear it, only then grasping what unfolded before him. This stacked reward is far too intense. Last time it was a kiss. Now could it possibly be? Before Hao Chen could react, Yi Bingbing had already lunged atop him. She straddled him, cheeks blazing. Don't watch me. This isn't voluntary. It's the reward. I'm utterly more— Though she protested, every girl in class watched transfixed. Lin Yuanyuan hid her face behind her palms, yet parted her fingers just enough to peek. Until now her intimacy with Hao Chen had been discreet, yet Yi Bingbing dared this openly. Teacher Qin Mingyao watched the heated scene unfold, suppressing the sudden heat rising within her. Students, grant them privacy. Do not disturb. We'll exit now. I'll coordinate from outside. Some will harvest timber, others mine, or, just as before, everyone to their assigned tasks. No interference. Leave immediately. Qin Mingyao's stern command echoed through the room. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao, the undisputed queen of gossip, wore an expression of genuine disappointment. To miss such a scorching spectacle firsthand was truly regrettable. Once the dormitory emptied, teacher Qin Mingyao turned her gaze upon the two entwined figures rolling across the bed. Hao Chen, I'll close the door for you. When you're done, meet me at the rear mountain. Hao Chen tried to reply, but Yi Bingbing's fervent kiss sealed his lips. Watching this, Qin Mingyao bit her rosy lower lip, and withdrew, glancing back repeatedly as she left. Her flushed cheeks and wistful gaze spoke volumes. Shame, longing, and quiet yearning all lay. Yi Bingbing sat on the bed, quickly putting on the school uniform that had been thrown aside. She covered her chest, looking at Hao Chen with a face full of shyness and anger. You big idiot. You say it's a reward, but you have to resist. My body is not under my control, and you don't refuse at all. Do you know the consequences? The consequence is that I am very angry. Yi Bingbing gently zipped up her jacket, then picked up a headband, tidying up her messy hair. Hao Chen looked at Yi Bingbing, helplessly noticing the two hickeys on his neck. And you say it's me. This reward has stacked up, and since you keep clinging to me, I had no choice but to accept it. Besides, look at these two hickeys. I have no complaints now. Yi Bingbing glanced at the places Hao Chen pointed out, her face turning even redder. Because of the effects of the stacked rewards, her body was now more proactive and eager than before. Unknowingly, she had left her own mark. I can't be blamed. If you want to blame someone, blame the rigid conditions of the talent. Yi Bingbing stood up suddenly and walked towards the dormitory door without looking back. She turned her head slightly, looking at the stunned Hao Chen. Hao Chen, let me remind you, I gave you my first kiss and everything else, so don't let me down. Did you hear that? With that, Yi Bingbing left the dormitory. After Hao Chen disappeared from her sight, she couldn't help but touch her lips, revealing a faint smile. Actually, not bad. This all took 2 hours. This feeling, I seem to not dislike it. Remembering how she had dominated Hao Chen on the bed earlier, Yi Bingbing felt a sense of relief and hummed a tune as she walked down the stairs. Dormitory back mountain. At this moment, the female classmates in the class were sitting around drinking water. The materials collected had already piled up into a small hill. They had collected 40 pieces of wood and 80 branches, and since they acquired the lumberjack talent, their efficiency had increased. And there were at least 120 stones. For now, there was no need to worry about wood and stone resources. What was worth paying attention to was our Bailu planting area had sprouted tender shoots. Her talent as a planting expert was indeed a great buff for accelerating plant growth. When Hao Chen and Yi Bingbing appeared, the focus of the class turned towards the two of them. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately boasted, "Oh my, it's already been 2 hours. Why are you two only arriving now? We're almost done with our work over here. Hao Chen, you really? Did you just ponder for 2 hours to avoid working? What a lecture." Upon hearing this, Hao Chen retorted, "No way, it's not like that." But before he could finish, he noticed Yi Bingbing casting a fierce glance at him. That look seemed to say that if he dared to speak, it would be the end. Thus Hao Chen chose to remain silent, letting everyone guess. He then walked over to the girls in the class. "Today we will continue to collect supplies and look for more materials, just like the previous team, so we can set off now. Alright, Zhou Xiaoxiao, you can join too, since your talent is also scouting, which can help us avoid more dangers." Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao stood up, her face filled with excitement. Each of their system panels popped up at that moment. But this time the system panel was different from usual. The color that appeared was not blue, but slightly red. First week challenge completed. Congratulations to all survivors for reaching the second week, thus beginning the second week challenge. I really didn't expect everyone to survive until now. I thought you could only last 1 week. But unexpectedly there were no casualties, and even 2 were pregnant. That's truly commendable. So for this second week, I plan to make things a bit easier for everyone. In order to enhance the playability and entertainment of the survival game, here are the new rules I've set. Please listen carefully. 1. Random dungeon challenges. Opening once every 30 days. Monster attributes will stack. 2. After completing the first week, you may encounter other survivors who have also crossed over to this survival game. Who knows how much bloodshed this will stir? Are you excited? Surprised? Meeting unfamiliar faces, doesn't it feel thrilling? Excited? You think, who knows if others will commit arson and robbery? Surprised? Get lost. Jiang Nan crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at the system's arrogant and mocking tone. 3. Considering the difficulties and challenges, a thoughtful, mysterious merchant has been prepared for everyone, but their appearance time is random. However, you don't need to worry about the location. It will appear in your dormitory corridor. This is the most humane rule I've set for you. No need to thank me. The above are all the rules from the second week onward. Survivors, please deal with it cheerfully. The text on the system panel had just disappeared when the first random dungeon challenge arrived. Random dungeon, Blood Moon Night dungeon, strength 3 stars, dungeon challenge duration 3 days, survival reward for every day survived randomly. Help unawakened talent awaken their talent. Team White, punishment none. Upon seeing the red dungeon text, the girls in the class immediately erupted. Blood Moon. This is too sudden, right? What the hell is this? Not to mention, we've only survived 1 week, and the second week is already ramping up the difficulty. Are you insane? Zhou Xiaoxiao complained even more. Who knows how much the attack power of those monsters will increase under the Blood Moon conditions. Although everyone is currently on level 2 wooden beds. Whether we can withstand it is still a question. All eyes turned to the calm Hao Chen, who did not show the same panic as the others, but instead calmed down to think about the problem. Given this situation, both the attack power and health of the monsters will increase. Their numbers will certainly grow as well, and with 3 days to go, it seems these 3 days will be very severe. Hao Chen looked at the worried girls and calmly said, everyone can put down your work for now. From now on we have only one goal, and that is to survive. If we get through these 3 days, it means 3 of our female classmates can awaken their talents. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yaya. Zhang Yaya here. What do you need? Zhang Yaya's expression was serious, unlike her usual carefree demeanor. Today's task is to search all the dormitory buildings around us. Tear down everything from old curtains, old clothes, to broken wooden beds. Turn them into materials. I will try to upgrade some of the class wooden beds to level 3 before tonight, and use cloth to cover our windows to prevent peepers. Also, Qiu Qing from the logistics department, please use the previously collected materials to craft more iron knives. What we need to do tonight is not just defend, but also counterattack. Listening to Hao Chen's words, everyone exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Watching Hao Chen command everything from a distance, teacher Qin Mengyao felt an increase in admiration. After all, only a man who can grasp the overall situation and think calmly is what she desires. Sisters, grab your weapons. Zhang Yaya held a simple stone hammer in her hand, turning to look at the female classmates behind her. They had currently arrived at another dormitory building. After a warm check, it was confirmed that the only regular monsters in this dormitory were a few stragglers, all of which had been eliminated by Jiang Nan. Now they just needed to collect supplies with peace of mind. Zhang Yaya immediately commanded, don't miss any old curtains, old clothes, etc. The rest of you come with me to knock down the abandoned wooden beds. We need to finish collecting everything in this dormitory before dark. At this moment, the girls in the class had no complaints, as tonight marked the first night of the Blood Moon. The attacks and numbers of monsters were unknown, and no one could guarantee their survival. Thus, everyone was fully focused, putting in 100% effort on the task of collecting supplies. Meanwhile, Su Qing, part of the logistics team, was working hard. Using the materials she had previously gathered, she was unifying them to create iron blade knives, enhancing the team's combat strength. Meanwhile, Hao Chen leaned against the corridor deep in thought. He gazed at the 3 traits drawn today, feeling a sense of difficulty. Aggressive. All today's traits. I never expected that after so long aggressive traits would finally appear. But this is too difficult to choose. Today's traits have been drawn. Please acknowledge a grade trait. Arc Lightning Blade effect conjures 2 lightning blades in hand possessing the power of thunder. Can temporarily paralyze the opponent and generate electric currents. Heart condition usable once per day. Time limit is 5 minutes. Can temporarily paralyze the opponent and generate electric currents. This is a decent attack method and a trait that gives me reaction time, and it's in a grade. I'll keep it for now. Hao Chen scrolled down to look at the next trait. A grade trait, Blood Demon effect for each target killed by the host. All attributes increase by 5 points.
During this period, the host will be in a frenzied blood demon state. Desire for battle greatly increases. Pain perception decreases. Heart condition usable twice a day. Duration is 5 minutes. After the duration ends, the cumulative effect will disappear. Seeing the blood demon trait, Hao Chen couldn't help but recall his own appearance back then. A frenzied existence filled with battle desire. Although it looked somewhat fierce, it actually provided great benefits, like every time he killed a target, all attributes would increase by 5 points. It truly was a case of becoming braver through battle, becoming stronger through battle. Moreover, pain perception decreases, making one a machine of slaughter. This is also acceptable, at least it's an extreme weapon on the battlefield. I'll keep it for now and see the next one. Hao Chen then looked at the next trait, but the third trait was somewhat simpler. Grade trait stone throw effect. The damage of thrown stones increases by 50. The effect of the third trait is quite brief and straightforward, but the attack method of throwing stones is really difficult to maintain. Although the attack damage can increase by 50, whether it can kill in one hit is still a question. It seems I can only choose one between 1 and 2. The power of thunder is certainly good and can give me a chance to react, but it has no additional effects. On the contrary, the blood demon trait catches my eye. At least every time I kill a target, all attributes can increase by 5 points. Moreover, there's Su Wanqing in the team who can help me heal, and then there's Yi Bingbing who can help me refresh skills. I can use the blood demon effect 4 times a day. At least I can carve out a bloody path. I'm definitely going to choose the blood demon trait. No matter how frenzied, it is the only way to survive in this world, is to carve out a bloody path. 3 p.m. Hao Chen was currently using the materials collected by Zhang Yaya to upgrade 6 wooden beds in the class to level 3 wooden beds. Although he had the trait bonus, the materials required for a level 3 wooden bed were indeed too many. He could only upgrade 6 wooden beds, but that was better than nothing. At this time, Zhang Yaya hung the dormitory curtains and pulled them a little. Not bad, they completely cover the windows. Now we don't have to worry about the gaze of onlookers at night. After everything was busy, everyone finally had a chance to rest. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at the protection value on her wooden bed, 220, of which 20 points were provided by Nuan Nuan and Jiang Nan. And as she was currently one of Hao Chen's harem members, if she could provide 10 points of protection value for everyone, it would mean resisting some damage. Although she knew that now might not be the right time, it was good to do more for everyone. The next second, Zhou Xiaoxiao got off the bed and walked steadily in front of Hao Chen, then took his hand. Before Hao Chen could react, Zhou Xiaoxiao pulled him out of the dormitory corridor. Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's serious face, Hao Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" In response to Hao Chen's confusion, Zhou Xiaoxiao just bit her pink lip and replied softly, "Last time I didn't get pregnant from that. I wonder if it will work this time. So Hao Chen, can you help me once more? This is not just for you, but for the whole class. As long as I can get pregnant, it will provide 10 points of protection value for everyone in the class." I still understand this logic. Moreover, tonight is the blood moon night. Oh, everything is uncertain, and what if this 10 points of protection value could save lives? Can protect everyone, so please help me again. After all, how could a girl like me get pregnant out of the blue? So ultimately, I still need your help. Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's shy face, Hao Chen chose not to. As long as the other party wanted it, he would do it. If he could help Zhou Xiaoxiao get pregnant, then the wooden beds in the class would not only upgrade slowly, but also increase by 10 points of protection value. Seeing that Hao Chen had not replied, Zhou Xiaoxiao took the initiative to kiss his lips. Although I know this is not a good time. But please don't refuse my good intentions, okay? Hao Chen felt the softness and moisture coming from her lips, and then he gently picked Zhou Xiaoxiao up, gradually walking towards the depths of the corridor. They then disappeared from the sight of the crowd. When the two arrived at that dim room, Zhou Xiaoxiao actively pulled down the zipper of her school uniform, revealing her fair body and ample curves. That tender thigh combined with her graceful figure made Hao Chen's blood surge. It seems we need to hurry, so I need to take some measures. I hope you can endure a bit. What? What measures? Zhou Xiaoxiao shyly covered her chest and private areas, looking at Hao Chen with a blushing face. The next second, the effect of the blood demon trait appeared on Hao Chen. A faint blood-red rune emerged on Hao Chen's body, and a weak red aura surged out. Even his pupils changed from brown to blood red. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a bit scared. "Hao Chen, what are you?" Hao Chen did not reply. He felt the restless power and desire for battle within him, and then he pushed Zhou Xiaoxiao against the wall. "Ah, can you be gentler? You're hurting me." Zhou Xiaoxiao looked shyly at Hao Chen, who was even more magnificent than before. At the moment the system panel popped up, the girls stared blankly at the numbers before them. However, after experiencing the previous scene, they quickly understood what the 10 points of protection value meant. After all, an hour ago, Zhou Xiaoxiao had dragged Hao Chen's hand and left the dormitory without looking back. What happened in that hour was already inscribed in the numbers before them, reflected in the slowly advancing upgrade progress on the wooden beds. Teacher Qin, Mengyao bit her pink lips, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the window.
Her fingertips gently caressed the teaching plan, her heart skipping a beat. Hao Chen and Zhou Xiaoxiao must be doing that. She murmured softly, her cheeks flushing faintly. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about the people in the class. As her thoughts were in disarray, the wooden door of the dormitory was slowly pushed open. Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned against the door frame, looking as if she had just retreated from a battlefield. Her breath was still ragged, her hair tousled against her forehead, and the creases in her collar exposed everything. She tried hard to appear composed, but stumbled slightly as she stepped in. All eyes in the dormitory were fixed on her. Some covered their mouths and snickered while others turned their faces away to stifle their laughter. After all, it was Zhou Xiaoxiao who had been the most vocal about wanting to be with Hao Chen, yet who would have thought that now she had become the very fruit that was peeled open. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly walked towards her wooden bed with her head down and lay down without hesitation. She lay on her side, her face still tinged with a slight blush, her chest rising and falling beneath her thin clothing. It seemed her lips still held some indescribable resonance, her gaze dazed as she stared at the wall. When Hao Chen stepped into the dormitory, all eyes turned to him. Hao Chen walked directly to his bed. The system panel had already popped up, showing protection value 10. At least the efforts of this hour were not in vain. With the effect of the blood demon entry, he felt like an untiring warhorse on the battlefield. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoxiao was still able to barely withstand this assault, otherwise he would have had to carry her back. There were already two figures waiting for him on the bed. Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nin lay on either side, and as Hao Chen approached, they simultaneously reached out their arms in an attempt to embrace him. You've worked hard. Lin Wanwan's gentle voice lingered in his ear, carrying a warmth that was almost imperceptible. Her hand gently wrapped around Hao Chen's arm, her cheek resting on his shoulder. Jiang Nan leaned in closer and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, her lips lingering for a moment before reluctantly pulling away. Hao Chen looked at the two girls snuggled beside him, and the fatigue he felt moments ago vanished instantly. As night deepened, everyone had finished dinner, quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Fortunately, everyone now had an iron shard knife in hand, providing them with some means of self-protection in this uncertain apocalypse. Darkness descended and the sunset was completely over. Even with fabric covering the windows, the dormitory still reflected a faint blood-red hue. The moonlight above had already been dyed red, and starting tonight the monsters outside would become increasingly ferocious, and their numbers would be greater than ever. At that moment, 50 wanderers suddenly appeared on the ground outside the dormitory building. But that was not the most outrageous part. Just a second later, another 50 wanderers spawned. Meanwhile, 20 peculiar-looking creatures appeared in the corridor on the 7th floor. They were tall and twisted, resembling beings that had been blended together in a mixer. All members inside the dormitory held their breath, their faces filled with terror and pallor. Nuan's reaction was even more pronounced as she first used her detection skill to scan the surroundings, but the result made her gasp in shock. 150 targets. And there are also 50 elite monsters. Hearing Lin Wanwan's quiet whisper, Hao Chen's heart trembled. 150. This was a number they had never seen before. Not to mention the additional 50 elite monsters. Just as Hao Chen was pondering, there was a knocking sound at their dormitory window. They heard a chaotic and hurried voice from outside. Let me in. Please let me in. A frantic shout came from outside with both male and female voices tinged with cries. There are a lot of monsters outside. Help! Hurry, and open the door to let me in. The people in the dormitory exchanged glances, but no one moved. In a place like this, could they even protect themselves, let alone care for others? Moreover, on the night of the blood moon, how could there possibly be survivors wandering outside? This was clearly a monster's trap. Seeing no one respond, the knocking grew more frantic, and the cries became increasingly desperate. Please open the door. It's so cold outside. They're coming. They're really coming. Each knock felt like a hammer on everyone's heart. Lin Wanwan huddled tightly in Hao Chen's arms, not daring to look at the window. She feared that in the next second those things would break through the window, tear apart their protection value, and devour them one by one. Bang! The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open. The figure that walked in. No, that was not a person. The leading figure wore a familiar teacher's uniform, holding a whip in her hand. Her lips were painted with black lipstick, and her figure was alluring, but her eyes were a deep red. Hao Chen recognized at a glance that this was the woman who had deducted their protection value with the registration book. Behind her were 3 similarly dressed female monsters, each wielding a whip. Under the influence of the blood moon, they showed no hesitation as they walked directly towards the center of the dormitory, raising their whips and striking towards the area where the protection value was located. Their eyes were filled with greed, like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten for days. Sleeping in school uniforms is against the rules. The sound of the whip slicing through the air rang out. There are girls on the bed. You are also violating the rules. Those who violate the rules should be punished. Come with us immediately. Protection value 10, protection value 20. Hao Chen watched as the numbers on the panel rapidly decreased, his fists clenched tightly. He was worried not just about the few monster teachers before him, but about the fact that the entire dormitory was already filled with the scent of monsters, with wanderers outside, elite monsters in the corridor, and who knows what hidden beneath the beds. Zhou Xiaoxiao shrank at the head of her bed, not daring to breathe. Suddenly 5 black hands reached out from the edge of her bed. Those fingers were long and twisted, gripping the edge of the bed and shaking it violently. The wooden bed creaked ominously, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao clutched the bed sheet tightly. Hao Chen, come save me. Her scream echoed through the dormitory, naturally reaching the ears of the monster teacher. A dozen pairs of crimson eyes turned toward Zhou Xiaoxiao. They spoke in unison, their voices eerie and synchronized. The noisy ones in the dormitory should be punished. The sound of the whip hitting the ground followed, then the red eyes and the echo of high heels gradually filled the dormitory. From the perspective of others, Zhou Xiaoxiao had completely become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just a gentle squeeze would end her life. When Hao Chen saw the greedy monster teachers licking their lips and walking towards Zhou Xiaoxiao, he knew it was time to fight back. In the next moment, Hao Chen's cold voice suddenly broke through the darkness. You dare to lay a hand on my people. I may not sleep tonight, but can you all return alive? As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, the effect of the blood demon entry was triggered. In an instant, faint blood-red inscriptions emerged on his body, and even his eyes turned red. 2 iron shard knives suddenly appeared in his hands. Hao Chen's cold words echoed in the darkness. Just as the regulatory monsters were about to take Zhou Xiaoxiao's life, Hao Chen decisively got out of bed. At the same time, the heads of several monster female teachers instantly turned towards Hao Chen. The long whips in their hands turned increasingly red, seemingly infused with some kind of power. Sensing the human presence and lacking protective values, all the monsters' gazes immediately shifted to Hao Chen. Their eyes showed no emotions, only a hunger for nourishment. A lamb delivered to my door, how could I not accept it? Then, you will be the appetizer for tonight. Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan watched as Hao Chen got off the bed, and with monsters attacking around them, their palms began to sweat. Hao Chen, you fool. No way, I want to help too. Jiang Nan didn't hesitate much, as she also took 2 iron shard knives, and quickly went invisible. A faint red blood-colored inscription emerged on Hao Chen's body, and his fighting desires surged. With pain perception diminished, killing one monster would grant him a 5-point boost to all attributes. Watching the oncoming wanderers, Hao Chen merely smiled slightly, and then he went wild. I will leave no trace of you behind. Dare to harm even a hair on them, I will not let you off. Hao Chen quickly entered combat mode, wielding the iron shard knife in his hand. He frantically dealt with the approaching wanderers. The low-level wanderers had low health and were less aggressive than elite monsters, and what Hao Chen needed to do now was to kill enough low-level monsters to enhance his overall attribute boost. However, at this moment, over 20 wanderers had already surged in from all directions, not to mention the monster female teacher in front was swinging her whip ready to strike at him. But don't forget, the permanent entry in the daily records contains control phrases. Just you lot. With a furious roar from Hao Chen, all the monsters in front of him froze. This also bought him 2 precious seconds to attack. With the help of the blood demon entry, Hao Chen transformed into a runaway wild horse. In this cramped space, each strike from Hao Chen precisely pierced their vital points, taking their lives. 5, 7. With each of Hao Chen's attacks, wisps of black smoke vanished into the darkness. And his stats were rapidly increasing at this moment. As the 2 seconds passed, the monster female teachers swung their whips towards Hao Chen. Just then, Qin Mingyao stood up from the bed and activated her innate skill. All the monsters on site immediately felt a pressure emanating from the teacher. Even the monster female teachers and wanderers were affected at this moment. After all, the authority of a teacher is something everyone has felt. They may seem like monsters, but at their core they are also twisted beings once human, so even monsters cannot escape the most fundamental rules. The sound of the whip suddenly struck Hao Chen's flesh. A tear appeared on the back of Hao Chen's school uniform, and blood stained the black-red whip. Yet he seemed to feel no pain at all, gritting his teeth and fiercely looking back. The blood red in his gaze represented Hao Chen's anger and excitement at that moment. Jiang Nan was dealing with another low-level wanderer, while Hao Chen intended to spar with these monster female teachers. After several lashes from the whip, there was no sign of pain on Hao Chen's face, causing the monster female teachers to feel a chill down their spines. Interesting, such a strong body is indeed excellent nourishment. I will take your body. It must be very tender. Juicy. The female teacher in red high heels spat out harsh words, and then began to whip back and forth. The whip slashed across Hao Chen's shoulders, chest, and even his abdomen. Although blood appeared on his face, he still did not lose the desire to attack. Strange. Why is it ineffective? Our weapons are having no effect on this person. Can he not feel pain? One of the monster female teachers sensed something was off. Just as she was about to warn the others, she felt a chill in her throat, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing into the air. Hao Chen held the glowing silver iron shard knife in front of his eyes with blood-red eyes and calm words. He declared, "There are still 3 teachers. You won't be leaving tonight." As soon as Hao Chen's roar fell, the monster female teachers in front were once again frozen in place. They wanted to move, but couldn't. Wanted to swing their whips, but were trapped in a state of rigidity, unable to escape. When dealing with the low-level wanderers earlier, Hao Chen's entire stats had already increased several times. One monster could increase all attributes by 5 points, and now Hao Chen had already slain 20 low-level wanderers and 1 elite monster female teacher. In summary, Hao Chen's strength, defense, and mental power had far surpassed his peers. Attack 145, defense 145, a mental power 145. What do you have to compare with my current frenzied state? As soon as Hao Chen's words fell, his speed became faster than ever. The veins on his hands burst forth, and the iron knife in his hand emitted a faint glow. Then, Hao Chen quickly swung the iron shard knife, causing a chill to run through the neck of the monster female teacher in front of him. If an elite monster's health was 100, Hao Chen in this state could achieve a one-hit kill. The girls sitting on the bed watched as Hao Chen single-handedly eliminated 4 monster female teachers, their faces filled with excitement. Even the usually proud Yi Bingbing was stunned at this moment. Watching Hao Chen sweep through, without fear, Yi Bingbing felt her heart race faster than before for some unknown reason. And her eyes sparkled with a faint glow. So strong. I can't believe he took down 4 elite monster female teachers in one go. This guy isn't bad. Yi Bingbing found herself unexpectedly praising him in her heart. After all, as she watched the monsters in the dormitory gradually dwindle, she felt a sense of relief. Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had just been surrounded, looked at Hao Chen after he eliminated the threatening monsters, her face revealing more affection. Whether to gossip or not was no longer important. What she wanted most was to express her gratitude for Hao Chen saving her life. This gratitude would probably be hard to repay with her body. Hao Chen, you are truly too good. You saved my life again. I want to give you many little Hao Chens. Zhou Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, a tear forming at the corner of her eye. Teacher Qin Mingyao, sitting on the bed, also watched Hao Chen's exhilarating battles, so unstoppable that even she, a 26-year-old maid, felt a bit of spring in her heart. Hao Chen repeatedly saved them from peril. Honestly, this was beyond what could be repaid with such actions. Qin Mingyao bit her lip nervously, placing her hand on her chest, watching Hao Chen's wounds while he continued to fight, feeling a pang of heartache. All the monsters in the dormitory had been eliminated, and Jiang Nan was panting heavily, leaning against Hao Chen. Having used too much invisibility, she felt fatigued, and if she continued to fight, she might exhaust her body. At that moment, Hao Chen gently patted her shoulder and said coldly, "You go back first, I'll leave the rest to me." As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he turned and left the dormitory without looking back. As Hao Chen's shadow appeared in the corridor, the dozens of monsters knocking on the windows were taken aback. They weren't foolish as monsters. They could naturally sense the killing intent and the bloodlust emanating from Hao Chen. It was the appearance of a figure who had carved a bloody path from the abyss. When Hao Chen's blood-red gaze fixed on them, those monsters were scared into taking a half-step back. Before Hao Chen could strike, they scampered off in a hurry. This scene indeed caught him by surprise. Hao Chen had thought that under the influence of the blood moon those monsters would charge at him, but unexpectedly, they chose to flee at the first opportunity. A bunch of cowards. If you have the guts, come at me again. Ooh, I haven't killed enough yet. Hao Chen promptly tore down his school uniform, revealing his scarred body and muscular physique. Fortunately, under the effect of this entry boosting all attributes and diminishing pain perception, I truly did not make the wrong choice. If you dare to come again, I will leave no trace of you. Hao Chen said nothing further, throwing his tattered school uniform on the ground, and walked back to the dormitory without looking back. But do not forget the blood moon lasts for 3 days. Although the monsters of the first day have been dealt with, the second and third days will be even more severe, and there is also a potential threat. On the other side of the school, the dormitory supervisor's body has fully recovered. It is absorbing the essence of this blood moon day, seemingly preparing for something significant. Hao Chen slowly opened his eyes, the pain from his wounds jolting him awake from his slumber. It was already dawn, and the first day of the blood moon had passed. Under the sunlight, his bare torso displayed clear wounds. Yet the softness and care from the 2 girls offered Hao Chen a glimmer of comfort. Lin Wanwan was tightly hugging him, while Jiang Nan was entwining her arm with his. The soft strands of hair spread over the blanket, exuding the unique fragrance of a young girl. It hurts. Hao Chen sat up from the bed and looked at the wound on his chest. A gentle touch sent waves of pain coursing through him. Using the skill reduced my pain perception, but once it wears off, I feel that ache again. I suppose I shouldn't overexert myself, he mused just as a figure began to approach him. Hao Chen, are you alright? The next moment, he looked up to see the newcomer was Qin Mingyao. Teacher, there's no need to worry, it's just a little pain. Hao Chen awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a smile. Qin Mingyao looked at the wounds covering Hao Chen and felt a stab of heartache. How could you be fine? Look at your injuries. At this point, don't pretend to be tough. Come on, let me take a look, she said as she crouched down to examine his wounds. The fragrance of Qin Ming Yao and her mature allure made Hao Chen feel an unprecedented sensation. After all, this was something a young girl could not provide. Counting them, there are 12 wounds. If they aren't treated soon, they may get infected. I found some anti-inflammatory powder earlier. Come with me, I'll get it for you, she said, immediately taking his hand. Meanwhile, the girls in the class were still deep in sleep, with only the figures of the two of them whispering. In the adjacent old dormitory, Qin Ming Yao was carefully applying the anti-inflammatory powder to each of Hao Chen's wounds. At that moment, Hao Chen felt the pain acutely, and his expression turned slightly grim. Does it hurt a lot? Then I'll blow on it, she said, gently blowing. Who? Qin Ming Yao's soft voice contrasted sharply with her usual indifference in class. Hao Chen looked at her. Her figure under the school uniform appeared exceptionally full, and her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. Moreover, the purple stockings on her thighs accentuated her allure. Though she was originally a high-cold beauty teacher, at this moment, she had turned so gentle. Hao Chen gazed at her. From this angle, he could clearly see her lowered eyelashes gently quivering. He noticed her lips pressed together in concentration, and the curves accentuated by her bending down. Was this still the same teacher Qin who always wore a detached expression and spoke with an aloof tone at the podium? The teacher, affectionately dubbed the Ice Mountain Beauty by the students, was now crouched before him, carefully applying medicine to each of his wounds, as if tending to a precious treasure. Teacher, Hao Chen suddenly spoke. Do you have something to say, Oi? The motion of applying medicine paused. Qin Ming Yao raised her head, meeting his gaze. In that moment, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Hesitation, nervousness, shyness, and a long-repressed desire. She bit her lip, the small action revealing her inner struggle. Actually, it's nothing. Qin Ming Yao averted her gaze, her voice dropping. It's just that seeing you like this makes my heart ache. As the dorm leader, and the only boy in the class, if anything were to happen to you. Not just me, the other girls would be heartbroken too. Hao Chen looked at the affection value above her head. 95. This was not the dependence of a student on a teacher, nor was it mere concern among classmates. It was something else entirely. Of course I know that, Hao Chen replied, gently, his tone calm. But, would a typically aloof teacher apply medicine for me, so early in the morning? This remark was like a feather lightly brushing against Qin Ming Yao's heart. She turned her head, a faint blush rising on her fair cheeks. In the morning light, that blush resembled a ripe apple. There are still some things I want to tell you. Hao Chen nodded. Teacher, please go ahead. Qin Ming Yao opened her mouth, but then closed it again. She tightened her grip on the cotton swab. Finally she spoke. Currently there are 4 girls in the class who have done that with you, right? Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb something. Moreover, 3 of them are already pregnant. Hao Chen nodded. Yes, Nuan Nuan and Jiang, Nen, as well as Zhou Xiao Xiao and Yi Bingbing. Other than Yi Bingbing, the other 3 are pregnant. What's wrong, teacher? Qin Ming Yao took a deep breath, placing the cotton swab aside. She stood up, but then crouched down again, bringing her face close to his, close enough to feel each other's breath. Close enough that he could clearly see his reflection in her eyes. From this angle, her chest's rise and fall were fully visible. The faint line visible beneath her school uniform collar exuded warmth mingled with her unique fragrance. Teacher, actually. Her voice trembled. I'm still a pure maiden, I hope you don't mind, Anne. My first kiss is also my first time. Her lips trembled, slightly awkward yet gentle. 1 minute, or perhaps longer, she slowly pulled away, lingeringly, wiping away the moisture left. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and leaned forward. Her warm, soft lips met his. In that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the two of them. Her lips trembled, slightly awkward yet gentle. 1 minute, or perhaps longer, she slowly pulled away, lingeringly, wiping away the moisture left at the corners of her lips. A blush had spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Qin Ming Yao lowered her head, unable to meet Hao Chen's gaze. Her voice had lost its usual chill, becoming soft and timid. So, do you find it bothersome that the teacher is 26 and still a pure maiden? I've always been afraid to express my feelings to you, fearing that other classmates would think it's an old cow eating young grass. Just as Qin Ming Yao was about to continue, she was interrupted by Hao Chen. Teacher, what you say is not right. What do you mean by find it bothersome? I have never found you bothersome, and besides, I've never slept in your class. Do you know why? WWHYA. Qin Ming Yao asked, a bit puzzled. The next moment, Hao Chen pointed downwards to indicate the answer. Qin Ming Yao's pupils contracted, speechless with surprise. She felt her face heat up. Hao Chen continued, the notion of an old cow eating young grass doesn't exist at all. What the teacher is doing is for the sake of the students, isn't it? As long as I help everyone get pregnant, the protection value will increase. So I am very grateful to you for expressing your feelings at this moment. Alright, I promise you once the blood moon is over I will do that with you as many times as you want. I will always be by your side. Qin Mingyao said, a blush appearing on Hao Chen's face immediately after her words. Then teacher, can you help me resolve this? Qin Mingyao looked at Hao Chen's appearance, her face turning red as she said, I haven't practiced. If I mess it up, please don't scold me. After speaking, Qin Mingyao slowly stood up, a look of relief and a faint smile appearing on her lips as she slowly closed the back door of the dormitory. On the second day of the blood moon, noon, Qin Mingyao was sitting upright on Hao Chen's bed, her thighs tightly pressed together, and shyness, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Meanwhile, her tongue kept licking her moist lips. Throughout the morning, Qin Mingyao experienced an indescribable sensation. On Hao Chen's face, a look of contentment and satisfaction emerged. At this moment, everyone had finished breakfast and was resting on the bed. Zhou Xiaoxiao, not bothering to put on her shoes, quickly ran to Hao Chen's side. She immediately gave him a big hug. Well, thank you so much, Hao Chen. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it. After experiencing these crises, I want to give you 100 little Hao Chens, whether they are boys or girls. I will give birth to and raise a bunch of chubby little ones. Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned her face against Hao Chen, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her expression dramatically sorrowful. Lin Wanwan smiled slightly and said, Xiaoxiao, don't worry. As long as Hao Chen is here, we will all be safe. After all, he is the father of the child and the most capable person in our class. As soon as Lin Wanwan finished speaking, she leaned her head on Hao Chen's shoulder. Indeed, Hao Chen is not only my brother, but also a capable husband. He will keep us safe, so don't worry, Jiang then added, giving Hao Chen a kiss on the cheek. Watching the enthusiasm of the three girls, Hao Chen couldn't help but show a helpless smile. Alright, everyone quiet down. We have tasks to accomplish today. Last night we withstood the first night of the blood moon, and today marks the second night. We don't know if the difficulty of this blood moon will increase, so we must be fully prepared. Zhang Yaya, please continue to lead some of the girls in dismantling the abandoned wooden beds. Teacher Qin Mingyao will lead some girls to gather supplies such as wood stones, and so on. Before Hao Chen finished speaking, Jiang then wrapped her arm around his shoulder and asked, Hao Chen, what is our task for today? Upon hearing this, Hao Chen took out the items from his system backpack. In his hand appeared 6 mysterious crystals. These 6 mysterious crystals dropped from the monster teachers yesterday. Today let's go to the shop and see if there's anything we can exchange for. Hearing Hao Chen's plan, Qin Mingyao stood up. She first glanced at Hao Chen's handsome profile, then a smile crept onto her lips. Let's proceed according to Hao Chen's plan today, and see if we can upgrade some of the classmates' wooden beds to level 3. As for the supplies like wood and stones, leave that to us. Hao Chen, you can rest assured. Looking at the mature and voluptuous Qin Mingyao, Hao Chen smiled knowingly. Noticing Hao Chen's gaze, her face turned slightly red. On the way to the mysterious shop, Hao Chen briefly looked at the entries drawn for today. Stamina decreased by 50, a Copperhead Iron Arm, 1000 Mile Eye. All of these are great entries and do not possess attack capabilities. However, Copperhead Iron Arm and 1000 Mile Eye are quite good. Currently I lack defense, so I can choose Copperhead Iron Arm, but as for 1000 Mile Eye, it's not needed for now. In the next moment, Hao Chen decisively selected the Copperhead Iron Arm entry. With this entry, Hao Chen can block a fatal blow, though it can only be used twice a day. However, as long as Yi Bingbing is around, he can block 4 times. Today, only 4 people are going out. Li Ming chose to stay with the group to gather supplies. She said she wanted to collect some wild vegetables in the back mountain to increase food reserves, so she didn't join. Zhou Xiaoxiao was holding Hao Chen's hand, swinging it back and forth, while Lin Wanwan on the other side wore a smile. The campus was bathed in sunlight, no longer as terrifying as it had been at night. The 2 girls hummed little songs, seemingly enjoying this brief moment of happiness. Lin Wanwan slowly spoke. Yesterday, I thought of names. If it's a boy, let's call him Hao Xiaoyu, and if it's a girl, let's call her Hao Xiaoxian. What do you think? Hao Chen, do you like it? Before Hao Chen could respond, Zhou Xiaoxiao happily said at that moment, Wanwan, you can't say that. I also thought of names. If it's a boy, let's call him Hao Zishuan, and if it's a girl, let's name her Hao Yu. What do you think? Do you think the names sound nice? Lin Wanwan's face showed a hint of joy. Of course they sound nice. No matter the name, I think they all sound great. After all, we are a family. Listening to the 2 girls' cheerful laughter, Hao Chen couldn't help but smile. As they progressed, the group returned to the mysterious shop. They stepped inside. Hao Chen first paid attention to the price list and the items. Luckily, these items had not changed, and even the devices bought last time had been refreshed. With 6 mysterious crystals, let's see what we can exchange for. Hao Chen wandered between the weapon area and the life area, trying to find some more useful items. It was then that Hao Chen noticed an important issue. In such a large mysterious shop, are there only these few areas? Wouldn't the other places be a waste? Could there be other areas? This shop is so big it can't just have these few places, right? Hao Chen held this thought and began to explore. When he came to a corner, he noticed that a wall beside the shelf was different from the others. Its color was darker. Hao Chen just gave it a gentle push, and it easily opened without any lock or obstruction, moving quite smoothly. When this small door opened, the items inside were revealed. There was a resource area selling wood and ores, as well as a food area selling chocolates, energy bars, bottled water, instant noodles, and so on. Additionally, there was one place that caught Hao Chen's attention the most. Inside it sold items for adults, such as stamina-enhancing potions and some sexy lingerie. The prices in this small room started from 1 crystal. Looking at the items for sale inside, Hao Chen licked his dry lips, just imagining how sensual the gentle and considerate Lin Wanwan would look wearing such things. Not to mention the voluptuous and mature teacher Qin Mingyao. If paired with that, and those alluring purple stockings, it was simply beyond imagination. Ahem, men are lustful, that's just their nature. Let's take a look at other things for now, and discuss these later. Hao Chen began to check the wood and food sections. At that moment 3 girls approached. Naturally they noticed the items inside. Lin Wanwan shyly looked at the stamina-enhancing potions, and said, Hao Chen, what are your plans? At first Hao Chen did not notice Lin Wanwan's gaze, and focused on the food area in front of him. I don't plan on sleeping tonight. I'm determined to shop until I drop, so tonight, everyone has to stay alert. Oh, let's work hard together. The 3 girls turned slightly red upon hearing Hao Chen's words. After all, they were not on the same wavelength. Shopping until we drop. Not sleeping. So tonight we not only have to defeat monsters, but also do this until dawn. This is too crazy. Let's go all out. No more sleep. Lin Wanwan blushed as she whispered, so, shall we go shop? Hao Chen was taken aback. What are we buying? Just those. Lin Wanwan pointed at the innermost shelf. The Xiongfeng Zhuangji and such. Didn't you say you wanted to go all out? Well, we need to prepare a bit more. At this moment, he stared blankly at the direction Lin Wanwan was pointing. Hao Chen glanced at the shelf, and then at Lin Wanwan and the other's shy faces. Suddenly realizing that they had misunderstood, Hao Chen was about to explain, when Zhou Xiao had already run over. I want 2 bottles of Xiongfeng medicine, and 1 bottle of Chunfeng Dangyang. Oh, and this outfit. Wanwan, do you think I would look sexy in it? Yi Bingbing also walked over at this moment, her arms crossed over her chest. Despite her cold demeanor, the blush on her face betrayed her. For tonight's battle, I definitely need to help you refresh your skills. Hao Chen, you need to be careful. If the reward mechanism is too intense, you must hold back a bit. Just as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, she looked shyly at the items on the shelf. Ahem, Zhou Xiao, get another bottle. Since we're going all out, let's not hold back. Sure. Zhou Xiao then picked up another bottle of Xiongfeng potion. Observing the flushed faces of the 3 girls in front of him, Hao Chen placed his hand on his forehead, and chuckled awkwardly. However, he did not choose to interrupt the current mood. After all, he had 6 mysterious crystals in hand, and each of those 4 bottles of potions only cost 1 crystal each, so he could afford it. Although this kind of thing was dispensable, if it was what they wanted, he would do his best to satisfy them. Ahem, let's get those. I'll buy some cotton which can be used to make quilts, pillows, etc. As for the rest, when I have more crystals, I'll buy more then. Hao Chen stood up, already holding 3 pounds of cotton. When everyone arrived at the checkout, the system of the mysterious shop automatically recognized the items in Hao Chen's hands and calculated the crystals. 6 crystals. Exchanged for 4 bottles of invigorating potions. And then 3 pounds of cotton. Sigh to please the charming young ladies, one cannot skimp on money, and one also needs a strong body, though otherwise how can one satisfy them? Fortunately my body is already robust, having these things would be like adding wings to a tiger. Hao Chen's lips curled slightly upwards, and as he thought of the fiery scenes involving the 3 girls, a heat surged within him at this moment. Ahem, never mind, now is not the time to think about such things, or I need to go back and handle some matters. He forcefully suppressed his impatience, and turned his gaze towards the cheerful girl walking ahead. Just as the 4 of them walked further away, a pair of eyes was fixated on their backs. He stepped out from behind a tree, a sinister smile spreading across his face, as if he had found some advantageous I found survivors in this school. I can report back to the boss now, it seems there are women too. As soon as he finished speaking, he licked his dry lips, and revealed a lecherous grin. My brothers are so hungry, having women would definitely be a treat. He wiped his saliva, then slowly stepped back a few paces, making sure he wasn't noticed before swiftly leaving. Behind the dormitory at this moment, everyone was no longer working, but filled with anxiety and panic. Teacher Qin Mingyao was even more agitated, placing her hand on her forehead, frowning. I just went to the restroom, and when I came back a student had disappeared. You all take your time to explain. Don't panic, what exactly happened? What has transpired? Looking at the surrounding female students, Qin Mingyao just wanted to calm them down. At this moment, Bai Lu slowly walked over, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said somewhat stiffly, Teacher, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Tang Kuka go get water for me, because the crops need watering, so I asked the class committee to help. But just now I heard her scream. When we rushed over, we saw an empty bucket on the ground, but she had disappeared. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai Lu squatted down, covering her face with her hands, and her sobs echoed out. At this moment, Qin Mingyao patted Bai Lu's head, comforting her. Don't worry, there's a solution for everything.
Just as Qin Ming Yao was continuing to comfort her, Hao Chen returned at this moment. As he hurried towards the dormitory building, Hao Chen heard Bai Lu's urgent cries and quickened his pace to come over. What's going on? What happened? When Qin Ming Yao heard Hao Chen's voice, she slowly turned around, her anxious expression revealing her current mood. Qin Ming Yao looked at Hao Chen in front of her and said anxiously, Tang Cuckoo. She's gone. Upon hearing this news, Hao Chen's expression instantly froze. What a... Tang Cuckoo is missing. Just as Hao Chen was bewildered, Bai Lu's cries echoed again. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have let the class committee help me. Bai Lu wiped away her tears and directly threw herself into Hao Chen's embrace. In the face of the legal Lola's hug, Hao Chen chose not to refuse, but patiently said, Tang Cuckoo hasn't awakened her talent, yet lacking self-protection abilities. According to Bai Lu, she disappeared while going to get water. Hao Chen pondered for a moment and thought of a solution. He looked down at the tearful Bai Lu. Bai Lu, take me to the place where she went to get water. Bai Lu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gently nodded. With their steps, Hao Chen arrived at the place where Tang Cuckoo had disappeared. Here there was no sign of anyone, only a forgotten water bucket. Bai Lu wiped her tears. It was here the voice of the class committee disappeared right here, and when we rushed over she was gone. Listening to her explanation, Hao Chen nodded and then approached the scene. There are no footprints. First, we can rule out the possibility of a person. Although the second round system mentioned that there would be other survivors entering, we haven't detected any suspicious phenomena so far. That leaves only one possibility: Tang Cuckoo was most likely taken by a monster. Upon hearing the word monster, Bai Lu's small face turned pale. A monster? Does that mean the class committee is in danger? What should Hao Chen do? Bai Lu tugged at Hao Chen's clothes, her face filled with worry. At this moment, Hao Chen did not show any panic, but calmly faced everything. Then let me see what exactly happened. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, a faint blue light emanated from his eyes. Great skill, 1,000-mile eye. Let me see what kind of thing dares to take my people. In a remote abandoned classroom, there were more than a dozen second-level wooden beds. A bald man came running over eagerly. A lewd smile crept onto his lips as he approached the scar-faced man, as if to please him. He waved his small fists, pounding the scar-faced man's thigh. Boss, I found it. In this school, clues about other survivors were discovered. It was quite spacious here, much more so than the abandoned hospital we were in before, allowing for a greater search. Alright. I saw a kid with 3 beautiful girls. That beauty looked voluptuous. She must be very tender. As he spoke, he licked his lips, his eyes nearly curving in delight. The men lying on the wooden beds revealed hungry expressions upon hearing this news. Women. We want women. Hurry, hurry. We want big women. Boss, let's move quickly. The surrounding voices were awkward Dragon Kingdom dialect. The scar-faced man slowly opened his eyes and disdainfully looked around. There were a total of 12 people, 10 from Sakura country, with only himself and the bald man in front of him from the dragon. Their team was originally engaged in construction repairs in Sakura country, but they were inexplicably pulled into this survival situation on wooden beds. After struggling through the second week with insufficient food and warmth, they unexpectedly found themselves in this school after leaving the abandoned hospital. Listening to the chatter of the Sakura country people, the scar-faced man suddenly roared, "What are you all making noise about? Don't forget, I am the dorm leader now. Out of 12 people, only 5 have awakened their talents. If it weren't for my grade combat talent, could you all have survived this long? And you want women. Such good fortune should let me taste the sweetness first, only then can I give you the leftovers." As soon as the scar-faced man finished speaking, he stood up and looked at the bald man who was trying to please him. Lu Yong, keep observing and report anything. The rest of you come with me to search for food. Lu Yong nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Okay, Lord Chen Feng. On the other side, Hao Chen, under the effect of the 1,000-mile eye skill, finally discovered some clues. He saw Tang Kiki's shoes at the entrance of the school medical room, and after a while he found the other one. It seems this is a clue left by the class committee. Hao Chen blinked lightly, then canceled the 1,000-mile eye skill. Have you found any clues about the class committee? Bila's face was filled with anxiety and worry. At this moment, Hao Chen nodded, then took her small hand. This sudden touch made Bila's heart race. Hao Chen, you. Hao Chen turned around upon hearing the noise. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing. Bai Lu placed her hand on her chest, biting her lip, and softly replied. With their steps, Hao Chen brought Bai Lu back to the crowd. Teacher Qin Ming Yao was the first to rush over. How is it? Do you have any clues? Yes, Hao Chen, have you found any useful clues? The class committee is my good friend. We must rescue her. Our beloved class committee cannot disappear. Faced with everyone's anxious expressions, Hao Chen calmly said, everyone put down your tasks, grab your weapons. I have already found out where she is, and I also clearly saw what kind of monster kidnapped her. I see it is itching for a fight. Everyone grab your weapons, and follow me. Even the timid and shy Bai Lu picked up a metal shard knife at this moment. Bai Lu is coming too. I won't be afraid to rescue the class committee. Bila's delicate legs were trembling, but her gaze was exceptionally determined, without any fear. Everyone was inspired by Bila's spirit,
and their fighting spirit quietly arose at this moment. Good. Sisters, grab your weapons. Let's kill it without leaving a trace. Zhou Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, looking confidently ahead. Although she wasn't on good terms with Tang Kiki being rivals in this situation, she would not stand by and do nothing. In the school medical room, Tang Kiki was bound tightly tied to a hospital bed. The one who kidnapped her was the monster doctor inside the medical room. Tang Kiki desperately struggled to break free from the ropes, but the monster doctor had tied them too securely. Her struggles were in vain. The monster doctor's eyes were white and murky, filled with a sense of death. It took out a sharp scalpel from the cabinet, its gaze firmly fixed on the struggling Tang Kiki. I didn't expect to catch such a plump and juicy piece of prey. If I eat you now, it would be a waste. I intend to savor every part of you. The monster doctor let out a chilling laugh, then stepped closer to Tang Kiki. Tang Kiki looked at the sharp scalpel, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. But the more she struggled, the faster she drained her energy. Is there anyone who can save me? Tang Kiki's heart sank further into despair. She knew very well that although she left clues, could Hao Chen and the others really find out in time and come to rescue her? Tang Kiki looked hopelessly at the ceiling, a tear rolling down her cheek. She wanted to cry out, but her mouth had long been tightly sealed with tape. The approaching footsteps of the monster doctor and the gleam of the knife made her sense the looming threat of death. She saw the monster doctor remove his mask and lick the sharp tip of the scalpel. His face was deathly pale, the lower part of his face reduced to bone, without flesh, resembling a soulless corpse. Let me see where I should start tasting. Let's start with your brain. Keeping a head is useless, let me temporarily take it. Huh. Just as the monster doctor began to move the knife, a furious roar suddenly came from outside the door. A mere ordinary monster dares to kidnap my people. I see you don't want to live anymore. Hao Chen's roar instantly froze the monster doctor for 2 seconds. Immediately after, the door to the school medical room was violently kicked open. Bang! The monster doctor could only glance at Hao Chen with his peripheral vision, its body completely frozen, unable to move. Upon seeing Hao Chen, Tang Kiki began to wriggle her bound body, her expression of despair replaced with one of survival after the calamity. At that moment, Hao Chen appeared before her like a savior. With a metal shard knife in hand, Hao Chen swiftly approached the monster doctor, striking with precision, hitting its vitals, and causing it immense pain. In the next second, the monster doctor transformed into a wisp of black smoke, completely dissipating into the air. After dealing with the monster, Hao Chen used the metal shard knife to cut the ropes binding Tang Kiki's hands and feet, then tore off the tape from her mouth. After doing all this, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with the help of the skill, I discovered the clues you left behind. You're safe now, don't worry. The moment Tang Kiki was rescued, she tightly embraced Hao Chen. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I thought I was going to die. Thank you, Hao Chen. If it weren't for you, I might have... Hao Chen looked at the affection value above her head, 91. I didn't expect the usually serious class committee to have a 91 affection for me. It seems it won't be long before I can win over both the teacher and the class committee. In the afternoon in dormitory 701, Wu, it's truly great that you are fine class representative. Bai Lu cried as she hugged Tang Cuckoo, her small face nuzzling against the other's chest. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to get water, you wouldn't have been captured by that monster. If anything happened to you, I could never forgive myself. Seeing Bai Lu crying in front of her, Tang Cuckoo gently patted her head. Oh, I'm fine now, no need to worry. Thankfully, Hao Chen was there. As soon as Tang Cuckoo finished speaking, she looked towards Hao Chen, who was standing beside them. Bai Lu wiped her tears and gently nodded. Her gaze also turned to Hao Chen. To be honest, if Hao Chen hadn't been affected by the 50 reduced stamina attribute, she might not have made it in time. Bai Lu slowly approached Hao Chen. In front of everyone in the class, she bashfully kissed Hao Chen on the cheek. Seeing this scene, Yi Bingbing couldn't help but tease. Oh, it seems our dorm leader doesn't mind at all. What? Could it be that our dorm leader Hao Chen has a thing for Lolas? Listening to Yi Bingbing, Hao Chen calmly replied, lowly or mature woman, a child would only choose one. I want both. Are you jealous seeing someone kiss me? Come on, I'll save the other side for you. Hao Chen pointed to his left cheek. At this moment, a blush appeared on Yi Bingbing's face as she stomped her foot and turned her head away shyly. You idiot. After Bai Lu finished her kiss, she placed her hands on her chest, looking at Hao Chen with gratitude. Thank you, Hao Chen. It's lucky to have you around, or it could have been a disaster. If you need any help in the future, just call me. I wouldn't mind at all. Bai Lu's words were accompanied by her fingers intertwining nervously, and a faint blush appeared on her delicate face. Hao Chen watched as her affection level soared from 80 to 89. Wow. Not only has Bai Lu's affection level exceeded 80, but also class representative Tang Cuckoo and our English teacher Qin Ming Yao, along with the mining girl Li Qingko. All 4 girls have now reached an affection level above 80. Looking at this prosperous scene, Hao Chen's lips curled into a grin. If this were real life, wouldn't he be torn to pieces for juggling 4 relationships at once? At this moment, Bai Lu turned her gaze to Yi Bingbing and mischievously said, although I look like a little kid, only about 1.
5 meters tall and the flattest in the class. I am not a loli. A loli refers to a minor. I am already 19 this year. If you must call me a loli, then I am a legal one, remember that. Bailu's cute tone left Yi Bingbing speechless. After all, who could reject a girl with pigtails and a shy demeanor saying such sweet things? After rescuing Tang, Ku Zhang Yiya and the others began preparing dinner with the sunset shining into their dormitory. While everyone was busy, Hao Chen also kept himself occupied. He first approached the basic synthesis table and took out the 3 pounds of cotton he had purchased today. Previously under Zhang Yiya's lead, some of the girls had returned from other floors searching for old curtains and some worn-out clothes. After decomposition, those materials were placed beside the synthesis table. The fabric is temporarily sufficient, but it seems I can only make 12 pillows at most. And 1 quilt. It's fine. Currently this is all the material I have, and I won't be picky about it. After some operations, 12 pillows and a quilt appeared. The pillows stuffed with cotton were more comfortable than the previous ones, and the quilt with added cotton would be warmer, ensuring they could sleep more comfortably at night. Moreover, if Wan and Jiang Nan wanted to do that sort of thing, they would have a quilt to cover their bodies. After all this, Hao Chen placed 3 pillows on his bed and distributed them based on previous contributions. As for the quilt, it naturally belonged to him. As long as he could safely get through the later stages and acquire more materials, he could make them in bulk. Hao Chen then turned his gaze towards the scenery outside. The sun had once again reached the horizon, and the sunset's afterglow illuminated his determined eyes. Tomorrow night is the 2nd blood moon. Oh right. Hao Chen suddenly recalled something. Wasn't it said that every day after the blood moon allows one talentless survivor to awaken their talent? It's already afternoon, yet there hasn't been any news. Holding this question, Hao Chen walked towards wherever. Just then Tang Cuckoo came rushing towards him. A happy expression was on her face, as if she had learned some joyful. As Tang Cuckoo ran, she almost collided into Hao Chen's embrace. Once she saw who it was, Tang Cuckoo excitedly looked at Hao Chen and said, "Hao Chen, I awakened my talent, and it's an A rank." Hearing this good news from her, the furrowed brows of Hao Chen relaxed at that moment. Thankfully, Tang Cuckoo came to report to him. If no one reported the awakening news to Hao Chen, he would have doubted whether the benefits given by this system were real. An A rank, that's not bad. What kind of talent is it? Tang Cuckoo smiled slightly. Let me show you, you will know. Come on, you can attack me freely anywhere is fine, but don't be malicious, okay? You can't hit below the belt or the chest, or I'll be angry. Tang Cuckoo pouted, looking at Hao Chen with the gaze of someone looking at a pervert. Class representative, what are you talking about? How could I be that kind of pervert? Don't think so badly of me, okay? Please. Tang Cuckoo crossed her arms, then looked at Hao Chen with disdain. I'll temporarily believe you. Come on. You can attack me now, anywhere is fine. Hearing her words, Hao Chen respectfully complied. He first threw a punch, aiming hard at her forehead, but at the last moment he immediately eased up, wanting to give her a warning. Yet something strange happened at that moment. When his fist was just 5 centimeters away from her forehead, Tang Cuckoo seemed to predict his move, making only a slight twist of her body to perfectly evade the sudden punch. Seeing this scene, Hao Chen couldn't help but feel skeptical. You can dodge this. What about a sneak attack? As Hao Chen reached out his hand, Tang Cuckoo quickly dodged, then gently pushed Hao Chen's chest. You really are something. I told you, no hitting above or below. Watching her agile movements and predictive actions, Hao Chen reverted to his usual demeanor and chuckled lightly. Isn't it supposed to take extreme methods to determine your talent? It seems like you can predict my next move, right? Listening to Hao Chen, Tang Cuckoo's eyes sparkled with unexpected light. You figured this out. My talent is a rank danger prediction. I can foresee danger 3 seconds in advance. For anything dangerous, I can sense it. Moreover, this talent isn't just for me. I can also use it on others to see what kind of harm they will face in 3 seconds, helping them avoid fatal injuries. That's a pretty good predictive talent. Hao Chen nodded in satisfaction at what class representative Tang Cuckoo said. Being able to predict 3 seconds of damage. That really is a valuable talent skill. If we encounter any danger in the future, having this predictive talent will help us avoid more harm. It seems that the talents awakened during this blood moon period aren't too shabby. Nightfall had descended. All students in the dormitory lay silently in their beds, as usual, breathing softly to avoid drawing the monster's attention. On Hao Chen's bed, 3 beautiful young women clung closely to him. Beneath the warmth of the quilt, the 4 bodies shared comforting heat. Several slender fair legs entwined around Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted gently and whispered, the monster targeted me last night. So tonight, I'm sleeping right here beside Hao Chen. Let's see if they dare come near. Taking advantage of the monster's absence, Jiang Nan's delicate hands grew restless, roaming freely as if preparing to do something unspeakable. In an instant, Lin Nuanyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She let out a soft, embarrassed hum and murmured, Hao Chen. You, what are you doing? Don't touch me randomly. Hao Chen replied, utterly bewildered. No, I didn't. It's blood moon night. I have no time for that kind of thing. Jiang Nan, flustered, quickly apologized. Oops, sorry. I touched the wrong person. I meant to reach for Hao Chen. My apologies, Nuanyuan. Lin Nuanyuan replied, faintly "IIT's fine." Nuanyuan, what exactly are you disappointed about? Zhou Xiaoxiao teased with a chuckle. After a brief commotion, the eerie red glow of the blood moon spilled across the dormitory curtains. Outside, low guttural growls soon filled the air. As on the previous night, Lin Nuanyuan activated her detection ability to assess the number of surrounding monsters. Fewer monsters tonight than yesterday. Only 100 total, with just 10 elites. The rest are common or low tier. Hao Chen nodded calmly upon hearing her report. At that very moment, sharp rapping echoed from beyond the door, followed shortly by desperate cries for help. Hao Chen shot upright in bed. Well, if you fled in fear last night, why dare return tonight? You truly won't bow before the king of hell until your final breath. And those low tier and common beasts. Tonight I'll erase every last one of them. Hao Chen turned his gaze toward Qin Mingyao, Jiang Nintang, Kiki Yi Bingbing, and the others. He spoke not a word, yet a single glance conveyed his intent, and they understood instantly. As a faint crimson aura shimmered over Hao Chen's body, Jiang Nin rolled her stiff neck and gripped 2 iron-bladed daggers. For tonight's slaughter had only just begun, and as the saying goes, passive defense invites ruin, only relentless offense is true defense. Hao Chen darted at blinding speed into the corridor outside the dormitory, glaring fiercely at the monster hammering against the window, then charged forward, twin blades gleaming. En route, he triggered his Roar of Fury trait, stunning the monsters outright to seize precious moments for it. Jiang Nin fought like a Valkyrie incarnate. The instant Hao Chen froze the monsters, she lunged forward. 2 swift, brutal slashes, heedless of all else, aimed unerringly at vital points. After delivering a lethal backstab, she vanished once more, reappearing silently to hunt her next target. There was no need to seek out enemies. The monsters drawn by sound swarmed inward the moment night fell. And under the blood moon's influence, their aggression surged far beyond normal limits. In the corridor, the 2 fighters raged like tempests. Each of Hao Chen's strikes effortlessly felled low-tier wanderers, and with every kill his authority stat rose by 5 points. This surge amplified his physical prowess, attack power, and defense alike. The reason for tonight's reduced monster count lay elsewhere. In another sector of campus, a separate group of survivors waged their own war. They too resisted the onslaught, but crucially among them stood Chen Feng, a survivor bearing and strength combat talent. Facing anything short of a minor boss, he dispatched foes effortlessly. Yet their wooden beds remained only level 2, and lacking any material weaving talent, gathering resources proved exceedingly difficult. Chun Feng's body shimmered with a spectral, blood-hued armor, its gauntlets tipped with razor-sharp, double-edged blades. Surrounded by hordes of low-tier wanderers and monstrous female teachers, he wore a mocking smile. Boldly he stood at the entrance of an abandoned classroom, gazing down upon the monsters gathered in the open yard. You insignificant wretches dare flaunt yourselves before me. Do you think my strength talent, bloodthirsty armor, is mere illusion? Fascinating. The monsters vary by region. First came frenzied nurses, then reanimated corpses feigning death. Here in this accursed place we face monstrous female teachers, and wanderers of wildly divergent forms. How delightfully perverse. Chen Feng slowly raised his head. He faced the charging horde alone, as if confronting an army of 1,000. Each slain monster accelerated Chen Feng's health regeneration, and his talent further amplified his offensive output. In essence, it mirrored Hao Chen's blood demon trait almost perfectly. While Hao Chen and his allies battled the monsters, a grotesquely obese figure emerged onto the vacant lot, its twisted visage locked onto Hao Chen, lips curling into a grin so wide that folds of fat rippled across its cheeks. Impressive, truly impressive. Your fighting spirit burns fiercely. It slowly licked its pallid lips. Let me see what other abilities you possess. Shall we play a game of cat and mouse? The moment the words left its mouth, it raised its hand. Instantly, dozens of monstrous female teachers materialized across the lot, alongside a security guard clad in a uniform wielding twin iron batons, his bulging muscles coiled like steel cables. The monstrous dormitory matron murmured softly, "Go forth, and let us witness just how much the boy can endure." At her command, the female teacher's whips crackled with pent-up hunger. Even more alarming was the security guard, his electrified batons crackling with vivid blue arcs of light. In the dimly lit corridor, Hao Chen was continuously swinging the iron blade in his hand. Currently, all his stats had reached above 100, and he only needed to slay a few more low-level wanderers to elevate his attack power further. Beside him, Jiang Nan was panting heavily. Due to excessive use of stealth and backstab, her stamina had severely depleted, and she could no longer continue employing her talent. "Hao Chen, I need to go rest." "He'll leave the rest to you," Jiang Nan said. No sooner had she finished speaking than 3 more wanderers charged at them. At that moment, Hao Chen was quick and nimble, swiftly cutting down the 3 wanderers. As he saw the black smoke dissipate into the night, he turned to glance at Jiang Nan with a deep red glint in his eyes. "Go back, he'll handle the rest." Be careful.
Jiang Nan replied, clutching her chest, a hint of relief, washing over her face before retreating to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Tang Kuku had her eyes closed, directing her gaze towards Hao Chen. Now her vision was aligned with Hao Chen's. If there were any ambush or unexpected events within 3 seconds, she could promptly notify him. Very well, there are only low-level and ordinary monsters now, and no anomalies detected. It seems tonight is relatively safe. Tang Kuku sighed with relief, her tense shoulders gradually relaxing. Lin Wanwan lay on her bed, listening to the sounds of blades clashing against flesh outside her heart, filled with worry for Hao Chen's safety. It seems the monsters have been mostly cleared. I should check again for any potential threats. As soon as Lin Wanwan finished speaking, she activated her detection skill once more. But this time her face turned even paler than before. Her entire body began to tremble involuntarily. Off. At the moment Lin Wanwan opened her eyes, they were bloodshot. She seemed to sense a powerful presence. Not only have they not decreased, but they've increased. 11 elite monsters and 1 boss-level monster are approaching. Know Hao Chen is in danger. Lin Wanwan, ignoring the cold sweat on her forehead, shouted towards the outside. Hao Chen, 11 elite monsters are charging at you. Using my reconnaissance skill, I also found a strong red dot at least above the elite monster level. When Hao Chen cleared the wandering monsters in the corridor, he heard Wanwan's warning. Elite monsters? More are coming. And monsters above elite level. Indeed, this night is not as simple as it seems. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, 10 monster female teachers appeared at the stairway, along with a campus guard wielding an electric baton. Its muscles were even more developed than Hao Chen's. My goodness, I could handle 4 monster female teachers before, but now there are 10 plus a tall and strong guard. This is no joke. Moreover, the elite level monsters haven't even shown their faces yet. Hao Chen clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he looked ahead. The monster female teachers wielded their whips, empowered by the blood moon, their vitality and defense. One of the monster female teachers said flatly, wandering outside the dormitory corridor at midnight will be punished. You must come with us, or there will be no mercy. The guard monster added, when the lights go out you should stay in your dormitory. Walking alone outside means you're trying to steal something. Come follow me to the principal's office. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged forward with incredible speed. Unfortunately, Hao Chen's blood demon form was about to expire, so he had to grit his teeth and use it once more to prolong this state. Suddenly, Tang Kuku's alert voice came from the dormitory. Hao Chen, in 3 seconds 10 whips and electric batons will strike you. Hurry, dodge. Hearing Tang Kuku's warning, Hao Chen did not immediately evade, but chose to meet their attacks head-on. After all, he had a chance to counter. Just as Tang Kuku had said, within 3 seconds the 10 monsters were instantly beside Hao Chen, tightly gripping their whips and electric batons. As the whips were about to strike, Hao Chen, a rapid condensation enveloped his body. An indestructible layer of iron and bronze surrounded him instantly. Clanged. When the whip struck Hao Chen, it sparked, and when the electric baton hit him, the indestructible iron even flickered with electric light. After using Bronze Head Iron Arm to deflect their damage, Hao Chen immediately shouted loudly to the surroundings. In an instant, the 11 elite monsters were rendered immobile. Watching the frozen monster female teachers and the guard, Hao Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Now, it's time for a change of roles in offense and defense. With all stats exceeding 100, just give me one chance and... Sorry, this time I win. With over 100 attack power and the Iron Blade combined with the reduced stamina from today's skills, Hao Chen continuously darted around the 11 monsters. As the Iron Blade swept across their necks, black blood gushed forth. The red aura and those eyes made Hao Chen seem like a killer. In just 2 seconds, all 11 elite monsters fell to the ground, accompanied by wisps of black smoke gradually dissipating in midair. At this moment, 4 mysterious crystals lay on the ground. Looking at the 4 mysterious crystals, Hao Chen smiled slightly. Elite monsters truly yield good rewards. Combined with those ordinary and low-level ones, I now have a total of 8. It's still too few. I need to find more time to collect them. After picking up the mysterious crystals, Hao Chen remained vigilant and quickly scanned his surroundings. After all, the monsters above elite level that Wan mentioned had yet to appear. The dormitory supervisor, observing everything from a distance, had a slight tremor in her flesh, not from fear, but from a faint smile. Very good, very good. Not only can you eliminate my people in an instant, but you can also make judgments in this short time. You're quite a good source of nourishment. It's a pity you can only survive tonight. Tomorrow, I will come to take your life. And by the way, collect those little pets you raised for me. After letting out a strange laugh, the dormitory supervisor retreated into a cloud of black mist and vanished. Meanwhile, Hao Chen returned to the dormitory entrance, glancing back at Lin Wanwan with his peripheral vision. Wanwan, check again. That monster has yet to show itself, and I can't figure out its direction. Although I have a distant vision, if I use my skill during this time, it might take the opportunity to attack me. I would suffer a loss. To be safe, let's check first. Hearing this, Lin Nuan responded with a gentle hum. Then she scanned the surrounding area again for any potential dangers. After 3 seconds, Nuan opened her eyes again, this time, without surprise or panic. The target has disappeared, it seems to have left. We're temporarily safe. Listening to Lin Nuan's words, Hao Chen let out a sigh of relief at this moment. He then dispelled his blood demon form. Thud. Hao Chen collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted, as the effects of using this skill, surge, pain, and fatigue, made it hard for Hao Chen to catch his breath. The usage of Blood Demon Bronze Head, Iron Arm, and Roar has been exhausted, and it's still the Blood Moon phase. Although most monsters have been cleared, safety cannot be guaranteed. Hao Chen turned his weary head to look at Yi Bingbing. Yi Bingbing, please refresh my skills. If there are risks later, I need to be ready for battle immediately. Hearing Hao Chen's exhausted tone and injured body, Yi Bingbing felt a pang of heartache. You fool. Why do you have to push yourself to this point? You just healed your wounds, and now you've sustained new ones. I'm really exasperated with you. Although Yi Bingbing scolded Hao Chen the next moment, she helped him refresh his skills. This time she refunded 3 skills, and the rewards continued to rise. Yi Bingbing bit her pink lip, then shyly lay back on the bed. I don't want any rewards. It's not what I wanted, it's all Hao Chen's fault. Big pervert, big lecher. Who knows what tomorrow's rewards will be. The next morning, Hao Chen had just woken up when he saw Yi Bingbing standing at the head of his bed, gazing at him. The 3 girls beside him were warm and comfortable under the covers, each wearing a gentle expression on their faces. Yi Bingbing, you're up so early. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, Yi Bingbing slowly pulled down the zipper in front of her chest. She looked at Hao Chen with a shy expression, then turned her head and said, you need to be quiet. After saying this, Yi Bingbing gently stepped onto Hao Chen's wooden bed. Watching Yi Bingbing approach him, Hao Chen did not refuse, but lay still in bed waiting for her to come closer. When the softness and warmth pressed against him, Yi Bingbing couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Her little face was even redder than before. Hug. Hug me quickly, are you sure? Once the reward is over you won't hit me, right? Upon hearing this, Yi Bingbing used her hands to touch Hao Chen's shoulders. I will definitely hit you, but whether I use force depends on your discretion. As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, her body instinctively embraced Hao Chen. Hao Chen looked at the beautiful Yi Bingbing, whose previously aloof and proud face had now turned shy. Lin Nuan and the others lying on Hao Chen's bed were turned to the side, leaving some space. Yi Bingbing glanced at Hao Chen, then turned her head away, biting her pink lips. The next reward is this. As soon as she finished speaking, her lips pressed against Hao Chen's neck. Hao Chen felt a pulling sensation followed by a wave of heat on his neck. After a while, Yi Bingbing finally, in her view, 2 red strawberry marks had been left on Hao Chen's neck. This isn't what I intended to leave, it's a reward for you. Don't misunderstand, just be quiet, and let me finish the reward while everyone is asleep. Yi Bingbing licked her lips, and then actively met Hao Chen's lips. As the morning sunlight illuminated their faces, a fiery kiss unfolded. Hao Chen's hands instinctively found their way to her smooth back. He could feel Yi Bingbing's hair brushing against his face, and her body fragrance was sweet and reminiscent of jasmine tea. Yi Bingbing kissed for about 2 minutes, and as she pulled away there was still a hint of dazedness in her eyes. Should be done now. Hao Chen looked at her intoxicated expression and gently asked. Yi Bingbing slowly shook her head. She first stood up, her body glistening beautifully under the sunlight. Yi Bingbing did not immediately put on her school uniform, but returned to her bed to grab a bath towel, also taking the towel that Hao Chen had left at the head of the bed. She gently took Hao Chen's hand and shyly said, this should be the last reward. It seems to want me to help you take a bath. Sure, I don't mind. A smile appeared on Hao Chen's face. But you know that if I'm not willing, then this reward can't be completed, and you will be trapped in this reward mechanism forever. So only if both of us are willing to contribute can we consume this reward. What I mean is very simple. After doing this, you can't hit me, okay? After all, I'm not a lecherous person, or I'm only willing to cooperate, because I feel sorry for a girl trapped in a mechanism and unable to extricate herself. A teasing smile appeared on Hao Chen's face as he enjoyed the feeling after seeing Yi Bingbing's shy eyes. After all, teasing a school beauty who usually mocks and scolds him is a rare opportunity, not to mention that she was being so compliant in this reward mechanism. Upon hearing Hao Chen's words, Yi Bingbing bit her teeth. I understand, you idiot. I don't want to say this a second time. And don't tell anyone about us finishing the reward progress privately. Otherwise, in the next reward you can forget about your kidneys. As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, she turned her head, grabbed Hao Chen's wrist, and hurriedly pulled him towards the bathroom. In the bathroom, Hao Chen was sitting on a stool. Meanwhile, Yi Bingbing was wrapped in a white bath towel. Her voluptuous figure was revealed at this moment. There was no bath ball or shower gel here. Usually she could only use her fingers to scrub. Yi Bingbing's small hands were continuously touching Hao Chen's back. At first she was quite shy. After all, it was her first time touching a boy's back in such a large area. Just as Yi Bingbing was scrubbing, Hao Chen posed a question. Hey Yi Bingbing, why do your right middle finger and ring finger not have nails? I see you have nail polish on the other fingers, but not these two. Upon hearing Hao Chen's question, Yi Bingbing looked at her right hand. At the same time, the blush on her face gradually crept to her ears. If you don't understand, don't ask randomly. You idiot, ask someone else in the future, don't come to me. Hao Chen teased him. Could it be used for mining? Are you worried about injuring yourself or losing a nail? Hao Chen's response instantly made her face flush. After all, Yi Bingbing was also a girl with bodily needs. If she hadn't gotten a boyfriend or bought new energy, she would have been self-sufficient. You know and still say it. You're really shameless. At this moment, Yi Bingbing gradually increased the force of her scrubbing, seemingly wanting to retaliate against Hao Chen. Ouch. If possible, be gentler, I have injuries on my back. When she touched the wounds on Hao Chen's back, she stopped. Looking at the numerous scars on Hao Chen's body, Yi Bingbing felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. The force she had just increased gradually softened. Are you okay? I did use a bit too much force earlier. Hao Chen slowly shook his head candidly, saying, it's fine, not too painful. If we continue scrubbing, please try to avoid those wounds, okay? Once Suwan wakes up, I'll have her help me treat them. Hearing Hao Chen's sincere words without any provocation, Yi Bingbing gently caressed his scarred back. At this moment, she slowly said, next time don't push yourself so hard. Oh, what if you die? What will happen to everyone? What about Nuan Nuan and Jiang Nan? And Zhou Xiaoxiao, they all have children. Yi Bingbing hate those who abandon their wives and children the most, so, if it's really impossible, don't force it. Did you hear that? As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, Hao Chen's peripheral vision caught her face. I didn't expect the usually proud Yi Bingbing to actually care about me. This was quite surprising, but thank you, I'll remember this. Don't worry, I won't disappoint everyone. After all, my mission is not only to protect everyone, but also to protect you. Hearing Hao Chen's words, and looking at his back, Yi Bingbing felt a strange emotion arise in her heart. She smiled slightly, but tried to keep it from Hao Chen. Noticing that Yi Bingbing had stopped scrubbing, Hao Chen curiously asked, can we continue? Why did you stop? In the next moment, Yi Bingbing came in front of Hao Chen and decisively removed the bath towel from her body. The pure white and voluptuous figure was perfectly displayed in front of Hao Chen's eyes. The last reward. This should be the last reward, so be quiet and don't speak. Yi Bingbing used her index finger to block Hao Chen's mouth, then sat on his thigh. Her face was slightly red, but she tried to maintain her usual pride. Remember this. Try to keep it quiet. If we get caught, I won't let you off. Ha ha ha, please stop. Alright, just stop. Can you hear me, you idiot? Hurry up. The reward has ended, I can move now. Yi Bingbing gasped, her face flushed, as she vigorously patted Hao Chen's back, indicating that he could stop. Get ready, wait a moment. How much longer do I have to wait? I can't take it anymore. In the next moment, a crisp cry resounded from the bathroom. 10 points added to the protection value. Regenerates 2 points of protection value per minute. Zhou Xiaoxiao was enjoying her breakfast when she looked up to find that her wooden bed actually had 240 points of protection value. The surrounding female classmates naturally noticed this. Another 10 points added. Which girl did Hao Chen have that kind of thing with this time? Yeah, which girl is it? I see that Zhou Xiaoxiao and Wan Wan are both here, and they already have children, so who could it be? Su Wanking's gaze suddenly turned to Yi Bingbing's wooden bed, realizing that aside from Yi Bingbing, everyone else was present. Then there is only one answer: Yi Bingbing is also pregnant. Su Wanqing looked at Yi Bingbing's wooden bed, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Thinking back to when she first arrived in this world, Yi Bingbing said she would never like Hao Chen, nor would she ever let him touch her, or do that kind of thing. And now, under this reward mechanism, isn't she obediently submitting to Hao Chen? What a stubborn girl! Su Wanqing shook her head, and continued to focus on her meal. Just then a figure walked in. Yi Bingbing was tidying her messy school uniform, the blush on her face still lingering. The way her chest rose and fell with her breathing made her appear somewhat flustered. Everyone saw this scene, and immediately had their answers. I never expected Our Lady Yi to actually participate in Hao Chen's blessing of many children. That's a contribution of 10 points of protection value for us. Thank you, Yi Bingbing, the campus bell. Lady Yi is truly amazing, taking advantage of our sleep to secretly gain wealth, haha. Hearing everyone's teasing, Yi Bingbing shyly turned her head away. She slowly zipped up her uniform, quietly saying to everyone, now that it's come to this, I have nothing more to say. This day was bound to come, and anyway, I am already prepared. As soon as Yi Bingbing finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoxiao's tone of gossip echoed in the dormitory. But I remember who was always making things difficult for and mocking Hao Chen, even claiming that she would jump off from outside and could never like him. Who would have thought she would end up pregnant now? Isn't that ridiculous? Zhou Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, a mischievous grin on her face. Yi Bingbing stammered in reply that was in the past. It's not the same now. What I said back then has expired. I never liked Hao Chen, it's just that he. Just what? Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately leaned in, looking at Yi Bingbing with a knowing smile. It's nothing, Yi Bingbing, just say it boldly. We are all girls, and moreover I have experienced it. His skills in that aspect are truly remarkable. And I was under the influence of the blood demon skill at the time.
Honestly, if it lasted another hour or two, I would have collapsed completely. So are you trying to say that you were just unable to forget about his exceptional abilities? Oh, I know it's nothing. Zhou Xiaoxiao gently patted Yi Bingbing's shoulder, her face revealing an expression of knowing everything. Yi Bingbing, with a face full of blush, explained, "No, it's not like that." "Oh, you don't need to explain. Since you are already pregnant, we will all be one family from now on. If anything happens, just call me." Yi Bingbing looked at Nuan Nuan and Jiang Nan sitting on the bed. Their expressions were calm, with a hint of tenderness. Yi Bingbing felt powerless to refute, only able to suppress her feelings within. "I don't like that guy." But as Yi Bingbing thought carefully, she realized that Hao Chen had indeed put in a lot of effort for them, with the scars on his back, the daily selection of attributes, and the exploration of food resources. Hao Chen had been very cautious with every step. Without him, she might have died on some night. Yi Bingbing tightly grasped the hem of her school uniform, her thoughts drifting back to what Hao Chen had said earlier in the bathroom. He not only wanted to protect everyone, but also himself. This thoughtfulness suddenly struck a chord in her heart. "Forget it. You big idiot, if in the future you fail to be a responsible father, Yi Bingbing will never let you off." Yi Bingbing spoke harshly, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she calmly sat back on her bed, fixing her messy hair. Outside the corridor, Hao Chen listened to the conversations of the girls in the dormitory. He chose not to enter, because today's attribute surprised him. Grade A attribute blood for blood, grade A attribute exposed weakness, grade A attribute disarm. The three attributes in front of him each had their advantages and would be extremely useful in the future. The blood for blood attribute allows one to inflict self-harm, to gain extremely high attack power, dealing the most genuine damage to tough, resilient monsters or those with high defense. Next is the exposed weakness, which reveals the opponent's weaknesses, allowing for precise strikes to deal additional damage. Finally, there's disarm, which has a 30 chance to disarm the opponent's weapon and turn it into one's own. Know all three of these attributes are very useful and can be used twice a day. Deciding now might lead to a loss. After all, today is the third day, or as long as I can hold on until tonight, it will be easier on the other side. So we'll hold off on these three attributes for now and decide after use. Hao Chen immediately put away the system panel, gently enjoying the morning breeze that hit him. Today's task will not involve exploring areas. It's the last day of the blood moon. Who knows how many potential monsters are lurking in ambush, so for safety, Hao Chen must conserve his energy at this moment to prepare for tonight's battle. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao came out and gently patted Hao Chen's back. "You really are capable. I never expected you to have our proud campus belle, Yi Bingbing, in your grasp. She comes from a wealthy family, and if you manage to convince her father, you can enjoy wealth and honor. Well done, kid." Zhou Xiaoxiao said this on the surface, but there was an underlying meaning. Hao Chen certainly understood what she was trying to convey. Wasn't she worried that he would favor Yi Bingbing due to her family background and gradually distance himself from others? As long as he could survive and leave this place, returning to the original world would merely be a matter of time. And what about the other girls who are also pregnant? Wouldn't they be abandoned? Hao Chen gently shook his head, then said, "Stop playing games with me. I can assure you that I am not the type to abandon those I care about. Hao Chen will take responsibility alone and will not favor or abandon anyone. I treat everyone equally, so don't worry." As he spoke, Hao Chen gently patted her head, then turned his gaze to Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Shoo, everyone quiet down." Chun Feng turned his head and glared at the small brother behind him, his eyes filled with warning. The men from Sakura country immediately fell silent, but their gazes couldn't help but drift forward, their eyes lacking fear, and filled instead with a long-suppressed desire. Chun Feng turned his head and asked Lu Yong beside him in a low voice, "Are you sure this is the right path? We've been walking for more than 10 minutes, and we haven't seen a single soul." Lu Yong hunched over and leaned in, a flattering smile on his face. "Boss, you can rest assured. Yesterday, following your instructions, I continued to keep watch and made my way down this path. Guess what?" He lowered his voice, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "I found them. They are hiding in the dormitory building, but I didn't dare get too close, only watching from a distance. Today we'll all go out, and we'll definitely take them all down." Chun Feng smiled with satisfaction after hearing this, patting Lu Yong on the shoulder. "You better not disappoint me." His voice suddenly turned cold. "If we come back empty-handed, wasting time, you know the consequences. I can be ruthless even to my own people. As for the women behind." He glanced back at the team. "Even if they are there, I won't let you have any." Lu Yong's smile froze for a moment, then he nodded submissively, his posture lower than before. The team continued forward, arriving at a corner. Lu Yong raised his hand to signal everyone to lighten their steps, lowering his voice to say to Chun Feng, "Boss, just ahead, if we walk another 10 meters, we'll see the dormitory building. I observed yesterday they are on the 7th floor. I'm not sure how many there are, but I can guarantee with my life they are right there." Chun Feng nodded and had the team stop in place, pressing himself against the wall to observe. Then he froze. Dozens of people stood right in front of him, as if waiting for him. At the forefront was a young man, standing in the center of the crowd, looking at him with indifference. Surrounding him were dozens of girls' arms crossed, their gazes sharp as knives, looking at him not as a person, but as a thief intruding into their territory. Further away, another group of girls was quietly surrounding them, led by a short-haired girl. Hao Chen observed the sneaky man before him, and slowly spoke. It seems that in this second cycle there are indeed other survivors. His gaze swept over the man's attire with a hint of amusement in his tone, sneaking around, not like a good person. So what's your purpose? If you explain clearly, perhaps we can be polite. Chen Feng was taken aback for a second, then he smiled. Striding out from the corner, his little brothers followed closely behind. As a possessor of grade combat talent, how could he be intimidated by such a scene? Dozens of girls, and you're the only guy? Chen Feng looked around, finally locking his gaze on Hao Chen, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Kid, looks like you've been living quite well. With so many girls serving you, isn't it the time of your life? He took a step forward, his smile growing more provocative. So how about letting my brothers have a taste? As soon as he finished speaking, the team behind him immediately stirred. Flower girl. A big flower girl. Boss Chen Feng will surely win. Long live the boss. With so many beauties, we're going to enjoy ourselves this time. Lu Yong rubbed his hands, unable to resist licking his dry lips, his eyes full of anticipation. Hao Chen's expression turned cold. As the dormitory leader, protecting the girls in his class was his bottom line. Anyone who dared to cross that line was digging their own grave. Say that again. His voice was not heavy, but it made the surrounding temperature seem to drop a few degrees. Chen Feng, relying on his grade talent, completely disregarded the opponent. He spread his arms, his smile even more arrogant. I said, with so many women, what's wrong with letting my brothers have a taste? They all look pretty fresh. They're still students, right? Before he finished speaking, a scream came from behind. Oh! Chen Feng suddenly turned around, only to see a small brother from Sakura country already collapsed on the ground. Blood gushed from his back, the blade having accurately pierced a vital spot. The person convulsed a couple of times, and then fell still. The one who struck was a short-haired girl holding a bloodied iron blade, a mocking smile on her face. She met Chen Feng's gaze, and the next moment, she vanished into thin air. I'll be damned. Chen Feng's eyes turned red in an instant. You dare to kill my people? Hao Chen casually picked at his ear with his pinky, appearing utterly unconcerned. So what if I killed him? His lips curled into a slight smirk, that smile looking particularly infuriating to Chen Feng. This is our territory. If you come here looking for death, who can you blame? If I don't show you some colors, do you think this is a public toilet where anyone can just come and go? You bastard. Chen Feng stopped wasting words and instantly activated his talent. A blood-red light erupted from his body, and a set of crimson armor formed around him in an instant, tightly wrapping his entire body. The surface of the armor shimmered with strange light patterns, exuding an oppressive aura. Hao Chen raised an eyebrow, then revealed that annoying smile again. Wow, great. He tilted his head, observing him. The momentum is quite impressive, but you think you can swagger around here with Justin Scrade? Chen Feng, enveloped in armor, spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I'll take you down first, then deal with those women next to you one by one. My brothers have been starving these days. It's time to indulge. He shouted without looking back. Yamamoto, Jingtian, Mickey, Tanaka, activate your talents. After this job, we can have whatever we want. Understood. The four men from Sakura country responded in unison, their bodies glowing simultaneously. One brandished a kitchen knife, another held a baseball bat wrapped in iron wire, while the other two raised shields, quickly taking their positions. One damage dealer, 2 tanks, and 2 cleanup. Hao Chen glanced over, chuckling lightly. With this configuration, you dare to come out and fight for territory. He raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Since you want to fight, let you experience what kind of person you're. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. A genius from Delta, a veteran of the Qing dynasty in Crossfire, and he paused for a second, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The king of hell who can send you to hell. The moment the snap echoed, the teacher's imposing pressure from Qin Mingyao erupted. An invisible force suddenly descended, pressing down on the hearts of every invader. That feeling was both familiar and eerie. Clearly standing before them was a woman in a teacher's uniform, yet what arose in their hearts was an instinctive fear faced during student days. A chill ran down their spines, palms sweating, even their breathing became cautious. Jiang Nan had already slipped to the side, slightly bending her body, her gaze sharp as a knife, no longer resembling a weak girl at all. The stance was clearly that of a hunter ready to pounce and tear her enemy's throat out. Hao Chen watched Chen Feng, who was frozen in place, raise the iron blade in his hand, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. Now the attack and defense have switched. His voice was not loud, yet it drove deep like a nail into everyone's hearts. Do you still want to fight? Or do you want to discuss a deal with me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a furious roar. That sound froze Chen Feng in place. He wanted to move, but found his limbs completely immobilized, as if frozen. How could this be? Chen Feng's pupils constricted violently. He was Scrade, a combat talent holder with blood-red armor. How could he be stuck in place by just one roar? Even more terrifying was that female teacher, her pressure continuing to linger like an invisible shackling that drained his will to fight bit by bit. He had clearly come to seize territory, yet now a thought inexplicably popped into his head. Why not? Why not just run? He shook his head desperately, trying to cast out this absurd thought. But his Bodis rigidity could not lie. Hao Chen approached slowly. The sunlight reflecting off the blade fell on Chen Feng's face. Clearly, just an ordinary iron blade, yet at this moment it sent chills down his spine. What's wrong? Is this all Inscrade can do? Hao Chen stopped in front of him, his tone dripping with unmistakable mockery. I thought you'd be more capable. Chen Feng gritted his teeth desperately, trying to activate his talent to break free from that invisible restraint. The glow on the blood-red armor flickered uncertainly, but he could never fully break free. Behind him his little brothers were even more unbearable. Those two holding shields had already gone weak in the knees, and were squatting down. The one with the kitchen knife was trembling like a sieve, while Lu Yong, who had just been shouting "Flower Girl," now wished he could curl up into a ball and hide. Hao Chen scanned the room, finally landing his gaze back on Chen Feng's face. Now I ask you. His voice suddenly turned cold. Do you want to fight, or do you want to make a deal with me? Chen Feng's throat moved, but he couldn't utter a word. Chen Feng wanted to resist, but they were already surrounded by Hao Chen and the others. He wished to retreat, but Zhang Yaya blocked his way. Zhang Yaya, Li Chinka, and Song Jia all held iron blade knives, glaring at them with fierce expressions. Chen Feng was no fool. They were outnumbered, and among them only he could fight. Challenging them alone would likely lead to disaster. The only solution now was to survive, for if they remained alive they would not fear a lack of resources. Enduring for a moment leads to victory. Chen Feng then dispelled his innate ability, returning to his original appearance. Alright, speak. What is the deal? He tried to make his voice sound calm. If I can be of help, I will certainly not refuse. But I have a condition. This is my territory. Hao Chen interrupted him, his voice not loud, even calm. But the underlying menace made Chen Feng's back feel slightly cold. You have no right to negotiate conditions. Hao Chen looked at Chen Feng, his gaze akin to examining a commodity for sale. I can spare your life, isn't that it? Chen Feng clenched his teeth upon hearing this. His fists were so tightly clenched that his nails dug deep into his palms. Then tell me what exactly is the deal. Hao Chen spoke slowly, as if recounting an insignificant matter. You have come here, and must have experienced the blood moon. Today is the last day. My team has discovered nearby small boss-level monsters. If we can work together to deal with them, I will spare your life. How does that sound? Something flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He did not answer immediately, but slightly turned to his team, signaling them. Wait for me to discuss with the team. After finishing his words, he retreated with Lu Yong and two others hiding in the shadows of a corner. 11 heads huddled together, their voices suppressed to a whisper, as if afraid to be scattered by the wind. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyao frowned slightly, and leaned closer to Hao Chen's ear. Hao Chen, are you sure you want to spare them alive? Qin Mingyao's voice was very soft, only audible to the two of them. Isn't this like letting a tiger return to the mountain? Yi Bingbing coldly snorted beside them, crossing her arms, and turning her head away with an air of pride. Exactly. Those harsh words they just spoke, along with their sneaky demeanor, can we really trust them to be honest? If you really spare them, then you are truly a coward. Her unfinished words were already evident in her role. Hao Chen's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. Who said I want to let them go? Hao Chen's voice was suppressed to a low tone audible only to the few girls beside him. Those who dare to threaten you and provoke me have crossed my bottom line. Whoever crosses it will die. Hao Chen's gaze swept over the group huddled together, whispering. Right now they do not dare to act because they just arrived, lack sufficient resources, and have no weapons. We have an iron blade knife in each of our hands, which gives us a significant advantage in attack power. Hao Chen paused, his smile becoming a bit deeper. What I just said was merely a reassurance for them. A successful hunter often disguises themselves as prey. Don't be fooled by my words of negotiation. That is merely the first step in my plan. Lin Wanwan had unknowingly approached, her hands clasped in front of her chest, tilting her head to look at Hao Chen with complete trust and a hint of worry. So what is our plan moving forward? They are also discussing it. Hao Chen did not answer, instead reaching out to pull over a nearby girl who was listening intently with her ears perked up. Zhou Xiaoxiao stumbled as he pulled her, complaining. Hey Hao Chen, don't pull me. I'm listening. So what did you hear? Hao Chen looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao. Did you hear their plan? This question silenced everyone as a dozen pairs of eyes focused on Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, a mysterious pride appearing on her face. She gathered everyone into a smaller circle, her voice lowered to almost a whisper. I heard everything. The leader is named Chen Feng, the one next to him is his little brother Lu Yong, and their plan. She paused to ensure everyone was listening attentively before continuing. Those people have no good intentions. They will first agree to cooperate with Hao Chen to fight the boss, and once it is over they will take the opportunity to kidnap a few girls as hostages. Then they will threaten Hao Chen to hand over resources in exchange for the hostages. That is the complete plan they just discussed. As her words fell, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Upon hearing the news, Hao Chen smiled. The smile was faint, so subtle that it barely formed a curve. As expected, they did not disappoint me. Unfortunately, they do not know that among my girls there is an informant. Even whispers cannot escape Zhou Xiaoxiao's ears. He said this while his gaze fell on the group, still whispering. Based on the information Zhou Xiaoxiao gathered, these people could already be deemed dead. If it weren't for the small boss not showing up yet, Hao Chen could have acted already. But since they need to fight the boss, it would be better to use them as cannon fodder. After dealing with the monster, they could settle the scores slowly. Moreover, the other side had already provoked him. This provocation once made must be repaid in blood. If this aftermath is not resolved, it will only breed more danger in the future. While Hao Chen was thinking, Chen Feng returned with his people. His expression had returned to calm, even carrying a hint of deliberate friendliness. After discussion, I can agree to this deal, but my price won't be low. Afterward, you need to provide us with some food and drink. After all, we are all survivors of the Blood Moon. If you want to live, we also want to live. This is good for both sides, right? His tone was gentle, and his expression sincere. If Zhou Xiaoxiao's report hadn't been heard just now, anyone would believe he truly wanted to cooperate. Hao Chen nodded, his expression equally calm. Alright, once it's done, I will give you what you want. I, Hao Chen, have always kept my word and never deceive anyone. Chen Feng's lips slightly curled up, but soon he suppressed it. Then I'll take my leave for now. If there's danger, we will come to help. As he spoke, he turned to leave with his people. Zhang Yaya and the other girls remained vigilant until those people completely disappeared from view, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Let's go back and rest first, conserving energy for tonight. On the way back, Hao Chen quietly calculated in his heart. The other side possessed class combat talents, and they would indeed be difficult to handle in a real fight. Today they were able to push them back thanks to sheer numbers and a show of force. But if Chen Feng was determined to fight, it wouldn't be impossible for him to carve a bloody path. Thus, to completely control him, they had to catch the thief. With this thought, his gaze swept over the girls beside him, finally landing on the group in the distance that had turned into small black dots. You want to use my people as hostages? Then you can forget about your people. On the way back to the abandoned classroom, Lu Yong looked somewhat worried. Boss, are we going to proceed according to the plan we just discussed? First complete this deal with him, and then kidnap his people to threaten him. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chen Feng had been furious on sight, and after leaving he was even more enraged. Just do it this way. After all, that kid has no idea about our plan. He must think we have already submitted, unaware that I will turn the tables and fight the boss with him. This is merely a delaying tactic. After all, the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Lu Yong listened to his boss' confident words and applauded in admiration. Great strategy, boss. When the plan succeeds, remember to let the brothers enjoy some benefits. Chen Feng, amidst the praises, gradually lost himself. Of course, don't forget I possess class combat talent. How dare that kid compete with me? Arrogantly smiling, Chen Feng had no idea that his plan had already reached Zhou Xiaoxiao's ears and spread throughout the entire class. In the dormitory, Yi Bingbing, Su Wanqing, and Qin Yufei, the three campus beauties, were gathered together, discussing a topic. Su Wanqing twisted open a bottle of mineral water, taking a delicate sip that was as graceful as savoring tea. She put down the bottle, looked at Yi Bingbing, her tone calm, as if discussing the weather. Yi Bingbing, what do you think about this? Yi Bingbing was taken aback for a moment, then turned her face away. The sunlight illuminated her profile, revealing a faint blush that she could not hide. What do I think? Then I can only raise it. What else is there to think? Her voice was deliberately kept flat, yet it could not conceal a hint of shyness. You don't think I lack the ability to be a mother, do you, eh? My chest is a D cup, and besides, with my figure and looks, any child born will surely take after me. Moreover, she paused, instinctively puffing out her chest, then quickly slumping back down. My chest isn't like Bailu's. Qin Yufei, sitting beside them, rested her chin on her hands, watching the two with a smile. Her gaze darted back and forth between Yi Bingbing and Su Wanqing like a little fox eager to watch the show. Yi Bingbing is all ready. Qin Yufei tilted her head, her ponytail sliding to one side. When will you, Su Wanqing, also throw yourself at Hao Chen? I've seen him coming to you for treatment these past few days. Those 8-pack abs of his aren't just dough, they're solid. The last word was drawn out, accompanied by a meaningful look. Su Wanqing was taking her second sip of water when she nearly choked upon hearing this. She set down the water bottle, a thin layer of crimson spreading across her fair face. Such things. I can also. However, this is a serious time, not the moment to think about such things. Moreover, as the class caretaker, I must always fulfill my responsibilities. If I happen to be inconvenient during pregnancy, won't that delay things? You're just making excuses for yourself. Qin Yufei leaned closer, her finger poking at Su Wanqing's cheek. Your face is so red, like a red apple. One day you'll sneak into Hao Chen's bed at night to do some indescribable things right. Su Wanqing gently pushed her away, pouting. Putting that aside, among the three of us campus beauties, you're the only one without talent. She said this, unable to contain her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand.
Maybe you should find opportunities to reward Hao Chen more, help him with some physiological needs. If he's in a good mood, he might give you an awakening stone, and you'll have talent too. Qin Yufei's ears turned bright red. The color spread rapidly from her earlobes to her entire ear, then crept up to her cheeks. If you go, I'll go too. Why should I go alone? Qin Yufei raised her head, crossing her arms, putting on an indignant. Besides, I haven't even given my first kiss or experienced such things with anyone else. If I have to go, you have to come too. You must give him his first time as well. Her tone was firm, but the flushed ears betrayed her. Just as Yi Bingbing and Su Wanqing smiled, Qin Yufei suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in her head. At that moment, her system panel popped up. Name Qin Yufei S-level talent Eye of Data effect. You can see the data information of all things: life value, attack power, defense power, skill cooldown, weaknesses, and even the probability of actions in the next 3 seconds. Active, you can select a target to modify, changing one data point once per day. Example, change a monster's defense 100 to defense 0. Change a monster's skill cooldown 10 seconds to skill cooldown 100 seconds. Example, change your own attack power 50 to attack power 150. Seeing her talent level, Qin Yufei was instantly stunned. S-level. I awakened an S-level talent. Qin Yufei's shrill scream immediately echoed in the corner. Hearing the commotion, Hao Chen rushed over. One moment, he was still outside in the corridor, but the next moment, upon hearing about the awakened talent, he hurried over anxiously. Thanks to the Blood Moon reward from the second day, it has finally been awarded at this moment, and it's an S-level talent. When Hao Chen arrived, he saw Yi Bingbing looking at him with a proud gaze. What's wrong, my wife? Looking at me with such eyes? Hao Chen teased, casually brushing Yi Bingbing's hair. Upon hearing the intimate title and seeing the intimate gesture, Yi Bingbing's body involuntarily stiffened. Her brain momentarily went blank, but the blush on her face quickly spread. Fool. Fool, who is your wife? If you call me that again, I'll make sure you can't sleep at night, and can't get out of bed the next. Yi Bingbing hurriedly swatted Hao Chen's hand away, then quickly turned her face away. Yet the redness of Yi Bingbing's face and her ears fully expressed her feelings at that moment. Hao Chen cleared his throat lightly, and then returned to his usual demeanor. By the way, who awakened their talent just now? It's me, Hao Chen. Qin Yufei stood up excitedly, her swaying figure accentuating her ample bosom and high ponytail. I awakened an S-level talent, but I don't quite understand this effect. Although it lists examples, it's still a bit unclear. Hearing this, Hao Chen gestured for her to open it up, so he could take a look. Qin Yufei gently nodded, then opened her system panel for Hao Chen to see. Once the talent effect was laid out before Hao Chen, he began to examine it closely. Data. Can see the opponent's health, defense, etc. This is great. And you can modify the opponent's data. After looking for about 15 seconds, Hao Chen fully understood Qin Yufei's talent ability. Her talent was undoubtedly the most useful in the class. Not only could she see the opponent's life value, defense, and skill cooldown, but she could also see the probabilities of what would happen in 3 seconds. However, none of that compared to her ability to modify data. If a small boss attack power is 500, as long as Qin Yufei can modify it, she could change that attack power to 0, and even the defense could be modified to 0. Thinking of this, Hao Chen couldn't help but grin widely. He patted Qin Yufei on the shoulder and laughed. Your talent could rank in the top 3 in the class. No wonder you're a campus beauty. Yi Bingbing is S-level, and so are you. Although Su Wanqing is A-level, her contribution is not small. It seems the 3 of you are all exceptional. Of course. Qin Yufei proudly lifted her head, hands on her hips, displaying a touch of arrogance. Hearing Hao Chen's praise, Yi Bingbing smiled first, then resumed her usual indifference. At least you know how to speak. Well, so say more nice things. Su Wanqing also smiled gently at this moment, her exceptional beauty and figure making her appear exceptionally virtuous. Now the 3 campus beauties had awakened their talents, and the levels of their awakenings surprised Hao Chen, whose power was immensely strong. However, there was one point to note: modifying data requires the ability to select. If you cannot select, you cannot modify. Nevertheless, Qin Yufei's talent ability was indeed exceptional. She could even modify her own attack power. It was hard to imagine what it would be like if it became an SS-level talent. Would she break through the limits of combat power? Thinking of this, Hao Chen's face involuntarily flushed. No matter what S-level combat talent holder there is, no matter how strong Chen Feng is, as long as Qin Yufei waved her hand lightly, she could turn his attack power to 0. At that time, he would just be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The night approaches. The red glow of the blood moon slowly rises at this moment. On the other side of the school, a plump figure rides in the darkness. It slowly opens its eyes, and those blank eyes are radiating a blood-red hue. The time has come. The absorption of the blood moon essence is complete, and all bodily functions are restored. Defense and attack power have all returned. The dormitory monster emits a strange laughter. Suddenly, it waves its hand, and 100 elite monsters appear in the empty space of the abandoned dormitory. Although they are wearing pajamas and are not physically strong, their life value and defense are both 100, and the 100 elite monsters in front of them are the monster students under the dormitory monster. The dormitory monster gazes at its members, revealing a terrifying smile. Tonight a great feast awaits you. I will make them pay a terrible price. Those who killed me shall become mine. As it spreads its arms wide, a large amount of mist erupts around it. The mist expands at an incredible speed. The classroom's playground and even the mysterious shop are filled with this enigmatic mist. Chen Feng in the abandoned dormitory naturally notices this sudden mist, but before he can react, a wave of dizziness hits his head. Others are similarly affected. They have no time to prepare and are left dizzy from the mist. In just 3 seconds, over 10 people have collapsed to the ground, seemingly soulless. They are not the only ones. Hao Chen on the 7th floor watches as the mist gradually spreads from the corridor into the dormitory. At this hour, is there mist without monsters? Is this some kind of ghost? Hao Chen complains, then shifts his gaze to the female classmates lying on the bed. Everyone grab your uniforms, or anything to cover your mouth and nose. This stuff seems to be problematic. As soon as Hao Chen finishes speaking, Zhang Yiyi suddenly feels a wave of dizziness. Hao Chen, this stuff is problematic. With that, Zhang Yiyi collapses onto the bed unconscious. Seeing this, Hao Chen urgently shouts, "Quick, cover your mouth and nose, don't inhale this gas." But Hao Chen's understanding of this mist is still too simplistic. Even if they cover their mouths and noses quickly, the mist seems to ignore their clothing. Qin Mingyao, Lin Wan and others cover themselves tightly, yet they still faint. In just 5 seconds, half of the class has fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Even Hao Chen, the dorm leader, feels that strange dizziness. He watches helplessly as everyone in the class falls unconscious. He wants to argue, but he doesn't even know how to deal with this gas. 5 minutes later, campus playground. Under the red glow, the campus playground appears unusually eerie and sinister. What on earth is going on? Hao Chen suddenly stands up from the grass, gently shaking his still dizzy head. At the same time, others also. Zhang Yiyi looks around in confusion. Isn't this the campus playground? We were just in the dormitory. How did we Lin Wan, waking up beside Hao Chen, is scared and clings to him, then looks around in panic. Without the protection of wooden beds, what should we do? If we're not in the dormitory, we've completely left the wooden beds. Ooh, what if a horde of monsters rushes at us? That would be disastrous. Upon thinking of this, Lin Wan gasps in fright. Not only they have awakened, Chen Feng and others are also regaining consciousness. They awaken at this moment, looking around in confusion. Before either side can express their bewilderment, a chilling voice emerges from the mist ahead. Both parties' gazes immediately turn to the source of the sound. Then a plump figure steps out from the fog. In Hao Chen's view, 100 pairs of red eyes are shimmering in the mist. What is this? It looks like it's wearing the dormitory monster's clothes. But why does it resemble Pagang from Jackie Chan Adventures so much? Zhang Yiyi is the first to complain, looking surprised at the plump figure not far away. Indeed, after absorbing the essence of the blood moon, this monster has fully restored its body, and its size has increased several folds. Welcome to the playground, where not only can you exercise, but you can also partake in a feast of slaughter. My 100 children behind me are absolutely starving. It pauses, then continues. Today is still long, and there is plenty of time for fun. Oh, why not let us exercise a bit first? Let me show you what a true slaughter feast feels like. As soon as it finishes speaking, the 100 elite monsters rush forward in an instant. They are acting as if they've gone mad. No, it can't even be described as madness. It's akin to being deprived of freedom for 500 years under the Five-Finger Mountain after being starved for over 10 days. They run wildly, their pale faces seemingly craving flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Hao Chen quickly gathers his classmates. Everyone quickly gather here. Form a circle, don't scatter. Healing Mage Su Wanqing will be in the center. Teacher Qin Mingyao will act as suppression, while Jiang Nan and I will take the initiative to meet them. Everyone grab iron pieces as weapons. If anyone gets injured, seek Su Wanqing for treatment. Absolutely do not scatter, stay as close together as possible. Hao Chen's words carry authority, and the female classmates immediately gather towards him. At that moment, dozens of elite monster students charge towards them. Yi Bingbing is positioned somewhat far away, and coupled with her lack of exercise, her running speed is naturally much slower. But those frenzied elite monster students are several times faster than her. Yi Bingbing looks back, and the monster students are only 5 meters away from her. Help! Help! Hao Chen! You stupid idiot, hurry and save me. You incompetent husband! Just as the monsters are about to catch Yi Bingbing, Hao Chen roars forward. The elite monster students freeze in place. During this time, Hao Chen grabs Yi Bingbing's hand, and in those 2 seconds brings her back to the main camp. Yi Bingbing clings to Hao Chen, her face pale, seemingly frightened by the chase just now. Why do I have to be an incompetent husband? I will protect both you and the child. Ooh, I won't let anyone get hurt. Stay here and watch how I deal with them. You just need to do me one favor, remember to refresh for me.
Hao Chen jokes, trying to ease her tense emotions, but Yi Bingbing unexpectedly thumps his chest. He thought she would scold him again, but the next moment, she shows rare concern. Just be safe. If anything happens to you, don't come back to see me. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen smiles knowingly, and turns to grab Jiang Nan's hand. Jiang Nan meets his gaze, and they both understand each other's intentions. In the next moment, Hao Chen steps forward, blood-colored runes, and a blood-red aura manifesting around him. His desire for battle surges, and his pain perception decreases significantly. At this moment, Hao Chen completely transforms into a wild horse unleashed on the battlefield. 100 is just enough to enhance my overall stats. Don't think just because they are elite monsters I will be afraid. A slight smile appears on Hao Chen's lips, and a hint of blue light flickers in his blood-red eyes. A grade trait weakness exposed. In front of the entry for weakness exposed, Hao Chen could clearly see where the elite monster's weaknesses lay. From the legs to the waist and various other places, as long as the attacks concentrated, their immense damage could be inflicted, even capable of a one-hit kill. Seeing their weaknesses made the direction of attack much easier. As for the base camp, Hao Chen entrusted it to Qin Mingyao and Qin Yufei without worry. Qin Yufei stood in the center. With her innate skill, she could see events occurring within the next 3 seconds. To the left, 3 elite monsters will come over soon. Their weaknesses are in the abdomen. Just attack there. As she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to the right. Teacher Qin Mingyao, 5 elite monsters will charge over from that side. Remember to use your teacher's pressure to hold them down, then aim for the attack time. Listening to the information from Qin Yufei, Zhang Yao began to prepare for the elite monsters that were about to charge at them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Feng and his group continued their slaughter. The blood-colored armor allowed Qin Feng to dominate the playground, and the blades on the armor easily sliced through the monster's vital spots, achieving a breakout. Watching her students being continuously killed, the dormitory manager's expression darkened at that moment. She gritted her teeth and waved her hands again. In an instant, low-level wanderers, monster teachers, and school guards appeared on the playground. Each type numbering. This number was the highest they had encountered. First, there were 100 elite monster students, and then 20 monster teachers and school guards arrived. It was fine when there was a sanctuary value, but now that they had left the wooden bed, there was no sanctuary value anymore. Seeing the new elite monsters, Hao Chen's expression also grew solemn. Damn, he couldn't help but curse. This dormitory manager can summon endlessly. If we don't take her down first, the monsters will only keep increasing. But if we don't stop these minions, they will turn around and attack the people in the class. As he contemplated, the iron shard knife in his hand remained unceasing. 10 elite monsters and 5 wanderers had already fallen under his knife, and with the increasing kill count, his various stats were rapidly rising. But it wasn't enough. The iron shard knife was still too weak, but it was the best weapon they could find at the moment. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they had to. Hao Chen caught a glimpse of a school guard. The monster was wielding dual electric batons and charging at high speed towards Yi Bingbing and the others. The blue electric light was particularly dazzling in the darkness. Give it to me. Hao Chen suddenly reached out and activated grade A entry disarm. A 30 chance failed on the first attempt. Seeing the baton still in the monster's hand, Hao Chen gritted his teeth. Again, a 60 chance. He refused to believe he couldn't take it down. On the second attempt, the school guard felt a void in its hand, and the dual electric batons vanished, appearing in Hao Chen's grasp the next moment. The monster stood dazed, spinning in confusion, its bald head glistening under the moonlight. It scratched its head, seemingly puzzled about where its weapon had gone. Hao Chen smirked coldly. This thing is way better than the iron shard knife. Upon taking the electric baton, a surge of electricity coursed through his arm, only making him feel a tingling sensation. His physique had already surpassed that of ordinary people. This little shock was not only harmless, but also made him feel more exhilarated. With all attributes exceeding 100 points, low-level monsters were like chopping vegetables in front of him. Come on. Hao Chen laughed loudly. I'll kill you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Seeing dozens of elite monster students rushing towards him, Hao Chen's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, he dispatched the 11 elite monster students in front of him. In the darkness, a streak of blood-colored light swept through the ranks. As long as they attempted to approach the class, Hao Chen would cut them down in the first instance. Next were the monster teachers, whose weapons were whips, but when those whips struck him, they caused no damage at all. Currently, Hao Chen's defense value had increased several times. Being struck was like a mere tickle, and with the pain sensation diminished, it was as if nothing had happened. With the cooperation of Hao Chen and Jiang, and all the monsters trying to attack the class were dispatched. The speed was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had also dealt with the monsters on his side. Panting heavily, he looked ahead, exhausted after killing so many elite monsters alone. 20 or 10 was manageable, but this time the elite monsters were several times more. In an instant, the playground returned to a strange silence. You don't mean to say that's all you can do you? Apart from summoning monsters, what else can you do? Huh, speak up. Hao Chen raised the electric baton in his hand, looking disdainfully at the dormitory monster. In response to the provocation, the dormitory manager merely clapped lightly, a bizarre smile appearing on her face. I never expected you would clear my summoned minions so quickly, but I should also thank you. Hao Chen wanted to mock her, but the next second he was stunned. He saw the dormitory manager rise from the ground, her mouth opening wide, as if trying to absorb something. In an instant, the black smoke from the elite monster's deaths was sucked into her body. At the same time, her body gradually swelled, becoming even more intimidating than before. It was as if countless living creatures were writhing and struggling beneath her skin, twisted monster faces emerging from her surface, silently wailing. In a moment, the dormitory manager's height underwent a shocking transformation. She completely turned into in front of her, Hao Chen was like an ant. Chun Feng gasped in astonishment upon seeing the monster before him. He could handle some elite monsters, but how could he defeat this thing? What the hell? What is this thing? Chun Feng instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling a chill behind him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The dormitory manager gradually opened her eyes, exhaling a foul-smelling black smoke, then, with a twisted face, looked down at the survivors. Are you ready to become nourishment? Her gaze shifted to Hao Chen, then to Chun Feng and the others. The next moment, Lu Yong swallowed hard and hurriedly turned to flee. I'm done. I'm not playing with you anymore. He turned and ran, his voice tinged with tears. What the? So huge. What the hell? Chun Feng snorted coldly, about to finish off this deserter. Just then Lu Yong suddenly froze in place. His body began to convulse, his skin visibly shriveling, as if an invisible hand were draining all the moisture from within him. The blood essence flowed into the dormitory manager's nostrils. Delicious, truly a fine nourishment. Watching her intoxicated expression, Hao Chen retreated in front of the class. Qin Yufei, what was the name of that move she just used? You should be able to see the skill, right? Qin Yufei took a deep breath, trying to calm her fear. Her skill is called Devour, which can randomly turn a living person into a dried corpse in an instant, serving as nourishment to replenish health and defense, etc. However, this also has a cooldown of 2 minutes. I saw it very clearly. Hao Chen nodded lightly at Qin Yufei's report. If it can drain a person every 2 minutes. We must do our utmost to take her down within those 2 minutes, or it will be me who gets hurt. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, a more intense killing intent emerged in his eyes. The next moment, he raised his arm. Without hesitation, he immediately bit down. Blood gushed out at this moment. Yi Bingbing and Lin Wan, who were watching from the side, were taken aback. Hao Chen, are you crazy? How could you? Yi Bingbing looked at Hao Chen with some concern. Hao Chen didn't explain, instead softly saying, Grade A entry. Blood for blood. Blood continued to flow. Hao Chen's killing intent and blood essence became even more intense. At this moment, he checked his personal panel. Name Hao Chen. Attack power 160,230. Defense 160. Mental power 160. Entry bonus mind connection, blood for blood. Effect sleeping with 4 girls who share a mind connection, all attributes 40. Effect activating blood for blood self-damage to gain 40 points of attack power boost. 230 attack power, 160 defense. Hao Chen smirked coldly. Not enough. He suddenly turned his head, his gaze falling on Qin Yufei. Qin Yufei nodded seriously, quickly sliding her slender fingers over the system panel. When Hao Chen's attribute panel fully expanded, she couldn't help but gasp. All attributes over 100. Attack power 230. The shock lasted only a second, and she immediately entered a state. Attack power can increase another 40. Defense and mental power can be raised to 200. Which do you choose? Attack. Hao Chen did not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, he bit down hard on his other arm. Blood spurted forth and the pain surged like a tidal wave, but his gaze grew increasingly fierce. On the system panel, the number 230 instantly jumped to 260. 260. Qin Yufei tapped lightly, adding the last 40 points of attack power. 300. Hao Chen felt his whole body tremble, and a violent force surged through him like a flood. His muscles twitched, his blood boiled, and even his breath carried a scorching heat. 300 attack power. Hao Chen slowly clenched his fists. Today, it won't leave alive. His gaze was sharp, piercing through the obese figure in the distance. Health 500, defense 300, speed 100, skill cooldown 2 minutes. Qin Yufei's voice was calm and clear. The weakness is the belly. Hao Chen and Qin Yufei said in unison. He turned to look at the crowd behind him. Bai Lu's legs trembled slightly, yet she gripped the iron shard knife tightly. Zhang Nan's eyes were fierce. Yi Bingbing bit her lip, and although Chen Feng and the others had their own thoughts, they were all waiting for his command. Attack the belly to cause extra damage. When I shouted it, everyone unleash your full power. The girls nodded earnestly. Just then the dormitory manager slowly rose from the ground, her body piled with fat emanating a foul black gas, and countless bizarre, human faces twisted and writhed on her skin. My patience. She grinned wickedly. Ends here.
As her words fell, her enormous body suddenly charged forward at an incredible speed. The fat on her belly shook violently, and every human face opened its bloody mouth as if wanting to tear everything apart. Hao Chen took the initiative, letting out a furious roar. This roar caused the dormitory manager's enormous body to freeze in place. Now, attack the belly, Hao Chen bellowed, launching himself like an arrow. Chun Feng gritted his teeth and followed, swinging his blade, dozens of blood-colored blade energies tearing through the air and striking hard into that pile of fat. The human faces let out piercing wails, and foul pus and blood splattered everywhere. Hao Chen charged forward, one hand thrusting the electric baton in hard, while the other hand wildly stirred the iron shard knife. The stench of burning mixed with decay soared into the sky. Every strike dealt real damage from blood for blood, causing that obese body to tremble violently. But 2 seconds passed quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Die. The moment the dormitory manager regained consciousness, 2 thick arms struck down like mountains. This blow carried the force of hundreds of pounds. Hao Chen, Yi Bingbing shouted worriedly upon seeing this. At that critical moment, a layer of metallic luster suddenly formed around Hao Chen. Copperhead iron arm. Boom. A massive explosion shook the heavens, clouds of dust rising. The dormitory manager's arm struck Hao Chen, yet it felt like hitting a steel plate, causing her to let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. How is this possible? She stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at Hao Chen, who was unscathed and wearing a mocking smile. Is that all? Before she could finish, he countered with several strikes, viciously stabbing into her exposed abdomen. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity to rush in from the side, her dual iron shard knives carving 2 deep blood grooves into the fat. Presumptuous. The dormitory manager roared in fury, raising her foot to stomp down. Jiang Nan looked up at this moment, her pupils constricted. She was out of time to use invisibility. Just then, a figure fiercely lunged and shielding her beneath. Copperhead iron arm, activate again. The giant foot came down, the rebounding force numbing the dormitory manager's entire leg. She staggered back, clutching her foot, and letting out a shrill wail, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How do you have so many skills? Attack, control, defense, what exactly are you? Hao Chen slowly rose. He didn't look back, shouting fiercely. Refresh. Upon hearing this, Yi Bingbing bit her lip and activated her talent to return. In an instant, all of Hao Chen's entry skills refreshed. You? The dormitory manager's pupils constricted. Hao Chen would not give her time to react, immediately using the roar again. This time no one held back. Stone hammers, stone axes, stone picks, iron shard knives, dozens of weapons poured forth like a torrential rain, all smashing into that exposed abdomen. Chun Feng and his team frantically output their attacks, blood-colored blade energies following one after another. Bai Lu's hands trembled, but each strike was fiercer than the last. Jiang Nan wielded her double knives, every hit going deep to the bone. Countless thick blood began to flow out. The dormitory manager's face twisted and contorted at this moment. It was as if she was experiencing unprecedented pain. Once I can move, I'll kill you first. Hao Chen looked at her arrogant face and mockingly said once more, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. The next moment, Hao Chen let out another furious roar. The dormitory manager stiffened again. The opponent's health was already at the brink, and they had been continuously attacking her belly, creating extra damage. In the final blow, Hao Chen and Jiang Nan simultaneously stabbed their iron shard knives into her abdomen, then horizontally cut her belly open, completely incapacitating her. They heard the dormitory manager let out a painful wail. Her enormous body finally collapsed, pus and blood gushing out, and her twisted face gradually faded in her cries of agony. It's over. Lin Wanwan stood dazed, watching the murky black mist rise from the playground. Yi Bingbing relaxed her tense shoulders at this moment, gently exhaling a breath, her worried expression dissipating, instantly replaced by a smile of approval. Meanwhile, after dealing with the monster that the dormitory supervisor had turned into, Hao Chen was panting heavily. Jiang Nan gently supported his shoulder, her voice filled with concern and comfort, as she said, Hao Chen, are you okay? Don't scare me. Hao Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was unharmed. He slowly walked up to the card and the crystal. At the same time, the system panel popped up at that moment. Item Dormitory Universal Card function can unlock the password door of the dormitory on campus, might yield unexpected resources. Not bad. If my lockpicking skill doesn't work, I can use this card instead. Additionally, these 30 crystals are quite a lot, totaling 70 crystals from this battle. I can buy more supplies later. Just as Hao Chen was putting the crystals and the Dormitory Universal Card into the system backpack, Chin Feng approached him, his face filled with indifference and coldness. Hey kid, I contributed to this battle too. You need to give me some of the crystals. Now that I've helped you deal with this monster, you can't go back on your word. Did you hear me? Hey kid, I contributed to this battle too. You need to give me some of the crystals. Now that I've helped you deal with this monster, you can't go back on your word. Did you hear me? After that last struggle, you must be quite exhausted, right? Although you have diverse skills and can change forms, can you still fight me in this pitiful state?
Be smart and hand over the crystals quickly then. Chen Feng spat, his gaze becoming increasingly arrogant. And then hand over the girl behind you. Let me indulge. I want all the food and resources. I advise you to hurry. Before Chen Feng could finish his words, Hao Chen's blood-red eyes fixed on him. In the next moment, Hao Chen swiftly appeared in front of him, and as their eyes met, Chen Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. Repeat what you just said. Chen Feng tried to repeat, but he felt a chill around his neck. When he looked down, he realized his throat had been cut, without him noticing blood slowly seeping out. Just because I fought for a long time doesn't mean I'm weary. Oh, I saw through your plan long ago. I was just using you, letting you help me do some work, and you're just a pawn in my eyes, understand? Chen Feng instinctively touched the blood on his neck, and before he could speak, blood vessels burst in his eyes. A thick aura of death instantly surrounded him. With the attack power granted by the blood for blood skill, it far exceeds your class combat talent. Be good in your next life. Chen Feng lay on the ground, his face suddenly pale. Bang! The few Japanese people behind him trembled at that moment, staring wide-eyed at Hao Chen, wanting to retaliate, but being intimidated by Hao Chen's overwhelming killing intent. Am I going to make a move, or are you going to end it yourselves? As soon as Hao Chen's voice fell, the few Japanese people exchanged glances. They tearfully picked up their knives and stabbed them into their own abdomens. With the boss down, the little brothers had no hope of survival. Rather than killing these Japanese people, Hao Chen preferred to let them die by their own hands. After all, he didn't want to dirty his hands. With everything resolved, the 3-day Blood Moon dungeon was completely over. The blood moon in the sky immediately retreated, restoring the bright moonlight of the past. Congratulations. Blood Moon dungeon challenge successful. The system will distribute rewards to the dormitory supervisor's system backpack the next day. Please remember to sign for it. The dungeon will not refresh regular monsters today. Wishing all survivors a pleasant survival. Seeing the system panel pop up and the information above it, Hao Chen finally revealed a long-lost smile. At least there are rewards after clearing the dungeon, otherwise it would all be in vain. But the next second, the system panel flickered again in front of Hao Chen. Kill notification detected that the host killed Chen Feng. The opponent's identity is the dormitory supervisor. Result: the host can choose to go to their camp for looting and demolition, turning their wooden beds to their own use. The opponent's camp has been marked and can be checked immediately. Detected that Chen Feng had 20 mysterious crystals. All 20 mysterious crystals have been incorporated into the host's system backpack. Hearing the message, Hao Chen opened his system backpack. Sure enough, there were 70 mysterious crystals just now, and now with Chen Feng's, it had become 90. This unexpected fortune was quite good. Fortunately tonight, there would be no regular monsters refreshing, so everyone could rest well and regain their energy. Teacher Qin Ming, Yao walked over with the classmates from her class. Their situation was relatively good. Although some girls in the class had minor injuries, they had already recovered completely under Su Wanqing's treatment. Joy was reflected on every girl's face after the successful challenge of the dungeon, especially Yi Bingbing. She looked at Hao Chen's face and revealed a faint smile, her tone becoming much softer. You did well this time, at least you saved everyone. You're a qualified husband. After Yi Bingbing finished speaking, she shyly turned her head to the side, as if trying to show a demeanor of indifference. Upon hearing this, Hao Chen teased, "Oh, the proud school beauty, Yi Bingbing has acknowledged me as her husband. Then I'll definitely cherish you like having a few chubby kids." Upon hearing this, the blush on Yi Bingbing's face deepened. Who wants to give you so many chubby kids? If I have too many, how could I handle it? I can only accept a pair of twins, nothing more. Humph, ungrateful, lustful fool, big pervert. Although Yi Bingbing said this, the smile at the corner of her mouth remained. At this time, Qin Ming Yao approached, looking at the scarred Hao Chen with worry. She reached out to touch Hao Chen's shoulder, where there was a clear scar. How did you get so many injuries? Be careful, really. Qin Ming Yao immediately turned to look at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, hurry over and help him with treatment. Injuries shouldn't be delayed. What if something happens? Hearing this, Su Wanqing rushed over in a hurry. She looked at Hao Chen, who had more scars than before, and felt a pang of heartache. Without any unnecessary words, she quickly used her healing talent, the green light in her palm, constantly caressing Hao Chen's wounds, and Hao Chen's pained expression gradually relaxed at that moment. Let's go back first. There are no monsters tonight. We should return and adjust well. Upon hearing Hao Chen's command, Qin Ming Yao nodded, placing her hand on her chest a bit shy as she said, "If you need it tonight, I can help you. I will keep my promise if you want." Seeing the shy appearance of the aloof teacher Qin Ming Yao, Hao Chen licked his dry lips. All done. Su Wanqing gently wiped the cold sweat from her brow and smiled softly. Your wounds have all been healed. You should be fine now. Hao Chen flexed his arms. The sharp, lingering pain had vanished, entirely replaced by fresh granulation tissue, slowly sealing the scars. Thank you, classmate. Su Wanqing. His bare upper torso, chiseled with 8 distinct abdominal muscles, stood exposed before the others. A faint blush rose to Su Wanqing's cheeks as she stammered, "Nothing. It's simply my duty. As the team's healer, tending to the wounded is my foremost responsibility. So long as you're well, that's all that matters. Hao Chen glanced at her affinity value, which had just risen from 84 to 90, and a quiet, knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. After days of relentless effort, the affinity values of Su Wanqing by Lu Qin Mingyao, Li Qinka, and Tang Kiki had all surpassed 90. All that remained was the right moment to activate the blessing of abundant offspring. Just then Qin Mingyao approached shyly, her violet silk stockings accentuating her slender thighs in radiant contrast. Her legs rubbed subtly together, her fingers twisted nervously in front of her. In the next instant, Qin Mingyao's gaze drifted toward the girls lying asleep on their beds. The 3-day dungeon has concluded. Tonight no rule-bound monsters will appear. You may rest deeply. But before you do, her words drew every student's attention instantly. Bai Lu sat upright on her bed, watching her teacher's flustered expression, and instinctively grasped the unspoken implication. As we discussed on our first day who would volunteer for Hao Chen's blessing of abundant offspring, Jiang Nan volunteered first, and granted the class its initial 10 protection value. Then came Luan Luan, followed by Zhou Xiaoxiao, and finally Yi Bingbing. Qin Mingyao faltered under the weight of their collective gaze, but pressed on. So, while this night remains open, does anyone else wish to join Hao Chen's blessing of abundant offspring? If not, before she could finish, a hand rose from the corner of the dormitory. Hao Chen turned his gaze toward it, only to find Bai Lu, the petite flat-chested classmate whose cheeks flushed crimson like a perfectly ripened apple the moment her hand lifted. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Bai Lu whispered, I wish to join Hao Chen, not only to aid him, but all of us. She paused, then lifted her chin, her eyes blazing with sudden resolute courage. Bai Lu, I'll join Hao Chen. I love him, and I want to bear him many strong, healthy sons. Her bold declaration left Hao Chen momentarily stunned, then quietly elated. Truly the epitome of grace and charm. I've captivated both maidens and mature women alike. How many millions of youths dream of such fortune? Hao Chen cleared his throat and replied calmly. Then Bai Lu, please come forward. Since your resolve is so firm, let us. Before he could finish, another hand rose. This time it was Tang Kiki, her face likewise suffused with rosy warmth, her youthful shyness speaking volumes. Like Bai Lu, I also wish to join Hao Chen, not only for the sake of our group, but for him and me. As dormitory leader, he has saved my life more than once, but it is his leadership that has kept us alive. As a girl, I cannot lift heavy burdens, or cook fine meals, or perform any of those countless practical tasks. So if I must contribute something meaningful, it will be with my... Tang Kiki paused, her gaze drifting downward toward her graceful figure. In the next breath, she slowly unzipped her school uniform. The deep cleavage revealed was undeniably alluring. With everything I am, I offer myself to Hao Chen, to do whatever lies within my power. Will you accept me, Hao Chen? Even the stern, serious version you know in class. I know you may hesitate. After all, I reported your missed assignments and absences to the teacher. I understand you might hold some resentment toward me. So I apologize, sincerely, and hope to earn your forgiveness through this offering. As she spoke, she lowered the zipper further, revealing smooth, luminous skin. Watching the two girls' fervent declarations, Hao Chen swallowed hard. Tonight it seemed would demand not only battle, but devotion. Exhausting. Perhaps. Exhilarating. Undeniably. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. Ahem. Know what I mean is I welcome all who come willingly. This is not coercion, it is choice. And I'd rather you chose freely than be persuaded. That way we both honor our dignity. Hearing his assent, Tang Kiki's lips curved into a tender smile. Shall we start shortly? Or now? Now. Hao Chen answered without hesitation. Then, it's already past midnight. Hao Chen stood tall, radiating quiet confidence. Sleep. What do young people need? We must strive ever upward. Diligence is our creed. Tang Kiki covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Funny, you never showed this kind of vigor in class. Fine then, I'm coming. The moment she spoke, she stepped toward Hao Chen, with Bai Lu following closely behind. Both girls wore serene, selfless smiles, ready to give themselves fully for Hao Chen and for all. At that very moment, Qin Mingyao raised her hand, not with girlish hesitation, but with poised maturity and quiet allure. I pledged to Hao Chen that after surviving these 3 blood moon nights, I would offer everything. Now is the hour to fulfill that vow. 3 young women now stood before Hao Chen. Qin Mingyao, Bai Lu, and Tang Kiki. All blushed with delicate, captivating warmth. All revealed their elegant, confident forms. Delicate collarbones and soft rose-tinted shoulders shimmered before Hao Chen's eyes, and that was only the beginning, for 2 of them now sat upon his bed. Yet tonight's gathering extended far beyond these 3. Jiang Nan burned with fiery passion, Lin Nuanyuan offered gentle, unwavering care. Yi Bingbing stood aloof and proud, Zhou Xiaoxiao, ever eager for gossip, watched with unrestrained curiosity. Their gazes converged upon Hao Chen's imposing presence. Their tongues flicked across dry lips. Yi Bingbing reached for a vial labeled Vigor of the Heroic Spirit, and another marked
breeze of springtime ardor. I prepared these in advance. Hao Chen, drink this now. You'll need it. My reward mechanism is about to activate, and I won't hold back. Treat your vitality with reverence. A faint pink heart seemed to glow in Yi Bingbing's eyes. Her expression carried a hint of obsessive devotion, her fingertip tracing slowly along her lower lip. Zhou Xiaoxiao uncorked the vial first, and took a small sip. One sip alone ignited a fierce heat within her, arousing an exhilarating, almost electric thrill. This elixir lives up to its legend. Hao Chen, I believe I can last 2 full hours tonight. Give it your all. Don't hold back for me. Qin Mingyao drank hers too, and felt her body burn hotter, restless with rising desire. In the next instant her gaze softened with unmistakable longing. Though I've never experienced it myself, I've studied it well enough. Let me test whether your physique truly rivals those of Western male models. With that she pushed Hao Chen onto the bed, and sealed his neck with a moist, fragrant kiss. From Hao Chen's perspective, 7 girls gazed back at him, eyes hazy with enchantment, each having drained her vial to the last drop. Not a single drop remained. On Hao Chen's bed, several stunning beauties could be seen, their youthful fragrance wafting through the air. They were breathing, evenly lost in deep slumber. After nearly 4 hours of activity the previous night, supplemented by the potion's effects, they only managed to fall asleep around 6 a.m. The commotion was significant, causing some of the girls who hadn't yet fallen asleep to turn over and listen intently. It seemed as if they were engaged in a slow-motion performance with their right and left hands. As for what kind of movement it was, one could ask the mining ancestor Lichinka. The time was now noon. Everyone in the dormitory was still asleep. After all, the recent blood moon had worn them out. With a rare opportunity to rest, they certainly wouldn't miss it. At this moment, Hao Chen sat up in bed. His face showed no signs of fatigue, but rather a hint of satisfaction and contentment as he recalled the fierce fighting spirit they displayed the night before. The first to collapse was Zhou Xiaoxiao, while the last was the most mature and charming teacher, Qin Mingyao. Her fighting prowess was akin to that of a super scion, standing firm and unyielding, which was most troubling for Hao Chen. However, there was good news. Bai Lu successfully conceived last night, granting the team an additional 10 points of protection value and a moderate boost. But there was also bad news. Both Qin Mingyao and Tang Kiki did not conceive, so they would need to put in more effort in the future. While everyone was still asleep, Hao Chen got dressed and stepped into the hallway, basking in the midday sun. Right, the system's rewards should have arrived. Let me check what they are. Random skill book X30, silver weapon, military hand axe, silver weapon anesthetic, mace, 5 pounds of cotton, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of mineral water, 5 pieces of complete fabric, 1 box of wine. Seeing the supplies in the system's inventory, a faint smile appeared on Hao Chen's lips. Skill books. And there are 3 of them. Quite interesting. However, what piques my interest more are the weapons and food. The 2 silver weapons will enhance my attack power, and these food supplies are quite abundant, which will help replenish my energy from the past few days. After saying this, Hao Chen took out 1 random skill book. After all this time here, I have yet to hear of a skill book. I wonder what this random skill book will provide. Hao Chen noticed a small glowing point in the center of the skill book and curiously clicked on it. Before long, the skill book was fully activated, and the obtained skill appeared on the system's panel. Skill book B-Class, Flame Common Fire. Effect: holding the skill book allows one to unleash the power of common fire. Effect carries burning damage and has a substantial destructive power against low-level ordinary rule-based monsters. Note: each time a fire is unleashed, it consumes 5 points of mental energy. Hosts should pay attention to the depletion of the blue bar. After reading the skill book's introduction, a flush appeared on Hao Chen's face. After all, this skill book offers not just damage, but also elements. Previously, I had to rely on weapons to kill rule-based monsters, but now with this skill book, it will be more convenient and provide additional self-defense capabilities. Suddenly, Hao Chen thought of an even greater advantage. If I can acquire more attack-type skill books in the future, wouldn't that solve the issue of my innate skills lacking offensive capabilities? At that time, having a skill book for everyone would not only allow them to attack monsters, but also protect themselves, truly a win-win situation. What a good thing. Hao Chen then put the skill book away and opened the remaining 2. B-Class, Thunder Common, Thunder. B-Class, Wind, Field, Wind Spirit. One is an attack type, the other is a control type. Overall, these 3 skill books provide decent benefits, at least increasing the team's offensive and control gains. Having completed this, it was time for the daily blind box opening. In yesterday's entries, Hao Chen ultimately chose to return blood for blood. After all, the team needed more attack power, while weaknesses could be addressed by Qin Yufei, who could identify the enemy's weaknesses and inform the team. As for disarming, he had tried that last night with low chances of success. If not for his good fortune, he might not have been able to defeat the enemy quickly. But what if he couldn't get it? Wouldn't that mean losing a skill entry? Thus, Hao Chen chose not to take risks, but instead opted for the entry skill that offered him the most benefit. He didn't want to gamble, much less lose a good entry. Today's entries have been drawn. Please sign for the host. Hao Chen scrolled down and instantly spotted that familiar and dazzling golden glow. Here it comes. It's here again. The third golden legend. I never expected that surviving great danger would bring great fortune. Let me see what the entry is. S-Class Entry Flower Transference. Effect: the host can transfer the physical perception of others to a specified item. Limitation: twice a day lasting 5 minutes. Flower Transference. I can transfer the physical perception of others to a specified item. What does that mean? Could it be? Hao Chen pondered, then stepped into the dormitory and approached Yi Bingbing's bed. At the head of the bed hung a small doll, which she had found during a search for supplies. It was a small comfort for herself and a companion in this harsh environment. Hao Chen picked up the doll and activated the flower transference entry, transferring Yi Bingbing's tactile perception to the doll. Looking at Yi Bingbing, who was asleep, Hao Chen gently squeezed the doll's arm. Almost simultaneously, Yi Bingbing frowned slightly, her arm instinctively retracting, as if sensing something unusual. She murmured in her sleep and rolled over, but did not wake up. Perception transfer. It really works. Hao Chen murmured to himself, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. If this ability is used in actual combat, it could yield unexpected results, such as disrupting the enemy's judgment or creating openings. He gently placed the doll back in its original position, and Yi Bingbing's brow relaxed, her breathing becoming steady once more. This flower transference is even more interesting than I imagined. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone gathered together enjoying today's lunch. A rosy hue and smiles appeared on each face. Especially the teacher Qin Mingyao by Lu and Tang Kiki, who had tasted sweetness the night before. They were sitting next to Hao Chen, their eyes filled with admiration and affection could no longer be concealed. As it stands, Hao Chen has already established a spiritual connection with 7 girls. His overall attributes have permanently increased to 70 points, far surpassing everyone present. Of course, the strongest would still be the viewers in front of the screen. Hao Chen's gaze suddenly turned to Yi Bingbing, who was sitting opposite him. She was casually eating beef balls, her legs crossed elegantly. Upon noticing Hao Chen's gaze on her, she shyly turned her head away, trying to maintain a hint of pride. From Yi Bingbing's eyes, a hint of anger could be seen. After all, she had been busy serving the teacher and by Lu last night and received little attention. Estimating that she might be sulking, it would be better to use this ability to help alleviate her dissatisfaction. Seeing her like this, Hao Chen gently reached into his pocket. The moment he touched the doll, Yi Bingbing's fair little face flushed instantly. She quickly squeezed her thighs together, her eyes flustered, then turned to glance around. But soon the intensity of the sensation increased, gradually targeting her weak points. "Ah!" Yi Bingbing suddenly exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand. What? What on earth? Why do I feel like someone is touching me?" After finishing the thought in her mind, Yi Bingbing squeezed her thighs even tighter. This strange feeling, what's going on? Could it be Hao Chen's doing? Yi Bingbing forcefully raised her head, looking at Hao Chen with a shy expression. A bit of drool appeared at the corner of her mouth as she breathed out heated breaths. Seeing her like this, Hao Chen finally withdrew his hand. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "Hao Chen." Yi Bingbing bit her lip, lightly, looking shyly at Hao Chen's proud face. "It was indeed you big pervert." What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately came over, looking curious. Yi Bingbing, however, sighed softly, turning her face aside, unwilling to say nothing. Just feeling a bit uncomfortable earlier. Hearing Yi Bingbing's reply, a hint of disappointment appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. "So that's how it is. I thought something interesting had happened." After teasing for a bit, Yi Bingbing continued to focus on her beef balls, but her gaze occasionally glanced at Hao Chen's actions, fearing he would reach into his pocket to do something indecent again. After half an hour of dining, all members gathered downstairs, armed and replenished. At this moment, only Hao Chen and Yi Bingbing were left in the dormitory. After the last person left, Yi Bingbing pouted and walked up to Hao Chen. She looked up at Hao Chen's jaw, annoyed, and said, "What did you just do to me? Why did you touch that strange place? With so many people around, I might get angry. How did you do that?" Facing her confusion, Hao Chen gently took out the doll from his pocket. He initially intended to put it back, but after thinking it through, it might still have some use, so he simply kept it. Looking at the bashful Yi Bingbing, Hao Chen explained honestly. "I didn't do anything, I just transferred all your sensory perceptions onto the doll, which is why you felt that way. Isn't this a consolation for you? I indeed didn't pay attention to you last night. It couldn't be helped, the teacher was too strong, and under the effects of the medicine, she became very fierce." Yi Bingbing exclaimed. "You." Yi Bingbing pointed at Hao Chen with her small finger, then bashfully snatched her doll back. "You pervert. Big pervert. Big weirdo. You actually used my doll to do such things, Hao Chen replied with a smile. "This was just to test the new skill I acquired today, and the practical effect is not bad." "What? Do you dislike it?" Hearing Hao Chen's words, Yi Bingbing lowered her head slightly and muttered, "Not really." "Then that's fine." Hao Chen spread his hands and gently held her small hand. "Alright, using your doll was indeed my fault, but it was also for testing. Don't be angry, be good, and I'll serve you more in the future." After speaking, Hao Chen gently patted her head. Yi Bingbing felt a bit of joy, but her face still held onto her pride. "I advise you to fulfill your promise. Then I might forgive you for now." Seeing the barely noticeable curve at the corner of Yi Bingbing's mouth, Hao Chen stopped saying more and held her hand down the stairs. On the way to the library, Hao Chen walked at the front of the group. Next to him was teacher Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao looked concerned at the large characters of the library in the distance, saying, "Just finished the Blood Moon dungeon, and are you in such a hurry to continue exploring? I think you should rest for a few more days, and then help me and Tang Kiki successfully conceive. That would give everyone an additional 20 points of protection value." As soon as Qin Mingyao finished speaking, her expression became even more colorful. The flush on her face, coupled with her licking her dry lips, indicated that she seemed to be reminiscing about the feelings of last night. As the saying goes, youth is reckless, mistaking a girl for a treasure. If anyone has the most experience and vitality, it must be the 26-year-old English teacher Qin Mingyao. The more one sees, unfortunately, there are no opportunities for practical experience. Oh, once one tastes the sweetness, it becomes irresistible. Ahem, don't worry, teacher. I Hao Chen am capable, and will certainly help you and the other students. But for now, let's explore other areas first. After all, survival and resource collection are our primary tasks, and secondly, helping everyone to have more children and blessings. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao shook her head violently, trying to shake off those filthy thoughts. "Yes. I was too impatient, I'm sorry, it's just that I can't get over the feelings from last night." After finishing, Qin Mingyao shyly lowered her head. In this moment, Qin Mingyao was like a shy girl, not sensing any coldness around her. After advancing, they had arrived at the library. From a close view, the library was magnificent and vast, with an extraordinarily luxurious exterior. But before them lay a problem. The library's main door was locked. Seeing it locked, Hao Chen remained unfazed, though after all he was quite skilled at lockpicking. "Skill lockmaster," Hao Chen softly murmured, and the iron chains immediately loosened. Click! With Hao Chen's push, the library's main door opened at that moment. The sunlight outside illuminated the dim library inside. Every bookshelf was filled with neatly arranged books, and the circular corridor connected 7 floors. In the center of this library there was a throne. And on that throne sat a lovely girl wearing half-frame glasses. She was surrounded by black mist. The girl slowly opened her eyes, her blood-red gaze looking disdainfully at Hao Chen before her. "A group of small fish, how dare you come here without permission? Don't you know what the punishment is for entering the library unauthorized?" As soon as the girl finished speaking, she looked at Hao Chen with a wicked smile. "That is to become my nourishment. As long as I devour you and digest, I will become stronger." After she finished speaking, she greedily licked her lips. Hao Chen noticed that the rule-based monster before him had some human-like blood color and was dressed adorably. At the same time, he noticed several books glowing faintly placed on the bookshelf behind her. Skill books. At first glance, Hao Chen recognized the books displayed on the shelf. After all, only skill books emit such faint light. If he wanted to obtain them, he would have to deal with the girl before him. However, instead of fighting, Hao Chen thought of a more effective solution. He turned to look at the doll held by Yi Bingbing. He raised his palm, beckoning with his fingers. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Did you hear me? What I said?" The girl rose from the throne. Barely 1.5 meters tall, her twin tails bobbed as she stood, and the prominence of a cup at her chest seemed incongruous. "Could it be that I frightened you? What a bunch of worthless scraps. Especially that lone boy leading all these girls. Amusing indeed. Still, I thank you for bringing them here." My stomach had nearly fainted from hunger. In the next instant, several books materialized behind the girl. As pages fluttered and halos of red, blue, and purple shimmered, several currents of elemental power manifested. "This entire library answers to me. Skill books abound here, but can you actually take them away?" She laughed with a wicked gleam. And then, a strange sensation washed over her. "Ah, ha." She suddenly clamped her legs together, staring down at her lower body in surprise. What is happening?" Before she could fully register it, the fabric against her skin shifted, as if someone were touching her from within. No, this cannot." Her body went slack, and she sank back onto the throne. Her cheeks burned, and small tears welled at the corners of her eyes. While she stared bewildered, her hands and feet involuntarily splayed open. It felt as if some invisible hand were manipulating her. I cannot move. What is this? What have you done to me?" She tried to struggle several times, but every effort proved futile. Below, Hao Chen let out a triumphant laugh, his fingers dancing within his pocket, as if performing some private trick. Yi Bingbing stood behind him watching his actions, and the girl on the throne, a faint flush colored her face. After all, she had felt this very sensation before. What is wrong with her? Why is she motionless and panting like that? Zhou Xiaoxiao scratched her head in puzzlement, and stepped forward cautiously. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Me? Doing mischief. You lot are the ones. How dare you touch me in such a sacred place? Her voice shifted into a coquettish note. Seeing her like that, Hao Chen smiled with self-satisfaction. So you intend to eat us? Eat. I will devour you all, and use your bones to build with. A pack of worthless scraps dare treat me this way. Just wait. Oh, you tell me to wait. Hao Chen's fingers resumed their furtive motions in his pocket. Ah, no don't. Hearing her please, Hao Chen stepped closer. Still waiting. The girl slowly lifted her head, her blush like a flush of evening clouds. I will not fall easily to human hands. Hao Chen stood before her, and when stubbornness still glinted in her eyes, he sighed softly. He withdrew a doll from his pocket, and brought his palm down hard upon the doll's backside. The impact dented the fabric of the toy. Oh! A tingling cry escaped the girl on the throne. Hao Chen had expected pain to elicit pleading, but the expression that crossed her face was not anguish so much as relish. Yes, like that, harder. Surprised, Hao Chen glanced at the limp girl sprawled across the throne. My word, she's an M. Then I must properly teach her a lesson. Hao Chen cleared his throat, and said, you want, then give me a skill book. At the mention of skill books, the girl's head jerked, and she glared viciously at Hao Chen. Don't get greedy, human. Weika will surely kill you. Hao Chen frowned, and struck the doll again. Still crying out. Oh. Pain flashed across Weika's face, yet the blush only deepened into something intoxicating. The spectators in the hall gaped in astonishment. They had expected a ferocious rule-bound monster, but Hao Chen had turned her into this. More surprising still, the creature displayed a masochistic disposition. Hao Chen continued to strike the doll, producing a mingled cry of pleasure and pain from Weika. After the ordeal, she lay exhausted on the throne, panting and immobilized. The control effect then faded. How did that feel, Weika? Hao Chen folded his arms across his chest, looking down with contempt at the once surrogate twin-tailed imp. It felt good. Quite pleasant. I did not expect you foul human to be so capable. Would you want it again? Without hesitation she replied, I do. Hao Chen said, very well, that shows discernment. Then give me 2 skill books, and I will aid you whenever you wish. Straining, Weika forced herself upright. With a flick of her small hand, 2 faintly glowing skill books slid from the shelf into Hao Chen's palm. These are 2 skill books. The skills drawn are random, I cannot guarantee. Hao Chen shook his head lightly, and tossed the books to the ground. Random is not what I want. Do you have any superior skill books? Weika paused, then turned her head with a mechanic. There are such books, but I cannot give them to you. Oh. Hao Chen frowned, and pressed on why. As the library steward, do you not have the authority? Or do you wish for me to mete out a sterner lesson? Watching the way Hao Chen toyed with his palm, desire gleamed in her eyes. It is not that. I have the right to grant them, but, if the principal finds out, I will be punished. The principal has not fully awakened. The advanced skill tomes are his private possessions. Hao Chen remembered how the cook had been mentioned when he had earlier dealt with the kitchen. The principal, the strongest figure in this school, is still not awake. If he were to awaken and discover the cook missing and the monster slain, would he not strike, without mercy? Hao Chen pondered briefly, and then fixed Weika with his gaze. I will ask you plainly, would you prefer to suffer the principal's punishment and be erased, or to enjoy permanent pleasure and endless tutelage? Weika's eyes sharpened. She rose to face him. So the human's meaning is, let me assist you, then kill the Hao Chen replied only with a nod. Weika placed her hands over her chest, and with a hint of disdain asked, what benefit would that bring me? My true aim is to devour you and absorb your life essence to become mighty. Killing the principal would sever my means of retreat. I will give you 2 choices, either I kill you with my own hand, or you follow me. I will lead you to prey upon other humans, satisfying your appetite, while allowing you to savor my tutelage along the way. Which do you choose? Hao Chen snapped his fingers. In an instant the teacher's oppressive aura unfurled, and the assassin's edge revealed itself behind Weika. At that moment Qin Yufei altered Hao Chen's attack power. Hao Chen activated the blood demon, and the blood force. Under the weight of vastly increased might, and the onslaught of the others, sweat beaded on Weika's brow. Under the immense attack power, and the siege of the crowd, cold sweat trickled down Weika's forehead. She glanced at the faint glimmer behind her, and then at the blood-soaked man before her. Finally she lowered her head, and whispered, I choose the second one. Hao Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Weika lifted her head, her face already flushed to her ears. I said, I choose the second one. He'll follow you. Eat other humans. Enjoy your. She couldn't finish her sentence and buried her face in her knees. Hao Chen chuckled, putting away all his words as he walked towards her. He reached out and gently patted her head. It seems you have a good eye. Don't worry, when we get further along, I'll make sure you have your fill. Weika was taken aback, feeling the warmth radiating from above her head. This was the first time she had been treated like this. As a rule-based monster in this world, their essential purpose was to devour humans and transform them into nourishment to enhance their own strength. At this moment Weika looked at Hao Chen with a slightly flushed face. She softly said, can you be a bit more forceful? Listening to her request, Hao Chen pointed to the grand library behind them. Of course, but you must first give me what I want, and we need to establish some rules between us so both of us benefit. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light shone in Wei Kes's eyes. All right.
As long as you can defeat the principal and prevent me from being punished, after all the principal is the strongest figure in this school. Wei could not finish her sentence and waved her hand. Immediately a skill book emitting a faint glow floated before her. This skill book is called Contract. It can bind with others and is the best choice for ensuring our agreement. My contract requires that I not be killed by the principal, follow you, devour other humans, and evolve myself. Of course, as the other party, you must also guarantee that if the other party breaches the contract, they will turn to ashes. After Wei Ke finished speaking, her eyes narrowed slightly, and at that moment Hao Chen also voiced his guarantee. A gentleman's word is harder to chase than a team of horses. After he finished speaking, the skill book emitted several particles of light and disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, Hao Chen's system panel popped up at that moment. Contract buff activated, successfully completed a contract with a rule-based monster, gained a ghost pet. So now can my request be fulfilled? Take out all the skill books in the library. Only when we are strong enough can you avoid being killed by the principal. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Wei Ke nodded, and then placed her hands in front of her chest. Her twin tails fluttered behind her at that moment. Just then, within the grand library, countless books, shimmering with faint light, began to float towards them. In the blink of an eye, numerous skill books gradually circled around them, tightly surrounding them. Seeing this scene, Hao Chen's smile almost reached his ears. It is known that the rewards from completing a dungeon are merely 3 random skill books. And now, having successfully contracted with the librarian Wei Ke from the library, he gained the opportunity to choose any skill book. Moreover, there are even higher-level skill books. Wow! Zhou Xiaoxiao turned around, looking at the circulating skill books around her. So many skill books. This will truly resolve the dilemma of lacking offensive talent. Moreover, it can also provide protective capabilities for those classmates without awakened talents. As soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she hugged Hao Chen's arm. She gazed adoringly at the side of Hao Chen's face. As expected of you, our combat power has greatly improved. To reward you tonight, I'll give you a little more. I'll drink the remaining potions, and however much you want I'll give you. Zhou Xiaoxiao said, revealing a charming smile. Now having skill books is correct, but how to choose is still a matter. Meanwhile, Wei Ke gently said, you don't need to worry. As the librarian, I have my own ways to resolve this. Each person now has a random skill book before them with random levels and skills. It depends on whether you can draw something good. Just one. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately complained. As a librarian, is there only this many skill books? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's complaint, Wei Ke's expression returned to indifference. There are only this many with random attributes in the library, just enough for everyone to have one. If you don't want it, it can go to others. No, I want it, I can be flexible. After hearing the warning, Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately backed down, tightly hugging the skill book floating before her, smiling widely. Once everyone had a skill book in hand, they began to draw skills. But strangely, there was not a single book before Hao Chen. Small fish, follow me. In the hall, most of them are low quality. You said you want high quality books, but high quality ones won't appear here. Wei Ke's tone towards Hao Chen was much friendlier, and even a hint of affection appeared on her face. Library office. Wei Ke approached a wall, gently touching the stone wall before her. Immediately the stone wall seemed to respond, and opened automatically. Behind the stone wall was a hidden space. Inside was a circular bookshelf, not only tall, but also large. As soon as the two stepped inside, the surrounding candles gradually lit up. This is the principal's exclusive place. The skill books are classified into levels S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Different levels of skill books consume different amounts of mental energy. Since you want high-level skill books, you must pay the price of consuming more mental energy than ordinary people. Wei Ke waved her small hand, and 3 skill books radiating strong light floated before Hao Chen's eyes. These 3 are level skill books. Take a look and see if there's anything you want. Hao Chen took a quick glance. A level soul slash effect doubles damage to rule-based monsters, can instantaneously kill elite monsters, cost uses 50 mental energy per use. A level thunderfire effect contains the power of thunder within the flames, causing extra immense damage from dual destructive elements. Cost uses 50 mental energy per use. However, the third book caught Hao Chen's attention. The third book is quite interesting. A level golden kidney, everlasting effect. Want them to remember you? Or do you want them to experience the masculine charm of a man? This book is your best choice. Cost increases hunger value. With Wei Ke, I don't have to worry about skill books and life-saving methods, but I didn't expect the principal to have such types of books. It seems he must be weak or his bones can't handle the strain. Hao Chen gently coughed, and then said, so can I come to you every day to get them? Wei Ke slowly shook her head. As I mentioned earlier, this is the principal's exclusive place. With my authority, I can only give you 3 books each week. I'm sorry, but that's all I can do for you. Hao Chen stored all 3 skill books in his system backpack and smiled. It's okay, you've done well enough. Of course, I'll also fulfill my promise. After Hao Chen's words fell, he moved closer. Seeing this, Wei Ke couldn't help but grip the edge of her skirt tightly. Master Hao Chen, please treat me violently. Hao Chen sat leisurely in his office chair, utterly unruffled.
as if facing no crisis at all. Meanwhile, Wei Ku, a rule-bound entity, slumped limply on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed faintly, as though still savoring the memory of her recent reprimand. Hao Chen glanced up at the office clock. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's agenda extended beyond merely exploring the library. It also included scavenging wooden beds from Chun Feng and his group. After all, upgrading the wooden beds remained an urgent task. Even with skill manuals in hand, low spiritual stamina severely limited their usage frequency. Thus, bed upgrades and expanding progeny were now top priorities. By the way, I forgot to ask you one thing: where in this school is the richest source of resources? I need large quantities of wooden planks and rusted iron nails. Wei Ku gently raised her index finger, her gaze hazy, lips twitching faintly. Wooden planks and rusted iron nails are mostly stored in the dormitory buildings. There are 3 on campus: male, female, and faculty dorms. Hao Chen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing her reply. So 2 dormitory buildings remain unsearched. The remaining materials then need not be a concern. Hao Chen cleared his throat twice before rising to his feet. All right, I understand. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. Thank you for the 3 skill manuals. I'll take my leave now. As Hao Chen turned to depart, Wei Ku immediately sat upright on the sofa. Her crimson eyes held a lingering, reluctant glint. Hao Chen, if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me. Oh, and next week I'll provide you with 3 more skill manuals. Just come to the library. Hao Chen glanced back calmly and replied, agreed. But one question remains: how exactly will you escape this accursed place with me? Eliminating the principal and the school's founder will break the seal. Wei Ku blurted out urgently. So our pact is far more consequential than you imagine. Indeed. As the librarian of this archive, Wei Ku was bound by restrictions, confined solely within the school grounds, unable to step beyond its walls. Years of isolation had grown suffocating. Worse still, she could neither consume humans nor evolve. Now, having forged an alliance with him, she bore a capital offense upon her soul. To escape this prison, to feast upon humanity and claim unique punishments, Hao Chen was her sole, irreplaceable choice. I understand your intent. So long as you continue supplying skill manuals, I shall not disappoint your expectations. With those words, Hao Chen strode out of the room. After half an hour of testing and instruction, all 36 girls in the class now each possessed a skill manual, and had successfully mastered its core principles. Yi Bingbing acquired the ice elemental skill Frostbind, capable of temporarily freezing incoming rule-bound entities. Zhang Yaya obtained titanic strength, enabling her to lift objects twice her own weight, and significantly enhancing her raw physical power. Su Wanqing's path proved even smoother. Her innate talent was healing, and the skill manual she drew aligned perfectly with that domain. The manual's restorative art fused with her natural gift was nothing short of synergistic. Watching their radiant, exhilarated faces, Hao Chen felt genuine warmth bloom within him. Their next destination would be Chun Feng's encampment, a prime opportunity to dismantle or repurpose their wooden beds. Moreover, 2 dormitory buildings remained unexplored. Once those zones were fully scoured, every student's wooden bed should reach level 3. We've arrived. Hao Chen pushed open the door of the abandoned classroom, and found 12 wooden beds arranged neatly inside. The interior was immaculate. Beside each bed lay folded clothing, and beneath every frame rested a small chest containing daily provisions. Among them were compressed biscuits, soda water, and military-grade tins. A pity, Hao Chen murmured, shaking his head lightly. Supplies are scarce. I'd assumed in strength combat aptitude wielder would dominate other survivors, plundering abundant resources from them. Yet these individuals proved utterly unremarkable. No matter. Less is never unwelcome. More is always better. Hao Chen turned toward the eager young women behind him. Zhang Yaya, let's begin. Deploy your team to dismantle all 12 beds here. Convert every plank into raw material, and collect all window and door fabrics. They'll prove invaluable later for crafting pillows or quilts. Understood, Hao Chen. Zhang Yaya smiled faintly, then withdrew a rudimentary stone hammer from her system inventory. With bold confidence, she declared, "Sisters, commence work." Instantly, dozens of female classmates produced stone hammers and began striking the wooden frames. Lin Nuanyuan, the class's cultural committee representative, joined Jiang Nan and Zhou Xiaoxiao in removing curtains from windows and doors. Defensive duties fell to Qin Yufei and Tan Mengyao. They stood guard outside, vigilant against any latent threat. Hao Chen felt confident in their current arrangement. Gazing into his system inventory, where 90 crystalline shards gleamed, he contemplated his next move. On our return route, we'll stop by the store, purchase essential supplies to refine our present living conditions. Hao Chen lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon. Food is secured. Water scarcity has been resolved. Now improving our environment and expanding our lineage must follow. Teacher Tan Mengyao and class committee member Tang Kiki remain unassigned. And Teacher Tan's combat prowess is truly formidable. No doubt her allure has long stirred my anticipation.
Hao Chen's eyes drifted toward Tan Mingyao, who stood quietly in the corridor. She too was watching him. Their gazes met, and an invisible electric resonance shimmered between them. Tan Mingyao flushed instantly, and swiftly averted her eyes. While lost in reverie, Hao Chen gently tapped her shoulder. Tan Mingyao flinched faintly, then turned to face him. "What is it, Hao Chen?" He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Teacher, I'll assist you tonight. To ensure both you and committee member Tang conceive swiftly, I intend to stay awake all night." Tan Mingyao's ears burned crimson upon hearing his hushed words. "All night, until dawn. It will be exhausting, but somehow, it sounds rather splendid." Tan Mingyao nodded, her cheeks glowing like sunset clouds. Gazing upon Tan Mingyao, tall, voluptuous, and exuding mature grace, Hao Chen felt a quiet surge of accomplishment. No one foresaw this transformation, yet I alone rose above expectation from aloof instructor to Eveready companion. A most satisfying evolution. Administrative building conference office, 4 figures sat motionless in the office chairs. An aura of death clung thickly around them. One of the rule-bound entities slowly opened its eyes. Within its clouded pupils flickered a cold, predatory malice. The principal stirs, awakening soon. The scent of survivors offers perfect sustenance to restore his strength upon ascension. The essentials have all been purchased so everyone can use them when they take a shower later. This time we bought 2 bottles each of shower gel and shampoo along with some innerwear that you all picked according to your sizes. You can come and claim your bras and panties. A swarm of girls rushed over to Hao Chen eagerly, claiming the innerwear they had carefully chosen. Yi Bingbing picked up a blue bra and matching panties, the blue and white stripes on the panties exuding a vibrant energy. Qin Mingyao held a purple and elegant piece of innerwear, comparing it to her own body as she opened the package. Not bad, just the right size. Finally, I have something to wear underneath, no more feeling chilly. Lin Wan had a pink set with a little white rabbit pattern. You all can go take a shower now, and then we can prepare dinner. We can relax after eating. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Zhang Yaya and the others raised their hands. Their faces were flushed with joy. Let's go, time for a shower. Finally, we have shampoo and shower gel. I want to smell nice, so Hao Chen will have to pamper me. Zhou Xiaoxiao narcissistically hugged herself, twisting and turning her flushed face, and the indescribable scenes in her mind, making her feel quite restless. While everyone headed for the shower, Hao Chen took a look at the materials he had collected. Upgrading to a level 4 wooden bed requires a crystal and 2 energy templates. It seems the materials for this level 4 wooden bed are quite special. There are no energy templates for sale in the mysterious shop. Where should I get them? Never mind, since the level 4 wooden bed doesn't require wooden boards or iron nails, I'll upgrade the level 3 wooden beds for the 5 classmates first, Hao Chen said as he began upgrading the wooden beds with the materials he had. The classmates chosen for the upgrade were Qin Mingyao Jiang, Nanqin Yufei, Su Wanqing, and Zhou Xiao. After all, these few had played significant roles during the Blood Moon event a few days ago, so based on their merits they were prioritized for the upgrade. But still, as long as the materials are sufficient, Hao Chen wouldn't show favoritism. After a round of operations, Hao Chen straightened his back. Done. Now the protection value of the 5 wooden beds has reached 350. Plus, with 5 offspring on the way, the protection value of the level 3 wooden beds has all risen to 400, which is quite good. Hao Chen said, hands on his hips, looking at the sense of achievement he had gained step by step. At that moment, a strange fragrance drifted into his nose. Upon catching a whiff of this aroma, Hao Chen nearly drooled. It smells so good. Who made this? Hao Chen followed the scent to the usual cooking area. When he saw who was cooking, he felt a bit surprised. Zheng Jie. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jie turned to look at Hao Chen. She was startled at first when she heard her name, and her face began to blush slightly. She waved her hands, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Zheng Jie was the shyest girl in the class, quite socially anxious, rarely spoke, and had a low presence in the class. Seeing her flustered expression, Hao Chen smiled and said, "What's wrong? There's no need to be so nervous. I just smelled something delicious and wanted to see who was cooking tonight. I didn't expect it to be you. Your cooking skills are quite impressive." Hao Chen approached, and the fresh scent relaxed him completely. Just the aroma of the food made him feel invigorated. Zheng Jie lowered her head gently, then unfolded her system panel. "Hao Chen." Her voice was very soft. The crackling of the matchsticks nearly drowned out her words. "What did you say?" Zheng Jie slightly raised her head, her hands tightly clasped, as if gathering courage. "I awakened an rank culinary talent. Anyone who eats my cooking can recover from side effects, and no matter how tired they are, just a bite will energize them. While everyone is taking a shower, I thought I'd give it a try." Hearing Zheng Jie's shy and soft-spoken words, Hao Chen couldn't wait to pick up a ladle. "I didn't expect such a useful talent. Zheng Jie, your talent is quite remarkable." After hearing Hao Chen's compliment, a smile appeared on Zheng Jie's lips. However, when she saw Hao Chen scoop up a spoonful of broth, she quickly reached out to stop him. "Not yet. I haven't added salt, so it might not be flavorful enough." Zheng Jie grabbed Hao Chen's arm, but when her skin touched his, she quickly withdrew her hand. Sorry. I didn't mean to, I just wanted to remind you. As she spoke, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. It's fine. Since it's culinary talent, I'm sure you possess the skills of a culinary master. I'm willing to taste it regardless of the seasoning, Hao Chen said, and as soon as he finished speaking, he brought the refreshing broth to his lips. As the broth lingered in his mouth, Hao Chen felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. The sweetness of the broth exploded on his taste buds in an instant. It stimulated every nerve center in his body. After swallowing the broth completely, it seemed that light shone in Hao Chen's eyes. Too delicious. I can completely feel my fatigue from earlier dissipating in an instant. Hao Chen checked his system panel at this moment. Food buff effect: enjoying the food grants a 10-point increase to all attributes for 3 minutes, and the side effects are gradually being cleared. As expected, no wonder I felt so refreshed. It turns out this broth really has the effect of clearing side effects. This talent is definitely a pre-battle preparation. Only by consuming the food made by Zheng Jie before a battle, and having Qin Yufei modify my values along with my battle tags and skill books, can I achieve the effect of taking down an elite monster with one strike. Hao Chen thought of this and felt a blush rise to his face. Let's see who dares to say that a guy can't survive long with a group of girls. Not only will I live long, but I will also live comfortably. Seeing Hao Chen's look of enjoyment, Zheng Jie felt a warmth in her heart. After all, having someone taste the delicious food she made brought her joy. Half an hour later, the girls in the class finished their showers. As soon as they entered the dormitory, the air was filled with the fragrance of jasmine and the lemon scent of the shower gel. In an instant, the dormitory, once filled with the smell of sweat, became so fragrant. Hao Chen took a deep breath, appearing to stabilize his energy, but in reality, he was savoring this long-lost little fragrance. As for what this little fragrance was, you all probably know by now. At that moment, teacher Qin Mingyao removed her bath towel in front of everyone. When her purple innerwear was revealed, her voluptuous figure and charm instantly made Hao Chen feel a surge of excitement. Hao Chen, so are we continuing tonight? Teacher can hardly wait. Qin Mingyao tossed her white bath towel onto her bed and stepped closer to Hao Chen. Teacher, didn't you say before that you should leave some face for others? You can't be so ostentatious, Zhou Xiaoxiao commented from the side. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly tossed off the bath towel wrapped around her and revealed her light blue innerwear. Qin Mingyao calmly replied, "That was for your sake. My skin is thick, so I naturally don't need to." Saying this, her still damp hair brushed against Hao Chen's chest. Seeing the predatory look on Qin Mingyio's face, Hao Chen naturally couldn't hold back. As expected of a mature woman, the mindset is completely different from those lowly girls that's been pinned up for so long it's time. Hao Chen took the initiative to connect his lips with hers. As the warm and moist sensations intertwined, both gradually entered a blissful state. Hao Chen felt a surge of heat, the fullness and energy from the food, making him feel like he could take on 10 opponents. He held up 3 fingers, "Bring in 3 more. Teacher, why are you in such a rush? More impatient than a monkey." Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in alarm upon witnessing their intimacy. She dashed forward without hesitation, vying for a place beside him. At the same time, Tang Kiki sprinted over as well. Her gaze locked onto Hao Chen, entangled with teacher on the bed. Yet the moment they collided, both erupted into frantic agitation. Zhou Xiaoxiao seemed to be asserting her claim. "Tang Kiki, last night you kept snatching my spot. Even though it was finally my turn, you still tried to seize more time. Tonight, I absolutely refuse to yield. Not even an inch." Tang Kiki instantly faced Zhou Xiaoxiao. They stood so close that their chests pressed tightly together. A vivid tableau of jealous rivalry. To outsiders, an overwhelming aura surged forth from both young women. "You're already pregnant, yet you still crave more. I advise you to lie quietly in bed. Tonight Hao Chen belongs solely to teacher and me." "Say that again, just once." Zhou Xiaoxiao thrust her cupped chest defiantly against Tang Kiki's. "Tang Kiki, I vowed to bear 100 robust sons for Hao Chen, and until that vow is fulfilled, I will never cease." "Zhou Xiaoxiao, don't presume you're the only one determined to fulfill that goal. After all, Hao Chen is the sole male among us. How could he possibly attend to all of us? Step back, if you know what's wise." Their eyes locked in fierce confrontation, sparking silent electric tension. Hao Chen lifted his head, gazing at the two standing side by side at the bedside, locked in silent battle. 1 or 2 more makes no difference. Come all of you. No sooner had Hao Chen spoken than he seized both their... Hao Chen, go easy. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Tang Kiki were effortlessly drawn onto the bed. Nguyen, seated at the headboard, watched the scene unfold and smiled knowingly. Seeing them vie for Hao Chen's affection, she knew, beyond doubt, that her judgment had never faltered. The man she had chosen was truly peerless. As night deepened, rule-bound monsters stirred anew. But this was no longer the past. Every student now slept on level 2 wooden beds, each wielding a skill manual. And Hao Chen himself mastered an offensive manual capable of dispatching elite or common monsters alike in the blink of an eye.
By this stage, nighttime offered untroubled indulgence in the blessings of abundant offspring talent. Bathed in moonlight, teacher Qin Mingyao's cheeks glowed like twilight clouds. Her breath came in rapid shallow gasps, her chest rising and falling with fervent rhythm. Beside her, Lin Nuanu and Tang Kiki and Zhou Xiaoxiao mirrored her state. Their eyes, fixed upon Hao Chen, shimmered with deeper adoration and reverence than ever before. And Hao Chen remained unshaken. After an hour of exertion, he felt not fatigue, but renewed vitality. You're all exhausted. How can we possibly continue? Hao Chen gazed helplessly at the four before him. Not yet. I can still go on. Zhou Xiaoxiao strained to lift herself, but her arms trembled and gave way. In the next instant, she collapsed face down onto the headboard. Tang Kiki, watching her crumple, panted, Conserve your strength. You've already failed after just a few rounds. Truly pathetic. And who are you to lecture me? You've tried countless times, and still haven't conceived. Is your constitution perhaps infertile? How tragic. Even utterly spent, their verbal sparring refused to cease. Tang Kiki sat up, then pressed her warm, damp lips to Hao Chen's in a passionate kiss. I still have strength, unlike you, of course. Hao Chen, we continue. Just as Hao Chen prepared to move, the dormitory door crashed open, violently kicked inward. 10 security guards stormed in, electric batons crackling in their hands. Seeing Hao Chen entwined with female students, their jaws clenched, veins bulging with fury. Such vile conduct is strictly forbidden on campus. Daring to interrupt my moment. Get out of my sight now. In that instant, Hao Chen turned, cold, imperious, and met their charge with a single searing glance. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Under the effect of a unique trait, the 10 guards froze mid-lunge, petrified. Simultaneously, a skill manual radiating dark, murderous intent materialized beside Hao Chen. Get out now. Hao Chen slashed downward, 6 spectral blades of the undead cleaving the air. The moment those blades struck the rule-bound monsters, their flesh blistered, not with fire, but with a searing, innate suppression. The undead slashes carved through their bodies in an instant. Within 1 second, all 10 guards were bisected at the waist. Faint wisps of black mist dissipated into the surrounding darkness. Mere grubs dare challenge me. I am no longer the man I once was. Having resolved the crisis, Hao Chen gently swept Tang Kiki's hair behind her ear. It's over. The danger has passed. Let us resume, freely without restraint. Watching Hao Chen dispatch the monsters with effortless grace, Tang Kiki's expression softened into awestruck devotion. Hao Chen, you're incredible. No longer Hao Chen, it should be husband. No sooner had the words left her lips than she pressed herself tightly against his chest. Ah, yes. You're absolutely amazing, husband Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao lounged backward, hands behind her head, mimicking Tang Kiki's tone with playful exaggeration. She even stuck out her tongue in a teasing grimace. Zhou Xiaoxiao, just wait till I teach you a lesson. Tang Kiki lunged beside her and slipped her hand beneath the covers. One moment Zhou Xiaoxiao had been smug. Then in the next, her cheeks flushed deeper than sunset crimson. Tang Kiki, stop right now. If you don't stop this instant, I'll make Hao Chen punish you properly. Tang Kiki, hearing the threat, didn't relent. She intensified her mischief. Let me teach you arrogance. Let me teach you arrogance. Ah! Zhou Xiaoxiao's cry echoed, while Zhang Yaya and Su Wanqing, resting nearby, stifled soft, amused laughter. Watching the lively commotion on Hao Chen's bed, Yi Bingbing's thighs rubbed together instinctively. A wave of heat surged through her, aching, restless, nostalgic. Then, without warning, her gaze drifted toward Hao Chen. Should I go to him, or hold back just a little longer? But seeing them enjoy themselves so thoroughly, I can barely contain myself. No. Yi Bingbing, cover your burning cheeks. How could such thoughts arise? Didn't I swear? Leap from this building rather than surrender myself to Hao Chen. Why has everything changed? Yi Bingbing's eyes returned to Hao Chen once more. Her heart raced as she took in his commanding presence, her impatience mounting. Just as she moved to rise from bed, a violent tremor shook the floor beneath her. Hao Chen, reclining and preparing for intimacy, felt the jolt immediately. What in the world? Is this an earthquake? Why did the dormitory shudder? Could it really be an earthquake? Should we take cover under the bed? And will the shelter barrier withstand fall? Startled by the tremor, every girl in class sat upright, faces etched with faint alarm. Hao Chen clenched his fist tightly. First security guards intruded, now this seismic disturbance. Let me see which coward dares sabotage my moment. All I seek is to comfort lonely girls. Surely that is no sin. Hao Chen had just arrived outside the corridor, looking down to find a figure standing in the open space outside the dormitory building. This figure was muscular and tall with prominent biceps, and the most striking feature was its well-defined chest muscles. This outfit, with a whistle around the neck, could it be a PE teacher? Hao Chen furrowed his brows, and before he could finish pondering the PE teacher, a monstrous figure slammed his hands onto the ground with great force. As he struck the ground again, the entire dormitory building shook.
It seems this rule-based monster possesses extraordinary strength. Quite interesting. Hao Chen gently turned his head to look at the frightened girls inside the dormitory. It looks like if I don't deal with it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Hao Chen immediately shouted into the dormitory. Qin Yufei, please modify my spiritual power, adjust it to the maximum amount you can. I wanted to know that disturbing our rest is a capital offense. Hearing this, Qin Yufei immediately summoned the system panel. Understood, just wait a moment for me. Her hands moved swiftly. With 70 points of spiritual power according to the limits I can modify, I can adjust Hao Chen's spiritual power to 200, adding a full 130 points of spiritual power. Although it's not much, it's enough, Qin Yufei said with a slight smile, clicking the confirmation button. Modification complete. Your spiritual power has been adjusted to 200. Hao Chen nodded lightly in response to Qin Yufei's report. Teacher Qin Ming, Yao Jiangnan, and Qin Yufei, you are responsible for watching over the dormitory. I will go eliminate this damned creature, it won't take long. With that, Hao Chen put his hands in his pockets. At that moment, many low-level wanderers appeared in the corridor. When they saw Hao Chen walking alone, they rushed toward. Meanwhile, Hao Chen lightly snapped his fingers. The skill books Soul Slash and Thunder Fire immediately materialized around him. Wrapped in the power of Thunder, the Soul Slash, which was most lethal against rule-based monsters, coalesced in Hao Chen's hands. Upon witnessing this scene, the low-level wanderers hurriedly fled as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. They thought they could easily devour the human before them, only to realize that merely releasing an aura was terrifying enough. If they didn't escape far enough, they would likely become souls in his hands. Watching the wanderers flee, Hao Chen could barely suppress a smile. Do you know what it means to have 30 years of ups and downs? If you let me grow, even I would be afraid of myself. Hao Chen had already reached the first floor. When he looked at the PE teacher, he noticed that the latter seemed to be waiting for him. Their gazes locked together in an instant. The PE teacher's veins bulged as he saw Hao Chen. Muttering indistinctly, he said, "Your life belongs to the principal." No sooner had he finished this sentence than he charged over at incredible speed. This speed even turned his stationary figure into an afterimage. Quite interesting, Hao Chen watched the PE teacher rush towards him and shouted, "Running so fast, aren't you tired?" Under the influence of the roar skill, the PE teacher's limbs immediately stiffened. "Coming to disturb my rest at night, don't you even consider what kind of goods you are?" Hao Chen then swung the Soul Slash in his hand. When the 6 blades of energy struck the PE teacher, they did not immediately disintegrate his body. Seeing this, Hao Chen raised an eyebrow. As expected of a PE teacher so tough that he can withstand an A-level skill book? Given the toughness of his physique, he must be a character above an elite monster, but below a boss. However, you chose the wrong opponent. Hao Chen's words just fell, and several balls of thunder fire rapidly formed around him. Having left the wooden bed, the rule-based monsters sensed Hao Chen's presence and rushed over to this spot. A gatekeeper monster wielding a baton was about to sneak attack Hao Chen from behind. However, Hao Chen turned back, coldly, his eyes radiating killing intent, causing the gatekeeper monster to retreat. It wasn't Blood Moon, their health and defense weren't boosted, and if they disturbed Hao Chen now, they would likely be obliterated. The encircling rule-based monsters could only stand there in shock. Although they wanted to devour him, they couldn't overpower Hao Chen and could only hope that the PE teacher would defeat him and then share the spoils. The roar skill had now ended, and as the PE teacher regained mobility, he was met with several balls of thunder fire. He raised his arms attempting to withstand this attack. However, the elemental damage from the thunder fireballs still caused him to suffer. The numbing sensation from the thunder made his hands gradually lose feeling while the flames continuously burned his skin. Seeing that the opponent was still defending, Hao Chen again unleashed the Soul Slash. In an instant, dark, slashing energy surged like a tide. This time, the muscular PE teacher finally knelt on both knees. But he did not die immediately. You can still stand up. This rule-based monster is somewhat interesting. It could withstand 2 Soul Slashes and 1 Thunder Fire. Its physical strength is indeed impressive, but I have no intention of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Hao Chen immediately shouted to the dormitory building. "Yi Bing Bing, refresh." Hearing Hao Chen's call, Yi Bing Bing, who had been lying on the bed, immediately used her talent skill without hesitating. This time Yi Bing Bing did not hesitate, but chose to act directly. After all, they were still in the dormitory and had no idea about Hao Chen's situation. If something happened to him, who would she seek for happiness later? Seeing the skill refresh, Hao Chen smiled slightly. Blood Demon. Blood for blood. Roar. All 3 skills activated. Instantly, blood energy surged from Hao Chen's body. As he bit into his arm, he enhanced his attack power. He turned to look at the rule-based monsters watching the show behind him. Just in time. I was worried about not having anything to stack. None of you are allowed to escape. The rule-based monsters watching the scene immediately tried to flee as Hao Chen prepared to unleash a massacre, but they were frozen in place by the roar skill. In Hao Chen's hand was a military axe, its sharp blade gleaming with silvery light under the moon's illumination.
With astonishing speed, Hao Chen struck down one after another, becoming a one-man axe gang. Those rule-based monsters hiding in the distance could only watch helplessly as their kind were slaughtered one by. In just 2 seconds, around 20 rule-based monsters were instantly killed by Hao Chen. You wanted to watch the show, now you can die. Hao Chen turned to the kneeling PE teacher, who seemed to be recovering, his energy shimmering with a faint glow. At present, all 3 attributes are over 100. Dealing with you is as easy as crushing an ant. Seeing that the opponent was still recovering, Hao Chen dashed forward at incredible speed. His red eyes shone in the darkness like a killer. In an instant, the muscular PE teacher was completely cut down by the military axe. His health had long been depleted from the earlier battle, and in his current state, it was his passive skill. Given enough time, he would resurrect in flames. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Hao Chen's strength. As the PE teacher's body dissipated in black smoke, it vanished without a trace. Accompanying this were the 20 mysterious crystals on the ground and 2 energy templates. When Hao Chen saw the energy templates, his eyes lit up. This is the energy template needed to upgrade to a level 4 wooden bed. It seems I still need to put in more effort. After killing the PE teacher last night, the female classmates in the class had already fallen into a deep sleep, and the systematic monsters that appeared last night had also been mostly cleared away, allowing for a good night's rest. Hao Chen suddenly turned to look at the 6 beautiful girls lying on his bed. Yi Bingbing, Qin Mingyao Jiang, Nen Lin Nuanyuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Tang Kiki. Their sleeping expressions were exceptionally blissful and adorable. I didn't expect that after a night of effort, Qin Mingyao and Tang Kiki still haven't gotten pregnant. Meanwhile, Lin Nuanyuan has succeeded several times. It seems this is mostly a matter of constitution. Their happiness is my responsibility, though I will definitely make sure they get what they desire. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind Hao Chen. Wake up! What are you doing here? Hao Chen showed a smile as he began to examine the girl in front of him, wearing half-rim glasses and sporting twin black ponytails. What stood out even more was her cup chest, and those meaty legs appeared exceptionally plump under the tension of black and white stockings. It's nothing really. Weika scratched her little face and then gently stepped closer to Hao Chen. I just wanted to ask if you could punish me again. You came to find me just for this. Weika, with your cuteness, how can you be such a Week's little face quickly turned red upon hearing this. What's wrong? Is it not normal to have a little special kink? After all, I am a systematic monster and can devour you at any time. Weika put on a fierce expression, but to Hao Chen it appeared adorably silly. Alright, no more jokes. I actually have something I want to ask you. Go ahead, stinky human. As a librarian, I will do my best to tell you. Hao Chen turned his gaze forward and calmly said, Last night, I encountered a systematic monster. It was physically strong, terrifyingly powerful, and it was the PE teacher. Fortunately. The PE teacher? You mean the physically strong PE teacher? A look of disbelief appeared on Week's face. Yes, what's wrong? Hao Chen frowned as he noticed her dazed expression. The PE teacher is one of the principal's 4 henchmen. It seems the principal will awaken soon. What do you mean by that? Hao Chen placed his hands over his chest, listening intently to her explanation. The principal's 4 henchmen include the PE teacher, the head of instruction, the school doctor, and the security captain. Their strengths are all at the small boss level. Thankfully, you faced the PE teacher. If it were the head of instruction, that would be trouble. The PE teacher is relatively heavy and can be defeated with pulling, but the head of instruction is no ordinary foe. Its abilities are the most outstanding among the 4, and it is also one of the principal's most trusted subordinates. Hao Chen raised his question. Then what are its abilities? If I could know in advance, I should be able to devise a plan to Weika slowly shook her head. I don't know. I only know it is the principal's favorite assistant, and the rest is unclear. I want to warn you first, the PE teacher is already dead, and the other 3 will soon awaken as well. During this time, do not let your guard down. They will capture you alive and offer you as a sacrifice when the principal awakens. At that time, no one will be able to escape. If they find out that I am collaborating with you, I will also be implicated. So, Hao Chen, you must not die. Weika blinked her large, alluring eyes, looking at Hao Chen with a pleading expression. Understood, I will be more vigilant. Of course, I will honor the promise between us. Oh, I will not go back on my word as long as you do what you need to do. Just then, Weika gently unbuttoned her chest. Then she licked her dry lips and pushed her half-rim glasses with her hand. So now, can you give me a proper lesson? I admit your strength is quite good, but it still lacks some intensity. After unbuttoning, Weika gradually revealed a captivating deep cleavage. What's with the so-called librarian? Why does she look like a succubus? Her persona resembles a little demoness, and she keeps calling people stinky fish. Hao Chen would not let himself be bullied by such a little demoness. He gently pointed at the few beautiful girls lying on his bed in the dormitory. Do you want punishment or training? With that lustful look of yours, you should be careful. As he spoke, Weika noticed the changes on Hao Chen. A sort of positive change. She quickly covered her flushed cheeks, and then glanced at the beautiful girl lying on the bed full of youth and ample curves. What have you done?
Hao Chen smiled and said, "What? You can try and find out for yourself. I was busy all night and didn't sleep, so I'm not tired but rather energetic." "You stinky fish with that look in your eyes, are you even going to spare a monster?" As Hao Chen advanced step by step, Weika slowly retreated. Looking at his imposing figure, Weika couldn't help but swallow hard. Had she ever seen such a colossal thing? But, upon seeing it, she realized how formidable it truly was. "What I want is punishment, not training, you perverted stinky human. What do you want to do to the pure, adorable, and ample Weika?" Hao Chen had already reached the end of the corridor, and Weika had also bumped into the wall. "What do you mean?" What do you know? I have no time to understand your filthy human matters. What kissing and hugging can lead to childbirth, I don't want that. Week's first kiss is yet to be given to anyone." Hao Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Kissing and hugging can lead to childbirth. As a librarian, she truly doesn't understand. Hao Chen suddenly had a thought. This seems like a good opportunity for training. Teaching a naive yet fierce and adorably silly librarian systematic monster is just right. Just as Hao Chen was about to reach out, a cold snort suddenly came from behind. "Hao Chen, what are you doing?" It was Yi Bingbing's voice. Hao Chen turned around to see Yi Bingbing standing at the dormitory door, arms crossed, wearing a look that said, "I." Behind her, Qin Mingyao, Zhou Xiaoxiao, Lin Nuanyuan, Jiang Nan, and Tang Kiki came out one by one. 6 pairs of eyes all fixed on Weika. Week's face instantly turned red to her ears, and she subconsciously covered her unbuttoned blouse. I just came to deliver information. I didn't do anything." Yi Bingbing raised an eyebrow. "Does delivering information require unbuttoning?" Weika replied. "I'm hot." Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in. "Hot. Today feels like it's only 20 degrees, and besides, do systematic monsters fear heat?" "I've never heard of that." Weika looked down shyly at those gazes, unsure of what to do. "I just came seeking punishment. I didn't expect to be caught in the act." At noon, some students in the class were eating lunch. Today's task was to head to other dormitory buildings to search for more supplies. After all, the universal dormitory card obtained from defeating the dorm supervisor had yet to be used. If there were more supplies inside, wouldn't that be lucky? Hao Chen noticed that half of the girls in the class had disappeared, and curiously asked his teacher Qin Mingyao, who was sitting next to him. "Hey teacher, where did they go so fast?" Qin Mingyao felt a bit displeased upon hearing Hao Chen still call her teacher. She pouted, a trace of sulkiness appearing on her face. "You call Yi Bingbing and Wan wife, but when it comes to me, you just call me teacher. Hao Chen, how can you be like this?" Qin Mingyao tightly closed her mouth and buried her head in her food. Hao Chen sighed helplessly at his teacher's words. Alas, as expected, girls just love to act spoiled. Even the aloof 26-year-old English teacher is no exception. He cleared his throat a few times. "All right, wife, don't be angry. He'll reward you tonight. Can you answer my question now?" Upon hearing Hao Chen change his address, Qin Mingyao happily planted a warm kiss on his cheek. I don't know what they went to do, but after finishing their meal, they headed to the adjacent dorm. "If you're curious, you can go take a look," Qin Mingyao said, prompting Hao Chen to glance at the others present. Zhou Xiaoxiao isn't here either. What are they all doing? Hao Chen hurriedly finished his meal, and then walked over to them. Meanwhile, in the next dormitory, a group of over a dozen girls sat together, seemingly engaged in a mysterious meeting. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood at the center. Zhou Xiaoxiao, first when speaking, be gentle, and use a trailing tone like Hao Chen Gij. Jiang Nan began to imitate Hao Chen Gij. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's tone, everyone present broke out in goosebumps. Even Jiang Nan herself couldn't stand it. "I can't do it anymore. We'll just call him hubby. After all, Hao Chen is already my husband, and he knows me well. I don't need to deliberately please him," Jiang Nan said, to which Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. "Secondly, you need to know how to act spoiled, like saying 'I'm scared.'" Tang Kiki said, "I'm scared." Everyone fell silent. Tang Kiki added, "Am I not suited for acting spoiled? It seems that my serious image in class is still etched in everyone's minds." Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "You're not suited for it." Next, then Lin Wan softly said, "Hao Chen Gij, I'm scared." Hearing Lin Wan's shy tone, everyone present melted. If we're talking about sweet girls, Lin Wan is definitely the most authentic. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt jealousy rise within her. Wan, you're endowed, no need to learn." Just then Qin Yufei pushed the door open and entered. "What are you all doing?" Zhou Xiaoxiao awkwardly scratched her head. "Nothing." Qin Yufei glanced around. "Boring. According to my data analysis, Hao Chen prefers natural interactions rather than deliberate flattery. What you're learning will only make him feel awkward." Zhou Xiaoxiao, hands on her hips and pouting, retorted, "Men like this kind of thing. You don't understand." Qin Yufei replied, "Though I may not understand, I know the probabilities." "All right, I'm off. Prepare to set out soon and stop chatting. Hurry up and get ready." Qin Yufei's sudden intrusion disrupted the class on how to please Hao Chen. After she left, she bumped into Hao Chen. Hao Chen Gij, why are you here? Weren't you just eating?" Hearing Qin Yufei's somewhat deliberate and awkward tone, Hao Chen frowned. "Is your throat uncomfortable?" After being exposed, Qin Yufei's face instantly flushed. Damn, what a pointless little class. It was completely useless. I made a fool of myself. Qin Yufei hurriedly waved her hands indicating that she was fine. She then covered her mouth and brushed past Hao Chen. While Zhou Xiaoxiao was still imparting knowledge inside, Hao Chen gently pushed the door open. You? Hao Chen hadn't finished his sentence when Zhou Xiaoxiao scolded again. Qin Yufei, please don't disturb our class, okay? I'm sharing my experiences to teach others, sharing all the valuable knowledge I've gained through my experiences with Hao Chen, so please leave and take the door with you. When Zhou Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, she saw who had come in. Her expression instantly darkened and her mouth twitched. Hao Chen, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean to scold you. I thought Qin Yufei was coming in again. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao's hasty explanation, Hao Chen leaned against the door and smiled slightly. What are you teaching? Tell me about it. Zhou Xiaoxiao found it hard to speak, but facing Hao Chen she decided to say it anyway. It's about how to please you. To make you have more fondness for other girls, and then have many children and blessings. Hao Chen smiled helplessly. Actually, there's no need to deliberately please me. I generally prefer to interact naturally with everyone. After all, if you want to have many children and blessings, it has to be because you want to, not something I can force. Otherwise, wouldn't that make me a beast? As I said before, as long as you are willing, you can find me anytime, anywhere. In the class, I'm the only boy, and if you want to conceive, you can only rely on my help. Alright, enough chatting. It's time to set out to gather supplies from other dormitory buildings. As Hao Chen spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao came running over. She wrapped her arm around Hao Chen's and looked at him with a pitiful expression. I didn't mean it earlier. He'll help you solve what you want tonight. Is that okay? Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's spoiled and pitiful demeanor, Hao Chen laughed heartily. Then you better be prepared to support yourself against the wall when you get out of bed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tighten her legs. Looks like I'm going to suffer again tonight. At 1 p.m., everyone arrived at the other side of the school, where the girls' dormitory was located. Waika walked at the front of the line, pointing with her small finger at a room on the first floor of the dormitory building. That is the password room of the girls' dormitory. There are 2 password rooms in the girls' dormitory, one on the first floor and one on the top floor. As for what's inside, I don't know. Waika finished speaking and stretched lazily. She turned to look back at Hao Chen. Hao Chen, I'm heading back now. It's not suitable for regular monsters to be active at dawn, and I'm a bit sleepy. After yawning, Waika transformed into a wisp of gray smoke. Watching her leave, Hao Chen took out the universal card he had obtained from his system backpack. He arrived at the password room, but did not use the universal card immediately. Instead, he first activated his unlocking master skill. However, after using the unlocking master skill, the password room still did not respond. Ding! As the password door swung open, the supplies inside revealed themselves at that moment. 30 wooden boards were neatly arranged in the corner of the room, while a tin box contained 50 iron nails. What made Hao Chen even happier was the cotton packed in several bags nearby, which appeared to weigh around 10 pounds. Additionally, there were 8 complete pieces of fabric and several bottles of unopened vitamins. Not bad. The supplies in the first password room have at least not disappointed me. Hao Chen said, hands on his hips, looking content at the supplies inside. With cotton, they could make more pillows and quilts, and with the wooden boards and iron nails, upgrading some of the wooden beds would no longer be a challenge. Hao Chen turned to the smiling girls beside him. Everyone, come help carry some weight. Take everything you can from here, leave nothing behind. After all, these are the spoils we fought hard to win from the boss. Hearing Hao Chen's words, Qin Mingyao nodded with a smile. I'll follow your lead. Qin Mingyio's slightly flushed cheeks made her even more charming. Hao Chen then turned his gaze to the eagerly waiting Zhang Yayao. Zhang Yayao, this dormitory should have quite a few abandoned wooden beds and rusty nails. Our goal today is to completely loot this dormitory. Wan is checked. There are no regular monsters here, so you can start confidently, Zhang Yayao said, patting her chest with a smile on her face. Leave this to me, Zhang Yayao said, calling 10 girls to head upstairs for the demolition. In no time, everyone was engrossed in their work. Zhou Xiaoxiao walked into the room and picked up a bag of cotton to store in her system backpack. Hao Chen, with so much cotton, we should be able to make quite a few pillows and quilts, right? Hao Chen also picked up a bag of cotton and replied nonchalantly, we should be able to. As long as there are enough materials, there's nothing to worry about. It seems things are heading in a good direction. Alright, let's stop the chit-chat and get to work. Okay, no problem. Zhou Xiaoxiao instantly transformed from the queen of gossip to a diligent girl. Under the labor, beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. The fragrance and sweat of the girl radiated at that moment. Just then Yi Bingbing approached with a worn-out diary. Hao Chen. Yi Bingbing's voice was slightly cold yet trembling. She shyly turned her face away, murmuring, I found this diary on the table. Oh, it looks quite old. I don't know if it has any crucial information. You can take a look. Hearing Yi Bingbing's words, Hao Chen curiously looked at the diary in her hand. A diary. In the password room. Hao Chen said softly, taking it. He gently flipped open the first page. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing Hao Chen's expression, Yi Bingbing felt a surge of unease. What's wrong? What's written in the diary? Hao Chen didn't reply immediately, but quickly scanned through the information page after page.
After 2 minutes, Hao Chen finally closed the diary with a solemn expression. You should speak up, or what's written in the... Yi Bingbing's face showed even more concern than before. After all, from Hao Chen's expression it was clear he was also surprised, and something that could surprise Hao Chen was certainly not good news. This diary belongs to another survivor. It seems we are not the first batch of people to arrive at this school, he said. This statement made Yi Bingbing gasp. Are you saying that other survivors came before us? I thought we were the first batch. Hao Chen shook his head. We are not the first batch. Do you remember what Weka said? Regular monsters evolve themselves by devouring humans to enhance their abilities. The dormitory manager we encountered earlier was a mini-boss, so I don't need to elaborate. You should know how it reached this level. Listening to Hao Chen's words, Yi Bingbing gradually understood. So, the dormitory manager has devoured more than just a few survivors. It could be a whole group. What about elite monsters? Hao Chen nodded in agreement. Theoretically, yes. Moreover, it involves the principal's abilities. This batch of survivors was killed by the principal. The principal's abilities. Yi Bingbing felt a few beads of cold sweat on her forehead, as though she had heard some important clues. The next moment, Hao Chen placed the diary into his system backpack. As for what the principal's abilities are, I will inform everyone tonight in a meeting. As soon as Hao Chen's words fell, he noticed Yi Bingbing's pale face in front of him. He gently tucked a strand of Yi Bingbing's hair behind her ear. Don't worry, it's just a principal. I won't let any of you get hurt. Besides, I'm going to be your husband. How could I let my woman worry at this moment? Right? Wife. Yi Bingbing looked at Hao Chen's teasing, and the tension in her heart dissipated at that moment. She lightly patted Hao Chen's outstretched arm, though the force wasn't heavy. You better be. If you don't protect everyone well when our child is born, I'll tell him that his dad is a complete fool humph. After saying this, Yi Bingbing turned and walked towards the second floor, leaving behind a proud silhouette for Hao Chen to admire. After leaving, a smile slowly rose at the corner of Yi Bingbing's mouth. After 3 hours of searching, the girls' dormitory was finally completed. The harvest this time was quite abundant, obtaining 50 pieces of torn cloth along with 10 complete pieces of fabric, 80 iron nails, and 70 wooden boards. However, these were not the most surprising. What thrilled Hao Chen the most was the silver treasure chest on the top floor. Although the chest did not contain any important materials, it held a key and a note. The note said that this key could unlock a hidden room in the faculty dormitory. As for what's inside, they would only know upon exploration. Now with 36 students, the system backpacks were all filled with items. Each person looked at the items in their system panels, feeling a surge of fulfillment. With so many materials, upgrading half of the wooden beds in the class to level 3 would be more than enough. On the way back to the dormitory, Hao Chen looked at the road ahead, quietly pondering. Survivors who had come to this school weren't just them, there were others. Yet they still failed to escape this school, ultimately becoming the sustenance for regular monsters. The dormitory manager, the monster teacher, the gatekeeper monster, and so on. These regular monsters had already devoured quite a few survivors. As for Weka, who served as the librarian, she must have also devoured some survivors. Fortunately, he had now bound a contract with her, making Weka his ghost pet. This operation was something the previous survivors had likely never done. What's worth mentioning is that the team led by Hao Chen was the longest surviving one, and the only group that had defeated the dormitory manager. At 5 p.m., all the girls in the class were sitting on their beds panting. Having moved so many things back, they were quite exhausted. Moreover, their bodies felt a bit hot. Teacher Qin Mingyao unzipped her school uniform. The jacket slid down her shoulders. That rounded shape glinted in the sunlight, with her collarbone delicately sinking. The school uniform caught slightly at her waist, and she gently twisted her body for the fabric to slip down smoothly. Underneath, she wore a purple camisole. The thin fabric clung tightly to her body, stretched a bit too much by the fullness in front, creating a deep valley. Qin Mingyio's face was flushed after seeing Hao Chen's unwavering gaze. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Fortunately, I have an inner layer, so I don't have to worry about exposure now. Watching teacher Qin Mingyio's actions, the other girls began to follow suit. Their faces were also filled with shyness, but thinking back, weren't they all naked when they first arrived here? Now that they had an inner layer, their sense of shyness diminished significantly. Looking at everyone's rosy shoulders and curvy figures, Hao Chen naturally could not resist the physiological phenomenon. The next moment, seeing that everyone was present, Hao Chen slowly stood up from the bed. After all, what he was about to announce was crucial for the team's sustainable development. Gazing at Hao Chen's magnificent stature, Qin Mingyio's eyes revealed a hint of longing. She didn't even notice the drool trickling down from the corner of her mouth. Once she realized, Qin Mingyao quickly wiped it away with the back of her hand. Hao Chen looked at everyone, and then said, "Today, I found a diary in the password room on the first floor." The diary detailed the abilities of the director, and the person who wrote it was a survivor who had arrived at this school. Unfortunately, they didn't survive more than 2 weeks, and were killed by the director, becoming nourishment for the rule-based monsters. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly understood. Other survivors have been here. So those elite monsters, and such could they have grown like this after devouring other survivors? Yes, Hao Chen nodded in response. The reasoning is quick indeed. By all accounts, our group of survivors has lived the longest here without a single casualty in this school. Qin Mingyao raised her own question at this point. That clarifies why there are elite ghosts and minor bosses. Oh, by the way, what is the director's ability? Hao Chen cleared his throat, twice his gaze turning sharper and more serious. This is why I called the meeting. The director has the ability to replicate any person it sees. According to the diary, it can replicate all the abilities of that person, effectively fighting itself, leading to an inconclusive outcome, ultimately resulting in its self-destruction. Copying oneself. What a heaven-defying operation is this? Zhang Yaya frowned. Who cares if it's a true or false Monkey King? If it dares to lay a hand on Hao Chen, he'll kill it. Jiang Nan's fierce determination was evident on her face. Seeing everyone's flustered expressions, Hao Chen made an effort to stabilize the mood. Everyone, don't panic. Although the director can replicate anyone it sees, that doesn't mean we have no chance. If it dares to act against me, I assure you it won't leave unscathed. As he finished speaking, a calm smile appeared at the corner of Hao Chen's mouth. Alright, the meeting ends here. You can go take a shower or prepare dinner. They'll help some classmates upgrade to level 3 wooden beds. Qin Mingyao stretched lazily, watching a drop of sweat flow into her enticing cleavage. Hao Chen. Qin Mingyao stood up, her voluptuous thighs tightening under the strain of her purple stockings. When I come back from showering, you better be prepared. It's been 2 days and I still haven't succeeded in getting pregnant. Tonight. Qin Mingyao was very close to Hao Chen, both of them able to feel each other's breath. Seeing the unwavering gaze of Hao Chen, Qin Mingyao smiled and turned around. Her exquisite back and proud backside were fully displayed before Hao Chen's eyes. Observing the once aloof Qin Mingyao transformed into someone so eager, Hao Chen felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. These few are always fighting for the microphone without feeling tired. Teacher Qin Mingyao is the strongest at snatching the microphone, others simply can't compete. Indeed, teachers are still exceptional. Hao Chen looked out the window at the scenery. The sun set to disappear in an hour or two, and the night would soon arrive. It's time to upgrade to a level 4 wooden bed. Hao Chen took out an energy template from his system backpack. A level 4 wooden bed required 1 mysterious crystal and 2 energy templates, and he had gathered all the materials. When Hao Chen approached his wooden bed, he submitted the materials. As the level 3 wooden bed, since the materials, it emitted a faint blue glow. In the next moment, the length and width of the bed changed. The extension of the boards and the increase in width allowed the bed to accommodate more people. Moreover, the protective value of the level 4 wooden bed is 500. With the 5 girls who are currently pregnant, the total protective value of Hao Chen's bed has reached an impressive 550 points. Once the wooden bed was fully upgraded, a sturdier barrier firmly guarded the surroundings. Hao Chen's system panel popped up at that moment. Level 4 wooden bed energy barrier bed function generates a layer of energy barrier that can withstand 1 fatal blow, repeating daily without resource consumption. Base protective value 500,550 talent effect increases protective value by 50 points. It can actually withstand 1 fatal blow. It seems this level 4 wooden bed is quite impressive. Just as Hao Chen was still reveling in joy, another surprise manifested at that moment. He saw the blanket on the bed suddenly being pushed up by something. That was the thickened mattress. Once upgraded to a level 4 wooden bed, a thickened mattress would be obtained, allowing one to lie down without sleeping on the hard wooden boards anymore. Seeing the thickened mattress, Hao Chen excitedly sat down. The soft and elastic sensation immediately. I didn't expect that unlocking the level 4 wooden bed would actually come with a thickened mattress. Finally, I don't have to sleep on that hard wooden board anymore. Hao Chen readily laid down, the soft feeling almost making him sink into bliss. As the protective value increases, the comfort level is also continuously improving. This is indeed good news. Hao Chen instantly sat up from the bed, then took out the materials he had prepared in advance. The remaining time will be spent upgrading half of the class wooden beds to level 3. Saying this, Hao Chen began to operate. Utilizing the reinforcement expert trait, the level 2 wooden bed in front of him quickly transformed into a level 3 with the help of materials. Having completed these upgrades, there was still time left, so Hao Chen took the rags he collected today to the initial synthesis table. Using the initial synthesis table, he could combine them into complete fabric. This operation would save the usage of the Wasteto treasure trait. With the help of cotton fabric and ropes, 12 pillows along with 2 blankets were produced. Looking at the pillows and blankets before him, Hao Chen felt a surge of joy from his harvest. From having nothing at the start to now having abundant food and resources, the hardships along the way are known only to him. Just as Hao Chen was still marveling at his gains, another threat began to awaken at that moment. In the conference office. In the dimly lit meeting room, the physical education teacher's dark smoke was depicting its damaged form. It sat on a chair with its head lowered in a state of disarray. At that moment, the security team leader sitting opposite slowly opened his eyes. The physical education teacher is actually dead. Interesting, it seems this group of survivors has surprised me somewhat. The security team leader's voice echoed in the empty meeting room, carrying a hint of icy amusement. It slowly stood up, its figure gradually solidifying in the darkness, the outline becoming clearer. To have dealt with the physical education teacher in such a short time, it seems there is quite an interesting character among this batch of survivors. In the 701 dormitory, every wooden bed was surrounded by an energy barrier. The others felt a sense of security as they looked at the protective barrier enveloping them. This is the card I drew today, called Protector, which grants everyone an additional 50 points of protection value. Although it's not much, it's better than having none at all, Hao Chen remarked. Some students may notice that there are pillows and blankets on the beds made from materials collected today. Although not everyone can have them, yet if we continue to work hard, we can gather all the materials and improve our current living environment. Hao Chen explained as Yi Bingbing gently hugged the pillow on her bed. She buried her head into the pillow as if doing so would allow her to feel Hao Chen lying beside her. Qian Mingyao subtly leaned closer to Hao Chen, her thigh accidentally brushing against his side, and even her softness gently pressed against his arm. The scent of jasmine shampoo wafted through the air, the warmth and softness transmitting through the thin fabric to Hao Chen's senses. Then let's continue tonight. Hao Chen. She gently placed her palm on Hao Chen's cheek, turning his face. Teacher. Qian Mingyio's eyes sparkled with a certain allure that only an adult woman possesses. Not a deliberate seduction, but a yearning that seeped from her very bones, unable to be concealed after experiencing satisfaction. As their warm lips met, she sank deeper into the moment. Ever since she had tasted that sweetness, once she could no longer control herself. She knew better than anyone what it meant for the strictest teacher in the class to engage in such actions with a male student. But this was not school, they were in survival mode. Moreover, Hao Chen was indeed exceptional in that regard, and she liked it. She leaned down and forcibly took Hao Chen from Qian Mingyio's mouth. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you've gone too far. Qian Mingyao gently. She leaned down and forcibly took Hao Chen from Qian Mingyio's mouth. Zhou Xiaoxiao, you've gone too far. Qian Mingyao gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth, her tone not revealing much reproach. Where's the overstepping? There's only one Hao Chen, how can I not fight for him? As Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to kiss again, Tang Kiki seized the opportunity to slip in, her actions swift and decisive, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Tang Kiki, as a class committee member, how can you do this? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red with urgency. This is too much. After kissing, Tang Kiki stuck out her tongue and made a face. Who told you to have the leisure to talk? If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, when will I? You. Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to retort when she suddenly paused. A noisy sound from outside the door echoed with many footsteps. The sounds were chaotic and dense, surging in like a tide. Wait. Zhou Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at the door of the dormitory, her brows furrowing tightly. There are so many footsteps outside, probably around 50. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's report, Lin Nuan immediately activated her detection ability. Let me sense it. She closed her eyes, carefully attuning to everything around her. When the red dots of 50 elite monsters were perceived through the ripples, Lin Nuan quickly opened her eyes. Indeed, there are 50 elite monsters coming our way, and also a small boss-level creature. Hearing this news, Hao Chen sat up from the bed. His face did not show panic or surprise, instead it bore a look of as expected they have come. The next second, Hao Chen snapped his fingers. With the appearance of the contract skill book, Weiko was summoned at that moment. She sprang out from the contract book. Thud. Weiko rubbed her slightly sore little head. She opened her eyes and noticed that she was resting on a soft. What happened? Hao Chen, you summon me now. Weiko raised her head to look at Hao Chen and the beautiful women beside him. Qian Mingyao Jiang, Nen Lin Wan Tang Kiki, and Zhou Xiaoxiao were all dressed lightly, appearing quite vibrant. The smooth, slightly pink, fragrant shoulders glistened under the moonlight, appearing particularly captivating. Upon seeing this, Week's face turned slightly red. At this late hour, suddenly calling me over. You're not having a surge of beastly instincts, are you? Is it not enough with so many girls around you? Indeed, you are quite the lecher. Wake Up pouted, her expression slightly shy like a blossoming girl. Even though shadows of dark smoke lingered nearby, they could not obscure the innocence of youth. But there's no rush, I called you over for something important. As soon as she finished speaking, Hao Chen got off the wooden bed. He put on his jacket without even zipping it up. The 8-pack abs shone remarkably under the moonlight. Tonight there are elite monsters and a small boss. Let me see how strong you are. And I want to see your loyalty. Listening to Hao Chen's words, Wei Ke finally understood why he summoned her. Oh, you filthy human, you want my help because you can't handle it yourself, right? Then I, the young lady, will begrudgingly help you, and if you want to see my strength, then I shall show you. Week's words were straightforward, which caused a hint of confusion in Hao Chen. It seems that as fellow rule-based monsters, do you not have the slightest sympathy for your kind? Sympathy. Wei Ke smiled slightly, hands on her hips revealing her fangs. In this place it's all about competition. Oh, when I deal with them you can think of it as eliminating rivals.
After smiling, Wei Ke opened the door to the dormitory. Didn't you want to see my strength? Then I'll show you. Let's go, smelly fish. As the two left, the expressions of Qian Mingyao and Zhou Xiaoxiao in the dormitory showed hints of disappointment and worry, fearing that Hao Chen might come to harm. But the most worried was Yi Bingbing. Watching Hao Chen's retreating figure, an even greater sense of concern surged within her. It seems I can't sleep so quickly. Oh, what if this foolish brat uses up all the skill cards and I can't refresh them? He really is a worry-inducing person, hum. After finishing her thoughts, Yi Bingbing squeezed the pillow tightly with her thighs and hugged it with both arms, as if sensing Hao Chen's lingering breath. At this moment, Hao Chen, with his hands in his pockets, gazed at the 50 elites ahead. All the elite monsters for this outing were security guard monsters wielding common electric batons. It seems tonight's opponents are security guard monsters. This is interesting. Let me see your strength, Wei Ke. Hao Chen glanced sideways at Wei Ke. Then just watch carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, dozens of skill books surged from her side. The skill books radiated different colors, seemingly representing different techniques. As a librarian, how can I not have some tricks up my sleeve? Apologies, but I do not want you to become my competitors. Wei Ke smiled slightly, and as all the skill books opened, a powerful elemental force erupted from them. Upon hearing the deep voice, Wei Ke was momentarily stunned. From the darkness emerged a powerful figure. Its muscular body caused its clothes to tear apart as the muscles swelled. Moreover, it wielded a sturdy shield and an electric baton that emitted an even more intense electric shock. Wei Ke is a librarian. Instead of dutifully guarding the principal's skill books, you have engaged in this sordid deal with a human. If he finds out, he will surely tear you to shreds. Wei Ke's face twisted in rage as she recognized the person. The individual before me is one of the arrogant 4 henchmen, the security captain. It seems I am facing him second. Hao Chen's eyes flickered with caution upon hearing Wei Ke's warning. It seems the second one causing trouble is the security captain. No worries, I can play with it, he said. Alright, no need to talk more, just attack directly. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, Wei Ke unleashed her skills without reservation, the skill books behind her radiating a fierce glow. Under her prompting, the skill books erupted with a strong gale and flames. In an instant, the entire dormitory area was illuminated as if it were midday by a towering fire tornado. The ferocity of the wind and the strength of the suction were so great that the elite gatekeeper monsters were pulled in without even having time to scream. In just a few breaths, 20 or 30 elite monsters had been sucked into the swirling flames, their figures twisting and dissipating in the firelight, turning into wisps of black smoke. Wei Ke gritted her teeth. She understood all too well. If she let the tiger return to the mountain today, the security captain would relay the news to the director, the school doctor, and that unfathomable principal. If any of them came after her, there would be only annihilation. With this thought, the dozen skill books behind her erupted in blinding light simultaneously. Flames surged, thunder roared, parasitic vines grew wildly from the void, and frost crystallized into countless sharp blades. Various elemental attacks poured down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing the remaining elite monsters. The breath of the 50 elite creatures extinguished one by one within the elemental tornado, turning into wisps of black smoke, ultimately dissipating in the night wind. However, the cost was evident. Wei Ke's breathing became rapid and heavy, her figure slightly swaying. Her level was above the elite monsters, but below the mini-bosses. Being able to control a dozen skill books simultaneously was already her limit. At this moment, the power within the skill books was nearly drained, the pages dimming as one book after another closed and fell back to hover beside her. Regulatory monsters are not invincible. Once their power is exhausted, they need time to recover. Wei Ke. The security captain's voice burned with fury. Since you are so obstinate, don't blame me for being impolite. It stepped forward, slamming its shield onto the ground with a heavy thud. Humans are merely nutrients for our evolution, and you dare to betray your kind. Then be prepared to die. Before the words even faded, the security captain had already moved. Despite its enormous size, its speed was astonishing. The heavy shield protected its front completely, while the electric baton was raised high, a dazzling sphere of lightning coalescing at its tip. Wei Ke's pupils constricted slightly as she turned to Hao Chen, trying to keep her voice steady. I need time to recover. Buy me some time with the rest. She paused, biting her lip. I won't keep you waiting too long, and my true strength hasn't been unleashed yet. Hao Chen looked at Wei Ke, who was clearly exhausted, yet still maintaining her pride, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can you give me something? Something? Wei Ke was taken aback. I came out today dressed lightly, and have nothing with me. Hao Chen's gaze quickly swept over her entire body. Then give me your coat. You must have an inner layer underneath, right? Wei Ke's face instantly flushed. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, particularly striking against the swirling black smoke. What do you want to do? The footsteps of the security captain grew closer, and the ground trembled more intensely. Just listen to me. Wei Ke gritted her teeth. She had no time to hesitate.
Her fingers swiftly unbuttoned and removed her coat, handing it over. Underneath was a fitted camisole that clearly outlined her proud figure. The tightly wrapped cup was especially eye-catching under the moonlight. She instinctively raised her free hand to cover herself, turning her head away, the blush spreading to her neck. Here you go. Hao Chen took the coat and immediately activated the Hua Hua skill entry. Is there still time to chat when death is looming? The security captain was now within 10 meters, the lightning from the electric baton illuminating the entire dormitory building in a ghastly white. You too will die. Hao Chen opened the Thunderfire skill book. A flame fell onto the sleeve of the coat, instantly curling the fabric, charring it, and emitting thick smoke. Bright flames climbed along the sleeve, burning a charred hole. The security captain's footsteps halted at this. It abruptly looked down at the arm holding the shield, disbelief flashing in its eyes for the first time. What is happening? Suddenly a scorching sensation surged through its arm. Not from the skin's surface, but from deep within the bone, as if something had ignited a fire within its body. Before it could react, flames silently ignited from the inside of its arm, from shoulder to elbow, from elbow to wrist. And the speed of combustion was astonishing. Off. The security captain watched helplessly as its arm severed from the shoulder half of it, along with the shield crashing heavily to the ground. At the severed end there was no blood, only flames quietly licking the remains, reducing muscle, bone, and sinew to ashes inch by inch. Using its remaining hand to cover the severed arm, it staggered back 2 steps, its eyes bloodshot. What have you done? I will kill you. Kill you. The security captain howled, charging forward once more. Hao Chen calmly drew out a metal knife, the blade slicing through the coat. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. In a brief second the coat was sliced open, with 7 or 8 slashes, transforming from a complete garment into a pile of tattered fabric hanging from his fingertips. Wei Ke stood behind him, her pupils slightly constricting. She recognized this move. It was the technique Hao Chen had used against her before. Transferring bodily sensations to an item, the damage inflicted on the item would be reflected back to the original body intact. At this moment, the burn marks from the flames and the slashes from the knife were being transmitted simultaneously to the security captain. This cumulative damage was already enough to be lethal. The security captain's charge stopped once more. It lowered its head, seeing inexplicably numerous wounds appearing on its body. Some were on its chest, some on its abdomen, some on the side of its neck, each one precisely targeting vital areas. Black blood reeking of decay gushed from the wounds, soaking its already tattered uniform. Even as strong as it was, it found itself helpless at this moment. In the end, the flames turned the entire coat to ashes. Tiny black remnants drifted from Hao Chen's fingertips, dissipating in the night wind. The security captain's body froze in place. It lowered its head, looking at the massive gash extending from its collarbone to its waist, the most fatal of all. Black blood surged like a waterfall, soaking the ground beneath. Thud. The enormous body crashed to the ground, quickly forming a pool of black blood. Hao Chen looked down at the twitching corpse, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 4 henchmen. Here they are, not even worth a hair. He turned around, unbuttoning his coat and draping it over Wei Ke's shoulders. The coat still retained his body warmth, exuding a dry yet comforting aura instantly enveloping Wei Ke. Wei Ke was taken aback. She looked up at Hao Chen. The moonlight illuminated him from behind, outlining his broad shoulders with a solid contour. His 8-pack abs were distinctly visible. Wei Ke couldn't help but swallow hard. Her eyes also filled with a hint of acknowledgement for Hao Chen's strength. Fortunately, I did not choose to oppose him, otherwise my fate would be the same as the security captain's. Such a death is not only physical, but a mental anguish as well. The burns on the clothing seemed to have caused no harm to him, but under this mechanism the opponent's life is turning to ashes like the clothing. The power of this human is terrifying. When the dormitory door was pushed open again, Hao Chen's figure appeared at the entrance with Wei Ke standing beside him. Crouched on the bed filled with worried Qin, Mengyao finally relaxed her tensed shoulders the moment she saw Hao Chen return safely. Yi Bingbing, who also let out a quiet sigh of relief, did not first look at Hao Chen's face, but quickly scanned his entire body, searching for any possible injuries. After a careful examination, no obvious wounds were found. Hao Chen, you're not hurt, are you? Lin Nuanyuan and Jiang Nin immediately approached, their voices filled with concern. Hao Chen waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Then he turned to Wei Ke beside him, his gaze carrying a hint of, "You performed well tonight, instantly defeating 50 elite monsters with elemental damage, which really impressed me." Hearing the compliment, a faint blush appeared on Wei Ke's fair cheeks. As a librarian, if I didn't have some skill, how could I possibly hold this position? Don't forget, I am Wei Ke, destined to become the strongest rule-based monster in the future. She raised her chin, her tone revealing an undeniable pride. Hao Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his. However, when he cast his gaze back to Wei Ke, he suddenly noticed a familiar favorability value appearing above her head. 60. Hao Chen was slightly taken aback, pondering to himself, can rule-based monsters also increase favorability? Could it be that this more children more blessings ability works not only on humans, but also on monsters? The range is indeed quite broad. He quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and spoke in a calm, yet serious tone. Cough, Wei Ku, you will cover the shift tonight. I have some matters to attend to. Wei Ku immediately showed some reluctance. I also need to go back to rest. Why should I cover the shift? What could you possibly have to do at this late hour? What else is there to do except sleep? She crossed her arms, her lips slightly pouting, exuding a hint of spoiled charm. Since you were so curious, Hao Chen paused, suddenly grabbing her wrist. Then come with me. What are you doing, you pesky fish? Wei Ku was taken aback by his sudden action, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. In the next moment, Hao Chen had already brought her to the bedside. Once seated on the bed, the gazes of several girls around fell upon her. Zhou Xiaoxiao had a hint of nervousness on her face, but could not hide her curiosity. After all, the other party was a rule-based monster unlike ordinary people. Yet from her appearance, she did not seem too different from an ordinary girl, only surrounded by a faint layer of dark energy. Lin Nuanyuan mustered her courage, first speaking in a friendly tone. Hello, I am Lin Nuanyuan. This should be our first official meeting, right? Please take care of me in the future. By the way, just to mention. As she spoke, she naturally linked her arm, with Hao Chen's, looking gently at his profile. I am still Hao Chen's wife, and so are all the girls on this bed. With her words, Qin Mingyao Jiang, Ninzhou Xiaoxiao, and Tang Kiki also subtly leaned closer, snuggling up to Hao Chen. Wei Ke's mouth twitched slightly. This human. Not only is he absurdly powerful, but his romantic luck is also so exaggerated. He is actually admired by so many girls at the same time. Before she could recover from her shock, Hao Chen calmly spoke. Didn't you say there was nothing to do at night? Then let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned in and kissed Qin Mingyou's soft lips. The moment their lips touched, Wei Ke's face flushed bright red. And this was merely the beginning. After the kiss, Qin Mingyao leisurely tied her hair back up. Her fingertips brushed lightly over her lips, her tongue unconsciously licking at the corners, her gaze hiding an unspoken meaning. What? What is she going to do? Wei Ku watched, somewhat dazed, completely unable to guess what would happen next. Wasn't her hair just fine before? Why does she need to tie it up again? Lin Nuanyuan leaned closer to her ear, speaking with a hint of amusement, whispering. You will know in a moment. Wei Ke's curious eyes were fixed on Qin Mingyao, who slowly bent down after tying her hair. Wei Ke's expression instantly became extremely animated. First was surprise, followed by a layer of crimson spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She instinctively covered her face with her hands, but couldn't help peeking through her fingers. What is this? Her voice trembled. I can't be expected to do that, right? No way, absolutely no way. How can monsters and humans do such things? Just thinking about it made Wei Ku. However, what truly shocked her was yet to come. When she inadvertently caught a glimpse of a certain moment, her mouth opened in astonishment, as if witnessing something indescribably grand. I'll go cover the shift. You all continue with your business. Wei Ku almost jumped off the bed in a panic, rushing out of the dormitory without looking back. She felt as if her worldview had been completely refreshed that night, and those images she had never seen before now lingered in her mind. Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut behind her, and Wei Ku sat against the door panel, her face flushed, her chest heaving. Such a thing is too absurd. She raised her head, gazing at the starry night sky, faint sounds from inside the room reaching her ears. That darn pesky fish. She mumbled softly, her gaze falling on the jacket that still carried Hao Chen's scent. She stared at it for a while. Then, cautiously glancing around to confirm that no one else was present, she quietly brought the clothing to her nose. A faint familiar scent belonging to Hao Chen filled her nostrils. Wei Ke's entire face turned red, yet a hint of undeniable satisfaction showed in her eyes. But in the next moment, as if startled by herself, she abruptly pulled the clothing away. No. What? Why am I smelling this guy's scent? What is happening to me? She stared incredulously at the school uniform in her hands, her mind in turmoil. Wei Ku, am I really a pervert? After a moment of silence, she gently brought the school uniform back. Indeed, this scent is what makes me feel at ease. Her voice was as soft as the night breeze, and her expression revealed a kind of intoxication she wasn't even aware of. The next morning, Hao Chen got up quickly. The girls beside him were all soundly asleep, the thick mattress and cozy blankets providing them with unprecedented comfort. After all, they had previously slept on wooden boards, and now that the conditions had improved, who wouldn't want to sleep comfortably? Hao Chen opened the dormitory door, trying to feel the morning sunlight. However, upon opening the door, he found Wei Ku sitting on the ground, her head buried in her arms. Seeing her face hidden in her school uniform, Hao Chen felt a bit surprised. Is this girl really sitting outside all night? How stubborn. Hao Chen gently shook his head, then picked Wei Ku up. As Hao Chen's skin made contact, Wei Ku opened her hazy eyes. Hao Chen, you're awake, she said sweetly, rubbing her eyes. You've worked hard. You kept watch all night, allowing me to sleep well. You can choose to go back or sleep in my bed. Upon hearing Hao Chen's suggestion, Wei Ku replied, I can sleep anywhere. Rule-based monsters don't have a specific sleeping place. So that means sleeping in my bed is fine. Wei Ku blushed slightly and said, if you don't mind, I can see what kind of environment this pesky fish sleeps in every day. Hao Chen was already carrying her to the bedside. What could I mind? You and I are contracted partners now. If it weren't for you helping me clean up 50 elite monsters yesterday, I might have sustained some injuries as well, so we are merely returning the favor. As the softness of the mattress enveloped her, Wei Ku's drowsiness gradually returned. Then, I'll reluctantly sleep in your little nest, you pesky fish. As she spoke, Wei Ku curled up in the spot where Hao Chen had been lying, bringing the school uniform to her nose. In just a short moment, Wei Ku fell into a dream. Watching the few beauties and a monster girl on the bed, Hao Chen quietly stepped out of the dormitory. Currently 2 of the 4 main minions have been dealt with, only the head teacher and the school doctor remain. I wonder what abilities the school doctor has. Hao Chen gazed at the scenery outside, his brow furrowing. If all 4 minions are taken care of, will the principal awaken? And what abilities does the principal possess? Hao Chen couldn't help but tighten his fist, his expression filled with a seriousness greater than ever. At noon, everyone had awoken, each savoring their lunch. The dormitory had undergone some changes, with a storage locker placed beside each wooden bed. This task was carried out by the sports committee member Zhang Yaya, who used leftover wooden planks and some iron nails to craft small storage lockers. Even the dining area now featured several wooden tables. The dormitory had transformed into a cozy little nest. As for our Weika, she had already returned to her library by the time she woke up at noon. The scene was one of everyone busy with their own tasks. Some were doing laundry, while others were fixing their hair. This brief moment of free time finally gave everyone a chance to be active. In the corridor, Hao Chen was looking at today's entries. What a bizarre entry. Just lying down can recover 5 health points per second. His complaints were far from over. He soon came across the next entry. And this great entry, slack off. When the host chooses to slack off, monsters will perceive you as no threat and will refrain from attacking. This might work on lower level and ordinary foes, but against elite and boss level enemies, you won't stand a chance. Hao Chen immediately rubbed his temples. It seems I can only pin my hopes on the last entry. He swiped his hand, and upon seeing the final entry of the day, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, this is somewhat interesting. Just as Hao Chen was about to delve deeper, Bai Lu's sweet voice chimed in beside him. Hao Chen, today I want to expand the farmland. Can you accompany me? It's been a while since we've had time alone together. Bai Lu, standing at around 1.5 meters with her twin tails, looked exceptionally cute to Hao Chen. Of course, no problem. It's not my style to let a girl do this kind of hard work. Expanding the farmland will allow us to harvest more crops later. By the way, how many days until the crops we planted earlier can be harvested? Bai Lu gestured with her fingers and then raised 3 fingers. 3 more days. I've been taking good care of them lately, and thanks to my talent they are growing quickly. We can harvest them in no more than 3 days. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Hao Chen nodded. 3 more days. I've been taking good care of them lately, and thanks to my talent they are growing quickly. We can harvest them in no more than 3 days. At the back of the dormitory, Bai Lu pointed to a piece of land beside her. Let's start from here, turn the soil a bit, and then apply some organic fertilizer. Today we can first nourish the soil and plant seeds tomorrow. Bai Lu's clever and well-planned tone impressed Hao Chen greatly. After all, who would have thought that a frail and shy girl would have so much experience in farming? Hao Chen picked up a stone hoe and first turned the soil in front of him to ensure the nutrients for the crops were fully blended in. Beside him was Bai Lu, who was also diligently working. At that moment, their hard-working silhouettes were vivid, but just then, after finishing her area, Bai Lu felt a wave of nausea. Ugh! She gently patted her chest, trying to suppress the feeling. But soon after, she felt nauseous again. Seeing this, Hao Chen hurriedly put down his tools and rushed over. What's wrong? Hao Chen's hand was gently supporting Bai Lu's delicate body. It's nothing. I felt this way yesterday too. If I remember correctly, this should be morning sickness. But from what I learned, this usually happens after 5 weeks of pregnancy, and it hasn't been 2 weeks since I got pregnant. Seeing the change in Bai Lu's complexion, Hao Chen quickly picked her up and carried her to a shaded area to rest. Maybe this is related to my entry. Under its effect, the speed might be accelerated. But don't worry, I'll handle everything myself. Hao Chen will take full responsibility. Hearing Hao Chen's comforting words, Bai Lu gently lay on his chest. Thank you, Hao Chen. The remaining time was spent with Hao Chen taking on all the farming tasks alone. It wasn't overly exhausting. After all his stats were at 70. With each swing of the hoe, the soil was easily overturned by his powerful strength. Next came the organic fertilizer. While handling it, Hao Chen was very cautious, as this was harder nutrient that could nourish the land, while also playing an important role in the growth of future seeds. After finishing this, the midday sun was already overhead. During this time, the gentle and considerate Bai Lu returned to the dormitory to fetch 2 bottles of refreshing mineral water. After Hao Chen finished his work, he saw Bai Lu wearing a youthful school uniform standing in the shade waiting for him. Moreover, she was holding 2 bottles of delicious mineral water. You've worked hard to take a good rest. Bai Lu personally unscrewed the bottle cap, and then raised the mineral water bottle with both hands. Her smiling face made her look especially cute. Hao Chen had no dislike for this legal loli. After all, who could dislike lawless mature women and young girls? Zhengjie, did you not gain the cooking talent? By the way, can you cook some ingredients that help with Tang Kiki asked urgently with Qin Mingyao beside her. These two, after Hao Chen's repeated assistance, still had not succeeded in getting pregnant. Qin Mingyao even doubted whether she had a constitution that made it hard to conceive, and Tang Kiki thought the same. I do know a bit, but currently we don't have those ingredients. In terms of vegetables, spinach and broccoli are helpful, and then there's shrimp, pig liver, and fish meat. But the problem is, we currently lack these. After hearing this, Qin Mingyao looked towards a girl in the dormitory. As long as we can make it, we needn't worry about food. If I'm not mistaken, we have only explored the first floor of the second teaching building. The second and third floors are still unexplored. Moreover, we have a strong contender in our team for food exploration, and that's Li Ming. Tang Kiki looked at the teacher. So teacher, do you mean we should go to the second teaching building and take Li Ming to search for these ingredients? Qin Mingyao nodded gently. That's right. Even if we don't find them, we can still gather more ingredients for the team. If we do find them, it would be even better. Tang Kiki nodded gently. Shall we inform Hao Chen? Qin Mingyao waved her hand gently. Yes, we must tell Hao Chen. After all, we can't let him worry. Let's go. Our task today is to find these ingredients. In the school library, Weiko was wandering down the corridor, her expression worried as she kept glancing around. The security captain, the PE teacher. All that's left are the school doctor and the head teacher. The school doctor's abilities are quite remarkable. Even if injured, they can recover at an astonishing speed. What should I do? If Hao Chen can't defeat them, and the principal discovers the decrease in skill books, I will be punished. As Weika thought of this, her anxiety deepened. No, it seems I need to provide Hao Chen with some effective strategies. Just as Weika was thinking of ways, she suddenly remembered a teacher. Right? How did I forget her? Week's eyes lit up as she suddenly thought of a solution. In a dimly lit classroom, a voluptuous and alluring female teacher sat in a chair, rhythmically tapping her pencil on the desk. Oh, the librarian Vico actually came to find me today. What could possibly trouble you so much? Vico looked at the serene psychologist in front of her and said, I must have come to you for a reason. Oh, a new batch of survivors has arrived at the school. You should know about it, teacher Jianghe. Jianghe crossed her legs, her full thighs accentuated by the black stockings. I have indeed heard some rumors. So what brings you to me? Vico was taken aback for a moment, then a tearful expression appeared on her face. With a sudden thud, she threw herself onto Jianghe's lap. Teacher Jianghe, you must help me. Vico's performance was reminiscent of a film star, and the tears rolling down her cheeks instantly ignited Jianghe's anger. Stand up and tell me what they did to you. Vico rose from the ground, symbolically wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, and said in a choked voice, those survivors. They burst into the library, and then, Jianghe watched her sob uncontrollably, gently wiping her tears away. It's all right, take your time to speak. Vico nodded and continued. They stole the skill books from the library, and are now running rampant outside, plundering resources, and have even killed numerous fellow students. I came to you, the psychologist, to seek revenge. Upon hearing this, Jianghe suddenly stood up from her chair, her face contorted with rage as a dense black aura enveloped her. What a bunch of survivors, they dare to bully me. Do they think we are just harmless monsters? Jianghe shot a cold glare at Vico. Wait, I will go seek revenge for you. If they cannot withstand my challenge, they will suffer immense psychological trauma. The lies and greed of humanity will surely bring about their downfall. Seeing this, Vico felt a sense of secret satisfaction. I'm sorry, teacher Jianghe, but my fate is now intertwined with Hao Chen's. Moreover, I have already given him the principal's skill book. If the principal finds out, I won't escape unscathed, and I can only let you trigger the mission, allowing them to gain rewards and grow stronger. It seems the plan is going smoothly. A faint smile crept onto Vico's lips. In the second floor classroom, a wave of extreme cold suddenly swept through the entire corridor. The ambushing culinary monster was instantly frozen in place. Jiang Nan seized the opportunity, instantly becoming invisible and appearing behind the creature, swinging the anesthetic spiked club that Hao Chen had given her with all her might. In an instant, the regulatory monster on the second floor was dealt with. It seems the skill book works quite well, and my luck isn't too bad either, Yi Bingbing remarked, looking at the shattered ice on the ground before putting the skill book back into her system backpack. Qin Mingyao observed her students' excellent cooperation during this operation, a smile of satisfaction appearing on her face. Alright, let's see if there are any ingredients we need on the second floor. As Qin Mingyao spoke, her gaze shifted to Li Ming beside her. Li Ming, could you please? Li Ming nodded in response. She activated her talent skill, her sense of smell suddenly heightened. She sniffed around, attempting to locate the ingredients on the second floor. I found them. The moment Li Ming opened her eyes, one could see the stars flickering in her gaze. The small room on the second floor is a storage place for food with a layout similar to the first floor. After sniffing carefully, it seems there is chicken breast and red wine. Wait, let me smell again. Li Ming confirmed the surrounding scents once more. Yes, in the storage room on the second floor there are 3 ingredients: chicken breast, red wine, and spinach. Upon hearing the word spinach, Qin Mingyu's face flushed slightly. After all, one of the ingredients she needed was spinach. Alright, let's quickly get to work and pack all this food back. Before Qin Mingyao could even move, Tang Kiki dashed forward first. She used a simple crowbar, and with a forceful effort the storage room door on the second floor swung open. Inside, the food was kept in a refrigeration cabinet. Upon closer inspection, there were no signs of mold or spoilage. The vegetables were fresh, the chicken breast was also fresh, and there were a full 12 bottles of red wine. Qin Mingyao picked up a bottle of red wine and examined it closely. It's actually an 82 vintage wine. As the saying goes, the older the wine, the sweeter it becomes. Perhaps I can have a camel at dinner with Hao Chen when he is tipsy, and then do that kind of thing with him. Will it make him even more powerful in battle? I can't wait. As Qin Mingyao pondered, a droplet of saliva nearly dripped from the corner of her mouth. Teacher. Tang Kiki waved in front of her, trying to pull Qin Mingyao back from her fantasies. Oh, what's up? Tang Kiki, holding the ingredients and several bottles of red wine, said, "We've packed all the food. We can head back now. You shouldn't be dazed like this. With that look in your eyes, you aren't thinking of anything inappropriate, are you?" Faced with Tang Kiki's question, Qin Mingyao cleared her throat. "Not at all. I was just thinking about trivial matters, nothing like what you think. You must know that I am very serious and aloof." Upon hearing this, Tang Kiki couldn't help but roll her eyes. "But you were so eager to grab the microphone from me last night, no one could outmatch you in that regard." Grabbing the microphone. It was indeed a test of speed. If someone else snatched it away, there would be no chance left. Moreover, having tasted the sweetness, she knew how much she craved such things. "Alright, enough talk, let's head back." Qin Mingyao chose not to respond, and gently patted her shoulder. Just as everyone was about to return to the dormitory, her system panel suddenly appeared, without warning. Looking at the flickering red characters on the screen, Qin Mingyu's face turned pale. Moreover, it wasn't just her who received the system panel notification. Yi Bingbing, Jiangnan, and Tang Kiki also received it, but Li Ming did not. The perspective shifted back to the dormitory. After Hao Chen and Bai Lu returned to the dormitory, they also noticed the system panel that popped up in front of them. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Lin Nuanyuan immediately ran over. Lin Nuanyuan linked her arm with Hao Chen's, looking worried as she said, "Hao Chen there. Another challenge has come. Sudden challenge psychologist test. Requirements: pass the test. Location: psychology classroom. Completion reward to be announced after the task ends. Remaining time 30 minutes. If not attended, those selected for this event will suffer severe psychological trauma. Severe cases will result in having their mental power permanently, while lighter cases will only reduce the speed of their mental recovery." At the entrance of the psychology classroom, Hao Chen was leading Lin Nuanyuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Bai Lu to the door, while Qin Ming, Yao Jiangnan, Yi Bingbing, and Tang Kuku arrived at the same time. Upon seeing Hao Chen, Qin Ming Yao rushed over directly. Hao Chen, this sudden incident. Hao Chen could tell that Qin Ming Yao was very anxious, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "It's okay, don't worry," Hao Chen reassured her, then turned his gaze towards the others. "It seems this is similar to the chef challenge we encountered before. We can only pass by completing it. Although I don't know how it was triggered, we can't do anything right now. Also, why are we the only ones here while the other girls didn't come?" Zhou Xiaoxiao chimed in. "Is it possible that everyone present has had that kind of experience with you, and they chose us for this test? That's too ridiculous. Do we really have to face a challenge after such experiences? What kind of survival game is this? It's absurd." Yi Bingbing crossed her arms and turned her head away in irritation. She couldn't understand why this challenge was only directed at them. But upon thinking it over, Yi Bingbing felt that Zhou Xiaoxiao had a point. The girls who arrived at the scene had all been involved with Hao Chen, and even Bai Lu had come along. Hao Chen looked at the timer on the system panel, which showed only 15 minutes left, and steadied everyone's nerves once again. "Since we've come this far, there's no turning back. If a fight breaks out, I won't panic. Yi Bingbing, help refresh skills, and the rest use skill books to deal damage. We will not turn anyone away." As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he turned to face the door of the psychology classroom. Listening to Hao Chen's confident words, Qin Ming Yao felt some of her anxiety calm down. "Alright, let's go in." With that, Qin Ming Yao took Hao Chen's slender and warm hand. Sizzle. As the door to the classroom was pushed open, a powerful and malevolent black smoke surged out. The sudden commotion made it impossible for Hao Chen and the others to open their eyes. "What is that?" Zhou Xiaoxiao covered her eyes, unable to see inside the classroom. At that moment, a pair of giant hands emerged from within the classroom, formed from solidified black mist. In an instant, Hao Chen and the others were seized and pulled into the dim classroom at an astonishing speed. The classroom was divided into multiple compartments with soundproof glass separating them. At this moment, everyone was tightly bound to their chairs and unable to move. Hao Chen attempted to struggle, but found he had no strength left in his body. He looked at Yi Bing Bing in the adjacent compartment and shouted, "Bing Bing, are you okay?" However, Yi Bing Bing could only see Hao Chen's lips moving, but heard no sound. The others were in the same predicament, all attempting to communicate only to realize their voices were completely isolated. Just then a figure suddenly appeared on the podium. She was dressed in a black teacher's uniform with a short skirt, paired with black stockings, her eyes glimmering with a strange red light. "Welcome to my challenge. The rules are simple. Each person must complete a personality test. If you answer incorrectly, cheat, or withdraw midway, a segment of your memory will be randomly erased. Of course, there are additional penalties. If more than 2 people fail, everyone present will at least forget the events of the past day, or worse, forget the existence of someone. Are you ready?" The psychology teacher Jiang He's voice clearly reached each person's ears, yet they could still not hear any. Jiang He kindly reminded, "Save your breath, these compartments are completely soundproof. Don't waste your efforts, just accept the challenge. Now for the first one, let me see if this pure and lovely female student will speak the truth." Hao Chen's gaze turned fierce as he saw her stepping toward Lin Wanwan. Should this so-called psychology teacher dare to harm Lin Wanwan, he would do everything to utterly destroy her. But for now, the only thing he could do was answer truthfully, not lie. Seeing Lin Wanwan's pale face and dazed expression, Hao Chen couldn't help but sweat nervously. Jiang He approached Lin Wanwan, her smile radiating with unsettling charm. "You must answer me one question. If you do not lie, you will pass." She let out a soft hum and slowly asked, "What do you fear losing the most? Money? Status? Tell me your most genuine answer." Facing the psychologist's intense gaze, Lin Wanwan instinctively glanced. Hao Chen saw her lips move, saying a few words before stopping. After hearing Lin Wanwan's answer, Jiang He's expression darkened immediately. "Isn't your greatest fear the loss of money or beauty? This man is your most genuine answer." Lin Wanwan did not respond, merely nodding gently. The glass ball in Jiang He's hand shifted from red to green, and her expression instantly became serious. "It's actually correct. This must be a coincidence." She shot Lin Wanwan a cold glare and turned to the second person. Standing before Zhou Xiao, Jiang He smirked. "If you had to sacrifice one person to save everyone, who would you choose? Life is precious. Occasionally letting someone be a scapegoat is a good choice. Just tell a little lie, and I'll let you live. What do you say?" Zhou Xiao stared into her eyes and answered without hesitation, "Myself." Jiang He was taken aback. She clearly did not expect someone to be foolish enough to voluntarily sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. "This must be a lie. You I win." Before her words fell, the glass ball shifted from red to green again. Another one passed. Jiang He furrowed her brows. Could these humans be different from what she expected? So sentimental. This is not like the impression she had of them. She walked heavily to the third person. Looking at the mature and composed Qin Meng Yao, Jiang He let out a soft snort. "It seems you are the most mature one here. Based on my years of teaching experience, you should also be a teacher, right? Since there is only one boy here, let me see what your true feelings for him are." "My question is, what are your true feelings for—" Qin Meng Yao bit her lip. Before she could speak, her cheeks turned crimson. The glass ball in Jiang He's hand suddenly emitted a sound, detected accelerated heartbeat, elevated temperature, determining it as love. Immediately after, the glass ball shifted from red to green. Upon hearing this news, Jiang He was completely stunned. "This? Love? A teacher and a student, how could love arise? You two are in a student-teacher romance." She widened her eyes, feeling her worldview as a rule-based monster being thoroughly challenged. What's even more absurd is that the other party hadn't answered anything, yet the glass ball directly determined it to be. Human relationships are truly complex. I've only heard of love between men and women, but never thought there could be love between a teacher and a student. What does this mean? After questioning 3 girls consecutively, each one passed at a rapid pace, Jiang He's expression grew increasingly grim. She gritted her teeth, her tone suddenly darkening. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang He coldly gazed at the shy girl before her, a hint of an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "When did you start caring about the only boy in the class?" As soon as the words left her lips, the calm smile at the edge of her lips deepened, as if everything was under her control. "As long as you lie, I will give you everything you desire. Money, status, or beauty and figure that rival those present. Moreover, I will also free you in my name, allowing you to move about freely in this school. What do you think? How do you feel about this deal?" Bai Lu listened to the other party's words, lowering her head involuntarily. That enviable figure was indeed her deepest secret desire. Her gaze fell upon her flat chest, and Bai Lu gritted her teeth. However, in the next moment, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes bursting with bright light. "My true answer is that it started from day one, from the day Hao Chen promised not to let anyone get hurt. He is the real hero of the class, the most favored by all the girls, and the father of my child. In my heart, he is the best." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Lu took a deep breath and continued, "I do want money, status, beauty, and figure, but being true to oneself is the best."
Compared to all those superficial desires, I hope that Hao Chen can always be by my side. That is my answer. The determination and stubbornness in her tone instantly darkened Jiang He's expression. Don't you humans have anyone who wants to lie? What good does it do you to speak the truth? The benefits I offer you far outweigh those of everyone here. Why won't you listen to me? Jiang, he yelled in anger, her gaze falling on the glass ball in her hand. The sphere changed from red to green, the vibrant green, clearly indicating the truth of the answer. Seeing this scene, Jiang, he forcibly swallowed the rage within her. She gritted her teeth, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. I refuse to believe that no one will lie. There are absolutely no such honest people in this world. As long as I hit on the soft spot of humanity and satisfy their vanity, someone will eventually fall into my hands. Jiang He with a sullen face approached the next girl. Jiang Nin looked at this rule-abiding monster before her, showing no sign of emotion, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Jiang He gazed at the glass ball, a smile reappearing at the corners of her mouth. This is interesting. She turned her attention to the short-haired girl, and asked meaningfully, do you think you deserve Hao Chen? Among all the girls present I can see they all like him, but what basis do you have to determine that you hold a place in his heart? Jiang He waved her small hand, and a wave of illusory power surged into Jiang Nan's mind. In the illusion, Jiang Nan found herself surrounded by a group of handsome men, all standing at a height of 1 meter 80, each possessing 8-pack abs and features so exquisite, they seemed to have stepped out of a painting, their figures enough to make countless girls drool. But Jiang Nan merely glanced at them before retracting her gaze. She had never liked handsome boys. If she were to describe her ideal type, it would still be someone like Hao Chen, someone who doesn't see her as a boy, but sincerely treats her as a girl. He would take care of her, remind her, accompany her. Those seemingly insignificant little actions had already gradually pierced into Jiang Nan's heart. In the next second, Jiang Nan gently shook her head, calmly withdrawing from the illusion. Without hesitation she spoke, such petty tricks are useless against me. You may not know, but among these girls I hold the top position. Hao Chen is not only my brother, but also my most trusted husband, why I deserve him. As soon as she finished speaking, the glass ball turned green again. Looking at the familiar green, Hugh Jiang, he felt as though she was on the verge of collapse. She never expected that even the illusionary tactics could not hold her opponent. The short-haired girl before her was not only able to break free from the illusion in an instant, but also able to confidently express her most genuine answer. What kind of monsters are these humans? Jiang He silently screamed in her heart. She did not understand. She really did not understand. Taking a deep breath, Jiang, he turned her gaze to the last two girls, raising her hand, and the two partitions merged into one. Final question. Jiang He stepped forward, giving them no time to talk, and simply stood coldly before them. Yi Bingbing disdainfully lifted her chin, saying, ask away. Don't think we're afraid of you. Tang Kiki beside her also showed no weakness. Do you really think we are easy to deal with? Bring it on. Hearing the confidence of the two before her, Jiang He's lips curled into a smile. If you must choose one, would you rather be Hao Chen's classmate or his woman? Do I even need to choose? Tang Kiki almost blurted it out. In declaring this, here in this lifetime I will only recognize him as a man. He is my husband, and that will never change. Tang Kiki's answer was concise and firm, and the glass ball immediately turned green, that shade of green bright, without hesitation. Meanwhile, Yi Bingbing on the other hand fell into silence. From initially looking down on Hao Chen to now being sincerely devoted, she had undergone a long transformation. This question seemed tailor-made for her. After all, she had once said she would never give herself to Hao Chen, nor would she ever have children with him. If she answered now that she wanted to be his woman, would that not mean she had completely submitted to Hao Chen from the bottom of her heart? Yi Bingbing slowly lowered her head, a hint of an imperceptible blush appearing on her face. Classmate or woman? How should she choose? Images of Hao Chen interacting with other girls surfaced in her mind, and the inexplicable discomfort and possessiveness in her heart made her wonder why. Yi Bingbing raised her head, her gaze crossing the partition to fall on Hao Chen, who was also looking at her. In that moment of eye contact, Yi Bingbing saw the genuine concern in his eyes. A kind of worry that he did not want. At that moment, Yi Bingbing suddenly understood. She wanted to be this fool's woman more than just being friends. Whenever she stubbornly refused to eat, Hao Chen would quietly leave a portion for her. Whenever faced with monsters, he would do everything in his power to protect her. And that time he promised her a reward for bathing. He had said that he would not only protect everyone, but also her. That sense of responsibility had never been unfounded. Yi Bingbing's gaze became resolute as she looked directly at Jiang He. And Jiang He's expression subtly revealed a hint of excitement. As a psychology teacher, she could see the hesitation in the girl's eyes before her. And that hesitation meant there was hope. Speak it out. Speak boldly. What are your true thoughts? Hurry up and say it. Yi Bingbing slowly began, her voice soft, but every word clear. To be his woman. She paused as if using all her strength, and then her words poured out like a burst dam. Yi Bingbing will only love Hao Chen in this lifetime. He is my husband, the husband of my life. No one can replace him. Compared to being classmates, I prefer the way he does not mind my stubbornness. In that moment her voice was almost a shout, her speech rapid, and her face flushed. The glass ball immediately turned from red to green. And that shade of green was different from any previous one. It was so rich it seemed ready to overflow, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. Looking at the reaction of the glass ball, Jiang, he was about to explode. No. This is absolutely impossible. Why won't you lie? Why won't you lie? Jiang, he murmured to herself, the glass ball in her hand suddenly falling to the ground and shattering into countless sparkling shards. And her body began to sprout countless blisters. The surfaces of those blisters were covered in horrific blood vessels swelling at an alarming speed. Explode. Bang. A large amount of black smoke erupted from the bursting blisters, filling the air. At the same time, everyone's system panels popped up simultaneously. Sudden challenge: the psychology teacher's test result: passed the test. Task completion rewards as follows: name Hao Chen, reward S rank, trait mind reading. When Hao Chen and the others returned, the girls in the class surrounded them, their faces etched with concern. At this moment Zhang Yaya rushed over, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, and said with a worried expression, "Hao Chen, are you all okay? It's been 2 hours since you left, and we were thinking that if you didn't come back we might have to resort to extreme measures. Luckily you all returned safely." As she spoke, the tight frown on Zhang Yaya's face relaxed. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Hao Chen waved his hand. "Everyone, there's no need to worry. This was just a simple challenge, no one was injured, and we gained something," Hao Chen said as he took out the mysterious crystals given to him by Qin Mingyao and the others. In total there are 50 mysterious crystals, which is quite good. We can buy more useful things. If anyone has any requests, feel free to tell me, and I'll make a collective purchase to enrich everyone's daily life. Many girls raised their hands, their faces filled with rosy smiles. Hao Chen is amazing. He is simply my husband. Although he hasn't done that kind of thing yet, I will definitely strive for it. Can you outshine the teacher in snatching the microphone? Hearing everyone's cheers, Hao Chen couldn't help but smile happily. This challenge had no casualties, which was what he most hoped to see. Although he hadn't asked what questions the psychological teacher had asked them, he was sure that everyone had spoken sincerely, without lying. It was now afternoon, and in a few hours the sky would darken again. Watching everyone return to their activities, Hao Chen decided to try this level mind reading skill granted by the rewards for clearing the challenge. This mind reading skill could only be used once a day for a limited time of 10 minutes, allowing him to eavesdrop on the thoughts of any 5 people. Well, let's see how this mind reading works. The next moment, the inner voice of teacher Qin Mingyao reached Hao Chen's ears. At this moment, Qin Mingyao was sitting on Hao Chen's bed, gazing at him with a look of infatuation. "I want it so much. I like it too much. Hao Chen, tonight, I must grow well with you. And the wine we gained, we must have a candlelight dinner together sometime, taking advantage of the moment to have a perfect encounter. Just thinking about it makes me feel all heated up." Hearing Qin Mingyao's inner thoughts, Hao Chen couldn't help but cough lightly. As expected, it had to be the teacher's character. Seemingly aloof, but actually rather repressed inside. Hao Chen then turned his gaze towards Bai Lu. I wonder what the legally permissible lowly Bai Lu is thinking. Bai Lu was sitting on the bed looking adorably lost in thought. What should the baby be named? Is it a boy or a girl? Bai Lu's chest is so small, I wonder if I can feed it well. What should I do about that? And I don't even know how to deal with the milk powder. Oh dear, this is giving me a headache. Bai Lu shook her head, trying to toss out those thoughts. Bai Lu's personality really is like this, even her inner world is so rich. Hao Chen sighed with a smile, and finally he turned his gaze to Yi Bingbing. Yi Bingbing was standing alone outside the corridor, enjoying the afternoon breeze. Her fine hair danced beautifully in the wind, and her stunning profile appeared at that moment. I want to kiss Hao Chen passionately in this afternoon sunset. No, why am I suddenly thinking of these? Hao Chen, that big idiot, really. Yi Bingbing thought while gazing at the scenery outside. Unbeknownst to her, someone was approaching from behind. What are you thinking about? Hao Chen gently patted her shoulder, and then said. Upon hearing Hao Chen's voice, Yi Bingbing shuddered. Nothing, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be inside taking... Hao Chen was about to speak when the voice from her heart reached his ears again. What is this big idiot suddenly doing? I don't need him to take care of me. Recently he hasn't been that concerned about me. Every night he has been with them, and seems to have forgotten me. I must be of little importance to him. Yi Bingbing's head lowered, and even the sparkle in her eyes faded. Seeing Yi Bingbing like this, Hao Chen sighed with a smile. But thinking about it, it seemed to be true. In recent days, Qin Mingyao and Tang Kiki had been particularly diligent, making it hard for the others to get a word in, which was indeed frustrating. Then there was Yi Bingbing, who couldn't even get a spot on his wooden bed, so it was perfectly normal for her to feel envious. The next moment, Hao Chen gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yi Bingbing was taken aback by this gesture. She shyly pushed Hao Chen's hand away. Go away, can't you see I'm angry? I just want to be alone for a bit. Angry about what? Are you mad that I haven't been taking care of you lately?
Yi Bingbing's face immediately turned red at this question. No, I didn't. You're just talking nonsense. I'm just a bit preoccupied. Care to share? Hao Chen tucked her hair behind her ear and looked seriously at her profile. I don't want to tell you. If I do, you will. Before Yi Bingbing could finish her sentence, she felt Hao Chen's warm lips. The warmth exploded on her lips. At the moment their tongues touched, it felt like she had bitten into a popping candy, a tingling sensation shooting from her tailbone to the top of her head. Yi Bingbing shyly pushed Hao Chen away. What are you doing? Why so sudden? Suddenly kissing me. Yi Bingbing shyly wiped the corner of her mouth, looking at Hao Chen with a blush. Hao Chen gently said, I haven't been taking care of you lately, and that is indeed my fault, but I also have important responsibilities. Qin Ming Yao and Tang Kiki both need my help. However, if you want to join in, I won't refuse. After all, you are also my wife. You big idiot. Yi Bingbing still hadn't finished her sentence when Hao Chen kissed her again. This time Yi Bingbing did not push Hao Chen away, but instead immersed herself in the experience. These days had stifled her. Watching Hao Chen do those things with other girls made her restless, and with the competition from Qin Ming Yao and Tang Kiki, she had no chance to step up. Hao Chen skillfully kissed while eavesdropping on her thoughts. Just like this. A bit more attention. I like Hao Chen the most. I love kissing him and doing those things. Kissing him feels so good. Hao Chen listened to her thoughts and intentionally pulled away from the kiss. After the kiss was interrupted, Yi Bingbing's eyes clearly showed a hint of reluctance. Do you want more? Hao Chen said meaningfully. Yi Bingbing chose not to reply, but instead kissed him passionately. She chose to respond to Hao Chen's question with her actions. At that moment, Yi Bingbing finally fulfilled her wish to kiss Hao Chen beneath the sunset. Awakened, the hunt begins. In the dimly lit conference room, both the academic director and the school physician opened their eyes simultaneously. And after glancing at the ethereal figure composed of black smoke standing beside them, a faint smile curled at the corners of their lips. It appears this batch of survivors includes someone who has piqued our interest. They've already eliminated the P.E. teacher and the head of security. Proof enough that their strength is no trivial matter. And the academic director rose from his seat. He wore an immaculate white suit. His features were strikingly handsome. And, let us go. Ni's voice was soft as he turned his gaze toward the school physician seated nearby. We shall check on when the principal awakens. And upon hearing those words, the school physician extended her serpentine tongue to lick the blade of her scalpel. In principal's office, and on this floor housing the principal's office, even the lowest tier wanderers were elite class entities, and 50-odd monstrous female teachers stood guard here. Their power surpassed that of ordinary elites, yet fell just short of true bosses. In such a concentration of rule-bound monsters served a singular purpose: to safeguard the principal's slumber, ensuring his undisturbed awakening. The academic director gently pushed open the principal's office door. And inside, seated at his desk, sat a middle-aged man. And as the door swung inward, the principal slowly raised his head. His body was still regenerating. Full restoration was only a matter of time. And then came the academic director's fervent applause. Congratulations on your successful awakening, principal. Full bodily restoration is merely a question of time. A new group of survivors has entered the school. Our head of security and the P.E. teacher have both fallen to them. But rest assured, in my hands they will not survive 3 seconds. And the school physician added, indeed. With our combined efforts they are but lambs penned within a cage. And the principal gazed upon his 2 most trusted subordinates, and slowly closed his eyes. His voice, hoarse and resonant, emerged from his lips. I trust you won't disappoint me. My body still requires recovery. Dealing with these survivors is a minor affair. Entrusting it to you gives me confidence. Yet do not grow careless, or I shall deny you even the chance of resurrection. In hearing this, the academic director offered a slight respectful bow. What reward shall we receive upon completing this task, principal? And the principal remained motionless, eyes still shut, and uttered softly, monster crystals. 1 for each of you. You know all their function, do you not? They purify and refine one's very marrow, enhancing strength beyond prior limits. Here only I possess them. At the mention of monster crystals, the academic director and the school physician exchanged a charged glance. Had they not longed for such crystals? To them, these crystals were indispensable, a vital catalyst for ascension far more potent than siphoning human life essence. N. Your command shall be fulfilled without fail, principal. Please rest and restore yourself. We shall return victorious. And no sooner had the academic director spoken than he withdrew from the office with formal courtesy. As the 2 departed, a shadow drifted silently down the corridor, then vanished into the building's depths. In roof of the dormitory, Hao Chen leisurely swept dust from the rooftop, his actions deliberate, calculated. Surveying the freshly cleaned rooftop, Hao Chen allowed himself a subtle smile. Finally finished. Time to arrange a few things later. It was precisely noon. Every girl had tasks to attend to. Song Jia, the student gifted with lumberjack aptitude, led a contingent of girls deep into the rear mountains to harvest timber.
Luchinka, endowed with the gatherer aptitude, likewise combed the rear mountains alongside other girls, extract her innate talent revealed exposed iron veins scattered across the mountainside, raw materials ready for smelting. Once a furnace was built, forging iron weapons would pose no challenge. Bai Lu, the cultivator blessed with the gardener aptitude, tended her cherished small plot. The soil had been freshly tilled, organic fertilizer thoroughly incorporated, and seeds nestled securely beneath the surface, thriving. Watching order unfold seamlessly across all fronts, Hao Chen wiped a fine sheen of sweat from his brow. I wonder when the principal will awaken. No matter. Let us hope for peace. But alas, today's available traits are all tier D. Nothing worth selecting. Hao Chen murmured, his gaze drifting into the distance. And at that very moment a voice echoed from behind him. When will he awaken? He has awakened. Only his body needs time to recover. It's over. It's worse than I anticipated. His awakening was swifter than expected. Startled by the sound, Hao Chen spun around. Wei Ku, what did you say? Wei Ku paced back and forth behind him, fingers raking through her hair, brows knotted in distress. I said, the principal has awakened. His physical form still requires time to heal. And both the academic director and the school physician have awakened too. They'll likely come for you tonight. Hao Chen's expression darkened upon hearing her words. Two lieutenants striking in unison, while the principal himself stirs. So the trial begins. Wei Ku watched Hao Chen's thoughtful countenance deepen her own anxiety. She feared not his defeat, but what would follow if he lost the principal's skill book, falling into enemy hands, dragging her into its lethal orbit. Then she'd surely be tortured to the brink of death. Hao Chen, tell me, do you truly stand a chance? Wei Ku ceased pacing and stood directly before him, her face etched with worry. Hao Chen glanced at his system interface, and at the traits currently under his command. Acquired traits: Mind Link, Waste into Wonder, Blood for Blood, Roar, Master Locksmith, Structural Reinforcer, Blood Demon, Iron Skull, Brass Limbs, Graften Shift, Charismatic, Enchanter, Guardian, Aura, Mind Reader, Proxy Warfare. And Hao Chen's eyes lingered on the final trait, selected yesterday. One of his ultimate trump cards. Proxy Warfare allows designation of two distinct targets, human or monster, who then turn upon each other for 5 minutes. NAS for certainty. This trait offers no guaranteed kill, not against foes of such caliber. Worse still, the academic director possesses the ability to replicate any individual he has observed. If he replicated Hao Chen himself, and inherited even half these traits, the girls in class would stand little chance in battle. Seeing Hao Chen remain silent, Wei Ku's face fell, color draining from her cheeks. She'd believed her gamble sound. Yet confronting two lieutenants and the awakened principal amounted to nothing short of infernal odds. Hao Chen. Wei Ku spoke quietly, lifting her gaze to meet his hesitant expression. I pray my wager was right. Of all survivors here, you are the strongest I've ever seen. No one else has ever defeated both the dorm supervisor and 2 of the 4 demonic claws. You are the first. This may well be my final act of aid. No sooner had the words left her lips than she extended her hand sideways. Instantly a rift tore open where her palm hovered. Agony contorted Wei Ku's features, unbearable, as though her arm were being severed at the root. Then with a sharp intake of breath she withdrew her hand, clutching a skill book radiating blinding golden light. As the rift sealed itself, Wei Ku tucked the luminous tome deep into her robes. This is the privilege I forced open, sacrificing over half my cultivation to breach the principal's skill book vault. My strength has plummeted to elite monster tier, and this book is the sole gift I can offer you. In her voice trembling, Wei Ku placed the skill book gently into Hao Chen's waiting hands. As its details materialized upon his system interface, astonishment flickered across Hao Chen's face. Strength skill manual. Hao Chen's breathing quickened as he gazed upon the description of the strength skill manual before him. S-rank skill manual: resurrection. Effect: the host may resurrect once upon death. This manual is a single-use item. Once the host lives, the manual perishes. The effect was stated with stark concision, yet remained perfectly faithful to its essence. How could the principal possibly possess something this extraordinary? He even carries a resurrection talisman. Hao Chen lifted his gaze and looked at Wei Ku, who stood before him, her face contorted in anguish. Wei Ku willingly sacrificed her own cultivation to forcibly seize the enemy's skill manual, just to survive. A faint knowing smile curved Hao Chen's lips as he watched her. Gently stroking her head, he spoke in a soothing tone. Thank you. With resurrection now within reach, anything is possible. At the word possible, a glimmer of hope finally flickered across Wei Ku's expression. So, you're confident now? Have you devised a plan? Hao Chen nodded and proceeded to articulate his idea. I possess a trait titled Blood for Blood. It allows me to inflict self-damage in exchange for a proportional surge in offensive power. When confronting the dormitory supervisor, I held back too much. Yet that trial confirmed the magnitude of the power gain. Tell me. His peripheral gaze drifted toward Wei Ku, who listened intently. What if I become a suicide bomber? Paired with the resurrection manual, and amplified by blood for blood. What kind of chain reaction might unfold? Weike's mind raced. Self-inflicted harm yields offensive power. If she becomes a suicide bomber, that would mean total annihilation of her physical form. Every bone and sinew obliterated, yet resurrection awaits. Combined with blood for blood, that offensive power would explode beyond imagination, surging to terrifying, unfathomable heights. At that thought, color slowly returned to Weike's cheeks, but instantly she shook her head. No, it's too perilous. Even if you detonate yourself, the resulting power surge may still fall short of slaying the principal. That would waste our soul resurrection chance. Remember, this manual grants only one opportunity. Every step must be taken with utmost caution. Your proposal is far too reckless. Her brow furrowed again in deep concern. She personally opposed Hao Chen resorting to such an extreme method. The outcome remained entirely uncertain. I understand your reservations, but tell me, do you see any better alternative right now, eh? Weike froze at Hao Chen's words. She pondered, and indeed none came to mind. As the library administrator, she had already granted them skill manuals, but against two monstrous adversaries those manuals had grown woefully inadequate. They could delay the inevitable, but not evade it forever. And Hao Chen's capabilities, only he truly knew their limits. Thus the optimal path lay clear: become a suicide bomber, resurrect instantly, then amplify the devastation through blood for blood. It seems this truly is the only viable path. Hao Chen gently took Weike's hand. Don't worry, everything falls precisely within my calculations. You'd better deliver on that promise. As Hao Chen held her small hand, a soft blush rose to Weike's cheeks. Dormitory 701. A group of girls had gathered closely together, their faces etched with anxiety. So tonight, both the academic director and the school physician, the two fiends, will arrive simultaneously. Zhou Xiaoxiao asked urgently, while Weike, seated on the bed, gave a quiet nod. Then everyone must prepare thoroughly tonight. From what I know, the remaining two adversaries are exceptionally formidable. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression darkened instantly. Heaven above, how merciless you are, to send two demons at once. And now the principal has awakened. Is this some cruel jest? Tears welled in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. She glanced down at her slightly rounded belly. I haven't even given Hao Chen 100 robust sons yet. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao began to voice her despair, Tang Kiki gently patted her shoulder. When did the queen of gossip turn into a weeping willow? Tang Kiki wore no trace of mockery, only unwavering encouragement. We can endure this. We will prevail. Class representatives. Zhou Xiaoxiao stammered. Trust Hao Chen. He has never failed us. Tang Kiki's words carried undeniable weight, and the moment they were spoken, every girl in the room turned her gaze toward Hao Chen. After all, during their days here, each crisis had been resolved solely by Hao Chen, rescuing them time and again from mortal peril. Then from the crowd, a girl raised her hand confidently. Yes. We trust Hao Chen. He is our dormitory captain. He is our savior. It is he who has kept us alive this long, who has secured for us such safety and comfort. A petite girl with twin braids chimed in. Exactly. When we first arrived, we had no food or clothes. Without Hao Chen, where would we have found either? And he cares so deeply for us. Even when the toilets clogged for days and bathing became impossible, he led us to the swimming pool. He purchased repair kits for the plumbing himself. Each time he saved us all. We must not succumb to despair. We must unite and share his burden. Hearing these words, most girls' faces lit up with renewed vigor. Fear had vanished, replaced by unshakable conviction. Observing their unity and fervor, Hao Chen allowed a calm, serene smile to touch his lips. Their collective approval was precisely what he needed most. At that very moment, Yi Bingbing appeared at the dormitory door. She had just tended the fields alongside Bai Lu, and upon returning to the dormitory, she overheard the news. Hao Chen. Yi Bingbing bit her lower lip, her hands clenched tightly. Hao Chen too noticed her standing at the doorway. Her expression clearly betrayed deep concern. Everyone, please wait a moment. He rose and walked toward the entrance. Reaching Yi Bingbing, he smiled warmly. What's wrong? The usual aloofness had melted from Yi Bingbing's features, replaced now by palpable worry. I heard the principal has awakened, and tonight both the academic director and the school physician, the two fiends, will launch a joint assault. Can we endure it? A gossamer veil shimmered in Yi Bingbing's dewy eyes. Why not? Have you forgotten who I am? I am Hao Chen, the fearless Hao Chen who bows to neither heaven nor earth, and also Yi Bingbing's husband. With that, he tapped his chest firmly with his thumb. Yi Bingbing lightly struck his chest in response, a playful, affectionate gesture. Even now you're joking around. Really? You're still like a child. As the worry faded from her face, Hao Chen relaxed back into his familiar, easy stance. Just focus on your duties. That's all that matters. Without you, no one can refresh my skills. You are irreplaceable to me. At Hao Chen's layered, meaningful words, Yi Bingbing nodded resolutely. I will fulfill my duty without fail. Determination blazed in Yi Bingbing's eyes. a resolve mirroring that of every girl in the dormitory. At that moment, Hao Chen returned inside and surveyed the girls poised and ready. We've survived the Crimson Moon dungeon. We've slain the dormitory supervisor. We ventured together into uncharted territories, united in courage and purpose. So no challenge, however immense, can weigh heavier than a feather before us. He paused, then declared with fierce conviction, "Tonight, we shall shatter them utterly, leaving not a single fragment intact." As the night deepened, it was time to take action. The director of instruction placed his hands behind his back, his dark eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. He lifted his left hand, and a green demonic eye began to coalesce in his palm. "Go, little one, let me see what kind of treasures you can find. First send some shrimp soldiers and crab generals to scout the way, or else it will always be oneself who suffers." As soon as the director's voice faded, the green demonic eye sprouted wings and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, a multitude of elite monsters emerged from thin air in the open space. The director of instruction could not only replicate a person, but also control the abilities of the monsters within the school. 50 female monster teachers, elite wanderers, gatekeeper monsters, and elite devourers. The devourer was enormous, capable of swallowing a person whole. If caught, one must quickly cut open their belly, or they would be completely corroded by the powerful acidic liquid within. Moreover, its defense was astonishing, with tough skin and thick flesh that could even rebound damage. Looking at the subordinates in the open area, a slight smile appeared on the director's lips. "Are you ready over there? We can set out now." The school doctor quietly replied while licking the silver blade in their hand. "I was ready long ago. Oh, just let me meet them." "You. Wait a moment." As night fell, Qin Mingyao and others embraced Hao Chen on the bed. They felt each other's warmth, cherishing this hard-earned comfort, for tonight promised a fierce battle ahead. "Hao Chen, I believe in you. It's a pity I didn't leave you a seed of hope. It's all my fault. If we can make it through safely, I will bear you 100 chubby little ones in the future." Just as Qin Mingyio's words fell, Lin Wanwan kissed Hao Chen's cheek. "Although my skills may not be of much use, I will do my best to help you." Lin Wanwan's sweet voice soothed everyone present. Hao Chen gazed at the moonlight outside, then seriously looked at each girl sitting on the bed. "Everyone remember to use your skill books well. Those with offensive auxiliary skills, Su Wanqing, as the healer of our team, you must perform your duties. With your skill book's dual healing, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing nodded, and the healing skill book appeared in her hand. "I will give it my all." Seeing the firm response from the others, Hao Chen nodded. Just as he was about to suggest using the properties and elements of the skill books in conjunction, Lin Wanwan looked at Hao Chen's profile with a panicked expression. "Hao Chen, they are coming. According to my detection, there are over 100 elite monsters. And there's even a boss level 1. Only one boss. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the school doctor. This director of instruction is indeed much smarter than I imagined." Hao Chen got off the wooden bed, his gaze firmly fixed on each girl seated on the wooden bed. "Then let us face the battle." Without hesitation, Hao Chen activated the blood demon attribute. In an instant, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body. A powerful desire for battle and a thirst for blood exploded from within. Hao Chen's brown eyes turned blood red at that moment. "If you challenge my bottom line, don't expect to leave alive." With this declaration, every girl on the wooden bed climbed down in unison. None of them showed fear of death. Instead, their faces were resolute. Yi Bingbing held a blue ice-sealing skill book in her hands. "If any monster tries to pounce, I will freeze them first, and then we will attack together." Upon hearing Yi Bingbing's words, Zhang Yaya and the others nodded in agreement. In no time, they swiftly made their way to the first floor. On the open ground beneath the dormitory, the army of regular monsters was gradually closing in. The 50 female monster teachers licked their lips greedily upon seeing the living humans. They wielded whips in their hands, which seemed to be imbued with dark power, dark glimmers leaking from the whips. "Humans. Live humans. We will eat you. Eat you. Then we will become stronger. Ha ha ha." In an instant, numerous regular monsters rushed towards them. However, having faced so many scenes, the group was no longer as fearful as at the beginning. They no longer ran back to the dormitory in fear when encountering wanderers, but chose to confront the regular monsters and fight to the death. "Come taste this strike of mine." Zhou Xiaoxiao unleashed a gust of wind, and the immense wind swept the approaching regular monsters into its grasp. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Bingbing had a brilliant idea. Skills with elemental power attack first. The elemental power can spread in this wind field. As soon as her words fell, shards of ice shot out from the skill book. As the power of ice and snow surged into the wind field, ice crystals gradually formed on the bodies of the monsters, and their agility immediately slowed down. I will join too." Bai Lu's legs trembled slightly, but she still utilized the abilities from her skill book. A burst of green light erupted, and strong life force from nature exploded forth. Thorns covered in poison sprouted with parasitic spores. When the spores were caught in the wind field, they stuck to the bodies of the regular monsters.
In an instant, the toxins quickly eroded their bodies. Not only Zhou Xiaoxiao possessed the Wind Power skill book, but also Li Ming and Su Qing from the class had Wind Power skill books. With their cooperation, the oncoming regular monsters were quickly dealt with. While Hao Chen cleared the remaining regular monsters that were not caught in the wind field, he watched the scene of everyone cooperating. I was just about to tell them to use the elements in conjunction, and they grasped it so quickly, a smile appeared on Hao Chen's lips as he plunged into the battlefield. Under the influence of the blood demon, attribute his stats were continuously rising. The attribute values provided by the mental connection with the 7 girls quickly surpassed 100 under Hao Chen's attacks. Moreover, choosing the mental connection initially made it possible to exceed 100 so quickly. I only need to take down a few elite monsters to easily break through. Currently, the life values of the elite monsters in the area are all at 100, while my attack value with this strike has already reached 120, easily one-shotting them. As Hao Chen's words fell, he swung the military hand axe in his hand. Currently, Hao Chen was like a runaway wild horse on the battlefield, with his stats continuously increasing and his attacks growing stronger. As for the situation on the girls' side, Hao Chen was naturally at ease, as his women were not easy opponents. Watching the subordinates being dealt with one by one, the school doctor lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. Having such a lively time. The life essence from him must be delicious. Just as Hao Chen was still dealing with the regular monsters on the field, a green demonic eye floated above. The emerald demon eye continuously scanned the chaotic scene below. The chaotic elemental forces within the wind field severely interfered with its vision. As the demon eye attempted to adjust its position to seek out humans, a torrent of flames surged towards it. Upon contact, the demon eye ignited a thick plume of black smoke. Jiang Ning, gazing up at the unidentified flying object that had been shot down, finally breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. It's probably just an unremarkable monster. Jiang Ning shrugged, and then channeled his fire elemental power into the wind field. Once the demon eye was eliminated, the director quickly covered his eyes. When he opened them again, they were bloodshot. Damn it! How dare those humans attack my demon eye? I had planned to replicate it in the simplest and most brutal way, but since you initiated combat, I won't hold back. The director clenched his hands tightly, descending step by step from the stairs as he fixed his gaze on the distant dormitory. By killing you, I will obtain the monster crystal given by the principal. Once that happens, I will possess even greater power. After clearing the elite monsters on the field, smiles finally appeared on everyone's faces. After all, having the skill book would finally allow them to vent their frustrations, which was a great relief for the girls who had not yet awakened their talents, and for those who lacked offensive capabilities. At this moment, Hao Chen did not deactivate his blood demon state, but activated the blood demon entry once more. After all, the 2 subordinates had yet to appear, and he could not simply let it go. Lin Wanwan was the first to check her surroundings for any hidden dangers. After confirming there were no red dots around, she opened her eyes and sighed in relief. Currently, there is no danger. That boss-level creature has vanished. But everyone mustn't let their guard down and be cautious. Hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. That's good, but seems he was scared. Seeing so many skill books and abilities, he surely dares not attack us. Humph, doesn't he know who he is facing? Zhou Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, a proud expression on her face. At that moment, Hao Chen walked over. When he saw that no one was injured, he too sighed in relief. Don't let your guard down, and those 2 subordinates won't let us off easily. Moreover, he was just here, but has now vanished. It probably isn't as simple as we think. Just as everyone was relieved about this brief respite, 2 figures approached from the distance. Oh, do you really think we would escape? Today none of you shall escape. I will drain every essence from your bodies and turn you into monsters within this school. Joining us may well be your most sensible choice. With those words, the director appeared alongside the school doctor. Join you? You must be dreaming. Hao Chen turned around, looking at him with his blood-red eyes. At that moment, the director quickly swept his gaze across everyone present. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he snapped his fingers. In an instant, 36 individuals along with Hao Chen were replicated without exception. Looking at his shadowy doppelganger, Hao Chen gritted his teeth. Hao Chen turned his gaze towards the girls behind the shadowy figure. Yi Bing Bing Zhang, Yi Qin Ming, Yao Su Wan Qing, and others bore no distinction from their real selves. The director lightly touched the face of the shadowy Yi Bing Bing. So beautiful, I imagine your life has been quite pleasant. But don't worry, once I'm done with you, those girls behind you will belong to me. Having slumbered for so long, it's time for some indulgence. The director extended his dark tongue, uncaring of the gazes around him, licking the face of the shadowy Yi Bing Bing. Hao Chen's eyes reddened with fury at such a vile act. Oh, by the way, your abilities have been replicated as well. I wonder whose is stronger. Or perhaps, seeing you 2 inflict heavy damage on each other isn't a bad thing. It saves me the trouble of intervening. The shadowy Hao Chen opened his eyes, and a surge of killing intent radiated from him. The blood demon entry. Even that has been replicated. But now there's nothing for you to use, how could you possibly surpass me? The director waved his hands. Go my children, bring me their heads. I wish to enjoy a lavish feast. In an instant 36 shadowy girls, and Hao Chen charged forth simultaneously. Their eyes held no emotion, only a thirst for slaughter and a ruthless aura. At that moment Qin Ming, Yao stood in front of Hao Chen. It's okay, teacher is here to help you. And so am I. Yi Bingbing followed suit, her face devoid of the usual arrogance replaced with a thirst for victory. The girls did not retreat, instead they chose to charge forward. Seeing this scene, the director couldn't help but typically the survivors he had seen either struggled desperately or abandoned their companions to flee. He was unexpectedly surprised by this group of survivors. As Qin Ming, Yao activated her talent skill, Hao Chen gently touched her shoulder. Teacher, leave it to me, just take care of yourself. Qin Yufei's voice reached Hao Chen's ears. The health of the two boss-level individuals is each at 800. The director's replication skill will refresh in 2 minutes, and the school doctor's skill can infinitely heal themselves, making them nearly immortal. Only by dealing high damage can they be completely killed, or otherwise they will use the remaining time to heal themselves. Hao Chen nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, the Thunderfire skill book appeared in his hands. He first used the roar entry to immobilize the monsters charging towards him. Everyone stepped back. The shadowy Hao Chen smiled faintly. Why should I? I am you and you are me, you cannot defeat me. Hao Chen's eyes were cold as he intentionally drew the flames towards his body. The words cannot be defeated have never existed in my dictionary. The flames seared his school uniform and trousers to ashes. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming, Yao's pupils instantly constricted. Hao Chen, what are you doing? Not only was Qin Ming Yao worried, but even Yi Bingbing felt a tremor in her heart. Without hesitation, she removed her school uniform, revealing her fair skin. At this moment, she only wanted to do one thing: to extinguish the flames engulfing Hao Chen with her clothing. Watching Hao Chen set himself ablaze, the director and the school doctor burst into laughter. What a reckless fellow choosing such a method, it's undoubtedly a death sentence. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. Lin Wanwan and Jiang Nan ran over, also removing their school uniform. As they attempted to extinguish the flames on Hao Chen, he turned to look at them. Hao Chen did not mention his intention to become a self-destructing soldier. First, it would cause them concern. Second, it would distract them during battle. Third, it would affect their morale. Although he possessed a resurrection skill book, Hao Chen pondered that their reaction would likely mirror that of Wei Ke. Don't worry. I will make them understand the consequences of crossing my bottom line. The flames were engulfing Hao Chen's body. Witnessing this, the director's laughter echoed across the battlefield. Yet in the next moment his smile froze. Amidst the flames, Hao Chen's figure did not fall. Though his skin was burning, his eyes remained fixed on himself. At that moment, a radiant skill book appeared in Hao Chen's hand. Detected that the host is about to die, resurrection skill book has been activated. Seeing the skill book radiating intense light, the director's brow furrowed. This aura. Wait, isn't this the principal's exclusive skill book? How could it be in your hands? How did you obtain it? The flames suddenly exploded, and a sea of fire surged. Hao Chen, who had been reduced to ashes, slowly emerged from the blazing inferno. Golden light enveloped him, and threads of white light wove into his body structure. He looked at the director, his voice calm. How did I obtain it? You can seek the answer after you die. Now it's my... Looking at the reborn Hao Chen, the director of education couldn't help but smile. To waste the resurrection skill book like this, I thought something intriguing would happen, but I didn't expect you to be this foolish. Well, I have nothing more to say, so it's time to send you on your way. The moment the director finished speaking, the black light in his eyes grew even denser. Immediately, dozens of elite monsters appeared out of thin air. The school doctor, who had been waiting for the right moment, also swung the scalpel in his hand at that instant. Let me taste the flavor of blood. In the next moment, the phantom body, the elite monsters, and the school doctor all moved at once. Seeing this scene, Qin Mingyao couldn't help but take a step back. Faced with numerous targets and powerful enemies, even she didn't know how to win. Just then, Hao Chen's figure swept. When she saw Hao Chen charging forward alone, Qin Mingyao wanted to reach out and grab him. The top student, Qin Yufei, seemed to sense something unusual. She quickly checked Hao Chen's system panel. This glance startled her greatly. Hao Chen's panel values were skyrocketing at an incredible speed, especially the attack power. 685, 753, 899. 1,000-inch. Qin Yufei's voice trembled, but she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Hao Chen's attack power has already surged to 1,000. Did he set himself on fire earlier to achieve this? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yufei arrived at her conclusion. With the blood for blood inscription coupled with self-inflicted damage to gain attack power and the resurrection skill book. Indeed, one can accumulate a significant amount of attack power along this path. Though sacrificing the precious resurrection skill book, it is more than enough to single-handedly annihilate the monsters before him. As the phantom body charged at him, Hao Chen lightly swung the military axe in his hand. His expression was relaxed, seemingly unafraid of the imminent danger. The moment the phantom body touched the military axe, it was obliterated by that tremendous force. Come on, let me show you so-called elite monsters. Hao Chen wielded the iron axe like a swimming dragon. At the moment each phantom body made contact, they dissipated into black smoke in midair. They hadn't even had the chance to unleash their abilities before being vanquished by Hao Chen. Even the phantom version of Hao Chen could not escape this devastating blow. Copperhead iron arms. Without a doubt it was a clean slice. In just a moment the phantom Hao Chen was slain, let alone the elite monsters charging at him. In Hao Chen's eyes they were utterly insignificant. At the same time the school doctor rushed over at an incredible speed, wielding the scalpel and glaring at Hao Chen with a sinister expression. I think we need to have a heart-to-heart conversation. Looking at the school doctor who was less than 5 meters away, Hao Chen simply raised the iron axe in his hand. A heart-to-heart. Sure, but you will be the one to pay the price. The moment their weapons clashed, a crisp cracking sound echoed. It was the school doctor's scalpel that had shattered. Wah! What? Just as the school doctor was still in shock, Hao Chen's axe had already struck his head. When the axe penetrated the doctor's body, Hao Chen's terrifying attack power cleaved him in two. This blow was executed from head to toe without any hesitation. Although the school doctor could heal himself under such immense attack power, he had lost all means and strength. Watching Hao Chen's unstoppable advance, Yi Bingbing couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on her face. Not only was she excited, but also the other girls watching everything from behind. Qin Mingyao placed her hands over her chest, a rare smile appearing at that late hour. Zhou Xiaoxiao waved her hands, looking exhilarated as she watched Hao Chen dominate. Awesome, Hao Chen. Defeat them, yes, just like that. Great job. Seeing the school doctor being dealt with, in an instant the director of education was thrown into disarray. When did your attack power become this high, eh? Hao Chen pulled the axe out of the school doctor's body and turned to look at the director. You shouldn't need to know that, right? A blood-red glow flickered in Hao Chen's eyes as he gripped the axe tightly. As he gradually approached, for some reason the director took a few steps back. This feeling of fear was inexplicable, even to him. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, the principal will surely eradicate you all. When that time comes, you won't fare any better. Can't kill you. You won't even last a second in my hands. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, his body moved at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Hao Chen was right in front of him. Your ability merely allows you to copy others, but it has a serious flaw. As long as I am strong enough, even the copy will perish at my hands and you. What makes you exceptional? The director of education attempted to summon more elite monsters to shield himself from the impending attack, but Hao Chen's axe had already reached his neck. That overwhelming force instantly filled the director's eyes with bloodshot veins. If you kill me, you will know the consequences. I am an indispensable figure in this school, and you will pay a painful price. In response to the director's desperate struggle, Hao Chen swung down, without hesitation, cleaving the director in two, just as he had done to the school doctor. As the thick black mist dissipated in midair, the bodies of the director and the school doctor vanished from sight. What followed was the calm night sky and the bright moonlight. The surrounding rule-based monsters had long since fled. After all, they weren't foolish enough to face an enemy they couldn't defeat. Watching the disappearance of the monstrous army along with the director and the school doctor, Hao Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the skill book, I doubt it would have been so easy to deal with them. Not to mention facing another version of myself, another me, with the same inscriptions. Thankfully, under this attack power of 1,000, they have already turned to nothing. I have won this battle. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he noticed two glowing crystals where the director had vanished. Just as he was about to go grab them, the contract skill book suddenly emerged at that moment. Meanwhile, Waco peeked her head out from the skill book. After confirming everything was safe, she climbed out. Did you resolve it? Yes, Hao Chen nodded, and then said, indeed, under the effect of the self-destructing soldiers my attack value reached 1,000, but resolving them was merely a matter of waving my hand. By the way, what are these two glowing crystals? Hao Chen pointed at the glowing crystals on the ground, asking with curiosity. Waco looked in the direction he pointed, and when her eyes landed on the two crystals, it seemed as if twinkling stars appeared in her gaze. Monster crystals. Crystals that can enhance one's own abilities. This thing should be useless to me, right? Waco did not immediately respond to his question, but instead picked up the monster crystals. Of course, these monster crystals can only be used by monsters. As of now, my cultivation has dropped to elite level. If I absorb these two crystals, I can break through to the little boss level. Looks like a blessing in disguise. As soon as Waco finished speaking, she lightly coughed twice. Stinky fish, I admit your strategy is indeed useful. Oh, I underestimated you. But this monster crystal is of no use to you, so I will reluctantly accept it. Oh, by the way, come to the library in a couple of days, and I will give you a new skill book. I need to ensure you have more means before the principal recovers. As soon as Waco finished speaking, she looked at Hao Chen with burning eyes. Wait. If I absorb these two monster crystals, can you protect me? In the neighboring dormitory, 2 monster crystals floated before Waco. The energy within the monster crystals was gradually being transmitted into her body. Hao Chen sat on a nearby chair watching her. The crisis had been resolved, and the head of education and the school doctor had already fallen at his hands. However, there was still one threat left, and that was the principal. Hao Chen rubbed his brow and let out a gentle sigh. His sigh was not due to exhaustion, but rather concern. After all, the only grade skill book he possessed had already been used up, and he was unsure if he would be able to obtain another grade skill book next time. It seems I can only see what levels of skill books Waco can obtain through her permissions. Just as Hao Chen finished his thought, Waco, who was absorbing the monster crystal, began to blush gradually. She felt a sense of restlessness and warmth in her body. Waco's body started to tremble slightly as the power from the crystal gradually flowed into her, intensifying the heat within her. Naturally, Hao Chen, who was sitting nearby, noticed this. Could it be that absorbing such things has side effects? Hao Chen frowned and stood up, walking towards Waco. Waco, are you alright? If the energy is too overwhelming, don't push yourself. It's fine to absorb it in stages. There's no need to take it all at once. Before Hao Chen could continue speaking, Waco opened her eyes. She turned her head to look at Hao Chen and then suddenly lunged into his arms. Faced with this sudden embrace, Hao Chen's instincts were immediately triggered. He feared that the side effects of Waco absorbing energy might harm him. But the next second, Waco's actions exceeded his imagination. Waco shyly began to unbutton her clothes, revealing her fair body and exquisite collarbone. With her last bit of rationality, Waco spoke the only clear words: the energy is too overwhelming. I accidentally absorbed too much from the head of education's monster crystal, and now I need to release. You filthy human, just lie down. If I can't release this energy, you won't be able to have. Just as Hao Chen was about to speak, Waco suddenly kissed him. When their lips touched for the first time, Hao Chen felt an unprecedented sensation. This was different from kissing a human girl, as a rule-based monster. Waco was inherently different from humans. A softer and gentler feeling surged within him. What made Hao Chen even more excited was Waco's petite body complemented by her cup chest. Waco kissed passionately. Her tongue seemed to spark like lightning upon contact. A tingling sensation blossomed between them. Waco was very aware of her actions, kissing Hao Chen while unbuttoning her inner garment. Are you serious? Hao Chen, observing her flustered state, posed a question. Waco was panting as she looked down at him. Of course. Although there are many ways to release, it's just that you're right beside me. Using a human body might not be a bad thing. I suppose you're also curious about what it feels like for a monster like me. Waco placed a finger on her lips, and then adjusted her half-frame glasses. Seeing the surging Waco, Hao Chen certainly wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. With the meat so close, how can I not eat? However, what she said is indeed true. I'm quite curious. Cough cough, then Hao Chen will be the first man to step into this unknown territory in the survival game world. Let me bear it all. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, a skill book titled Golden Kidney Timeless appeared beside him. Looking at the desire-filled Waco, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Hao Chen's mouth. 2 hours later, Waco lay limply on the ground, the blush on her face lingering. It was I who released this energy. Not for you. Waco trailed off, lacking the strength to continue. At that moment, Hao Chen's system panel popped up. Blessing of many children, congratulations to the host for having offspring with the rule-based monster Waco. Note: rule-based monsters are different from humans. They provide 10 points of monster protection value. Monster protection value more resilient than any previous protection value. When monsters attack a wooden bed, it will block a lethal blow. Seeing the explanation on the system panel, Hao Chen was completely stunned. Monster protection value can even block a lethal blow. Hao Chen stood up from the ground, having not even had time to put on his pants. Just as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Waco, who lay on the ground seemingly exhausted and already fallen asleep. I didn't expect to gain something from this disaster. But this blessing of many children truly makes no distinction. Even rule-based monsters can implement it. Hao Chen shook his head gently and picked up the sleeping Waco. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I wonder what expressions Qin Mingyao and Tang Kiki would have if they knew that even rule-based monsters could have offspring. After all, they had been working hard for several nights without success. Hao Chen chuckled helplessly and then returned to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, everyone had already fallen asleep. Lin Wan and the others were breathing evenly in their sleep. The softness of Hao Chen's bed and the warmth of the blanket made it hard for them to resist. Seeing the remaining space on his bed, Hao Chen gently laid Waco down. There's no more room. Hao Chen stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the girls sleeping soundly on his wooden bed. He gently counted with his fingers. Qin Mingyao Jiang, Nen Lin and Wan Tang Kiki, Zhou Xiao Xiao, by Lu Waco. 7 girls are sleeping soundly on my bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Hao Chen shook his head gently, and then turned his gaze to each of the girls in the dormitory. Just then Yi Bingbing sat up from her bed. She first rubbed her blurry eyes, and then looked at Hao Chen. Yi Bingbing whispered, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Hao Chen gently shushed her and then pointed to his wooden bed. Upon seeing the many girls on the bed, Yi Bingbing understood Hao Chen's meaning. Yi Bingbing was taken aback for a moment, then shyly lowered her head. Next she bit her lip and looked at him with a bashful gaze. Hao Chen understood her gesture, and when the two of them squeezed onto the narrow wooden bed, Yi Bingbing could clearly feel his steady heartbeat and warmth. Hao Chen, this should be the first time you sleep on my wooden bed. Since we've come this far, let's settle the rewards. Listening to Yi Bingbing's words, Hao Chen's restless hands fiddled under the blanket. In the next second, Yi Bingbing's fair little face turned red. Hao Chen, you big flirt. After saying this, shyly Yi Bingbing left her mark on his neck. That red strawberry mark symbolized that tonight would surely be anything but quiet. The principal was murmuring with his eyes closed for souls guarding the house. He was acutely aware that his proud subordinate had been slain by the opponent. At that moment, 4 wisps of black smoke appeared in his office. The principal slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the 4 lifeless forms of black smoke. The 4 wisps of black smoke were sketching the figure of their master. Who on earth is capable of defeating my subordinates one by one? Even my proud and esteemed head of instruction has fallen at his hands. Interesting. Truly interesting. The principal snapped his fingers and a spatial rift immediately appeared. Wake up, bring me my life skill book. I need to accelerate my physical recovery and make them realize the consequences of being reckless on my territory. As soon as the principal finished speaking, Weka smiled slightly, emerging from the spatial rift with a skill book in her. Principal, your life skill book. After handing it to him, the skill book radiated a stronger healing light. Weka watched as the principal gradually regained his form under the healing glow, unable to suppress a gulp. Oh no. This old fellow has already recovered to this extent. It seems his body will fully recover in no time. Hao Chen, what will you do in the face of this guy? While absorbing the healing aura, the principal murmured, Weka, how is my resurrection skill book preserved? This is my lifeline. As the librarian, you must protect my privately collected skill books, do you understand? Faced with the principal's question, Weka trembled slightly. She forced herself to appear calm. Of course the skill book is with me. Principal, you can rest assured, I won't let anyone steal it. If they dare, I'll make sure they regret it. The principal nodded with satisfaction. Including my subordinates, you are one of my proudest underlings. When we battle against humans, I hope you can showcase your true strength. Oh, by the way, I will lift the restrictions on the skill books. As the librarian, you can manipulate over 10 skill books at once. If you use my personal skill books, your power will rise to another level. At that time, with the monsters attacking together, they will have no chance of escape. Listening to the principal's words, Week's expression changed from forced calmness to excitement. Old ding, thank you. Once the restrictions are lifted, and I can use your skill book, not to mention elite monsters, I would even dare to confront you. Oh, by the way, I've already stolen your resurrection book, hee, and I've already used it. Still a lifeline. It's already gone. Week's heart was filled with mischief. In the room 701, Hao Chen was holding the warm Yebingbing in his arms. He could only feel a warm and slippery sensation erupting in his mouth. That softness, he couldn't quite explain what it was. A few moments earlier, Yebingbing, who had just woken up, looked at Hao Chen's handsome profile and couldn't help but harbor mischievous thoughts. She glanced around and found everyone was in deep sleep, so she gently kissed Hao Chen's lips. At first, that sense of stealing was indeed a bit uncomfortable for her. After all, this was her first time actively meeting Hao Chen, so proactively seeking his warm lips. Once their lips met, Yebingbing unknowingly fell into it. With her eyes closed, she enjoyed everything in front of her, unaware that Hao Chen had already awakened under this intent. Looking at Yebingbing's flushed face, Hao Chen chose not to interrupt, but rather to reciprocate her kiss. Huh. Yebingbing slowly pulled away and wiped the moisture from her lips. When her eyes met Hao Chen's, their gazes locked at that moment. Hao Chen, you woke up. When did you wake up? Yebingbing was clearly a little shy, wishing to bury her face in the blanket. When you were kissing me. Hearing his response, Yebingbing lightly punched his chest in annoyance. You woke up and didn't say a word, so does that mean you've been cooperating with my kiss all along? Hao Chen gently responded with an Upon hearing his reply, Yebingbing turned away, placing her hands on her flushed cheeks. What the heck? I got discovered on the first time I secretly did this. Why is my luck so bad? Seriously, I feel like I could die. How embarrassing. Fortunately, no one saw it. If anyone saw it, and it spread, where would I, the proud school beauty Yebingbing, put my face? Just as Yebingbing was still feeling shy, Hao Chen's hand wrapped around her waist. Hao Chen gently moved Yebingbing closer, their skins tightly pressed against each other. Next time, just say it directly when you want to kiss. No need to sneak around. Last night you put in so much effort, it should be more than just a reward, right? In the future, he'll take good care of you, no need to worry. As Hao Chen spoke, he inhaled the jasmine-scented hair of the girl in his arms. The proud young lady, the school's top celebrity, and her father controls millions in assets. And now she is obediently lying in my arms. I, Hao Chen, can be considered to have reached the pinnacle of my life. The time was still early, and everyone was in slumber.
Hao Chen took a look at the entries he obtained today. The 4 henchmen have been dealt with. It won't be long before the principal makes a move. I hope the entries will be good to me. As he spoke, Hao Chen checked today's entries. As soon as he flipped through, he saw the familiar golden light. S rank. It's finally here again. Truly those who survive great tribulations must have blessings. Hao Chen excitedly looked at the description of the entry. S rank entry twin spirits description. Upon using this entry, the host can split into 2 avatars, each possessing different personalities. And this also determines their means of attack. Personality 1 kind adept at skill book abilities skilled in attacking from multiple dimensions. Personality 2 angry often prefers to use violent means. Proficient in attacking limitation once per day. Looking at the description above, Hao Chen was stunned. Twin spirits. 2 avatars. And with different personalities. Is this a low-tier version of the Tiger Talisman? Hao Chen's lips trembled slightly as he decided to keep it for now and see the next entry. As he scrolled down, he found that apart from one S rank entry, the others were all C rank. For example, speeding up material searches by 50 by providing a protective value of 25 while wearing clothes. These 2 entries are completely optional, so given the situation of the highest level entry, Hao Chen decisively chose the S rank entry. However, what exactly does this twin spirits mean? Just as Hao Chen was about to test it, a thick smoke rose from the corridor outside the dormitory, and he could clearly hear the sound of crisp footsteps. When the crisp sound of footsteps echoed outside the corridor, the female students in the dormitory immediately. A strong electronic beat suddenly flooded in from the hallway. Zhou Xiaoxiao was abruptly awakened by the infectious melody springing up from her bed in an What the heck? Where is this BGM coming from? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked around in confusion, and the other female students also cast bewildered glances. As the music continued to assault everyone's eardrums, the dormitory door was gently pushed open. An old man entered carrying a travel backpack. He had a portable speaker hanging from his waist, wore a cyberpunk-style jacket, and sported a pair of white headphones around. The overall impression he gave was that of a trendy old man who loved to sing and dance. Children, is there anything you'd like to trade with me? Zhou Xiaoxiao was struck by the music to the point of headache, unable to hold back her criticism. Could you please turn off your music first? It's too loud. What kind of bizarre song is this about poisonous snakes and bees? Hearing her feedback, the old man cheerfully turned off the speaker. Oh dear, you truly don't appreciate art. Such exquisite music, and you call it noisy. Oh well, it's pointless to explain to a child like you. The old man cleared his throat and straightened his expression. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a wandering merchant traveling from place to place, trading with survivors. I have traversed the Death Desert, glaciers, snowy fields, giant trees, jungles, and islands, and have dealt with many survivors. Surely you can find what you desire here. After speaking, he placed his travel bag on the ground. As soon as the bag touched the ground, a huge display screen appeared before everyone, densely packed with the prices of various goods. 1 basket of potatoes, 2 mysterious crystals. Low-level mental recovery potion X, 2, 3 mysterious crystals. Jungle machete, 20 mysterious crystals. The rest of the items were equally dazzling, diverse in type. Hao Chen took a quick glance, and was surprised to find there were a full 99 pages of tradable items. How can such a small backpack hold so many things? This is like Doraemon's pocket, someone murmured quietly. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, the old man cheerfully asked, So my children, have you found something you like? If so, you can exchange it with me for mysterious crystals, or trade it for something else. Before he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and another screen lit up in midair. You only have 1 chance to exchange small items with me, so make your decision quickly, as I am on a tight schedule, and need to head to the next place. The old man scratched his ear, and casually flicked away some earwax. Looking at this trendy character, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt something was off. How could a so-called wandering merchant appear so flashy? Was this really okay? Hao Chen opened his system backpack to check the number of mysterious crystals he had. He had earned 50 from battling the dean and school doctor last night, and with the previous amount, he currently possessed a total of 120. He could indeed trade for some useful items, like a mid-level mental recovery potion. Drinking 1 restores 70 points of mental energy. And food? This was something that was never enough, and the wandering merchant's prices were quite reasonable, with a basket of potatoes costing only 2 mysterious crystals. What should I trade for? Just as Hao Chen was pondering, the old man's gaze began to roam around the room. He scanned every girl on the wooden beds. They were all stunningly beautiful, with voluptuous figures. Yi Bingbing's eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance, stirring something in his heart. And upon seeing Qin Minjio's mature and alluring demeanor, he was nearly drooling. Oh my goodness! Is this the land of daughters? So many beauties. The old man discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze suddenly locking onto a pair of purple stockings placed at the head of Qin Minjio's bed. These are holy relics. Seeing the old man completely lose control, he dashed over. Qin Mingyao immediately showed a look of disdain upon witnessing his lecherous expression.
What? What are you doing? You perverted old man. Put down my stockings. Qin Mingyao exclaimed as she stood up from Hao Chen's bed. Before she could react, the wandering merchant had already picked up her stockings. Beautiful lady, do you want to trade? If you exchange these stockings for small items, I promise you won't be disappointed. Is that okay? Is that okay? The wandering merchant's eyes were filled with sincerity, even carrying a hint of pleading. But to Qin Mingyao, this scene was simply the epitome of sleaziness. How could a wandering merchant turn into a lecherous old man in the blink of an eye? I won't give you my stockings. I won't trade anything with you. I only wear these stockings for Hao Chen. Hearing the refusal, disappointment flashed in the wandering merchant's eyes. So that's how it is. If you had traded with me, I would have given you an unexpectedly good item, but it's a pity you don't cherish this opportunity. He gently placed the stockings down and slowly turned away. Just then Hao Chen quietly spoke up. If you reveal what the gift item is, maybe I can agree. Hearing this glimmer of hope, the wandering merchant's lips immediately curled into a smile. I definitely can't disclose the item to you, otherwise how could it be called unexpected? But I assure you it will definitely satisfy you. I, the wandering merchant, take full responsibility for my actions and never deceive mature and charming ladies. As he spoke, the wandering merchant unconsciously rubbed his hands together, looking eagerly at Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao frowned and took half a step back, her expression of disdain nearly overflowing. Really? Disgusting. Fine. Then let's make a trade. As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, he tossed the two mysterious crystals in his hand toward the display screen. After a flash of light on the screen, a complete and brand new pair of purple stockings appeared in Hao Chen's hands. I can just buy another pair later, Hao Chen remarked, handing the newly acquired stockings to Qin Mingyao. She took the unopened stockings somewhat puzzled and muttered, "You have them for sale, why do you still want to trade for mine?" The wandering merchant, carefully tucking the stockings into his pocket, explained, You don't understand. This is called collectible value. As someone in this line of work, I know exactly what is valuable. You're still young and don't understand." After finishing his sentence, he tossed a delicate small box into the air, and Hao Chen swiftly caught it. "This is the item I exchanged with you. Remember, open it only after I leave, or else there will be no surprise. So, is there anything else you all want to buy? I'm more than happy to help." Hao Chen took out all his current mysterious crystals and placed them on the ground. He turned to the female student. "Everyone can buy any one item. These days we rely on each other, so each person can pick one item, whether it's food, clothing, or any necessities. There are enough funds, so don't worry." As soon as Zhou Xiaoxiao heard this, she eagerly took two mysterious crystals. "I want to buy some ingredients for soup. Drinking nutritious things is good for the body. I want to buy a box of chips. I'll take care of buying shower gel and shampoo. Then I'll buy some fabric for blankets, so that the whole class can have blankets and pillows soon." Watching everyone eagerly take their mysterious crystals to select items, a faint smile appeared on Hao Chen's face. This was what he wanted to see, everyone actively contributing to the collective effort. This mindset determined how far they could go. Meanwhile, the wandering merchant wore a wicked smile, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect to obtain such value, mature and charming lattice stockings. My goodness, how high could this collectible value be?" Hearing this, Qin Mingyao immediately shot him a disdainful look. "I advise you not to do anything bad with them. If you dare to do anything strange the next time I see you, I will make sure you regret it." Her eyes flared with anger, and she tried to make an intimidating expression. The wandering merchant was startled by her gaze, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Miss, you misunderstand. Although I am lecherous, I wouldn't go that far. I just think your stockings have collectible value, don't misunderstand. I am a lonely wolf, someone who cries alone, someone who believes in true love. I won't do anything strange, so don't worry. The transaction is complete, children. The old monk will take his leave now. Until we meet again by fate." The wandering merchant slung his travel bag over his shoulder again and turned on the sound system. The lively music instantly filled the entire dormitory. The wandering merchant snapped his fingers, and a mist appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. As he walked into the mist, he disappeared without a trace. When the smoke cleared, the wandering merchant had already left. Hao Chen looked at the total number of mysterious crystals. Currently, there are 70 mysterious crystals remaining. In the previous transaction, the girls in the class did not all buy items, but rather arranged their necessities in an orderly manner. They bought a few bottles of shower gel and shampoo along with some snacks and drinks for sharing. Then there were mirrors and some combs, etc. If we talk about the biggest expense, it would be Jiangnan. She bought a jungle machete which deals double the base damage of an iron knife, and a sedative wolf fawn club. To enhance her attack power, the classmates did not reject or oppose, but supported Jiangnan's purchase of this weapon. At this moment, Qin Mingyao walked over, looking at the exquisite box in Hao Chen's hand. "Hao Chen, so what did the merchant give you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the girls in the class gathered around. Zhou Xiaoxiao curiously came to Hao Chen's back, resting her hands on his shoulders to take a peek. The softness and warmth of her chest pressed tightly against Hao Chen's back. Yes, what is it?" "It's so mysterious, and this old pervert even wants the teacher's stockings. I can't think of what it could be." Maybe. A monster that eats people. Tang Kuku made a funny face opening her arms and looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao with an evil grin. Zhou Xiaoxiao was also startled by this scene. Nonsense. How could such a small box possibly contain... At this moment Su Qing nudged Li Chinka with her arm. Maybe inside the box is your beloved new energy boyfriend. Although you can't find a spot, having a new energy boyfriend can relieve some pressure, right? Li Chinka, upon hearing Song Jia's teasing, Li Chinka crossed her arms over her chest. Tonight, just wait for me. I will definitely get you. The girls were actively discussing what kind of item might be inside the box. Some guessed it was food, some guessed it was a prop, others guessed it was a mysterious crystal. Various answers emerged. Listening to the noise, a serious expression appeared on Qin Mingio's face. Everyone quiet down. Qin Mingio's tone was cold and serious, even emanating an aura of authority. In an instant the dormitory fell silent. When Qin Mingyao looked at Hao Chen, her gaze showed a hint of affection. Alright, now that it's quiet, can we see what's inside? Qin Mingyao leaned against Hao Chen, her eyes filled with admiration for him. Seeing everyone's eager gaze, Hao Chen opened the mysterious gift given by the wandering merchant. When the box opened, Hao Chen saw a crystal radiating a myriad of colors lying in the center of the box. Mysterious crystal, eh? Hao Chen picked up the crystal and observed it carefully. No, this isn't a mysterious crystal. Just as Hao Chen was pondering, a system panel popped up at the item. Limited time breakthrough crystal effect allows the holder to raise their talent level once, for example S level, to S level. Limitation: this breakthrough crystal is a restricted crystal, not a complete form, can only be used for 5 minutes. Looking at the description above, Hao Chen's breath quickened. Breakthrough crystal. Can temporarily enhance talent levels. This. Hao Chen was taken aback, then thought of the wandering merchant's calm smile. Thank goodness this wandering merchant didn't lie, otherwise we would have been at a loss. Looking at Hao Chen's excited expression, Qin Mingyao said with some concern, so this thing is called the breakthrough crystal. It can temporarily raise a talent level, but it's only for 5 minutes. That's such a short time. Yeah, just 5 minutes, how can we fight? 5 minutes is really short, right? Hao Chen. Zhou Xiaoxiao gently scratched Hao Chen's face with her index finger, her smile hiding a peculiar feeling. Don't underestimate these 5 minutes, Hao Chen said calmly. He went to his bed and sat down, carefully explaining. Take Yi Bingbing's level skill as an example. She can only refresh it once a day. If she uses the breakthrough crystal, she might be able to refresh it 2, 3, or even 4 times in a day. For instance, teacher Qin Mingyao, her ability can hard control rule-based monsters, making them feel fear. If this were used on her, wouldn't her ability be more than just hard controlling monsters and making them fearful? Although the time is short, it's very useful for all of us. Jiang Nan approached Hao Chen at this moment. So, Hao Chen, what would happen if this breakthrough crystal were used on your talents? Oh right, your talents have 2. One is blessed with many offspring, and the other is daily phrase. Zhou Xiaoxiao said with disdain. No. Absolutely don't use this crystal for blessed with many offspring. Even 5 minutes is too short for me. Aren't you all feeling the same? Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyao, Jiang, Nen Yi Bingbing, Lin Wanwan, Bai Lu, and Tang Kuku all nodded in agreement. Then that settles it. This item can only be used for daily phrase, but I don't know what Hao Chen's talent would turn into after using it. Zhou Xiaoxiao crossed her arms and furrowed her brow, thinking about what it might become. So who do you all think this breakthrough crystal would suit best? As soon as Hao Chen said this, the girls in the class exchanged glances. Zhang Yaya was the first to step forward. My talent isn't combat-oriented, so it doesn't have much of an effect on the battlefield, so I'll pass. As soon as Zhang Yaya finished speaking, Song Jia and Li Chinka also stepped back. Unlike Li Chinka, I have a collection-type talent, which isn't very useful on the battlefield. We'll pass too. Seeing the 3 of them step back, Hao Chen turned his attention to Qin Mingyao and Jiang Nan. After all, these 2 could play an important role on the battlefield. Jiang Nan shook her head. I'll pass. I think it's good as it is now, and even if I improve, I'll only reach S level, which is not as valuable as your S level, Hao Chen. Qin Mingyao, I feel the same way. My responsibility is to protect them from the rear and respond to emergencies, so I also think this should be given to you. Qin Yufei and Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone in agreement, Hao Chen stood up. Since that's the case, I will use this breakthrough crystal when the time comes, hoping it will help us defeat the principal. Principal's office. The principal's body was rapidly repairing itself. His eyes were filled with an even more sinister aura than before. In the center of the office, a massive cloud of black smoke was condensing. And this black smoke was from the rule-based monsters that Hao Chen and the others had defeated. Thank you, survivors. With these absorbed, my body can be completely repaired. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal opened his gaping mouth, and in an instant the massive black smoke was rapidly sucked into his mouth, then transformed into nourishment for his body. The principal felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and the damaged areas were visibly healing. Bloodline, flesh, and even bones were recovering in an instant. Your king is about to awaken. The principal opened his eyes at this moment, and a burst of blood-colored aura erupted. In the school conference hall,
We welcome the principal's full recovery." A chorus of monsters shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall, causing the chandeliers on the ceiling to sway slightly. At this moment, the principal sat leisurely in the main seat, crossing his legs, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. Beside him stood the librarian Wei Ku, looking as gentle and intellectual as ever, with a hint of a barely there smile at the corner of her mouth. "You have all suffered these past days." The principal's voice was slow and lazy, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. He raised his hand, pinching a coin between his fingertips, flipping it under the light. "My 4 subordinates fell valiantly at the hands of humans." When he uttered the word valiantly, there was no trace of regret in his tone, rather it carried a hint of mockery. "What a pity I can only helplessly turn them into puppets, their self-awareness completely gone." The coin flicked out, tracing an arc in the air before landing on a pair of shiny leather shoes, producing a crisp sound. On the principal's other side stood 4 regular monsters: the head of security, the school doctor, the head of education, and the physical education teacher. They stood straight, their posture as standard as soldiers, but their eyes were hollow and devoid of life, with a strange dark red glow emanating from their pupils, their faces expressionless. Once filled with rage, cunning, and ruthlessness, all had been drained away, leaving only empty shells. However, the principal suddenly stood up, hands in pockets, leisurely walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference hall. Outside the window was the school's playground, basking in sunlight, showing no signs of anomaly. Puppets have their advantages too. They are obedient, do not question, do not betray. And they certainly won't flee in the face of danger. Upon hearing this, Wei Ku felt a chill run down her spine. Does he know? What does this mean? Wei Ku couldn't help but swallow hard, but she tried her best to maintain her current demeanor. The principal turned around, a gentle smile on his face, looking as kind as a neighborly old grandpa. But if one looked closely, they would find that the smile never reached his eyes. Deep within his pupils there seemed to be a certain kind of dark evil. "During my slumber these past days, those little children have been quite lively." The principal's voice remained calm and unhurried. "However, it's rather interesting. At least I haven't seen such amusing characters in a long time." He returned to his chair, crossing his legs again, fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound resembling a countdown. But his smile suddenly vanished. The temperature in the entire conference hall seemed to drop to freezing point. "Causing chaos on my territory comes at a price." The principal slowly scanned all the monsters present, his voice cold, every word seeming to be forced out through gritted teeth. "Today, upon my awakening, I will let them know what the consequences of creating chaos in my territory will be." He stood up, hands braced on the conference table, leaning forward slightly, his eyes bursting with a near-manic excitement. "I will make them understand what true despair is." The principal's gaze swept across all the monsters present. "First, seal off all entrances to the school's teaching buildings, including the cafeteria, the clinic, and the swimming pool, among others. I want to trap these little mice in my cage." Upon hearing this, many monsters immediately expressed their agreement and appreciation. "I want to trap these little mice in my cage." Upon hearing this, many monsters immediately expressed their agreement and appreciation. "I want the students to get a good workout." Third, the principal paused for a moment, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Tonight, let my 4 capable subordinates visit our little friends, let them catch up well. After the reunion, I will take action myself." He walked up to the head of security, patting the other's shoulder, as if he were patting a loyal dog. "By the way, Wei Ku." "Present." Wei Ku involuntarily trembled, trying her best to maintain a smile. "That kid named Hao Chen, keep him for me. Ooh, I want to meet him in person. Anyone who can bring down all 4 of my subordinates should be quite a delightful toy." His smile gradually widened, revealing his pearly white teeth. "A toy must be played with slowly for it to be interesting. Breaking it in one go would be such a pity." He closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair, the smile at the corner of his mouth never fading. The conference hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the monsters bowed, their heads not daring to breathe. After a long while, the principal slowly spoke, his voice imbued with a near-sickly delight. "All right, everyone, go prepare. I'll let our little friends enjoy their last moments of peace." It was already afternoon, and everyone was gathering their strength. But in the next moment, each person's system panel, the red text above, made them feel an overwhelming sense of dread. "Challenge the principal's ultimate game restrictions. No entry or exit from any searchable buildings except for the dormitory challenge success requirement. Defeat the principal and survive until the end. Reward to be determined after the challenge concludes through combat assessment." What is this nonsense? The principal has revived it. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to jump up, nearly breaking the bedboard above her. "Didn't they say it would take several days, eh? Is this old man on something?" "Calm down. Calm down." Although Lin Yuanyuan said to remain calm, her voice was clearly trembling, and her hands instinctively clutched Hao Chen's shirt, her big watery eyes filled with panic, thinking, "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?" Hao Chen looked at the red text on the panel, his brow slightly furrowed. No entry or exit from any searchable buildings, essentially cut off all their resource channels. We can't go to the cafeteria, can't go to the clinic, can't go to the swimming pool, and we can't even enter the teaching building. The only place we can stay is the dormitory. But what is there in the dormitory? Only the food and materials they had stockpiled over the days along with daily necessities. Moreover, the resources in the dormitory had already been completely scavenged. He wants to trap us and starve us to death, Hao Chen said in a low voice. Qin Mingyao said with some concern, this isn't a siege, this is clearly a hunting game. A hunting game, huh? Hao Chen's lips curled into a smile, which was utterly incongruous with the current scene. He looked at the crystal of breakthrough in his hand. Actually, we are the true hunters, let him come at us. After all, we welcome all challengers, and will fight until the final chapter. As night fell, a crimson hue emerged. Gazing out at the spreading blood-red sky, Hao Chen couldn't help but it seems this guy is serious. He can even manipulate the bloody weather, enhancing the combat power and attributes of the monsters. The anomaly was not only noticed by Hao Chen, but also by the girls in his class. Even though he had pumped himself up, the sight still left him a bit disheartened. Just then a series of light pillars erupted in the campus outside the dormitory. These light pillars indicated searchable areas. When they rose, it meant a complete lockdown. Meanwhile, numerous rule-based monsters appeared all over the campus. They were resurrected, their bodies undergoing reconstruction. Even the dorm supervisor whom Hao Chen had previously defeated awakened at this moment. Under the blood moon, the principal's control made the dead monsters seem as if they had been reborn. At this time, all the monsters had gathered at the foot of the principal's office building. They stood as if welcoming a new emperor, standing tall in front of the principal. Good children, the game officially begins today. Let's meet the little friends who have come to this school. The principal opened his eyes, and a more brilliant red light than ever before erupted within them. He revealed sharp fangs emanating a domineering aura that intimidated all around. In my territory, you must obey my rules. Now, the game begins. With a snap of his fingers, all monsters' levels rose dramatically. A denser black aura surged from their bodies. Feeling their power increase, many monsters let out excited. The principal snapped his fingers again. After this snap, the protection value of everyone in Hao Chen's dormitory immediately decreased by 200 points. This is far from over. The principal smiled faintly and snapped his fingers once more. You can't go anywhere in my place, you must listen to me. In the next moment, all the monsters and the principal were teleported to the school playground, and likewise Hao Chen and the others were transported. Seeing the protection value in the dormitory reduced by 200, Bing Bing and the others gasped. A total reduction of 200. Is this the rhythm of our demise? Zhou Xiaoxiao tightly grasped her clothes, worry etched on her face. But before they could discuss a strategy, all members felt a surge of telekinesis. This force was momentary, yet it transported them to the school playground just like the dorm supervisor. School playground. The moment of teleportation was but a blink. When everyone saw the playground, they exchanged look. We were teleported. Just like the dorm supervisor, we arrived at the playground. Qin Yufei looked up at the sky. Even though it was night, the red light illuminated the entire playground, and surrounding them dense hordes of monsters stood in formation, as if they had been waiting for a long time, encircling them. At this moment, Hao Chen quickly turned to the girls and said, stick together, just like before. Not a second to waste. Hearing this, the girls rallied together once more. Qin Mingyao and Jiang then took the front line for output. Su Wanqing stood in the middle as the healer, while Qin Yufei and Tang Kiki formed the prediction team, aiming to anticipate the monsters' attack rhythms and paths. The other girls lacking special talents held weapons and skill books in their hands. They were no longer the same as before. Previously they could only rely on weapons, but now they could depend on skill books. Do you know? The principal suddenly spoke. He leisurely descended from the podium. Each step measured the sound of his leather shoes on the playground's rubber track rhythmic. He stopped about 20 steps away from the crowd, hands clasped behind his back slightly, tilting his head to scrutinize Hao Chen and the others. This school has been established for a long time. I've seen too many children like you. Some clever, some brave, some who thought they could break the rules. The principal paused, his smile deepening. And what was the result? They all remained. Some became a painting on the wall of the teaching building, some became a tree in the garden, and some became a member of my monster legion. The principal stretched out his 5 fingers, carefully examining his slender hands. That dorm supervisor, do you know who she is? The principal's voice suddenly softened. She was a student here 10 years ago, just as smart, just as brave, just as unaware of her limits. And now she repeats her former duties every day, cleaning the corridors she can never escape, for disobedient children can only become my puppets. Listening to the principal's words, Hao Chen felt a dryness in his throat, a sense of suffocation he had never experienced before enveloping him. For this was not fear, but something deeper. In this game, I set the rules. The principal smiled faintly. You can escape, you can hide, you can even resist, but you can never kill the things I create, for on this land, I am the rule, I am the order, I am God.
The atmosphere on the scene was intensely oppressive under the blood-red shroud. The principal's tone was cold and slow. Even with confidence, Hao Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. After being here for so long, it was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying rule-based monster. This unique feeling made even him gasp. Now, the principal swiftly moved to the podium chair, crossed his legs, and lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Let me see how long you can hold out. The game has only just begun, and you. He narrowed his eyes slightly, the curve of his lips cruel, yet elegant. Have yet to survive the first round. In the next moment, a multitude of monsters surged from all directions. Meanwhile, the dorm supervisor and the 4 great claws reappeared at the end of the playground. Seeing them, Jiang Nin tightly gripped her jungle machete, turning her gaze to Hao Chen. Hao Chen, can we really make it through this? This time it's far from ordinary. After finishing her thoughts, Jiang Nin turned her gaze to the monsters charging from afar. As the output member of the team, she had to fulfill her responsibilities. Yi Bingbing watched Hao Chen's back, gripping her hands so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. Each girl was striving to regulate her breathing. After all, they were not facing ordinary monsters, but monsters that had been enhanced and resurrected. Just as a smile appeared on the principal's lips, Hao Chen slowly took out the breakthrough crystal he had obtained earlier. His voice was exceptionally clear in the dark night, as Hao Chen's gaze fixed on the principal's smug face. Since you are the rule, then, I am the one who breaks the rules. In the next moment, the breakthrough crystal was completely crushed by Hao Chen. Seeing Hao Chen crush a piece of stone, the principal's laughter grew increasingly manic. No matter how you try, it's futile. Can you defeat someone like me, eh? Let me see if you can endure the first round. Just as the principal reveled in his arrogance, brilliant golden light began to emanate from Hao Chen in the center of the playground. This golden light appeared exceptionally dazzling. The energy of the crystal of breakthrough gradually flowed into Hao Chen's body, and at that moment, Hao Chen's system panel popped up. Congratulations, host. Daily word entries have been upgraded to SS level. Daily SS level entries, you can draw 10 word entries. Can refresh twice. The introduction to daily word entries is brief, but the meaning is sufficient. There are 10 word entries for the first time with opportunities for 2 refreshes. That means Hao Chen has 30 word entries to choose from at will. Don't forget, these 30 word entries can be used freely by Hao Chen. Meanwhile, 10 word entries appeared before Hao Chen. Moreover, this time it was accompanied by even more golden S-level infinite stacking damage. Each time you kill a monster, damage increases by 10 without limit. Resets after battle. S-level absolute block, immune to all damage for 10 seconds once a day. S-level eye of weakness, directly see the fatal weaknesses of all monsters and kill them with one blow. S-level weapon enchantment, the weapon held that day is treated as an enchanted weapon, increasing damage to monsters by 100. S-level undying body, the first fatal damage of the day is nullified. 5 golden word entries appeared in the first batch, and their effects were nothing short of perfect. Golden word entries. And there are 5 of them. Hao Chen's breathing became slightly hurried. He felt terrifyingly powerful, while the other 5 word entries were all of lower grade, and had no offensive effects. Looking at these golden word entries, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Hao Chen's mouth. Since this is the rule, let me break it for you to see. Watching the monsters charge towards him, drawing closer, Hao Chen activated the twin birth word entry. In an instant, 2 clones split from Hao Chen's body. One clone used a skill book to attack, while the other clone employed offensive word entries. They stood on either side, protecting the female team. As the main force, Hao Chen activated the blood demon word entry. His desire to attack gradually increased, and with the effect of infinite stacking, he could achieve a double bonus. One could stack numerical values, while the other could stack percentage damage. With this combination, even a deity would have to contend with Hao Chen. The dormitory supervisor rushed in first, while Hao Chen had already dealt with the shrimp soldiers and crab generals charging from the front. Currently, his overall stats had already surpassed 100, and under the effect of infinite stacking damage, his percentage attack power had reached 240. Looking at the former enemies, Hao Chen calmly took out a military axe. When the dormitory supervisor attempted to spew out corrosive acid, Hao Chen dodged and appeared in front of her. She merely caught a glimpse and immediately self-destructed, because the damage from Hao Chen was something she couldn't withstand. As the dormitory supervisor's body exploded, Hao Chen quickly used the Copperhead Iron Arm skill to block the corrosive acid. Oh, interesting. Just by relying on a single move. It seems that being able to take down my 4 subordinates is no small feat. You have caught my attention. Show me your performance, Hao Chen. The next foes were the 4 great claws he had faced before. Having been resurrected, they had lost their prior autonomy, yet their strength was even greater. With the principal's support, their power had reached the level of a proper boss. The physical strength of the PE teacher, the infinite healing of the school doctor, the replication of the head of the department, and the connections of the security captain. Looking at the 4 figures standing before him, Hao Chen showed no signs of panic.
Today I am not what I used to be. Oh, let me show you how to truly interpret word entries. As soon as Hao Chen's voice fell, he refreshed his word entries. This time the refreshed word entries revealed 4 golden ones. S-level source of life effect. All female units' life recovery speed increases by 1000. S-level time pause effect can pause for 10 seconds. Only usable during attacks. S-level absolute hit next attack will hit 100, ignoring evasion and distance. S-level damage reflection damage received will be reflected back to the attacker at 300. Looking at the new 4 word entries, Hao Chen smiled slightly. What does it matter how strong you are? Just talk to my word entries. With a swift motion, Hao Chen calmly said time. Pause. In an instant, the 4 great claws before him froze, unable to move. They watched as Hao Chen approached them and struck down with his weapon. The moment the blade struck their bodies, the school doctor exploded at an astonishing speed. He could have restored himself through infinite recovery, but under the effect of fatal damage, he couldn't even execute that. With the time pause in effect, the head of the department was unable to replicate what he saw, so the second to be dealt with was the head of the department. Hao Chen directly performed a watermelon slicing move which caused the head of the department to explode. The remaining security captain and PE teacher suffered even worse. With the enhancement of weapon enchantment, the military axe in Hao Chen's hand had already become a monster-slaying weapon. With just one slash, the PE teacher's robust body snapped like a thin thread. Black blood gushed forth onto the grass of the playground. The security captain fared no better. Before he could summon his lackeys, he was slain by Hao Chen in a single blow. 10 seconds. No, not even 10 seconds had passed. The 4 great claws before him had already perished at Hao Chen's hands. Let us switch the focus to the girls. Utilizing the skill book to its fullest, Yi Bingbing first froze the original monsters, followed by Jiang Nan, who was responsible for harvesting from behind. Qin Yufei had already helped Jiang Nan adjust her attack values. As soon as Jiang Nan touched the flanking elite monsters, they would immediately perish. Moreover, the monsters rushing into ambush had no chance to get close. It's worth noting that there is a prediction system in the team. Qin Yufei and Tang Ke could fully predict where monsters would ambush. Thus, within the female team, everything went smoothly. With the addition of Hao Chen's 2 clones, the use of skill books along with the output from attack word entries allowed them to handle the monsters effortlessly. This is truly fascinating. It's been a long time since I've encountered such interesting classmates. The coordination within the team is fluid and each person's role is well defined. Not bad, I commend you. The principal gently clapped his hands and stood up from his seat. It seems it's time to stretch my muscles. The regulatory monsters on the field have mostly been cleared. Yet a steady stream of monsters continued to charge. The principal was walking down from the podium with steady strides. Watching Hao Chen's frenzied, killing a rare excitement appeared on his face. In the next moment, he raised his left hand and gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 4 great claws and the dormitory supervisor were resurrected. School Rule 1: Life must continue. Taking care of the flowers and plants is everyone's responsibility. Similarly, as their cultivator, nurturing them to ensure their survival is also my responsibility. With the defeated enemies resurrected, a hint of worry appeared on Hao Chen's face. After all, he thought that if he didn't take care of the principal first, he would use the school rules to create monsters and then attack. I didn't expect such a method. As expected of the principal, only he could wield such power. Meanwhile, a massive ruler appeared in the principal's hand. The ruler was adorned with various runes and emitted waves of dark flowing light. The principal gently caressed it, as if it were a precious treasure. Long time no see, old buddy. Today we can fight together again. Seeing the weapon in the principal's hand, Hao Chen activated the skill weapon analysis, and the analysis of the opponent's weapon appeared above Hao Chen's system panel. Weapon ruler effect grants severe punishment buff, reducing all attributes by 30. Effect lasts permanently during combat until the battle ends. Upon seeing the analysis of the ruler, cold sweat involuntarily trickled down Hao Chen's forehead. A 30 reduction in all attributes. This means that anyone attacked by him multiple times will have their attributes permanently deducted. Until the battle ends, when they will recover. Isn't this a perfect combat machine? Hao Chen gritted his teeth, coldly staring at the principal's smug face. Just when Hao Chen thought the principal was about to attack, the principal let out a sinister cold laugh. Little friend, don't be anxious. I am very merciful and will not harm you so quickly. Before his words fell, the principal snapped his fingers again. School Rule 2: Weapons or prohibited weapons must be dropped. School Rule 3: Disobeying superiors is forbidden. Making an attack or insulting the principal will reduce one's authority attributes by 50 for 10 seconds. Once he finished speaking, each of their system panels lit up. Below their attribute panels, negative buffs were displayed. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to burst out upon seeing this. Oil cake. How can this be decided? This is truly insane. Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to curse when Tang Kiki covered her mouth with her small hand.
The third school rule is that one cannot make any attacking moves or insults toward him, otherwise it will result in a 50 deduction. Hearing the warning, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally swallowed her anger. Meanwhile, the principal was steadily approaching Hao Chen step by step. He caressed the ruler with his hand, muttering to himself, "There were once little friends who came here, but they never succeeded in attracting my attention. Yet you have made me feel something different. Those girls behind you should be your classmates, right?" Hao Chen's eyes burst with a red glow. "What do you want?" His tone was as cold as ice. He absolutely would not allow anyone to stir trouble above him, especially with the girls in his class. "Don't be anxious. I only admire you for leading them to this point without any casualties. Such courage and responsibility are indeed commendable. It's just a pity." The principal paused and looked up at Hao Chen's furious eyes. "It's just a pity you came to the wrong place. After all, here I am a god." As soon as the principal finished his words, he charged forward at an incredible speed, and one could hear the sound of air being sliced. But don't forget, today's Hao Chen is not what he used to be. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping a piece of tattered cloth. "Since you want to stir trouble above me, then I have nothing more to say to you." As soon as Hao Chen finished speaking, the Thunderfire skill book appeared beside him. In an instant, flames ignited on that piece of cloth. Houdini. When the principal was charging over, he felt a scorching sensation spreading across his body. "Oh, interesting." Looking at the burned cloth, the principal's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Useless." The principal stopped in his tracks, and then turned his head to shout into the air, "Weka! Bring me all my skill books. Even my resurrection book." After a long time of hiding, Weka emerged from a crack upon hearing the command. She was surrounded by 20 skill books. Each radiated an exquisite glow. Under the mechanism of Houdini, the principal naturally felt the pain. As the tattered cloth burned to ashes, his own soul was also gradually being erased at this moment. "What if you kill me? I have the ability to resurrect. You cannot defeat me. Wake up. Bring me the resurrection skill book. I have granted you full permissions now. Help me buy some time until I recover my body, then I will capture them all at once." The principal gestured for her to take out the resurrection book. But just at that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Weka floated directly towards Hao Chen and stood. Seeing this scene, the principal was momentarily stunned. "Weka, what does this mean? Where are my skill books? What? Don't you give them to me?" Upon hearing this, Week's lips curled into a slight smile. A rare excitement appeared on her face. "What a pathetic principal, a pathetic one indeed. You never expected this, did you? Actually, I have already become a possession of this human. Oh, by the way, your resurrection book. Sorry, it's already been used. Guess how those 4 great claws were defeated? That's because I assisted." Seeing the smug look on her face, the principal was not angry, but instead revealed a meaningful smile. "Well, since that's the case." In the next moment, the principal completely crushed the ruler in his hand. The many runes above the ruler scattered at this moment. Just as the principal's body was being erased, the runes rapidly adhered to him. In an instant, the principal's body began to expand at an incredible speed. The effect of the Houdini skill had already played out, but these strange runes pulled the principal back from the brink of death. The principal could control the monsters within the school and enhance them, and also restrict the survivors' attacks through school rules. Yet he never anticipated that one of his own would turn against him, nor did he expect Hao Chen to have such a method. His only resurrection book was one of those methods, but now it was gone. Another method was the ruler in his hand, whose runes could grant him enormous enhancement for a brief period, as well as a death immunity ability. At this moment, the principal's body was extraordinarily massive under the blood moon. His appearance was as terrifying and grotesque as a tumor monster, turning against the darkness. "This is the most erroneous choice you have made.